In a world shrouded in darkness, betrayal cuts deeper than any blade. Chine Fong, a man who once sacrificed everything for his sister, finds himself stabbed in the back by the very people he trusted most. But fate is not done with him. Cast back in time, he rises again, stronger, colder, and more ruthless than ever before. With unimaginable power in his grasp, he transforms into a god-level assassin, a shadow that strikes terror into those who once deceived him. Mercy is gone, weakness is gone, only revenge remains. The story begins in a scene of devastation. The battlefield is littered with the grotesque corpses of monstrous creatures, their twisted forms scattered like broken toys. Standing amidst this carnage is a young girl, clutching a dagger that glows with a poisonous aura, an artifact from a dark world. She turns to Qin Fong with a dangerous smirk, her voice laced with both admiration and disdain. "You really are something special." But Qin Fong is barely able to stand. He lies blood-soaked atop the carcass of a behemoth he has just slain, his breath ragged, his body trembling from exhaustion. His little sister watches him with cold eyes. Though she acknowledges his victory, surviving the ruins of ancient gods, and slaying a horde of monsters despite a limited lifespan of only 100 years, she is not here to celebrate him. Instead, her gaze sharpens. She reveals her true intent, to claim the artifact he fought so hard to secure, the fabled Eye of Judgment. Through the haze of blood and pain, Qin Fong locks eyes with her, rage boiling in his voice. "Why, sister? Why betray me now when I need you most?" Her reply is merciless. "You're not my brother, Qin Fong. You're just an adopted child. I owe you nothing." The words strike harder than any blade. The girl he had loved, protected, and sacrificed everything for now, discards him as if their bond was a lie. And then another figure steps forward, blonde, calm, and mocking. It is Songfi, the man Qin Fong once considered an ally. "She's right," Songfi sneers. "You were never family. You were nothing but a tool. Your love for her was just a weapon we used to get what we wanted." The truth crashes down like thunder. Every sacrifice, every battle, every promise, it had all been part of their cruel game. His sister wields the Soul Reaper dagger, forged with one purpose, to drain his life force completely. Their betrayal is absolute. Memories flash before Qin Fong's eyes. The day their parents died, the vow he made to protect her, the endless battles fought for her survival. Yet now she dares to call him a burden. "You tried to control me," she says coldly. "You dictated my every move, pretending it was for my good. I'm free now with the Eye of Judgment. We don't need you anymore." The rejection shatters what remains of his spirit. His body trembles with disbelief and rage. Before he can act, Songfi lunges forward. His blade flashes like lightning, severing Qin Fong's neck in a single brutal strike. Pain engulfs him, darkness swallowing his world. As life slips away, Qin Fong's final thoughts return to the world itself, a world forever altered by the gods' game, a forgotten trial that began in the year 2025. Humanity's existence had been rewritten. Life became a currency, death a cost. Monsters roamed the land, and those brave enough to play could extract power at the price of their own lifespan. The survivors became living gods. Qin Fong had endured it all. He had climbed to the very top, conquered the ruins of the ancient gods, and seized the Eye of Judgment. Yet in the end, he had been nothing more than a pawn, his life consumed by betrayal. With his last breath, he makes a vow. If given another chance, he will never again sacrifice for others. No more chains of loyalty, no more selflessness. This time, he will live only for himself. And then everything changes. Qin Fong's eyes snap open. He finds himself in bed, alive, unharmed. Confused, he grabs his phone and his heart stops. The date is 2025, the very day the gods' game first began. Reborn 9 years into the past, he stares out the window at a world blissfully unaware of the storm to come. But he knows, he remembers, and this time he will not be anyone's pawn. This time Qin Fong will carve his destiny with blood. The silence of Qin Fong's morning was shattered when his little sister stormed into the room, her face flushed with rage. "Why haven't you answered my calls?" she demanded. But Qin Fong didn't react. His gaze remained steady as he calmly sipped his coffee, her anger washing over him like meaningless noise. Frustrated, she kicked over a trash bin, her voice rising in fury. Yet he only watched with cold detachment, his thoughts drifting back to the day everything had changed in his past life, the day the gods' game began, the day he had argued with her about Songfi. To Qin Fong, Songfi was no idol but a fraud, a manipulative predator hiding behind a polished facade. But to his sister, he was everything. Blinded by devotion, she refused to see the truth. In an attempt to protect her, Qin Fong had forbidden her from associating with him, believing he was shielding her from ruin. But instead of gratitude, all he received were accusations. She claimed he was controlling her life, dictating her every decision. What he thought was protection had only built a chasm between them. Now standing before him, her tirade grew sharper. "This is your fault," she spat. "Songfi dropped in the rankings because of you. You didn't give me the money to support him, did you? If you had just helped, everything would have been fine." Her words pierced him like daggers, each syllable dripping with venom. The entitlement, the anger, it was unbearable. For years he had endured, patient and understanding, but not today. In a swift, cold motion, Qin Fang rose and struck. A sharp slap echoed across the room, the force sending her stumbling back, wide-eyed with shock. Tears welled in her eyes as her trembling hands clutched her stinging cheek. "How could you?" she whispered, her voice breaking. "How could you hit me?" Qin Fang's eyes hardened, a glint of menace hidden beneath his calm tone. "I don't have time to argue with you, but if you keep screaming, I will silence you. Do you understand?" He reached into his pocket and pulled out a golden credit card, the last relic of their parents' legacy. With a flick of his wrist, he tossed it at her feet. The metallic clink echoed louder than her sobs. "This card holds every coin our parents left you. I've never touched a cent of it, despite everything I've endured. Now it's yours. Spend it however you want. But hear me, well, from this moment onward, I no longer consider you my sister." Without another glance, he turned and walked out. The slam of the door cut through her weeping, but he never looked back. Inside his own room, the weight of his decision bore down on him. He remembered everything he had sacrificed in his past life, hidden treasures he ignored, powerful opportunities he abandoned, all for her safety. He had lived as her shield, her guardian. But now, for the first time, he felt something new: freedom. No more chains, no more obligations. From this day forward, she would survive on her own. His gaze fell to the sleeping pills in his hand, the key to entering the gods' game once more. This time, he would not hold back. Every secret he had learned, every victory and every sacrifice from his previous life would now serve as his arsenal. And Songfei, the idol who had been the root of his downfall, would pay. "I will kill you, Songfei," he swore. "You will regret everything." The scene shifted. Qin Fang now stood in a grand otherworldly hall, the hall of profession selection. It was here that players chose their paths in the gods' game, decisions that would shape their destinies forever. In his past life he had been nervous, uncertain, and burdened by the weight of choice. He had selected the warrior class, driven by his desire to protect. But now, there was no one left to protect. Speed, mobility, lethal precision, these were what he sought. Without hesitation, he reached for the mirror before him. The glass was cold under his fingertips. Instantly, a brilliant blue light engulfed him as a system window materialized in front of his eyes. A notification rang out. The Eye of Judgment, the artifact he had once claimed, had already been bound to him. It pulsed with power, activating on its own. A low hum resonated as a colossal otherworldly eye manifested behind him, its gaze overwhelming, omniscient. Another message appeared, its words glowing with authority. The attributes of the eye were revealed: might of judgment, and its passive ability, might. And so his second life in the gods' game truly began. Qin Fang's lips curled into a faint smile as the truth sank in. The Eye of Judgment pulsed within him, its power surging like a tide, making him feel as if he stood at the edge of something monumental. Could it be that the artifact had chosen him once more, that its bond with him had endured even through his rebirth? Perhaps it was the eye itself that had pulled him back from death, granting him a second chance to rewrite his destiny. But before his thoughts could spiral further, a dark aura began to seep into his body. The system chimed in, congratulations. He had unlocked a hidden profession. Shadows enveloped him, consuming his form, and when the aura finally dispersed, he stood transformed. His once black hair now shone an ashen white, and an overwhelming pressure radiated from him. The system declared his new identity, Shadow Deity. It was not just an assassin class, it was a deity's mantle, a secret path far superior to the warrior class he had once chosen. Qin Fang clenched his fists, absorbing the revelation. This was fate, a rare and coveted power placed into his hands alone. His smile deepened as his fingers brushed against his face. Against all odds, he had risen again, and this time the world would tremble before him. The system revealed the gifts of the Eye of Judgment, the authority of judgment, a primordial force that defied the very laws of reality. He could not yet wield its full might without divinity, but even its passive effect gave him an advantage no other player could match. His destiny had only just begun. In his past life, humanity had not even learned of such powers until the 7th year of the gods' game, when a single survivor stumbled into the land of order and revealed the existence of transcendent forces, but no one had ever been able to claim them. Now, at the dawn of his journey, Qin Fang already possessed the original authority itself, an ability to nullify rules, to bend reality at will. For the first time, his ambitions shifted. Revenge alone was no longer enough. His true path lay beyond. If he could break free of the gods' game, reach the land of order, and seize divinity, he would unlock the full potential of judgment. With it, he could reshape existence itself. The air around him hummed with his awakening, but before he could dwell further, a system prompt appeared. He needed to choose a code name. For a long moment, he stood still, then the answer came naturally. Shadow. A name born from the darkness he now commanded, fitting and prophetic. The system accepted it. A suffocating aura gathered around him as its voice echoed in his mind. You are about to enter the game world, Earth abandoned by gods. The grim truth unfurled. In this world, players would slay monsters to harvest tradable life, yet death came at a steep price. Half of both tradable and non-tradable life would be ripped away upon falling. The stakes were merciless. The scene shifted. Qinfang now stood in Shelltown, the beginner's village. It was a fragile sanctuary where monsters could not intrude and players were forbidden from harming one another. Around him, confusion spread like wildfire. Fresh players stumbled about, their faces pale and frantic, whispering in disbelief. Many had simply gone to sleep in their homes, only to awaken trapped in this nightmare. But while others panicked, Qinfang remained composed, his sharp gaze cut through the chaos. He knew what lay ahead. The strong would rise, shaping this new world with their power and ambition. If he wanted to survive, he had to move fast, always one step ahead. As he walked through the village, all eyes followed him. His custom attire and the dark aura clinging to him marked him apart from the rest. Whispers spread quickly. One assassin-type player dared to eye the dagger at his side, but froze under the suffocating weight of his presence. This was no ordinary aura. It demanded fear, demanded respect. And just as Qinfang reached the edge of the village, a group of shaken players stumbled into sight. Their pale faces and hesitant steps told a chilling truth. Death in the game was not permanent. Death was not permanent in this world. Instead of vanishing forever, players who fell were dragged back to Shelltown. Their bodies were spared, but at a heavy cost, half of their lifespan stripped away. A group of 4 stumbled back through the village gates. 3 men and 1 woman. Frustration radiated from them. Their most recent battle had been against a lowly level 1 creeper monster, yet the result was utter humiliation. One man snarled, his pride shattered. We couldn't even take it down. 1 bite and I lost half my life. Another groaned, clutching his chest. We barely scratched it. That thing is too strong. The third man remained silent, trembling violently. His body was broken, his spirit even more so. All eyes turned to the blonde-haired woman who led them, seeking direction, but before she could answer, her gaze fell on a lone figure nearby. Qinfang. Qinfang studied her in return. Unlike the others, she carried a long bow, a weapon far too rare to belong to a common player. His sharp eyes narrowed, a hidden profession. She was no ordinary adventurer. Sensing an opportunity, the woman stepped forward. We could team up, she suggested carefully. The monsters are too strong for one person to handle. We've already faced one. We failed, yes, but we learned. Together, we can help each other. Qinfang's lips twitched with amusement, though he kept his face composed. To him, their only real experience was dying. I prefer to work alone, he replied calmly, his tone polite but unyielding. Her expression faltered, and the men behind her muttered in disbelief. How arrogant was this man? 4 of them could not defeat a single monster yet. He claimed he would walk alone. But the blonde woman did not back down. Her curiosity sharpened. Who was he, really? Determined, she opened her status window and glanced at his name, Shadow. She scoffed softly, assuming it was mere arrogance. Still, a nagging instinct told her he was hiding something far more significant. She turned to her team, lowering her voice. We'll follow him, watch him, see what he knows. A sly grin touched her lips. Let's see if he rises or falls. Qinfang strode toward the edge of Shelltown, his figure steady and unhurried. The group shadowed him at a distance, ducking behind trees and rocks, their eyes never leaving his back. The blonde muttered under her breath, frustration leaking into her words. This world abandoned by gods. None of us understand why we're here. I thought I was ready, but this is something else. Her eyes hardened as she remembered the battle. The very first monster outside the village had torn them apart like insects. Its single bite had nearly ended them. It was proof that this game was merciless. Her companions, however, were not focused on the past. Their gazes clung to Qinfang. One of the men, an assassin like him, whispered uneasily. His dagger, it's different, shorter than mine, but deadly. I can feel it. That thing could kill in an instant. And look at the way he moves. Faster than us. Sharper. His reflexes aren't normal. The woman narrowed her eyes, observing Qinfang's attire and his poise. He knew something valuable. Perhaps a secret that could tip the scales in their favor. She prepared to close the distance when suddenly, Qinfang stopped. His head turned slightly, his gaze sweeping across the landscape with uncanny precision. A chill ran down her spine. Had he noticed them? And then it happened. The air around him rippled. Without sound or warning, his form simply dissolved. One moment he was there, the next, gone, as though he had never existed. The group froze, their breaths caught. The assassin was first to recover, his voice trembling. That was stealth, but not the kind we know. Ordinary stealth conceals. This erased him from existence. The blonde's hands tightened into fists, her heart hammering, but her voice was steady when she spoke. We can't follow him now. It's pointless. We need to regroup, head back to Shelltown, and rethink everything. These monsters are too dangerous. We've already lost half our lifespan from just one death. Her team exchanged uneasy glances, the weight of her words pressing down on them. They turned back toward Shelltown, while somewhere beyond, Shadow moved freely, unseen and unstoppable. The men nodded reluctantly, one of them muttering, "Maybe there are treasure chests in the town, or NPCs with useful information. There has to be a way to get stronger without throwing our lives away." As they debated, the system's voice echoed coldly across the air, revealing the truth behind the skill Qin Fong had just used: latent image. It was a stealth ability that rendered him invisible to both allies and enemies alike. The first strike after breaking this invisibility would carry devastating force, and with invisibility mastery, his duration doubled, his stealth level improved, and his advantage widened. But there was more. The cooldown began the moment he activated the skill, meaning he could vanish again in mere seconds. It was not just stealth, it was dominance. Qin Fong reappeared a short distance away, a faint smile tugging at his lips. His shadow class had gifted him an enhanced stealth that no ordinary assassin could dream of wielding this early in the game. No monster, no player would sense him until it was too late. Behind him, the blonde woman's group still clung to the false safety of Shelltown. To Qin Fong, they were naive fools. The village offered no shortcuts, no hidden treasures. It was a sanctuary for the weak, a place for the unprepared to delay their inevitable deaths. His focus was clear: survival, power, ascendancy, nothing else mattered. The exhilaration of his brief invisibility lingered, feeding his determination. Though short-lived, it gave him a taste of the advantage he now possessed, one he could call upon again and again. A glowing screen appeared before his eyes, revealing his current status. Codename Shadow. Profession: Shadow Deity. Hidden Assassin Class. Level 1. Non-tradable lifespan: 75 years. Tradable lifespan: 0 years. Attributes: Strength 10+3, Constitution 10+3, Agility 10+8, Spirit 10+5. The system clarified. Every player began with 10 points in each attribute. Bonus points were granted by their profession. In his past life as a warrior, Qin Fong's bonuses had been modest: strength and constitution, useful but limited. Now as Shadow, his agility surged with an additional 8 points. From the very beginning, he was faster than almost anyone. A new prompt appeared: 5 free points to allocate. Most players desperate for power poured their bonuses into strength or spirit, but Qin Fong thought differently. Power meant nothing if you were too slow to strike. In this world, a single monster attack could be fatal. Survival was about speed, about control. He allocated all 5 points to agility. His total shot to 13, and immediately he felt the difference. Faster, sharper, deadlier, a hunter forged in the shadows. That was when he heard it. A guttural sound, raw and unnatural, slithered through the air. His sharpened senses snapped toward the source. Emerging from the darkness was a grotesque figure, the level 1 creeper. The system marked its rank: normal. Its twisted body twitched with hunger, its pale eyes glowing with malice. This was the very same monster that had butchered the blonde woman's party. The wounds from their futile battle still marred its flesh, faint scars of their desperate resistance. Yet the beast remained strong, relentless, its hunger only sharpened. With a snarl, the creature lunged. Qin Fong's body moved instinctively, sidestepping with effortless grace. His speed turned combat into art, every motion precise, fluid, controlled. Agility wasn't just about evasion, it was mastery of the battlefield. The creeper's reputation was infamous. When it devoured a player, it absorbed their lifespan, feeding its growth. Each kill made it stronger, more evolved, more dangerous. Qin Fong's gaze flicked over its body, noting every scar left behind by the previous fight. They had tried valiantly, they had failed, and now the monster was his. With a flick of his wrist, he drew his short sword. Darkness coiled around him, a spectral aura that pulsed with deadly energy. His eyes glowed red as he reactivated latent image. In a blink, he was gone. The monster's head jerked violently, its senses straining to find him. It snarled, thrashing, but the shadow had already vanished from its sight. Then he struck. Qin Fong emerged from the void like a phantom, descending with lethal precision. His blade cut through the air, a perfect strike to break stealth. The boosted attack carried the devastating power of latent image, and the system confirmed it instantly. Damage dealt: 174. The creeper let out one final screech before its body collapsed, dissolving into a burst of energy that scattered into the night. Qin Fong stood tall in the silence, his blade dripping with shadows. One strike, one kill. The hunt had just begun. Qin Fo gained 10 experience points, but even he could not hide his astonishment. The sheer magnitude of the damage left him stunned. He had expected a strong strike, yet the result far exceeded anything he had imagined. The system quickly explained. The backstab skill had amplified the effect. When striking from behind or outside an enemy's vision, the damage doubled. This single mechanic turned Qin Fo into a lethal predator, swift, efficient, and utterly deadly. As the realization sank in, memories from his past life resurfaced. He remembered the endless battles he had endured as a warrior, Grueling, exhausting fights where even a critical hit barely dealt 40 points of damage. Each encounter had been a war of attrition, each creeper an insurmountable obstacle, leaving him battered and drained. But that was the past. This time, things were different. This time, he fought for himself. The rewards came swiftly. The system informed him that he had gained 3 days of tradable life, along with 54 years and 155 days of non-tradable life. Crushing the creeper's energy within his hand, Chinfo savored the surge of power. Yet the rewards were far from over. Another system prompt appeared. The authority of judgment had been activated. Chinfo was congratulated for unlocking a rare and extraordinary talent, infinite evolution. This ability granted evolution points each time he slew monsters in solo mode. These points could upgrade his skills, and every 24 hours he would automatically receive 5 points. Even more astounding, solo boss kills would yield 100% of the evolution points. Currently, he already had 5 points available. A thought struck him. Could infinite evolution allow the upgrading of skills themselves? In his past life, such a concept was unheard of. No matter what gear or skill books dropped, they remained fixed and unchanging. But this talent defied the very laws of the game. It hinted at limitless growth. His curiosity burned. Without hesitation, he selected 2 of his skills, Backstab and Shadow, for evolution. 4 points were consumed and the upgrade succeeded. His Shadow profession advanced to Bronze tier. Now he could stay in stealth for 12 to 16 seconds, fully invisible even while attacking. His first strike out of stealth increased in power from 60 to 80, and its cooldown dropped from 28 to 26 seconds. Meanwhile, Backstab evolved from poor to normal quality. Its passive effect now granted a 15% boost when striking from behind or outside an enemy's vision, up from 10%. The enhancements were staggering. Latent image stealth now lasted 16 seconds, and with mastery of invisibility, it doubled to 32. This meant he could remain in near perpetual stealth, enough to kill even a healthy creeper with a single blow. Reflecting, Chinfo realized how drastically this would have changed his earlier battle. What once had taken everything from him would now end in seconds. His strength and strategic potential had just reached new heights. But his thoughts were suddenly interrupted. You? Kill a monster solo? Don't make me laugh. Chinfo turned to see a muscular man standing proudly beside a girl. The girl, enamored by his build, addressed him as Ganji, praising his strength. With a body like yours, she said admiringly, you could probably defeat at least 10 monsters at once. Gangzi laughed arrogantly, patting his chest. Don't worry. With me here, you have nothing to fear. But Chinfo's sharp eyes caught movement above. A massive, spider-like creature hung from the branches, silently waiting. Neither Gangzi nor the girl noticed the imminent threat. Still smirking, Gangzi turned back to Chinfo. Why don't you join us? I'll protect you, he offered mockingly, clearly entertained by the thought of Chinfo struggling alone. But Chinfo did not answer. He had already recognized the monster. A nurse. A level 1 bronze rarity creature. He activated latent image, vanishing into invisibility. The girl gasped, pointing at the empty spot. Where did he go? Gangzi scoffed. Intimidated by my strength, of course. In that instant, the monstrous spider dropped from above, accompanied by a smaller one. Both crashed down mercilessly, crushing Ganji and the girl beneath them. The system identified the creatures: Elant, the nurse, a level 1 bronze rarity boss, and a baby spider, a common level 1 monster. Hidden in the shadows, still cloaked in invisibility, Chinfo watched the carnage unfold, his expression cold and detached. The nurse, with 1,600 health points, was far beyond what any novice could hope to handle. Its swarm of smaller spiders only made it deadlier, overwhelming even seasoned players. But for Chinfong, this was the perfect chance to test his newly evolved skills. Without hesitation, he lunged at the towering creature, breaking stealth with a decisive strike. His blade cut deep into the nurse's body, forcing a screech of agony as dark blood sprayed across the ground. The monster retaliated instantly, thrashing wildly to crush him, but Chinfong was already moving. With a fluid motion, he slid beneath its legs, narrowly escaping the massive swing. Another notification appeared before his eyes. 338 points of damage inflicted. A powerful blow, yet nowhere near enough to fell the beast. Almost immediately, another alert followed. 9 points of damage taken. A scratch at best, but it reminded him of his fragile 130 health points. A direct confrontation would mean certain death. And yet exhilaration coursed through him. To inflict more than 300 damage in a single strike, such power was intoxicating. The nurse's fury boiled over, its monstrous frame thrashed in all directions, a storm of legs and fangs, determined to strike its unseen foe. Chinfong knew these monsters were not mindless. They adapted, retaliated, and learned. This fight had only just begun. With the baby spider poised to attack, a reckless charge was out of the question. But Chinfong was no fool. As the nurse began weaving its web to retreat, he spotted his opportunity. A well-aimed stone, hurled with precision, slammed into the creature's abdomen, tearing open a gaping wound. 299 points of damage. Chinfong's lips curled into a grin. The system registered thrown rocks as legitimate attacks, and combined with his stealth multiplier, they carried the weight of deadly blows. He unleashed another stone. 279 points of damage. Each strike chipped away at the monster's immense health. Slowly, methodically, he wore it down. Then, a thunderous announcement echoed across Shelltown. The system proclaimed that a player named Shadow had slain the nurse, a bronze-ranked monster, becoming the first to reach level 2. The message reverberated through the starter village, sending ripples of shock among its players. Disbelief spread like wildfire. Countless novices had perished at the nurse's hands. How could anyone defeat it alone? Some whispered of exploits. Others stared silently at the leaderboard. Only one name stood there: Shadow. Among the stunned was the blonde girl from earlier. Her eyes widened in disbelief. Even common monsters had been too much for her team, and yet Shadow had toppled a bronze-ranked boss. Could the system have made a mistake? Gangzi, the muscular man who had boasted so arrogantly, stood frozen. A single realization struck him. Could that hooded figure they had mocked be Shadow? Back in the shadows, Qinfeng reveled in his triumph. The system chimed once more. 300 experience points earned, level 2 achieved, 2 evolution points gained, Shelltown leaderboard unlocked, and 1 reputation point awarded. As the nurse's corpse disintegrated into a burst of energy, he reflected briefly on the fight. With the boss defeated, the smaller spiders scattered. He regretted not killing them earlier for the extra experience, but the victory outweighed the loss. Then came his rewards: 46 days of tradable life, the bronze tier skillbook Hand of Avarice, a corrosion dagger that increased attack power by 35 and agility by 4, and 2 more evolution points. Intrigued, he focused on the new skill, Hand of Avarice, an assassin-exclusive ability with a 20% chance to extract additional loot from slain monsters. The only requirement, level 1 or higher. Qinfeng's eyes widened. A bronze-ranked boss had dropped something this rare? His thoughts immediately drifted back to his past life, to a player called God of Sin. Despite lacking in combat prowess, that man had risen to fame solely because of this very skill. His wealth and influence had grown so vast that he commanded his own personal guard. A sudden realization sent a thrill down Qinfeng's spine. If Hand of Avarice had a 20% success rate, then what would happen if it was enhanced with infinite evolution? The scene shifts back to the real world, where students are making their way to school. Among them is Qinfeng's younger sister, walking beside her friend. The friend urges her to call her brother and apologize, reminding her that they had skipped an important exam the previous day just to secretly support Songfi. He must be furious with you, the friend says. But the younger sister shakes her head, refusing. I didn't do anything wrong, she insists. It was his interference that made us miss Songfi Sip's century time. If anyone should apologize, it's Sepsim. Her friend tries to reason with her, reminding her of how good Qinfeng had always been to her. With a sigh, she even admits that she envies her for having such a caring brother, but the younger sister snaps coldly, cutting her off. Stop meddling. He's not even my real brother. I already have a brother, Songfi. As they arrive at school, the two notice a commotion in their classroom. A group of students has gathered around a desk, whispering in panic. Curious, the younger sister and her friend move closer, only to see something terrifying. Jiang Wei is slumped over his desk, his body slowly fading away, as if his very existence is being erased. The room falls into stunned silence. One girl, alarmed, shouts, "What's happening to Jiang Wei?" Another student, eyes wide with confusion, quickly responds. A few moments ago, Jiang Wei just said he wanted to take a nap, then he started disappearing, like he was vanishing into thin air. Murmurs spread through the classroom like wildfire. Whispers grow louder. Jiang Wei wasn't the only one. Social media is already flooded with similar reports from around the world. People are falling asleep and never waking up, their bodies turning translucent, caught between two worlds. No one can explain why it is happening, and fear begins to tighten its grip on the students. One girl, panic rising in her chest, fumbles for her phone. I need to call my parents, she says urgently, her voice trembling. We have to warn them. You should call your brother too. But Qinfeng's younger sister clenches her jaw, her eyes cold. I'm not calling him, she spits bitterly. I don't care. He's the one who caused all of this in the first place. He interfered with everything. If anyone should apologize, it's him. I hate him. Honestly, the world would be better off without him. The situation spirals out of control, both in reality and as Qinfeng knows all too well inside the game world. Meanwhile, in the game, Qinfeng's focus sharpens on the newly upgraded Hand of Avarice skill. A system notification confirms its evolution from a bronze-level ability to a gold-tier skill. His luck skyrockets. The success rate for obtaining extra loot jumps from 20% to a staggering 70%. Another notification follows. He has not only mastered the Hand of Avarice, but also gained 2 evolution points and an astonishing 46 days of transferable life. The windfall is overwhelming. Qinfeng's eyes gleam with excitement. He is now just 1 point away from maxing out the skill, which would guarantee a 100% success rate on loot drops. The thought alone sends adrenaline rushing through him. He activates latent image, slipping into invisibility, his mind racing. By now the entire world must know about the strange disappearances, people falling asleep and vanishing, fear spreading like wildfire. And with that fear will come desperation, an inevitable flood of new players entering the game. Chen Fang knows he must stay ahead. His priority is clear: secure stronger equipment before the rest catch up. A notification confirms that he has successfully equipped a corroded dagger, a bronze-tier weapon that boosts his attack power by 34 and increases his agility by 4. He smirks. Soon the world will realize the truth, that skills and equipment from the game can be transferred into reality. When that day comes, chaos will erupt. People will fight to claim the strongest loot and the most powerful abilities. But for now, Chen Fang has time. He knows extraction is a slow process. Reaching level 10 and amassing enough transferable life is essential. Killing ordinary monsters won't be enough. He must hunt stronger, more dangerous bosses. Suddenly, the sound of battle echoes through the distance. Steel clashing, cries of pain, the chaos of combat. Chen Fang moves swiftly to the edge of a cliff, peering down. Below, a group of players is locked in combat with a runner, a level 2 bronze-tier monster. Its speed and ferocity overwhelm them as it dodges their every strike. Chen Fang narrows his eyes. He hadn't expected to find this group here, but the rumors appear true. Among them is Wang Mang. When Wang Mang first entered the Gods game, he had reportedly assembled a team of 6 players, each with a hidden profession. The runner is formidable, but Wang Mang and his team are anything but ordinary. With a commanding gesture, Wang Mang activates his Holy Barrier skill. A golden shield envelops him, deflecting the runner's frenzied assault. Chen Fang observes intently. Wang Mang's hidden profession, Sacred Shield Warrior, grants him double the attributes of a normal warrior, along with a rare invincibility skill. Then a red-haired mage steps forward, chanting. A blazing fireball erupts from his hands and slams into the runner. The explosion rocks the battlefield, but the damage is minimal, barely 70 points. The battle has only just begun. Chen Fang quickly recognized the red-haired mage. She was a prophet mage, a hidden class that doubled a mage's spell damage and unlocked the devastating prophetic fireball ability. His eyes then shifted to the others. Among them was a sharp-eyed archer, wielding a long bow, capable of firing continuous arrows at twice the speed and power of a standard archer. And beside him stood an oracle priest, whose healing abilities were double that of an ordinary priest. Unlike common healers, this priest began with a powerful group healing skill, giving their team immense support. Despite their advantages, the runner proved far too fast. It evaded their strikes with ease, darting in and out with terrifying speed. Then, in a sudden burst of power, the monster shattered Wang Mang's holy barrier with a single blow, sending him crashing backward. The archer growled in frustration. "It's impossible to land a shot at that speed," he complained. The priest, calm and focused, began casting healing spells to stabilize the team. Wang Mang, resolute even under pressure, barked out orders. "Keep attacking. I'll tank. The priest will heal. We'll get him eventually." From his perch above, Chen Fang smirked. In theory, Wang Mang's strategy made sense, but the longer this dragged on, the greater the risk of drawing other enemies. And as if on cue, the shadows shifted, and new horrors emerged. Contaminators. Level 2 monsters, their bodies covered in thick, dark brown sludge. Unlike the runner, these abominations specialized in ranged attacks. Their sudden appearance turned the battlefield chaotic. Wang Mang's expression darkened as he realized the danger. One of his teammates swung a massive sword at them, but to everyone's shock, the attack barely scratched their defenses, only 33 points of damage. Chen Fang's cold gaze never wavered. The fight was about to take a deadly turn. The contaminators retaliated, spewing foul, sticky goo from their mouths. The stench was unbearable, the slime immobilizing the players where they stood. Their movement speed dropped to 0 as panic spread through their ranks. The red-haired mage screamed for help, running frantically as another contaminator chased her down. And that was when Chen Fang made his move. In a blur, he vanished from the hilltop. A heartbeat later, the contaminator pursuing the mage was cleaved apart in a single strike. Its body dissolved instantly into loot. The battlefield froze. The impossible had just happened. A contaminator slain in one blow. The mage's voice trembled. "Is someone helping us?" The swordsman gaped in disbelief. Even a level 1 tracker monster required coordinated strikes to bring down. Yet this was a level 2 contaminator destroyed in an instant. Before they could recover, another contaminator fell. A swift strike delivered a devastating 441 points of damage. The team's shock deepened. The swordsman turned to the mage, whispering, "Lizzie, did you see the attacker?" She shook her head, confused. "No, I didn't see anyone." But Wang Mang, steady as ever, regained his composure. "Stay focused. Whoever steps helping us is still out there, but we can lose sight of the real threat. The runner is still alive." Unseen, Qinfeng perched silently in a tree, cloaked by latent image, studying their every move. Suddenly, a system screen appeared before him. Victory confirmed. He had slain the contaminators, earning 40 experience points, 1 evolution point, and a new skill book, Poison Dart. Alongside it came 8 days of transferable life. Qinfeng grinned. Poison Dart was perfect for his assassin playstyle, designed for mid to long-range combat, inflicting continuous damage over time. He wasted no time. A flash of light confirmed its evolution. The skill had upgraded from normal to silver rank. Its stats were impressive: a 14-meter range, a base attack of 120 points, and the ability to poison targets, dealing 50% damage every second for 5 seconds. With only a 5-second cooldown, it was deadly efficient. His smirk widened. With this he could kill enemies before they even realized what struck them. Back on the battlefield, Wang Mang's situation grew worse. The runner tore through his defenses, claws ripping deep into his side. Blood poured from his wounds as his shield clattered to the ground. His teammates screamed in horror, while the priest tried desperately to heal him. But with the runner's talons still lodged in his body, the magic failed to take effect. Agony twisted Wang Mang's face as he forced out one final order: flee now. But before anyone could move, a blur cut through the air. A projectile struck the runner square in the face, exploding on impact. The damage reading glowed across the battlefield. 845 points. The runner reeled back, its health bar sliced nearly in half from a single strike. The tide of battle had shifted, yet the players still had no idea who their mysterious savior truly was. Wang Mang's teammates stood frozen in disbelief as the runner's health plummeted. The monster convulsed violently, blood gushing from its wound. With one final agonizing wail, it released Wang Mang's battered body, sending him crashing to the ground. Desperate to survive, Wang Mang clawed at the dirt, trying to crawl away, but the monster's shrieks only grew louder. Its health drained rapidly, 324 points per second, until finally, the beast collapsed. Its body crumpled to the earth, consumed by the relentless poison damage. Before Qinfeng, a system screen materialized. His strike alone had accounted for more than 90% of the runner-sep's total health, securing the loot rights entirely for himself. The notification was clear: bronze-level boss slain. 600 experience points earned. A second prompt followed, congratulating him for reaching level 3. His rewards were 2 evolution points and 55 days of transferable life. Standing tall, radiating an aura of effortless dominance, Qinfeng assessed the battle's outcome. He hadn't expected the poison dart's continuous damage to synergize so perfectly with his break invisibility skill and assassin mechanics. The realization struck him like lightning: by combining his stealth with endless poison volleys, he could remain unseen indefinitely, an unstoppable phantom whittling enemies down until no monster could stand against him. Meanwhile, Wang Mang, pale and trembling, watched as the runner's body dissolved into loot before his eyes. The pain of being impaled had felt disturbingly real, blurring the line between game and reality. But before he could even approach the glowing rewards, the loot vanished, claimed in an instant by someone he couldn't even see. Struggling to his feet, Wang Mang lowered his head. "I may not know who saved us," he admitted, voice filled with gratitude, "but I am thankful." From the shadows, Qinfeng Sit's voice echoed coldly: "You shouldn't be so trusting, especially in a wilderness like this." Wang Mang nodded, humbled by the unseen warrior Sip's words. "I understand. Thank you for the reminder. I won't disturb you while you check your loot. My name is Wang Mang. If you ever need help in the future, don't hesitate to ask." His surviving teammates clung to one another, relieved to have survived the ordeal. Meanwhile, Qinfeng remained silent, his gaze fixed on the loot orb glowing in his palm. The Hand of Avarice had proven to be his greatest asset yet, its rewards exceeding every expectation. Wang Mang had shown both resolve and leadership, and beyond that, he carried influence. His ties to the Dao organization made him a man of connections and wealth. A calculating thought crossed Qinfeng's mind. To maximize his growth, he needed more than power alone. He needed a stable sales channel, a way to offload gear he didn't need, stockpile transferable life, and accelerate his path to dominance. Without hesitation, he activated Hand of Avarice on the loot. A system notification appeared at once. Skill successful. 3 evolution points. 55 days transferable life. Bronze tier item acquired, running leather leggings. The item's stats glimmered before his eyes: physical defense boosted by 9 points, elemental resistance enhanced by 5 points, and cooldown speed reduced by 15%. Requirements: level 2, a threshold he had already surpassed. Qinfeng's eyes narrowed. His inventory brimmed with equipment across multiple classes, an enviable haul by anyone's standards. Once his backpack reached capacity, he would return to Shelltown, trade the excess, and convert it into more transferable life. His pace of growth was already far beyond what it had been in his past life. A dark smile curved his lips. If things continued this way, Songfei would never see the strike coming. But elsewhere, the scene shifted. A struggling group of players fought desperately against waves of runners and contaminators. Their formation collapsed as monsters surged from every direction. One of them, voice breaking with fear, urged his comrades to flee. But it was already too late. A towering monstrosity emerged from the darkness, its grotesque form radiating menace. Before the players could even scream, parts of its body shot outward like arrows, piercing them with unrelenting speed. One after another they fell, wiped out in the blink of an eye. Their lives extinguished, their hope erased. Moments later, the players reappeared in Shelltown, their respawn a harsh reminder of their failure. Frustration boiled over as curses filled the air, each of them lamenting the unfairness of this world. Monsters always seemed to appear in relentless packs, and worse, when their health ran low, they would flee, showing an intelligence far more terrifying than anyone had expected. One player raised the pressing concern. How are we supposed to leave the game when we can still even reach level 3? Another grimly explained the harsh truth. The only way to exit is by reaching level 3. Until then we set trapped. A third added his warning, recounting a chilling tale. A group of 40 players had once accidentally summoned a boss monster known as the Damned. With a single devastating skill, it had wiped out 30 of them instantly. Elsewhere, the blonde girl and her team had also respawned in Shelltown. Fear and despair were etched into their faces. If they couldn't reach level 3, they would remain trapped forever. Clenching her fists, the blonde girl voiced a terrifying realization. This isn't just a game, we entered it after falling asleep, which means only our consciousness is here. If we don't escape soon, our real bodies will die from starvation. Her words sent a chill through her team. The assassin in her group added nervously, "We've already died 3 times, we have less than 10 years of tradable life left." But before he could continue, she cut him off. "No, dying again is set an option." Just then, the Shelltown leaderboard flashed before them, displaying the current player rankings. Their eyes widened in shock. At the very top stood the mysterious shadow figure, Qin Fong, already at level 3. Below him were Wang Mang and Balala, still struggling at level 1. The blonde girl's mind raced. How is he leveling up so fast? He must know something we don't. Determination flared in her eyes as she made a bold decision. "Spread the word. If Shadow Guy can help us escape by reaching level 3, I'll pay him 10 million in cash when we return to the real world." Her smirk carried confidence. No one can refuse an offer that lucrative. Back in the game world, Qin Fong was already cutting down contaminators with ease, his poison dart skill striking with deadly precision. Another system notification confirmed his latest kill, a level 2 contaminator, granting him 20 experience points and 1 evolution point. Without hesitation, he chose to evolve his most valuable ability. A confirmation screen appeared, deducting 5 evolution points. Hand of Avarice had ascended from Platinum tier to Jade tier. The system explained its upgrades. Loot gain had increased from 110% to 160%, and now there was even a 20% chance that the rarity of items could rise by 1 tier. Qin Fong's eyes gleamed with excitement. A skill that could increase loot rarity was priceless. If this trend continued, it could grow into something beyond imagination. But then, his attention shifted. In the distance, an ominous presence stirred. A towering, grotesque figure loomed, the same entity players had whispered about with fear, the Damned. Recognition was instant. The system identified it as a bronze-level boss. Its monstrous frame radiated oppressive power as it devoured the glowing blue remnants of fallen players. Qin Fong's sharp gaze noted every detail. The beast was feeding, evolving into a silver-level boss. Judging by the number of remnants, it had already killed at least 40 players. Yet Qin Fong didn't panic. His inventory was full, leaving him no space to store more loot. This was a problem, but also an opportunity. The monster's evolution would take time, giving him the chance to return to Shelltown, offload his gear, and come back prepared. Marking the location carefully on his map, he made his decision. Activating his elite shadow skill, Qin Fong melted into the darkness, vanishing without a trace. The hunt was far from over. This was only the beginning. In a small town on the edge of the region, the townspeople buzzed with excitement. Rumors flew. Someone was willing to pay 10 million to have Dark Shadow guide them to level 3. The danger was real. Dying repeatedly reduced a player's lifespan, and while the wealthy were finding ways to survive, ordinary people felt they had no chance. Suddenly, Qin Fang appeared before the crowd. The system panel materialized in front of him, and he announced, "I am selling equipment and skills. The shop will be open for 10 minutes. First come, first served." The spectators were stunned to see him selling items. "Who is this? When did he appear?" someone whispered. Qin Fang wore 2 pieces of bronze-grade equipment, and had 2 more listed for sale. Had he defeated a bronze-grade boss? A player at the back squinted. "Look at his name, Dark Shadow. Is that the top-ranked player on the leaderboard? Another player wondered why they could not see his face clearly. Qinfeng had activated the face covering feature. Since a player's in-game appearance matched their real-life face, many preferred to hide their identity. So mysterious, murmured a red-haired girl as she inspected an item. How much for the ice chisel technique? Asked Jin Gong, offering an exorbitant price, 100 days of transferable lifespan. The red-haired girl, whom Qinfeng recognized as Grey Rose 11th on the Seashell Town leaderboard, pleaded, 100 days is too much. Can you lower it? Qinfeng explained plainly, the common-grade ice chisel technique greatly speeds a mage's leveling. In the early stages, 100 days is already a bargain. The red-haired girl turned to her teammates. Can I use cash? She asked. If you have cash, you can buy lifespan from others and trade it to me, Qinfeng suggested. If no one bids higher, I'll hold it for you. She asked the team to wait while she consulted them. In team chat, Baldy replied gratefully, thanks to your guidance we reached level 2 so quickly. I have no objections. The cloaked man nodded in agreement. Me too. With the ice chisel technique, our leveling will speed up. Let's focus on reaching level 3. Okay, the red-haired girl said. Transfer the 100 days of transferable lifespan to me. I will pay you cash after we return to reality. She sent the lifespan and the system confirmed. You have sold Ice Spike Skillbook. You have received 100 days of transferable lifespan. Qinfeng's balance rose. His transferable lifespan increased from 268 days to 368 days. Zhen Li cheered inwardly. She had finally found Dark Shadow. Zhen Li then laid down a condition. Dark Shadow, I will give you a chance. Guide me to level 3, and I will pay you 10 million in cash when we return to reality. Nearby players exchanged astonished glances. The rumor about 10 million was true, 10 million for a single guide. Qinfeng recognized her. So it is Zhang Li, he thought. In a past life, she had led a criminal organization until it was destroyed by the authorities. She boasted often, my father is chairman of Dajiang Enterprise. Do not worry about payment. He had seen her use cash to buy transferable lifespan, and to coerce others into slavery. Those who disobeyed sometimes paid with their lives in reality. Qinfeng did not want to be entangled with someone like her. Zhang Li pressed her advantage. Dark Shadow, you may be strong in the game, but follow me and I will make you rich. Cars, houses, beauties. You can have it all. Her voice turned sharp when he refused. If you refuse, do not interfere with my business. Cash will be worthless. Transferable lifespan will be the only currency. Qinfeng's answer was cold and decisive. Say one more word and I will kill you until your lifespan runs out. The killing intent in his voice was palpable. Players nearby backed away instinctively. Zhang Li's subordinates scurried to pull her away. Let us go, she snapped, huffing with suppressed anger. The system confirmed another sale. You have sold Mysterious Light Cloak Bronze Grade. You have received 19 days of transferable lifespan. Qinfeng's total climbed from 527 days to 546 days. Relieved, Qinfeng closed his shop. All right, sold out. Closing shop, he told himself. He felt stronger now, ready to confront the curse wielder. He kept his plans secret. At this stage, no one knew that transferable lifespan could be used to withdraw skills into reality, or that the divine artifact game threatened the order of the real world. Around him, players admired Dark Shadow. So cool, someone said. Qinfeng did not care about their praise. The real-world status symbols that others flaunted would soon be meaningless. Only personal strength mattered to him. Zhang Li seethed. That Dark Shadow not only rejected my offer but dared threaten me. When I get back to reality, I will drag him out and deal with him, she vowed. As she and her group retreated, Li Jun, also known as Lao Mao, stepped from an alley and introduced himself. Hello Sister Lizzie, I'm Li Jun. I'm currently level 2 and know some leveling tips. If you want, I can guide you to level up. Does that 10 million offer still stand? The question floated in the air, but Qinfeng had already turned his attention elsewhere. He had closed the shop, counted his gains, and prepared for the next move. The game had become more than a contest. It was a battlefield where lifespan, power, and survival intertwined, and only those who understood that truth would stand a chance. Zhang Li's curiosity about Li Jun was palpable. Tips? What tips? She asked, eyeing him closely. Li Jun, however, smirked. I wouldn't tell anyone else, but since it's Sister Li, I'll make an exception, he said, leaning slightly forward. He briefly explained. To level up quickly in the current situation, put all 5 of your initial attribute points into agility. That way, our maximum running speed will be enough to outrun the golem walkers. Do you understand? Zhang Li was stunned as the information sank in. Her anger melted instantly. So that's how it's supposed to be played, she murmured. Damn it, I already put all 5 points into strength. You're actually quite capable. Alright, lead me to level up. Never mind, luckily I met someone who knows what's going on. She made a deal with Li Jun but added a caveat. You stir not as strong as Dark Shadow. I can pay you 5 million. Is that acceptable? Li Jun nodded without hesitation. Lead me to level 3, and I will pay you cash when we return to reality. No problem. Meanwhile, Qin Feng had taken a vantage point in a tree, observing the curse wielder. Its energy was immense, confirming his suspicions. The boss had advanced to silver grade. Gray mist enveloped its entire body as it continued leveling up. Qin Feng had already prepared poison darts. It would take 7 to 8 hours for it to go from silver to gold. I'm too lazy to wait, he muttered, decisively throwing a series of poison darts. Stealth strike. The curse wielder's power dropped rapidly. 219. 219. Qin Feng analyzed carefully. A silver grade boss had 2 to 3 times the health of a bronze grade boss. Laughing quietly, he noted that the boss concentrated its power into a magic orb. Chirp, chirp, chirp. But Qin Feng was calm. Just 2 or 3 more poison darts, and it's over. The curse wielder attacked the tree Qin Feng stood on, but it was too fast to hit him. As a magic-type boss, most of its skills had wide-area effects with extreme damage. Qin Feng threw a dart and immediately retreated, barely escaping its range. Any hit in his current state would have been fatal. Noting the boss's power focus atop its head, Qin Feng reminded himself, I have to wait for the Shadow Mel skill to cool down and strike when the boss is exhausted. He calculated a safe retreat and vanished from sight, leaving the curse wielder confused. This was the moment. The poison darts had drained its energy. Stealth strike again, 659 weakness points. The boss screamed in pain, crawling across the ground. Everything was going according to Qin Feng's plan. The curse wielder's health plummeted as it attempted to flee. Qin Feng smiled. This was far more efficient than struggling blindly. He channeled all his strength into the final attack. The system confirmed. You have killed the silver grade curse wielder. You have received 1,800 experience points. Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 5. You have received 4 evolution points. You have received 124 days of transferable lifespan. Qin Feng Sip's efforts had paid off. 2 levels gained at once, 4 additional evolution points, and an extra skill, Greedy Hand. The system messaged, successfully activated Greedy Hand skill. One of your loot items has been upgraded from silver to gold grade. Qin Feng watched in awe. The silver grade boss had dropped 7 or 8 items, but his inventory only had 10 slots. I can't keep going back to clear out my inventory after every boss fight. That would be a waste of time. I hope this boss drops a space ring or something, he mused. Meanwhile, back in the town, Jin Li's excitement had peaked. She finally survived the ordeal and returned safely. Fringe-haired players like her were grateful to Wang Mang, acknowledging that thanks to his guidance, they had leveled up to 3 smoothly and made it back to town without incident. The game was no longer just about luck. Strategy, preparation, and keen observation determined who would survive and thrive, and Qin Feng, as always, was at the very center of it all. Jin Li nodded in agreement. That is right, Brother Wang Mang is too strong, she said modestly, though she quickly added, this is the result of everyone's joint effort. Yet a curl of disappointment tugged at her lips. Boo-hoo. It is a pity I did not get to befriend that boss. It must be because I was covered in mud. The big shot thought I was dirty and did not want to befriend me. A nearby player teased her. Maybe if you had been wearing the new equipment that dropped, the big shot would have accepted your friend request. The crowd watched eagerly as the leaderboard updated. First place, Dark Shadow, Assassin, level 5. Second place, Wang Mang, Warrior, level 3. Third place, Bala Lala, Warrior, level 3. Dark Shadow had vaulted to level 5. Shock rippled through the players. What? From level 3 to level 5 directly? Did he kill some super boss? Someone whispered. I saw the big shot selling equipment 10 minutes ago. He leveled up 2 levels so quickly. One admirer spoke boldly. My sister is 18 this year. I wonder if the big shot will take a fancy to her. If so, I will benefit too. Maybe I will get carried to level up. Another scoffed. Even 10 million is not enough to catch his eye. Wang Mang's subordinates were furious. Damn it, we are still stuck at level 3 while he jumps to level 5. How are we supposed to survive? Wang Mang, though thoughtful, quieted them. Let us not say too much for now. Let us return to reality first and inform our relatives and friends about the situation in the Divine Artifact game. He worried aloud that their loved ones might be in danger. The world itself might tilt toward chaos. His teammates agreed, and they logged out. Wang Mang awoke, head spinning. His teammate shouted with relief. Look, Brother Wang is awake. Tell the captain. Brother Wang is awake. The crew cut man rushed over. Brother Wang, how do you feel? Are you okay? Everyone panicked when you fainted. They described his semi-transparent state in the game and blamed themselves for not keeping watch. Wang Mang, still shaken, ordered, quick, gather everyone immediately. Something big has happened. At the police station, the report replayed. They had formed a team of hidden classes, been nearly wiped out, and were saved by a player nicknamed Dark Shadow. When Wang Mang reached level 3, Dark Shadow leapt straight to level 5. The officials in the room were stunned. If he skipped 2 levels in a row and is already level 5, would he not be the global leader? How did he do it? Maybe he killed another boss. Before Wang Mang could answer, a colleague interjected, "According to your timeline, Dark Shadow reached level 3 an hour ago. Why has he not returned to reality yet? Does he have no one to inform?" Wang Mang had little information, and could only close his eyes in helplessness. At that moment, Anu, sitting nearby, pointed toward the sky and offered a thought. Could Dark Shadow be a transmigrator? In novels, transmigrators are often orphans who rise quickly. Laughter and rebukes followed. "Do not joke. This is serious." A man scolded her gently. "I told you not to read too many novels." A calm analyst in the room began to piece the facts together. The reports from those who returned matched Wang Mang's account. There were new studies showing that some elderly people died immediately after falling asleep. After comparing testimonies, a terrifying conclusion emerged. Players who died repeatedly in the Divine Artifact game suffered lifespan reduction in reality. In other words, when lifespan dropped inside the game, it had fatal consequences outside. Fear and superstition spread. One timid voice called it a supernatural event beyond comprehension, but the conference could not afford superstition. This was potentially an invasion by an unknown force. In the emergency meeting, urgent voices decided to act. Higher authorities issued a directive to establish vanguard teams in every region to explore the Divine Artifact game and to share all findings. The aim was to assemble a professional force quickly. "This is an event that affects the entire world," a senior officer warned. "Other countries are studying this game as well. If we fall behind, we will lose our advantage in the international race. Therefore, at any cost, we must collect as much information as possible." A command followed. "You are appointed captain of Team 1. The newly chosen captain rose and replied loudly, "Yes, Wang will be deputy captain. You two may choose your teammates," the officer concluded. The room hummed with urgency. Faces were pale, voices tight with fear, but resolve had set in. The game was no longer a pastime. It had become a global crisis. Those chosen to step forward now carried not only their own lives, but the fragile safety of others. Wang Mang calmly accepted the orders. "Yes," he replied, his expression steady. The man overseeing the operation considered Wang Mang's report carefully. From the way he described Dark Shadow, this extraordinary player did not seem malicious. "We can attempt to approach him," the man thought. Appointing Anu Yu as captain was deliberate. She was best suited to investigate Dark Shadow's identity. He addressed the group seriously. "I hope you can determine his real identity, and if possible, establish a cooperative relationship with Dark Shadow to collect information for the government." He then turned to the others in the room. "Your primary task now is to maintain social stability. Understand?" The team nodded in unison, and the man dismissed them with a loud, "Dismissed." Not long after, under the warm glow of a late afternoon sunset, a high school in the bustling capital came into view. Inside one classroom, 3 female students whispered among themselves. Zheng Wei remarked, "People in the same area appear in the same newbie town if they sleep at the same time." "Really?" another asked. "I have to go home. I need to bring my parents into the game. They sip never played before. I sip am afraid they won sit adapt." "Don't put yourself in danger," the first advised. "We can level up first, then go back to support our parents later." Meanwhile, Xiao Yu sat quietly, staring at her phone. Unlike her friends, she was silent, but her mind raced. Qinfang hadn't reacted, not even apologized, and her pride bristled. She remembered throwing things in anger before, and how Qinfang had always coaxed her. Today though, he had not only ignored her tantrum but had struck her, leaving a painful bandage on her cheek. Her thoughts turned to the concert she had skipped class to attend. "Qinfang is a jerk. If you don't apologize 1,000 times, I will never forgive you," she fumed, her eyes flashing. Despite her anger, excitement returned. She remembered Sunfly at the concert, dancing under the crowd's cheer. His cocky pouting face appeared in her mind and her admiration melted into longing. "I miss you so much," she whispered to herself. Then realization struck. If sleeping meant entering the game, Brother Sunfly must have entered too. Her cheeks flushed, and she covered her face in excitement. "If I enter the game, I can find him." Determined, she removed her uniform. She knew that Dark Shadow had leveled to 3 so quickly. He must be an expert, and she needed his guidance. Elsewhere, Zhong Wei was with friends when his phone pinged. A message from Qin Xiao Yu appeared. "Great God Zhong Wei, any guidance for a newbie?" Grinning mischievously, he thought, "Even a proud goddess like her is asking me for guidance. This is a God-given opportunity." He quickly replied, "Xiao Yu, you've asked the right person. Here's a secret. When you enter the game, put all your initial attribute points into agility. Otherwise, you'll be killed by monsters." Xiao Yu asked, "What if I stim a mage? Do I still need agility?" "Absolutely," Zhong Wei explained. Agility is not useless for mages, it increases casting speed, which is crucial in the early stages. Xiao Yu continued to worry. Even with agility I still can beat them, boo-hoo. Zheng Wei, noticing her concern, reassured her. Don't worry. Once someone in the town reaches level 5, the teleportation array activates. You can form a team and level up first. When the teleport opens, I still find you and guide you. Xiao Yu's excitement surged. She clenched her hands, hugged her pillow and thought, these simps are still useful. I entered and found someone to carry me to level up. Hemph, Qinfeng, I gave you a chance. Now I going into the game right away. Don't think about me relying on you. In the game world, Qinfeng knelt before burning flames, holding aloft a gold-plated ring radiating light. The system panel appeared. Gold curse ring. Usable for all classes. All attributes. 8. Dark elemental resistance plus 26. Weakness damage ratio 0.1. Equipment requirement, level 4. Qinfeng's excitement surged. Each attribute added 8 points, equivalent to 32 attribute points, far more than others could achieve by reaching level 3. The ring also boosted dark elemental resistance, invaluable against magical creatures, and increased the default weakness damage ratio from 1.5 to 1.6. Qinfeng grinned. Not bad at all. The discovery of the gold curse ring marked another step in his rapid progression, solidifying his advantage in the game and drawing him ever closer to the mysteries and challenges that awaited. Suddenly, Qinfeng's attention was drawn to another detail. The system panel materialized once more, displaying a new skill. Instant Shadow Slash, Silver Assassin skill. Dashes in one direction up to 15 meters. Enters stealth state for 5 seconds. Strikes 3 times all enemies along the way. Cooldown, 1210.43 seconds. Level requirement, level 4. Slash range, 2.1 meters. Each slash adds 100 attack power. 100% considered a sneak attack, but cannot trigger weakness damage. Qinfeng knelt on the ground under the pouring rain as dazzling rays of light radiated around him. This was a powerful mobile area of effect skill with stealth capabilities, a perfect skill to learn immediately. Not long after, Qinfeng turned his attention to upgrading his abilities further. He had a few remaining evolution points and decided to enhance Greedy Hand first. The system panel quickly updated. 8 evolution points were consumed, leaving 4 remaining. Greedy Hand, Emerald, Diamond, Assassin skill. Can be used on monster corpses. 160%, 220% chance of receiving an additional loot item. Additional loot item has a 20% 40% chance to increase in quality by 1 level. As expected, this meant that killing monsters would yield far more loot than before. Even one monster could now provide multiple valuable drops. With the remaining 4 evolution points, Qinfeng upgraded Instant Shadow Slash to level 3. The system confirmed the upgrade, consuming 3 points and leaving 1. The skill now scaled with rank. Silver 15 M-, Stealth 5S, 3 slashes, plus 100 attack per slash. Gold Axen meter dash, Stealth 6 N 4 slashes, 150 attack per slash. Platinum einen 20 meter dash, Stealth 7 Sekunden, 5 slashes, 200 attack per slash. Streams of light green energy spread around Qinfeng in the sky. The cooldown remained unchanged, but he didn't mind. Instant Shadow Slash alone granted near-infinite stealth and mobility. He was about to focus on other skills when a soft sound came from behind. Turning, he saw monsters charging forward. Calm as ever, Qinfeng prepared to test his newly upgraded skill. Level 4 Great Shiba Golem Walker appeared. Perfect timing, he thought. He unleashed Instant Shadow Slash. The slash is visible even through the rain. The system quickly updated. Level 4 Great Shiba Golem Walker. Defeated. 80 experience points received. 5 days of transferable lifespan received. Qinfeng surveyed the battlefield, satisfied. The speed of monster kills had increased dramatically. Poison darts now seemed inefficient by comparison. Fewer attacks meant fewer risks. Standing amidst the thick darkness, his eyes were razor sharp. Currently, Qinfeng's transferable lifespan had reached 618 days. To withdraw skills and equipment into reality, he needed at least 2.5 years, or 900 days. He resolved to make a trip back to sell his inventory items, ensuring he met the minimum requirements. Once he reached level 10, he could bring his equipment and skills into the real world. As he lingered in the rain, a voice nearby caught his attention. "Congratulations, miss, on leveling up to level 3. Can you fulfill your promise now?" Nearby, a group of strangers discussed the deal. Among them, a girl stood with her back to Qinfeng. "Don't worry," she said. "Our Dajang group has no shortage of money. Let's log out to reality. Here's my phone number, contact me directly. Sell me all your transferable lifespan. I'll pay 10,000 per day." A man walking with them laughed. No problem. I said it before. Dark Shadow is truly blind. He doesn't instead even care about a big shot like her. We still meet in reality later. Beneath the calm exterior, everyone was motivated by self-interest. Lifespan could always be farmed again. The real goal was converting in-game power into real-world money. Meanwhile, in an ancient town with towering buildings, a cloaked figure raised a hand, gathering energy. The teleportation formation reactivated, and the system confirmed. Teleportation formation in Seashell Town activated. Reputation points, +1. 1 free teleport per day. Additional teleports consume transferable lifespan. Qinfeng analyzed the situation carefully. Teleportation formations in starting towns were two-way. One side alone was useless. Someone from the paired town had to reach level 5 to activate the return. He recalled that Song Fei hailed from Firefly Town in his previous life, and set a reminder to track the activation. Yet for now, teleportation was secondary. His primary goal remained level 10 and entering the continent forsaken by the gods, where the true challenges of the divine artifact game awaited. An ancient castle and verdant lands materialized in his mind's eye, the threshold of the game's real beginning. Qinfeng sat down on the ground, deep in thought. At that moment the system panel popped up again, and the mat in front of him began to glow intensely. A message appeared: cheap sale of equipment and skills for only 10 minutes. First come, first served. The crowd around him erupted in excitement. Damn, the big shot has appeared again, someone shouted. The big shot has finally arrived. ISEF prepared 150 days of lifespan, just waiting to buy his goods. Qinfeng observed calmly. Last time the big shot had sold the ice chisel technique, which had helped Grey Rose climb to the top 2 of the leaderboard. This time, there might even be a skill book. 4 mages around him were already reacting to the sale. One of them shouted, "Wow, a skill book," but it turned out to be a silver-grade battle shout for warriors. A man quickly purchased the scroll. The system panel confirmed. Transaction successful. Received 300 days of transferable lifespan. Many players hesitated. 300 days of lifespan for a skill scroll, is it worth it? Someone asked. Experienced players quickly calculated warriors equipped with this skill could double their monster farming speed. In less than 2 days, the invested lifespan could be farmed back. Yet such wise buyers were few, quickly drowned out by the crowd clamoring for the remaining items. Qinfeng watched the system panel as the sale progressed. Within a minute, all items were sold, earning a total of 650 days of transferable lifespan, bringing his total to 2,174 days. Still, it was not enough. To withdraw all levels, attributes, professions, equipment, and skills from the divine artifact game into reality, he needed more. The crowd noticed Qinfeng had stopped trading. Some cried, while others begged, "Boo-hoo. I didn't have time to buy anything. Big shot, will you sell here again next time?" At that moment, a girl blocked his path. "Big shot, I have a treasure. Do you want it?" In her hand was a space ring, a rare storage item with 12 slots that didn't occupy backpack or equipment space. Each player could carry a maximum of 3 storage backpacks. Qinfeng Sif's eyes widened in surprise. Such an item was extremely rare, and few had it this early in the game. Approaching her, he asked, "How much for it?" The girl smiled gently. "I don't need your lifespan, I just want to be friends. Also, I want to invite you to team up to hunt a boss." Qinfeng had no reason to refuse. Within moments the system confirmed, player Hybel NDC has accepted your friend request. He walked away from the crowd with her. Curious, he asked, "What boss?" The girl looked up. "A gold-grade boss." "And its name?" he pressed. The girl hesitated. "It sits too far away to see clearly. It sits on a rotten, tattered ship in the swamp." Qinfeng's suspicion flared. A rotten ship with magical light. Could it be the Gold Ghost ship, a special rare boss that could appear at any level, dropping highly valuable items? Guilds often waged full-scale wars to claim it. Finding it in the starting town meant it was likely level 5, the easiest level for an initial kill. Qinfeng glanced at the girl and felt a rising excitement. To have a rare boss appear so early, for her to drop a space ring, and for her to be part of Wang Mang's team, it all seemed too fortuitous. He looked at her and asked, "How did you discover this gold boss?" The girl seemed to remember, lifting her head. "After dinner I logged in early to follow the captains to level up. They were so slow, so I went for a walk to cool off, and accidentally found this gold-grade boss under a cliff." Qinfeng's eyes gleamed. Fate had just handed him an opportunity too perfect to ignore. Having reached this point, Qinfeng's doubts vanished. The pieces in his mind finally formed a complete picture. In his previous life, rumors circulated that within Wang Mang's team, there was a member with the lucky koi carp physique, someone who could stumble upon rare bosses, treasure chests, dungeons and shrines simply by wandering around. Back then, Qin Fong had dismissed it as a smokescreen by the game authorities to hide information. Now he realized it was true, and it was her. So engrossed in his thoughts, Qin Fong did not notice the little girl Sip's eyes widening in alarm at his intense gaze. Her cheeks flushed as she stammered. Big shot. Why are you looking at me like that? Qin Fong replied awkwardly, it sets nothing. The two walked side by side, oblivious to a figure who had been secretly watching them. That person immediately ran back to his gang, where a member was still boasting, remember that year I was the sand table overlord and conquered the entire sand city with my brothers time and time again. Brothers, follow me, I guarantee a good life. The watcher rushed up, breathless. Boss, that kid just left the town with a girl. The gang member turned and laughed contemptuously. Ha ha ha. He Sep's inexperienced. He can set even level up properly without taking a girl along. Brothers, follow me. Meanwhile, Qin Fong strolled with the girl. I can help fight the boss, he said softly. But if the boss drops equipment or skill books that you can use, you get them. Everything else belongs to me. How Sep's that? She looked puzzled. Ah, what about Captain Wang Mang? Qin Fong replied indifferently. Your team has all kinds of professions. If it doesn't set drop equipment for assassins, then I set be fighting the boss for free. The girl decided it wasn't worth arguing and went along. Then she hesitantly asked, but, can I make a small request? Qin Fong answered coldly, speak. Her face flushed. If the boss drops equipment for Captain Wang Mang, can you lower the selling price a little when selling it back to him? Qin Fong considered it trivial and agreed without hesitation. No problem. The girl added, okay, we sell set off when Captain Wang Mang is online. And where are we going now? She asked, curiosity flickering in her eyes. We're going to that gold boss, Qin Fong replied casually. Her face turned pale. Big shot. You stir an assassin and can hide, but I can withstand even a few hits. Qin Fong walked calmly. I sipped him enough by myself, you just stay in a safe place and watch. The girl trembled, still unsure if she believed him. Kill a gold boss alone, even knowing he was strong, it sounded arrogant. Suddenly Qin Fong vanished, leaving only tendrils of shadowy light in his place. The girl Sip's voice trembled. Big shot, where did you go? Not far off. The earlier hooligans watched from behind trees, laughing. Boss, that dark shadow disappeared. Haha, he must have abandoned her in the wilderness. They charged toward the girl with ill intent. Go, we will take her back, play with her a bit, and then decide. Follow me and you'll have a good life. Look, the beauty is coming. But before they could act, Qin Fong reappeared, a blurry silhouette surrounded by black tendrils that blocked the moonlight. The hooligans screamed. Ah! Qin Fong's expression was icy. Without a word, he unleashed his ultimate skill. Instant shadow slash. Blood splattered across the forest. Before they could comprehend what was happening, the hooligans had fallen, leaving the system to notify Qin Fong. You have killed 5 players, receiving a total of 12 days of transferable lifespan. Clicking his tongue in disdain, Qin Fong muttered, too poor. It's steps like killing 2 small monsters. The girl, wide-eyed, asked cautiously, hey, big shot, where did you just go? Qin Fong replied slowly, there were a few people following us. I sent them back to town. She relaxed, thinking he had attended to some private matter. That's Sip's right, big shot. With your stealth skills, going anywhere must be convenient. Qin Fong was momentarily dazed by her words but quickly refocused. Now lead the way to the boss you mentioned, he said, turning toward their next destination. The scene cut to a neighborhood on the outskirts, where adventure and danger awaited. Xiao Yu appeared, a mysterious magic circle glowing beneath her feet. She blinked in surprise as she stepped into the new area. Wow, it feels so real. I can even feel the texture under my feet, she whispered to herself. Clutching her magic staff tightly, she added with satisfaction. Great, I've got the hidden profession, Life Priestess. It must be powerful. Now I can definitely be worthy of Brother Song Fi. I wonder how is Brother Song Fi doing? Does he know the secret about the initial attribute points? Her face darkened with worry for a moment. It's okay. I have a hidden profession now. Plus, Jiang Wei is willing to guide me to level up. Qin Fong, you can just live and die. I won't care about you anymore, she muttered under her breath. Looking up at the leaderboard, she examined the rankings. Leaderboard nickname, level. First, Dark Shadow, level 6. Second, Grey Rose, level 5. Third, Bala Lane, level 5. Wow, the top player is already level 6? Her expression twisted in disbelief. Jiang Wei was only level 3. Yet here was Dark Shadow, boasting a level far beyond him. This Dark Shadow, he really is the big shot. If I can stick close to him, I'll level up faster than Jiang Wei. But, where can I find him? Meanwhile, Wang Mangstid's group was growing anxious. Damn it, we can set contact Su and Yao, one of them complained. Wang Mang scratched his head. We don't have much time. Does anyone have ideas? A young man sighed. Without a nanny we can sit hunt monsters properly. Another suggested, we stare not big shots like Dark Shadow. I suggest we find another helper and then reform the team. At that moment, Xiao Yu approached from behind, greeting them with a friendly smile. Hello everyone, do you need help? I'm a hidden profession, life priestess, she offered. Elsewhere, Qinfeng and Jin Li stood atop a cliff, observing the scene below. Qinfeng Sip's gaze was sharp as he spoke quietly. It really is the gold ghost ship. Turning into an aura, he instructed Jin Li, you wait here, hide well and be careful. I'll go deal with the boss. Okay, big shot. Be careful, Jin Li replied. Qinfeng descended, but before long, the system notified him. Due to the influence of the ghost ship, this area has become a turbulent zone. Lifespan consumption is multiplied by 100. Qinfeng frowned slightly. Time rate multiplied by 100, 15 minutes. Here consumes 1 day of lifespan, still manageable for a temporary area. He focused on the target. Level 5 gold ghost ship, quality special gold, remaining existence, 45 minutes, 25 seconds. He exhaled in relief. Enough time to kill it. Qinfeng's attack began. Instant shadow slash blue sword strikes appeared in rapid succession, slicing through the boss's health. 549, 549. Rushing forward, he launched Poison Dart Extreme at the ghostly bell on the bow. The ship sips his weak point. 621. Observing carefully, he considered the challenges ahead. Many players do not know the real weak point. It is the ghost bell, not the skeleton or hull. Attacking the weak point triggers control over the surrounding water, sending deadly water columns at high speed. Only agile warriors with silver-grade equipment could survive. After the area attack, the boss summons 12 rotten water ghosts, each as strong as a silver-grade boss. Every 3 minutes, additional heavenly rotten water ghosts appear, threatening a total team wipe. Qinfeng, remaining in stealth, analyzed his angle and prepared for a decisive strike. Instant shadow 123, 1052, 1201, 1033. The 12 water ghosts were eliminated in one swift move. Jin Li, observing from above, could only gape. This is the big shot. Dark Shadow, too strong, coming and going unpredictably. The boss has already lost a third of its health. Amid the chaos, Qinfeng muttered something incomprehensible. Little Hey, I am going to die later. Jin Li, flustered, asked, What? Why? Big shot, you have the upper hand. Qinfeng replied vaguely, Isn't said it you who is Little Hey? Jin Li panicked. Big shot, my name is Hebulin Disi. It sounds like a dog sip's name. Qinfeng smirked. Got it, Little Hey. The sound of footsteps suddenly came to a halt. At the edge of the cliff, the leader of the group cursed under his breath. Damn it, how careless of me. I Sep slain dragons and conquered the city of Shabahi countless times. Yet now, I Sep being outsmarted by a mere brat Sip's tricks. Just then, one of his followers came running, panting heavily. Boss, I found that girl. She Sep's standing right at the cliff ahead. That brat Dark Shadow is fighting the boss alone below. The leader Sip's eyes narrowed in anger. This time I still call in every one of my brothers. I refuse to believe that I can kill him. Down below, Qinfeng was still lost in his train of thought. The fourth form, he muttered, rushing forward as streams of black mist coiled around his body. This one Sip's the most dangerous. On the ghost ship, the boss lifted its transmission rod high. The ship's health had dropped to half. Suddenly, it emitted a soul wave that spread across an enormous area, its shock wave freezing anything within range for 5 whole seconds. I can't dodge this one, Jin Li gasped, her face turning pale as she covered her mouth in horror. In the next instant, Shen Feng was caught by the wave. His body froze, and his thoughts were cut off completely. Then he was swallowed whole. A system message flashed before him. You have died. You have lost 326 years of non-transferable strong life. You have lost 1,087 days of transferable lifespan. On the cliff, the group burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, so this idiot was supposed to be a big shot? He really thought he could solo a gold-tier boss? What a joke. Eagerly, they rushed down toward the ghost ship. Wow, look at that. The Dark Shadow dropped such a huge lifespan orb. That Sips at least a few hundred days Sips worth. Let Sips grab it, brothers. The boss only has half its health left. Finish it off, and we still take all the loot. They laughed greedily. This dead rich fool got what he deserved. Today I shall be the dog that bites the tycoon. But as they charged in, everything went wrong. In a blink, they were hurled back to their starting point. Damn it, the leader yelled. Why is this boss so strong? How did that Dark Shadow even bring it down to half health? Is he possessed or something? Another player shouted in frustration. That's ridiculous. The moment we enter the swamp, The boss sends a huge water column that knocks us all away. There are small monsters everywhere. How are we supposed to fight like this? The leader gritted his teeth. Our losses are too heavy, but no, go back again. I refuse to believe we can take it down. Meanwhile, Shen Fang had just revived. He called out to Jin Li from afar. I set him back, Lil. Why are there so many lifespan orbs here? Jin Li pointed excitedly. Big shot, you came back so fast. A group of people just rushed in shouting like maniacs, but the boss Sit's water attack swept them all away in seconds. Qin Fang smirked to himself. So that Sip's what happened. They really don't know their limits. He recalled how, in his previous life, he too had suffered greatly at the hands of this same gold ghost ship. This time, however, he observed calmly from a distance, analyzing every move. The ghost ship only uses that body-freezing skill once, he thought. As long as I bring its health below half, it becomes much easier to handle. The tricky part is that once it hit below that threshold, it may teleport away and reappear far off, making it hard to finish off completely. Even with this knowledge, a trace of worry lingered. Still, he raised his poison dart and aimed carefully at the bell hanging from the ship's mast. The dart struck true. The boss instantly roared in fury, locking its gaze on Shen Fang before unleashing another deadly skill. But this time, Shen Fang was ready. He ducked low, dodging the attack in one fluid motion, then surged forward with incredible speed. I've already learned the pattern of your movements, he said coldly. Instant shadow slash. High above, the group had returned to the cliff, watching the battle unfold. Boss, look, that guy really is fighting the boss alone, one of them exclaimed. The leader Sip's eyes glinted with greed. Good, we still wait for the right moment, then kill them all and take everything. On the other side, Jin Li spotted the group and scowled. Those idiots again, they Sips are just here to ruin everything. The big shot is about to kill the boss. I once did let them steal the credit. With determination, she gripped her magic scepter tightly and chanted. A massive bolt of lightning crashed down from the sky, striking the group directly. A stunned silence followed. What the hell? Who hit us? One of them shouted. It's that mage over there, another pointed out. The leader Sep's fury exploded. You damn little girl, you dare attack me. Kill her. Jin Li's body trembled as fear overtook her. Ah! Help! She screamed, turning to flee while the furious group chased after her. Stop! I'll kill you myself, the leader roared. From behind a nearby tree, two mysterious figures watched the chaos unfold in silence. Down below, the battle neared its end. Shen Fang, breathing heavily, whispered, finally it's almost over. This gold ghost ship may only be level 5, but soloing it is still no easy task. My damage output is too low. It took too long and drew too much attention. As he looked up, he noticed movement. A group was gathering at the cliff again, while another lingered near the swamp sip's edge. He narrowed his eyes. So they still waiting for me to finish off the boss, planning to swoop in and steal my loot. Just then, the boss let out one last ghastly wail before sinking beneath the black waters. The system message echoed in his ears. You have killed the gold-grade ghost ship. You have received 4,800 experience points. The system's notification echoed across the battlefield. Congratulations on leveling up to level 8. You have received 7 evolution points. You have gained 216 days of transferable lifespan. Shen Fang watched the notifications fade away, a faint chill settling in his heart. He muttered coldly, too bad Shadowmel, you calculated wrong. Another notification appeared, this time broadcast to the entire server. Player said, Dark Shadow Sit from Seashell Town is the first in the entire server to slay a gold-grade boss. Reward 3 reputation points. The moment that message appeared, chaos erupted in every starting town. What? A gold boss first kill? Someone shouted. Who the hell is Dark Shadow? That Sip's insane. Seashell Town, which country's territory is that? Another asked. A player laughed in disbelief. If the first gold boss kill came from Seashell Town, then the player must be from our great Han nation. He sets probably some elite powerhouse. Wang Mang, who had previously reported Dark Shadow Sip's progress, stared in shock. I just reported that he managed to solo a bronze-grade boss. How long has it even been? And now he Sips killed a gold boss. The difference between people is terrifying. Nearby, Xiao silently clenched her fists, thinking to herself, this Dark Shadow is incredible. If he carried me through the game, I could meet Brother Song Fi in no time. Meanwhile, where the gold ghost ship had fallen, dozens of brilliant gems glittered across the ground. Hidden behind a tree, a man chuckled to himself. Ha ha ha, that boss dropped a mountain of loot. And look, he Sips not even picking it up. He must be wary of us. He turned to his team. Guang, use your skill. Drag him out. The boss Sit's loot belongs to us. Yes, boss. Guang drew his bow, the string creaking as he aimed directly at Shen Fang's position. The arrow shimmered with ethereal light before transforming into a spirit bird that took flight. "Soul Eagle Perception," he shouted. The eagle soared forward, searching the swamp below, but before it could locate its target, Shen Fang sensed the aura closing in. "So it's that hunter again," he muttered, activating his stealth. "I didn't expect him to have learned anti-stealth so quickly. No wonder he's confident enough to ambush me. Unfortunately for him, my darkness profession grants an extra level of stealth. His level 1 detection won't see through it." Moments later, Aguang frowned. "Boss, there sits no one there. I think he ran off after spotting us." The leader scoffed. Good. At least he knows what Sep's best for him. Everyone move in and secure the loot. Don't Sep get careless. Stay alert. The loot will unlock in 5 minutes. Then it's Sep's ours." But just as they advanced, a dark mist began to spread around them. From within the haze, graceful sword slashes flashed like lightning, clean, precise, and deadly. One by one, the players dropped without even realizing what had hit them. When the last body fell, Shen Fang appeared silently behind them, his blade still glowing faintly. He exhaled slowly. Now it sits quiet again. He looked around. Wait, where did that girl Little Hay run off to? Forget it. I'll find her later. He then began collecting all the gems scattered across the ground. The evolution points he had gained from the boss were enough to enhance one of his core skills. "Evolve Greedy Hand first," he muttered. "Then I still loot the rest." The system chimed again. "See, Greedy Handstead has evolved. Skill upgraded to Diamond Epic Assassin class. Effect 220%, 300% chance of obtaining an additional loot item. Additional item guaranteed to increase in quality by 1 grade." Shen Fang Sip's eyes gleamed with excitement. "A 100% quality increase? That Sip's broken. If I stack all my life orbs at once, I can make them explode with rewards." He activated the skill, and the system instantly flooded with messages. "You have received 7 evolution points. You have received 7 evolution points. You have gained 216 days of transferable lifespan. You have gained 216 days of transferable lifespan. You have received a special drop item, Ghost Fire Bell. You have received a special drop item, Ghost Fire Bell." Shen Fang glanced at his inventory and froze for a moment. 2 Ghost Fire Bells at once. He examined their attributes. Ghost Fire Bell, special item. Passive, Soul Absorption. Killing monsters increases lifespan drops by 20%. When 2 bells are equipped, effects are doubled. Active, Soul Shock. Shakes enemies within 100 meters, immobilizing them for 3 seconds. Cooldown, 521 seconds. A grin crept onto his face. This is perfect. It doesn't even occupy an equipment slot. 2 bells and 1 bag slot, too convenient. Just then, a distant cry pierced the swamp. Big shot, save me." It was Jin Lee Sep's voice. Shen Fang's Sist expression shifted. "Little Hay?" He turned sharply, scanning the area. "Little Hay, where are you?" Her panicked voice came again, trembling and desperate. "Dawn Set, come near me. Dawn Set, ah." He looked toward the cliffside, where her voice echoed. The group that had survived earlier had cornered Jin Lee there. The leader sneered. "Still resisting, huh? You've got nowhere to run. Be good and follow us. We'll make sure you enjoy it." Jin Lee turned back, glaring at them defiantly. The cliff behind her dropped into misty darkness. She smiled bitterly. "You want me? Fine, come and get me." Without hesitation, she stepped back and jumped. Rain blurred her figure as she fell. The sound of her body hitting the ground below was sharp and final. The leader froze, stunned. She actually jumped. He sighed, shaking his head. This girl Sep's got a fierce temper. Moments later, Shen Fang received a message. "Big shot." Jin Lee Sep's voice came weakly. "You don't have to save me anymore. I already died and respawned in the town." "Oh, that hurts so much. Luckily, all of our Team Sep's transferable lifespan is stored on Captain Wang Mang Sep's body." Hearing that, Shen Fang finally relaxed. "Good. Stay in the town for now. I'll bring you something when I return." Jin Lee Sep's tone brightened instantly. "Yes, thank you, Big Shot." Shen Fang allowed himself a small smile before glancing at the stormy horizon. "This world is only going to get tougher," he murmured, "but so will I." After the long and grueling battle, Shen Fang, known to others as Dark Shadow, finally returned to Seashell Town. His steps were light, his expression calm, but the gleam in his eyes betrayed his excitement. "Phew, this time the harvest is huge," he murmured, pulling up his system interface. "Transferable lifespan, 3,115 days, and 21 additional evolution points." He paused, tapping his chin thoughtfully. "All right then, let's continue evolving Greedy Hand." The system's mechanical voice echoed in his ears. Greedy Hand has reached epic level. To continue evolving, 10 times the usual evolution points are required. Do you wish to spend 210 evolution points to proceed? Shen Fang stared at the message for a while, frowning slightly. 210 points? That sip's not easy. The higher the level, the heavier the cost. Forget it, strength first. He closed the window and refocused. Let sets increase my damage skills. The higher the output, the faster the boss dies, and the better the loot. He channeled his points, and the system began to ring repeatedly. You have consumed 3 plus 5 evolution points. Remaining 13. Senstant Shadow Sip upgraded to Platinum tier. Senemerald Diamond Rush Cyst unlocked. The new skill data scrolled before his eyes. Rush in a straight line covering a range of 21 to 27 meters. Enter stealth for up to 9 seconds. Strike all enemies along the path with 5 to 7 consecutive slashes. Cooldown, around 10 seconds. Each slash inflicts 200 to 300 damage points. Slash width up to 4 meters. He smiled slightly. Now that sips power. The system continued to chime. You have consumed 2, 3, and 5 evolution points. Remaining 3. New passive unlocked. Back attack enhancement. Bronze, silver, gold. Increases backstab damage by 15 to 30%. A golden glow surged around him, and Shen Fang's body radiated energy. He flexed his fingers, satisfied. Perfect. After 2 evolutions, Instant Shadow Slash has nearly doubled in strength. Even without stealth, one strike hits 3,000 damage, and if I combine stealth with a back attack, 6 to 7,000 per burst. The rain outside still poured heavily as he walked through the streets, lost in thought. Gold-grade bosses usually drop 2 to 4 pieces of silver gear, sometimes 1 piece of gold if lucky. But thanks to Greedy Hand, I got 11 pieces of gold equipment, and a platinum skill scroll. Not bad, not bad at all. He smirked. And 3 of them are perfect for my assassin build. Then he summoned his newest weapon, Ghost Ship Twin Blades, Platinum tier assassin gear. He inspected its stats. Attack plus 136, Agility plus 22, Attack speed plus 24%, Armor penetration plus 17%, required level 5. Unique effect, each normal attack strikes twice. He twirled the blades experimentally, their silver edges gleaming under the lantern light. The effect isn't set extreme, but the base power is insane. With agility and speed boosts like these, my casting time shortens and attack recovery improves. Even the armor penetration sets top tier. One by one, his equipment upgraded automatically. Ghostfire leather armor gold tier, physical defense, plus 25, fire resistance plus 50, damage block plus 14, HP plus 419, required level 5. Shen Fang chuckled. I never invested in constitution when leveling. My health sep's barely 350, yet this armor alone gives me 419 extra HP. At this point, most players can set even scratch my defense. He toggled his appearance settings, making his armor vanish beneath his black assassin attire. Good. Keep my defensive gear hidden. Let them underestimate me. No one can tell my strength just by looking, unless they check the detailed game info. The final item shimmered in his hand, a skill scroll. Gold tier assassin skill, Shadow Blur. Passive plus 15% evasion rate. Successful evasion nullifies all incoming damage. He blinked in surprise. Finally, a proper survival skill for assassins. Though in the original game, this was useless. Evasion was nearly impossible to stack. Raising it meant sacrificing other stats. A risky trade-off. But then, his lips curved into a confident smile. I stum different. I can evolve infinitely. I still raise my evasion without sacrificing anything else. A perfect win-win. He absorbed the scroll, feeling his power surge again. The air around him pulsed faintly as raindrops hissed against the heat of his aura. Alright, he muttered. Time to head back. I sell the warrior, priest, and archer gear to Wong Mang. 10% discount should do. Even if they sep or broke, he can owe me. His expression softened. And I owe this progress to Little Hay. Without her luck, I wouldn't have found that level 5 gold ghost ship. She really is my lucky koi. But just as he passed beneath a large oak tree, familiar figures appeared in the rain. A group of players, mud-splattered, faces pale, stood frozen. Shen Fang Sip's eyes narrowed. Oh, that group again. Their leader Seth's face turned ghostly white. It sets its dark shadow. Run, run, quick, someone screamed. Shen Fang smirked faintly as the rain intensified. Too late. Qin Fang moved like a dark wind, his blades gleaming coldly in the rain. Don't block me, you idiots, he barked, charging forward. The terrified group scattered in chaos, like ants whose nest had been kicked apart. Ah, Don Stet, leave me behind. Damn it, Don Stet, come here, save me. Their screams echoed, but Qin Fang only sneered, his voice low and sharp. Within moments, one by one, they fell beneath his slashes. The leader tried to flee, stumbling and desperate, but Qin Fang appeared before him in an instant. I was wrong. I won't do it again. Spare me, big brother. Big shot. Father, don't kill me, he begged, trembling. Qin Fang Sip's eyes were cold. He leaned close and said each word slowly. When you hurt others, did you ever think about your own outcome? Before the man could respond, Qin Fang's blade ended him. A system notification rang out. You have killed too many players. Status, Level 1 Slaughterer. Upon death 75% of current lifespan will be lost. Qin Fang remained calm. It's Sep's fine. I have the ghost fire bell. Even if I die, I won't lose lifespan. Not long after, he returned to town. His arrival immediately drew everyone's attention. It's Sep's dark shadow, someone shouted. Damn it, he sits back. Wait, why doesn't he have any good equipment? Another asked. Laughter erupted. Haha, I told you, he must have exploited a bug to solo that gold boss. Bet he didn't get any real loot. But before the mockery could spread further, one man stepped forward. Please wait, big brother Dark Shadow. It was Shan Xiao holding a book in his hands. It was our fault earlier. This is the assassin skill book we purchased with our lifespan. Please accept it and forget what happened. The system chimed again. Ordinary Bombard, assassin skill, single attack causes plus 20 damage and stuns the target for 2 seconds. Cooldown 22 seconds. Qin Fang's eyes lit up. A control skill, he murmured, taking the book before leaving without another word. The men behind glared after him. We were killed, and now we had to give him a skill book? This is humiliating. Yeah, since when did we have to bow our heads like this? Shan Xiao raised his hand to silence them. His expression darkened. You fools don't get it. This dark shadow is leveling up far too quickly. That means he has a secret. If we find him in real life and lock him up, we can make him gather lifespan for us. The others exchanged looks, then quickly flattered him. As expected of young Master Shan, brilliant plan. He smirked. Later, have the family send a woman, make her get close to him. From his voice, he sits clearly not from the gaming circle, probably just some poor guy. Send a professional beauty. I don't believe he once fall for it. Meanwhile, Qin Fang had already reached Jin Lek. Come here, little He, he called. Time to trade. I have something for you. Jin Lek ran over, eyes sparkling. Wow, thank you, big shot, but my name Sip's not little He, it Sip's DYZ Jinli. She lifted her staff, excitement overflowing. Ah, this is incredible. My damage has increased several times, and my mana recovery has doubled. Big shot, I really appreciate it. Qin Fang smiled faintly. No need to thank me, just keeping my promise. Now hand me the space ring. Oh right. Jinli hurriedly returned it, then hesitated, cheeks turning red. By the way, big shot, when I was running through the forest, I found a cave. It looks like the entrance to a ruin. Are you interested? Qin Fang's eyes narrowed. A ruin, he thought quickly. First the gold ghost ship, now this. Making friends with this girl wasn't a bad move after all. If he hadn't given her those gold items, she might never have shared this secret. He muttered under his breath, sincerity brings opportunity. With the space ring now holding 27 slots, his storage was finally complete. Jinli nodded. But the captains went to pick up a new priest. They won't be back soon. Here, I've marked the ruins entrance on the map. Behind a bush there's a stone. I moved it and hid inside, but before I could go far, I heard ghosts screaming. I got scared and ran. That's when those guys caught me. Chen Fang Sef's expression sharpened. I see. I sell check the ruins now. When I return, I sell trade with Wang Mang Sef's group. Before Jinli could reply, he vanished, transforming into a streak of black wind. Big shot, she whispered, watching him disappear. As he flew through the rain, Qin Fang's mind raced. I was planning to train until level 10, but this ruin changes everything. The ruins near beginner towns come in 3 types: grave holes, cursed ruins, and shrines of faith. No matter which one it is, even the weakest monsters are bronze or silver tier. That means piles of lifespan and evolution points waiting for me. A faint smirk curved his lips. The hunt was far from over. In the dark, dense forest, a hidden door creaked open, revealing a narrow staircase descending into the underground. Qin Fang carefully stepped down each stair, his eyes adjusting to the dim light as he muttered to himself. In the beginner towns, there are mainly 3 types of ruins: grave holes, cursed ruins, and belief shrines. He moved deeper into the corridor, his footsteps echoing softly against the stone walls. Grave holes are nothing special, he whispered. They sit filled with hordes of monsters, and clearing them is extremely difficult, but at the end, there sits usually a gold-grade boss waiting. Under the faint flicker of the torches, Qin Fang's tone grew quieter. The monsters in cursed ruins, They were once humans, cursed by ancient or evil gods. Some went mad, some turned into twisted ghosts after death. And as for belief shrines, they're home to devout followers of those same gods. The maps there are intricate, full of traps and secrets. Soon he stopped before an ancient stone doorway engraved with strange runes. He studied it closely, murmuring, "If you clear this kind of shrine, you can obtain rare items, sometimes even skill books." His eyes drifted to the carvings on the walls, tracing the worn patterns. "Wait, these drawings, they look familiar." His expression stiffened. "This is the belief shrine of the ancient god of judgment." As distant screams echoed through the passage, Qinfeng pressed forward. "So its origin is connected to the eye of judgment on my body," he realized grimly. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the same dungeon, thick fog rolled through another corridor. Wang Mang stood at the front, his shield raised high against a blast of force. Above them, a monstrous climber swooped down, slamming its claws into the ground. The impact sent Wang Mang flying backward. "Heal, buff health, buff health," someone shouted frantically. Xiao Yu stood frozen at the rear, panic flickering across her face. What should I do?" she stammered. The climber attacked again, its shriek echoing through the hall. "Damn it, it's coming again. Use your skills," another voice yelled, but Xiao Yu dropped her scepter and crouched down, covering her head. I'm scared," she cried. Outside, the heavy rain poured endlessly, turning the world gray. When the battle was finally over, Wang Mang's team returned to camp with grim expressions. Seeing them, Jin Li waved cheerfully. "Captain, why are you back so soon? Shadow Big Brother hasn't returned yet. Didn't you go to buy equipment?" A teammate slammed his fist against the ground in frustration. "We lost because of her. I've never met anyone so useless. She doesn't know how to dodge or use her skills," he shouted, glaring at Xiao Yu. Jin Li quickly stepped forward to defend her. "Hey, don't set be so harsh. She sets new. Everyone dies once or twice when they steps to starting out." But the angry player refused to calm down. "Dies didn't die once. She died 3 times in less than an hour," he barked. Jin Li blinked, then grinned. "Then let me join you next time. I got 2 rare drops from a top player. With me around you definitely one set die again." Wang Mang finally sighed. "Alright, enough arguing. Diz Sep's suggestion isn't set bad. With her help, things might go smoother this time. And who knows, maybe we shall even run into the dark big shot." At the back, Xiao Yu lowered her head. "Sorry, I'll try harder next time," she mumbled. But deep down, resentment simmered in her heart. "Weaklings, blaming me for everything. If it weren't for that so-called dark big shot, I wouldn't even be stuck with you fools." Back inside the shrine, Qinfeng quietly stepped through a half-broken doorway. Screams echoed through the pitch-black chamber. 2 corpses lay in the center of the hall, their mouths moving endlessly as if still alive. A system prompt flashed before his eyes. "Ancient God's Devout Believer, the Judged One, Level 10, Silver Quality." Qinfeng frowned. He unsheathed his weapon and unleashed Shadow Slash. The dark blade carved through the air, and he vanished into stealth, circling behind his enemies. "Even with a sneak attack, I only managed to cut half their health. As expected of level 10 silver bosses." His eyes narrowed. "Their combined vitality is even greater than that of the Gold Ghost ship boss." Suddenly the believers turned and knelt toward him. Qinfeng froze. "They sit her kneeling, but I sip still in stealth. Could it be, they sensed the divine artifact? The eye of judgment on me." He stepped closer. "Do you understand me? Lead me." The believers didn't respond. Their cracked voices only made guttural sounds. Qinfeng Sith's gaze hardened. "Their minds are gone. They have been completely eroded. Now they are nothing but beasts that drain human life." Without warning, the believers' eyes flared open. They lunged at him with shrill screams. Gra! Their twisted forms rushed forward like mad beasts, filling the hall with chaos. From afar, a voice shouted, "Careful, monsters incoming." Panic spread. "They scepter 2 silver bosses. We couldn't set handle one, now there steps another. Run, run." The team scattered in fear as the shadow of despair loomed over them, and the girl with the covered face slowly vanished into the darkness. Qinfeng silently watched as the girl's body dissolved into nothingness, her figure fading completely into the darkness. His expression remained calm, but his mind stirred. "So that group must have been the same team as the girl who bought the cursed scroll from me. Her name was Grey Rose, wasn't it?" He exhaled softly, amused. "I didn't expect them to reach this ruin too, but with the current gear level of most players, none of them could possibly make it deep inside." Bending down, Qinfeng picked up 3 glowing light orbs that shimmered faintly in his palm. A small grin appeared on his face. "Haha, over 100 days worth of transferable lifespan. That girl really was a little rich woman." The empty hall echoed with the faint hum of the lingering energy as Qinfeng searched the surroundings once more. "Tease," he muttered, disappointed. Nothing else here, just 2 small platinum bosses? Still, disappointment quickly turned to focus. Oh well, he said, summoning his blade. Let's finish this. He attacked the 2 kneeling believers in front of him. The system panel flashed before his eyes. You have killed Ancient God's Devout Believer, the judged 1 platinum level. Experience gained 4,000. Level up, level 9 achieved. Evolution points gained 4. Transferable lifespan obtained, 188 days. Satisfied, Qinfeng raised his hand and activated his ability, Greedy Hand. A dark aura surged outward, pulling the loot toward him. He couldn't help but smirk. The epic grade Greedy Hand skill is too powerful. 32 evolution points, 154 days of transferable lifespan, 4 gold grade items, and over 10 silver grade ones. As he sifted through the loot, one item caught his attention, a gleaming gold accessory. Item information. Name Believer Sits Chain. Type Gold Accessory Assassin System. Stats, Agility plus 15, Cooldown Speed plus 20%. Requirement, Level 8. Unique effect, summon a platinum level believer to fight by your side. Cooldown 600 seconds. Qinfeng turned the chain over in his hand, admiring its craftsmanship. Not bad at all, he muttered. With this my cooldown times drop drastically. Shadow Slash from 22.6 seconds to 19.2. Poison Dart from 4.39 to 3.75. Shadow Strike from 10.45 to 8.85. Hunting will become much faster now. He glanced through the rest of the equipment. The rest require level 8 or higher. No one else can use them yet. I store and sell them later. Suddenly, a strange rumbling echoed from behind him. Qinfeng turned sharply, alert. Before his eyes, a small stone pillar slowly rose from the ground, trembling as it locked into place. He narrowed his gaze. As I suspected, to activate the mechanism, every monster in the area had to be eliminated. He approached the pillar, carefully inspecting its carvings. Then noticing faint symbols near the base, he pressed his hand against them. Click. The stone beneath his feet shifted. A faint magic circle illuminated, and Qinfeng steadied his balance. The pillar began to sink slowly, revealing itself to be an ancient elevator. As the stone platform descended, Qinfeng watched the walls slide past in silence. When it finally stopped, he exhaled. Finally arrived. Feels like I went down at least 300 or 400 meters. Before him stretched a massive underground labyrinth, a maze of twisting tunnels and strange symbols carved into the walls. He studied the scene carefully. So there really was a hidden maze under the shrine. There's always a chance for one to appear inside ruins, but it's rare. In my previous life I explored quite a few of these. His brow furrowed. The maze will be full of traps and mechanisms. As long as someone else takes the lead, it's manageable. But alone, with my current stats, triggering a trap would be fatal. Qinfeng's grip on his chain tightened. Once I activate a mechanism, I'll almost certainly die, he muttered. Then he glanced at the golden chain hanging in his hand. The Believer Seps chain. Thankfully, I just picked up this item. Without hesitation, he extended his hand and chanted softly. A burst of dark light erupted from the chain, and moments later, a platinum-level believer appeared, silent and obedient. Go, Qinfeng ordered. Explore the road ahead. The believer staggered forward, its footsteps echoing down the corridor. Qinfeng folded his arms, watching carefully. Having a minion scout ahead really makes things easier, but I can't be careless. Better to evolve my evasion skill first. The system window appeared once more. You have consumed 1 + 2 + 3 + 5 evolution points, 24 remaining. Skill evolved, Ghost Shadow Blur, Gold's Epic. Passive effect, increases evasion by 15%, 75%, when triggered, evasion nullifies all damage. Then another prompt. You have consumed 13 evolution points, 11 remaining. Skill evolved, Instant Shadow Slash, Diamond Epic. Effect dash in one direction. Range 27, 30 meters, enter stealth for 9-12 seconds, perform 7-9 slashes along the path. Cooldown 8.8 seconds. Slash width, Vierter Januar, 5 meters. Each slash deals 300-500 damage. Qinfeng nodded thoughtfully. 75% evasion, that's already high enough. The remaining points will be perfect for pushing Instant Shadow Slash to the epic level. With his new skills ready, he smirked faintly. The maze ahead might be deadly. But now, he was more prepared than ever. Qinfeng's voice was calm but thoughtful as he analyzed the system in a low tone. From epic to legendary, the evolution cost increases tenfold. The higher the base quality of a skill, the fewer points it takes overall. So if I start with an epic level skill, I can reach the legendary, mythical, even ancient or immortal tiers much faster. He paused, running quick calculations in his mind. For example, An epic skill only needs one basic point for the first evolution, but since the target tier is legendary, that single point multiplies by 10. 1 times 10 equals 10 points. His gaze drifted toward the summoned believer ahead of him. That means if I can obtain enough epic grade skills, my path to the top will be far easier. His tone deepened, but if a skill starts from common, it requires 7 evolutions just to reach epic. Multiplying that by 10 later would demand hundreds of points. Still, this method allows me to reach epic level faster and with fewer resources, which means, in the future, every skill I possess will be at least epic. Golden light began to gather in his palm. Qinfeng murmured to himself, I still have 11 evolution points left. That SEP's enough to enhance my initial skill, Shadow Meld. The system interface shimmered before him. You have consumed 3 plus 5 evolution points. Remaining points, 3. Skill, Shadow Meld Silver Gold. Effect enter stealth for 16 to 24 seconds. Normal attacks after breaking stealth deal plus 90% to plus 150% damage. Cooldown 22 seconds. He hesitated for a moment, calculating silently. With a 35% cooldown reduction, the cooldown drops to around 16.3 seconds. Still a bit long, and the post-stealth damage isn't set very high. I still definitely have to replace this skill in the future. Just then, a loud rumble shook the ground beneath his feet. His summoned believer had stepped on a hidden mechanism. The floor cracked, and a massive boulder came crashing down from above. Qinfeng immediately retreated several steps, watching as his believer was crushed beneath the weight. The summon is gone, he muttered. I shall wait for the cooldown and call another. This maze is tricky, full of danger. I shall just have to proceed carefully. Hopefully there's something worthwhile deeper inside. Meanwhile, above the shrine, silence blanketed the ruined hall. The faint light filtering through cracks in the ceiling illuminated the cold stone floor. A scout peeked cautiously through the crevice of a heavy door. After a moment he whispered, Captain, confirmed. The 2 monsters they SEP disappeared. What? Gasped a female mage, gripping her staff tightly. Even the lifespan is gone? Someone must have killed them and taken the loot. Another member quickly added, whoever can take down 2 platinum-level bosses that fast. It can only be the Dark Big Shot. The woman frowned deeply, so he SEP's been here too. That means the dropped lifespan went to him. She snorted softly. Well, at least we didn't have to die again. But her expression shifted, recalling something. When I arrived earlier, I thought I saw a figure talking to the monsters. That must have been Dark Shadow. Could it be? He has a skill that lets him charm bosses. His strength is terrifying. Back in the depths of the maze, Qinfeng Sit's newly summoned believer was suddenly struck by a poisoned arrow and collapsed. Standing before a massive iron gate, Qinfeng exhaled. I've been exploring for 3 hours. This must be the end point of the maze. He remembered his past life, the endless runs through similar ruins. To reach this far back then, players had to die dozens, even hundreds of times. He raised his hand once more, summoning his platinum believer. The entity appeared again, pale and obedient. Go. Open the door, Qinfeng commanded. The believer staggered forward and slammed its body against the stone gate. It groaned, pushing with all its might, but the door wouldn't budge. Qinfeng frowned. Strange, locked. He stepped forward, pressing his palm against the cold surface. Rumble. The massive door creaked open, sending a cloud of ancient dust into the air. A chilling gust swept through the corridor. The believer entered first. Qinfeng followed cautiously, his hand near his weapon, eyes sharp. At the center of the dim chamber stood a large treasure chest, covered entirely in jagged thorns. Qinfeng's curiosity flickered. A chest covered in thorns, is it sealed? His eyes moved to a faint figure beside it, an unconscious girl, an NPC. He examined her carefully, but found nothing in her system description. This is the first time I've encountered such a mysterious NPC. Before he could think further, the girl's lips moved. She murmured an incantation in an ancient tongue. Golden light swirled around her body, and then, she vanished. What? Disappeared? Qinfeng whispered, eyes narrowing. As the last shimmer faded, the thorns binding the chest began to wither and crumble away. One by one they dissolved into the air, leaving the golden chest untouched. Qinfeng looked at it with a deep, cautious gaze. I can see her data, but she must be connected to the Eye of Judgment. He turned toward the chest, his expression sharp. A golden treasure chest, definitely hiding an epic-grade item, but he crouched slightly, readying himself. It could also be a mimic or a trap. He pointed toward his believer. Open it. The believer trembled but obeyed, slowly lifting the lid. Flash. A brilliant golden light filled the room. Qinfeng squinted, his eyes widening slightly as he saw the object within. His voice trembled. This is... Hovering in the golden glow was a skill book. radiating immense power. Assassin's Divine Skill, Hidden Death Release, Epic Level. Passive Effect, Weak Point Damage, plus 100%. Weak Point Multiplier doubled. For a brief moment, even Qinfeng, the calm calculating hunter, was struck silent. He could feel it in his bones. This wasn't just another drop, this was a turning point. The skill book shone with a faint golden light as Qinfeng's eyes scanned its contents. Cutthroat, he muttered softly. It was an active skill that caused the next attack to inflict continuous bleeding, dealing 100% of that attack's damage every second, for 3 seconds. The cooldown time was 60 seconds. After reading the description carefully, Qinfeng frowned slightly. The passive effect expands the monster SIP's weakness range by double, he analyzed, and the active skill, Cutthroat, that SIP's even more terrifying. He continued, calculating in his mind. If my next attack deals 300 damage, activating this skill will cause the enemy to take an additional 300 damage every second, for 3 seconds. That SEPs a total of 1200 damage, 3 times more than usual. A glint of satisfaction crossed his eyes. Even multiple strikes like Shadow Slash count as one attack for Cutthroat's effect, he realized. Then, a faint smile appeared on his lips. Moreover, it's an epic level skill. I only need 10 evolution points to raise it to the legend level. This harvest is truly incredible. My burst potential has increased several times over. After packing up the loot, Qinfeng prepared to leave. It SEPs all thanks to Little Hai, he murmured. I still have to sell the remaining items to their team. Time to head back. He quickly contacted Jin Li. Little Hai, tell Wang Mang to return to the small town. I still sell him the items. Her reply came instantly. Big shot, have you finished exploring the ruins? Then we sell head back right away. Moments later the scene shifted, and Qinfeng appeared back in the bustling town square. Almost instantly, a crowd surrounded him. It's SEP's Dark Shadow, someone shouted. The crowd pushed closer, cheering and shouting his name. Dark Shadow, Mr. Dark Shadow, can we be friends? Big shot, are you looking for subordinates? I can cheer you on. I stem the chairman of Yanding Group in Xi'an High City, please join our company. Big shot, we came from Yinghua Town, my sister is your biggest fan, she just wants to meet you. Big shot, take us with you. I'll even give you my wife. Another man shouted shamelessly. Qinfeng listened to their chaos for a moment, and immediately understood. So the teleportation gates of other towns have opened, that means I can finally go to Yanghua Town, where Xiong Fi is, he thought. Before anyone could react, his body flickered, and he vanished into thin air. Gone, he disappeared, the crowd gasped. Using stealth, Qinfeng quietly slipped away, leaving the noisy mob behind. The people soon began arguing among themselves. Damn it, it's SEP's your fault he left. You stir one to talk. Who told you to introduce your ugly sister to the big shot? Their quarrel quickly turned into a shouting match, but Qinfeng was long gone. He arrived at Jin Li SEP's location. Little Hai, he called softly. She turned, spotting him instantly and signaling to Wang Mang. Captain, the big shot is here. But as Qinfeng's gaze swept across the group, his eyes froze. Standing beside Wang Mang was Zhao Yu. His expression turned curious. How did she end up in Wang Mangsip's team? He wondered. They might get into trouble because of her. Pushing the thought aside, he composed himself. I have to be more careful. Now that the whole world knows about Dark Shadow, I can reveal my real identity. In reality, I still can bring my in-game power with me, and if someone finds out, just one knife could end my life. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu glanced at Qinfeng from a distance, her heart racing. So this is the famous Dark Shadow. He sits far more powerful than I imagined, she thought. Compared to him, Wang Mang and the others are nothing but small fry. If he helps me level up, I could meet Brother Song Fi within days. Qinfeng turned to Wang Mang and handed over several glowing items. These equipment pieces should match your professions, he explained. This set of basic skills will also increase your combat strength. Altogether, they were worth around 2,200 years of lifespan. Wang Mangsip's eyes widened in shock. So many? These are platinum and gold level items. I can afford them. Qinfeng smiled faintly. That's fine, put it on credit. Wang Mang lowered his head. Deeply grateful. Thank you. You helped us so much. I don't even know how to repay you. If you ever need anything, just say the word, we do our best to help. Soon after, the team began sharing the items among themselves. The soldier beside Wang Mang exclaimed in excitement. Oh my god, Dark Shadow Big Shot is too generous. I'm using gold equipment already. Another added, my damage tripled after equipping the new skills, and he even let us owe him, he truly trusts us. Just then, Wang Mang hesitated. Wait, Why isn't set there any equipment for the priest? Zhao Yusep's expression fell. Eh? She blinked in surprise, while another teammate snickered. Chech, so what if there isn't stet? She sips lucky enough to tag along for free. Feeling awkward, Xiao Yu approached Qinfeng. Hello Big Shot, I stem the priest in Wang Mangsip's team. May I ask, do you have any gear for me? Suddenly, a notification window appeared before her. C player Xiao Yu NHA wants to befriend you. Set. She froze, startled, but before she could react, Qinfeng glanced at her once, and vanished once again. Where did he go? She whispered, confused. From behind Wang Mang's side. He probably didn't find any priest equipment this time. The soldier from Wang Mangsip's team sneered coldly. Humph, I'm sure he's just too lazy to answer her, he muttered. Jin Li, standing nearby, giggled. The type of person like Dark Shadow, who appears like a dragon showing its head but never its tail, really is cool. Meanwhile, Qinfeng had already left. His thoughts ran quietly as he walked. In my inventory there's a gold scepter for a priest, and even a gold-level skill book, he sighed inwardly, but how could someone like Xiao Yu deserve such precious things? As he moved through the streets, he began to calculate carefully. As my level rises, I'll collect more and more unused equipment and skills. Selling them one by one wastes too much time. Wang Mang's backer is the government. They'll always need gear like this. I can't let Xiao Yu ruin that cooperation. A determined glint crossed his eyes. It seems I'll have to find a proper priest for Wang Mang's team, and then remove her. He took a deep breath. I have to find Xiao quickly, he murmured to himself. Qinfeng's mind drifted to his memories of his previous life. Jiyu Yi Shui, one of the managers of the Zansen Guild, she possessed the hidden priest profession, White Bird Divine Officer, a healer who could also boost buffs and even solo epic-level bosses. She had been one of his most powerful teammates. In comparison, he thought bitterly, Xiao Yu is nothing but dead weight. Raising his hand, Qinfeng summoned the door of space. As it opened, another thought struck him. That Sip's right. If I remember correctly, Xiao Su is also in Yinghua town, the same place as Song Fi. Perfect timing. A grin spread across his face. If I can meet Xiao Su, I'll add her to Wang Mangsip's team myself. Immediately after, the words moving to Yinghua towns appeared before him. Without hesitation, Qinfeng stepped through the glowing portal. Yinghua town. Dust swirled through the air as shouts echoed across the battlefield. Retreat quickly. That silver boss isn't set even halfway dead, a male voice shouted, dying for nothing just to let someone else take the loot, useless. Another man chased after him, cursing under his breath. Damn it, that Song Fi dragged a bunch of girls and stole the boss from me. I swear, if I don't kill that pretty boy today, I won't be satisfied. His companion sneered. I really don't understand how one little celebrity can have so many brainless fans. Qinfeng quietly watched from a distance. So soon there's already talk about Song Fi, he murmured. He began moving silently along the rocky path. Before him stretched the Crying Tomb Valley, a level 5 zone filled with fire phantoms and shackled ghosts. From behind the cliffs, the sounds of battle echoed. Go on, you dare to hit me, go die, someone shouted. A fiery explosion lit up the sky. A fire phantom, its body wreathed in burning chains, clashed against a large group of players. Dodge, quickly dodge, voices cried out in panic. Qinfeng Sip's eyes narrowed. A two-headed fire phantom, a silver boss, but the battlefield looks chaotic. He scanned the scene, dozens of players fighting, spells exploding and blades flashing. Among the chaos, his gaze locked on a single figure. Song Fi, he whispered. Recognition flickered across his face. The opposing team shouted angrily, blood boiling. Song Fi, last time you sneak attacked me and stole my lifespan. Another roared. You think you stare safe hiding behind that mage girl? They've got a spell that restrains magic users. Die. Before he could finish his sentence, a staff slammed down on his head. Don't even think about harming him, a girl from Song Fi's group shouted fiercely. The attacker stumbled back, dazed. Qinfeng watched from the side, silently digging through the memories of his past life. Song Fi, the reversal magic god, profession mage. In his previous life, Song Fi had lured countless female fans into choosing the mage profession. He collected all the best equipment and skills for himself, leveling up at a terrifying pace. But that team of mages was unstable. His so-called fans had divided their stat points in strange ways. Some went all in on spirit, becoming fragile glass cannon mages. Others focused on agility, turning into swift harassers. A few poured everything into physique, creating so-called tank mages. Qinfeng even remembered the oddest ones, those who added all their points to strength, turning into combat mages who physically beat enemies with their staffs. Back then, Song Fi's team was unstoppable. They stole lifespan from everyone they met, crushing all opposition. But as time passed, those same female fans began to fall, one after another. When that happened, Song Fi had turned it into a performance. "Girls, you've all worked so hard," he said in a sorrowful tone. "It breaks my heart to see you suffer. I just want peace, a world without violence." The girls, moved by his act, shouted in unison, "Brother Fi, you steer the one who works hardest. Sisters, let's kill this monster for him. Don't let anything hurt our brother Fi." Together, they destroyed the fire phantom, cheering, "Arrogant monster, Song Fi becomes king." Their voices echoed through the valley, shouting their devotion. From the beginning to the end, only for Song Fi, "Brother, fly slowly, we said'll always be with you." But just as their celebration reached its peak, the monster roared one final time and lunged toward Song Fi. At that moment, a pink-haired girl rushed forward and threw herself in front of him, blocking the fatal blow. The pink-haired girl Sip's body began to fade away, her form dissolving into particles of light. Even as her existence slipped away, she smiled faintly and whispered with her last breath, "Brother Fi, always crazy about you." Her words struck the others like a spark. The remaining girls gritted their teeth, their eyes blazing with determination. "Sisters, let's increase our strength. As long as we kill this ugly monster, Brother Fi will rise to the top of the rankings. We must surpass that so-called said dark shadow." In unison, the crowd shouted, "Break the world. Set the scene. We vow to stand shoulder to shoulder with Brother Fei." Lightning tore across the sky and struck down toward the fire phantom. Behind them, Song Fi hid among his group of devoted fans, a sneer curling on his lips. "Finally, about to die," he muttered. "A silver-grade boss is already this hard to kill. Who could ever solo a gold-grade boss? That dark shadow must have used a bug." Frustration twisted his face. "I have so many people helping me, and I Sip am only level 7, but that damn dark shadow Sip's already level 9. Fine. Once I kill this boss and reach level 8, I shall surpass him. Then I shall become the true leader of this game." But before he could celebrate, a large hand suddenly covered his mouth from behind. In a blur, a blade flashed. Chen Feng stood there, his eyes cold as frost. Instant shadow slash. A crimson arc swept through the air, and blood sprayed across the battlefield. Song Fi's eyes widened, his body collapsing as a stream of blood poured from his throat. For a moment, silence. Then the crowd erupted into panic. "Brother Fi," the girls screamed in disbelief, but Chen Feng had already moved, his figure flickering like a ghost as he struck down the others one after another. Then the system notifications began to ring. "You have killed two-headed fire phantom. Reward 1500 EXP. You have killed player Reversal Magic God. You have killed player Song Fi Meow Meow. You have killed player Fi Forever. You have killed player Little Fi." The damage numbers flashed violently. 1985, 1990, 2400, 2400, 1879. The onlookers froze. What the hell?" one gasped. "He killed the boss instantly. That one skill did several thousand points of damage." Another stammered, "My damage barely crosses 100, his is 10 times that. Who is this assassin?" Someone finally whispered the name everyone feared. "It Seps him, it must be Dark Shadow. Big Shot, the first person in the world to solo kill a gold-grade boss." The leader of a soldier group quickly shouted, "Everyone fall back, leave the boss set's loot to the Big Shot." Others eagerly echoed, "That Sip's right. Dark Shadow only killed Song Fi and his group. They had it coming. It's Sip's justice." A wave of praise followed. "Big Shot is the best. Keep it up, Dark Shadow. We love you, Big Shot." Chen Fang glanced at them irritably, his tone cold. They Sip, you're just afraid I Sip'll kill them next. In my past life, this same crowd would Sev attacked me already." Back in town, the system rang again. "You have been killed by Dark Shadow. You have lost 1106 days of transferable lifespan. You have lost 18 years and 113 days of non-transferable lifespan." Song Fi stared blankly at the screen. "What? I died? Dark Shadow killed me?" Anger twisted his face. "Why did that bastard come to my town? There are hundreds of towns in Zhanghai City. Why mine?" His female fans began respawning one by one, equally confused. "Why are we dead?" one cried. "Why is Brother Fi gone too?" Another pointed at the death log. "It's Stet's Dark Shadow. He killed us all." Song Fi clenched his fists. He must Sip wanted the silver boss for himself. Despicable. He ambushed me when I wasn't set even paying attention. Just then, a girl stepped forward eagerly. "Brother Song Fi, can I join your team? I am a shooter. I have a skill, Eagle Eye. It can detect stealth. Before Song Fi could respond, two of his female fans jumped in front of her. Get lost. Brother Song Fi already said we only need mages. Your monster killing efficiency is too low. The shooter girl trembled. Song Fi raised a hand to stop them, his voice dripping with false kindness. Although I said that before, I still believe that love can make up for anything. He took the girl's hand and looked into her eyes. I can feel your passion. Even if you're a shooter, it's fine. Come with us. Let's grow together. Tears welled in her eyes. Brother Fi, I love you. The other girls immediately followed suit. Brother Fi, I stemp an assassin. I can use stealth too. I still make that dark shadow pay. Brother Fei, I know an area control spell. I can freeze him. Song Fi smiled warmly and opened his arms. Everyone, we are one big family. As long as you want to join, you are welcome. Come, let's sets stay united forever. The crowd screamed with joy. Brother Fi is so gentle. Following him, I shall never regret it. Soon, the chants began. Dark Shadow is just a cowardly assassin using sneak attacks. He dared to harm Brother Fi. We must make him pay. We shall control him so Brother Fi can kill him himself. Avenge Brother Fi. Kill Dark Shadow. The noise swelled, echoing through the town. Avenge Brother Fi. Kill Dark Shadow. And so a storm was brewing again, one that Qinfang Dark Shadow himself would soon crush under his blade. Two soldiers watched from a distance as chaos unfolded in the town. One of them frowned curiously. What seps all that noise? What seps that celebrity trying to do again? The other snorted. You don't set no? That guy was killed earlier by someone and just respawned. Serves him right. The first soldier looked shocked. What? But he has so many female fans protecting him. How could anyone kill him? His companion smirked. The one who killed him was Dark Shadow. What do you say now? The first soldier Sep's eyes widened. Damn, Dark Shadow Sep's the top player. But he really dared to provoke that lunatic? I swear those girls following Song Fi are all mentally unstable. Meanwhile, Song Fi stood proudly surrounded by his adoring fans. He basked in their attention, raising his chin with arrogance. Good, let them all watch. Once I deal with that Dark Shadow, everyone will know who truly reigns supreme. Even if he's strong, what can an assassin do? They're all trash compared to a noble mage like me. Across the battlefield, Qinfang quietly collected loot and evolution points. System notification. You have received 16 evolution points, 217 days of transferable lifespan, silver loot carts 6, and gold loot carts 1. Qinfang immediately opened his skill panel and began upgrading. The system continued. You have spent 10 evolution points, remaining 9 points. Skill evolved, Mercy Relief, Epit Legend. Passive effect, attack weakness 100%. Active effect, the next attack creates a throat cut effect, dealing 150% damage per second for 3 seconds. Cooldown, 25 seconds. Qinfang studied the text carefully. So this evolution doubles my ability to exploit enemy weaknesses. Almost the entire enemy body becomes a weak point. If my instant shadow slash hits that spot, the damage will multiply several times over. The cooldown's shorter too, 25 seconds instead of 30. I can probably kill a gold level boss now. He analyzed further. From epic to legend costs 10 points. But to go from legend to myth, that'll need 200. The cost scales 100-fold. If that's the pattern, then evolving my greedy hand to the next tier will need over 200 points, and 3,400 more to go beyond that. He nodded to himself. Still, I've got 9 points left, might as well use them. System prompt, you have spent 8 evolution points, remaining 1. Skill evolved, back attack enhancement, gold platinum. Effect when attacking from behind, damage increases from 30%. A faint smile formed on his lips as he closed the system panel. A silver boss, a pile of players over 1,400 days of transferable lifespan gained. Not bad. Time to head home. But just as he turned to leave, something cold pressed against his throat. A knife. A woman's trembling voice shouted from behind him. Go die, Dark Shadow. Qinfang reacted instantly, his eyes narrowed, body twisting as he dodged the fatal strike. The blade missed by inches. The girl froze, eyes wide. Why did it instead it hit? She stammered, panic flooding her face before she turned to run. Damn it, he's using stealth. High above the cliffs, Song Fi's fan group gathered with weapons drawn. Go die, you disgusting Dark Shadow. One of them screamed. We still avenge brother Song Fi. Seeing them swarm, Qinfang disappeared into stealth once again. But the archer girl sneered. Useless trick. My eagle eye can detect stealth. She knocked an arrow and fired rapidly. A glimmer flashed in the mist. There. He steps right there, she shouted. The group unleashed everything they had. Everyone, use your strongest skills. Don't sit stop until he steps dead. Thousands of glowing arrows filled the sky, raining down mercilessly. A scream cut through the air. Wait, it steps me. An enormous explosion erupted, shaking the ground. Dust and smoke filled the canyon. The archer blinked in shock. Oops. Another girl shrugged. No big deal, she wasn't stat a mage anyway, probably didn't stat even like Brother Fee that much. Consider this retribution. Fine, hurry up and release the hawk again. Find Dark Shadow. Understood. Not far away, Qinfang stood in silence, holding a small bell that shimmered faintly in his hand. Item, Ghost Spirit Bell. Effect shocks all enemies within 100 meters for 3 seconds. Cooldown, 65 seconds. He flicked the bell lightly. Clink. A wave of eerie energy pulsed out. The group of girls immediately froze in place, eyes wide, bodies stiff like statues. Black mist swirled around Qinfang's feet. He drew his blade. Instant shadow slash. The next moment, the air was filled with the sound of steel cutting through flesh, swift, silent and merciless. After finishing off his previous targets, Qinfang flew straight toward the location where Songfi was hiding. At that moment, Songfi was trembling as he stared at the group of female fans nearby. What's going on? Why did those people suddenly die? Could it be the Dark Shadow? He muttered in disbelief. No, that can be. If he really made a move, he should have shown himself first. Just then, a cold whisper brushed against his ear. Songfi, you stare dead. It was Qinfang. Startled, Songfi instantly conjured a protective barrier. Damn it, magic shield, he shouted. But before he could react further, Qinfang's Van Tinhu Yan Tong pierced straight through him. Songfi collapsed to the ground, his body convulsing in pain, mouth screaming uncontrollably. Qinfang crouched down beside him, observing calmly. There's really a lot of lifespan on this guy, he murmured. By my estimation, he originally had more than 2,000 days of transferable lifespan. Then a realization struck him. He looked toward the women nearby. Wait, these girls don't have much lifespan left. Could it be all of their lifespan was transferred to Songfi? A faint sigh escaped Qinfang. After all this time they still think this is just a game. Crazy fans, truly terrifying. What a pity for that non-transferable lifespan. Add it all up, that's several hundred years wasted, now fallen cheaply into the hands of monsters. Meanwhile, back in town, Sunfi collapsed to the ground in exhaustion. Damn it, I only have 500 days of transferable lifespan left. That damn Dark Shadow, he cursed. One of his companions asked desperately, didn't you use the search skill, why couldn't you find him? A female fan answered tearfully, I did, but I only found our assassin sisters. Another doubted, I checked my attribute panel, it shows the stealth level, maybe Dark Shadow Sip's stealth level is higher than ours. Yet another nodded quickly, that Sip's right, my Eagle Eye skill is only level 1, if the enemy Sip's stealth is level 2 or above, I can detect them. Songfi slammed his fist on the ground, furious. Damn it, that shadow comes and goes without a trace, how am I supposed to defend against that? Then in a weaker voice he muttered, but, I didn't even provoke him this time, I already stole a silver boss from him, and he killed me twice. That should be enough, right? He wouldn't chase me all the way here, right? No. Wait, what if he's jealous of my peerless beauty? The group of female fans immediately shouted in unison, for everyone's safety we should move to a different leveling area. Wherever Songfi goes we still follow. Moments later, Qinfang arrived back in town, scanning the area. Strange, where did Songfi's group go? Did they switch towns or log out? He stopped a passerby and asked, hey, do you know where Songfi went? The man flinched instantly, his eyes wide. Ah, you scared me, big brother Dark Shadow. He stammered, then quickly pointed toward a direction. He went that way, you'd better hurry if you want to kill him. But, I have a favor to ask. When you kill Songfi, please spare my girlfriend. Her name is Little Flying Owl. She's a female hunter. Qinfang Sip's tone was cold. I suggest you find a new girlfriend. As he walked away, a thought flashed in his mind. His girlfriend must be that little hunter who discovered my stealth earlier. The passerby begged again. Big brother, please. It took me forever to get a girlfriend. But Qinfang ignored him, activating stealth and disappearing into the shadows. He knew the direction Songfi's group had gone, but not their exact destination. Scanning the whole map would waste too much time. If only I could find Zhu Yishui, he murmured. That would make things easier. Suddenly a familiar figure appeared in his sight. Yu, also known as Zhu Yisui. Qinfang immediately approached her. Hey beauty, I need your help. Yu looked wary. You stare, Dark Shadow. Qinfang smiled faintly. It said that your class can search for targets over a large area. Help me find Song Fi and I sell you this gold magic staff at a low price. Eustace's eyes sparkled at the sight of the staff. But, how do you know my class can do that? I never told anyone. Qinfang dodged the question smoothly. You don't need to worry about that. So do you want this gold weapon or not? Yu hesitated, then nodded rapidly. I want it. But, I probably can afford it. 500 days of lifespan, Qinfang said. That SIP's already a discount. Normally its SIP to be 7 to 800. Eustace's face lit up. Perfect. I have just enough. The system's voice echoed. Transaction successful. Eustace's expression brightened with pure joy. He gold tier magic staff. Qinfang gently tapped her head. Go do your job. Yu rubbed her forehead and smiled shyly. Why does he feel so familiar, even though it's our first meeting? After casting her spell, she looked back at him. Aren't you afraid I shall take the staff and run without helping you? Qinfang replied calmly. Why would you? Don't you hate Song Fi? Yu froze for a moment, surprised. Big brother, you even know that I hate him? Are you someone I know in real life? But your voice doesn't sound familiar. Qinfang only smiled mysteriously. Just do your part. Yu didn't press further. She released her scouting bird which soared high into the sky. After a few moments, her eyes lit up. I found him, she exclaimed. The coordinates are 3,866, 9,527. But hurry, by the time you get there, they might have already moved. Her owl circled back and landed, its sharp cry echoing the message. Song Fi had been found. Qinfang hurried along the route the bird had given, and left a message for Yishu. Add me as a friend, she must report every time their position changed. Yishu hesitated for a moment. How long must I follow them? She asked. If it takes too long, forget it. Qinfang replied briefly, just a moment, and then vanished deeper into the forest. A short distance in, Qinfang sensed something odd and stopped. Yishu watched him closely and puzzled, asked, Why did you stop? Big shot. He pointed to a tree and asked her to check whether any nearby trees looked the same. Obediently, Yishu scanned the area. Okay, wait a bit, she said, then called out, There's one 100 meters ahead, and one 100 meters to the left. Qinfang approached and pressed his hand against a carved symbol on the nearest trunk. The mark glowed where his palm touched it. Yishu peered over, curious. What is this symbol? She asked. Qinfang released his grip and answered calmly. Guess. The three trees formed a large triangle, and at its center, a faint power gathered and a chest materialized. Yishu gasped with delight. An emerald-level treasure chest, she cried. She stepped closer, amazed. I never expected to meet an ancient god's blessing in a newbie village. What luck, and I can open it. While Qinfang explained, she tried to memorize the symbols with her exploration ability. If such blessings appeared elsewhere, she wanted to find them again. Qinfang told her, the blessing of the ancient god can appear anywhere the gods have abandoned. An area usually contains several strange symbols. Activating them all will trigger the blessing. Sometimes it summons an evil monster boss, sometimes a swarm of small monsters, and sometimes a treasure chest or other special reward. Yishu's mind raced. The chest could easily be worth at least 1,000 days of transferable lifespan. In the outside world, she recalled, 1 day of transferable lifespan could cost 1 per 10,000 on the first day and climb to 1 per 50,000 on the second. So the treasure's value was staggering. Qinfang opened the chest. The system announced, You have opened the emerald-level treasure chest. You have received the emerald-level skill book, Blooming Curse. He frowned at the name, Blooming Curse, and the system supplied its description. Blooming Curse, Emerald Level, a common skill book usable on the corpse of a player who has been dead for up to 15 seconds, causing a cursed flower to bloom on the corpse. The flower siphons the target's transferable lifespan until it is fully depleted. There is no cooldown. Qinfang's expression turned cold and calculating. It was a perverted skill indeed. He had heard of it in a previous life. The name fit perfectly. He accepted the skill, and immediately envisioned how to use it. Guard the corpse after killing a player so the cursed flower could drain all transferable lifespan. With this power, he thought, he could make an enemy quit the game, rush to level 10, and then exploit the ability in the real world to ruin them completely. With the skill learned, Qinfang resumed his search for Song Fi. He intended to end Song Fi's good days. Elsewhere, a wolf struck by lightning convulsed as fire raced over its fur and collapsed. Song Fi and his band of female fans joined forces and finished the beast. Song Fi smirked to himself. He had run far, surely Dark Shadow would not follow. After all, he had once stolen a silver boss from Dark Shadow and had been killed twice. That should have been sufficient provocation. He promised himself revenge. When I level up, I will come back for you, you damn Dark Shadow. A fan in Song Fi's group pointed ahead. Brother, look, People are fighting that boss. Song Fi feigned surprise and stirred the crowd. Oh my god, they look familiar. Could they be fans of Nu Gi? At the name, his followers erupted in anger. Those disgusting maggots want to help Nu Gi climb the ranks? Sisters, kill them all. We won't let them affect our brother's climb. The players defending the boss were initially grateful for reinforcements. Hello everyone, the boss is about to die. Let us finish it together. Their hope was cut short when a female fan struck one of them over the head with a stick, pinned him down, and glared with bloodshot eyes. The boy on the team cried out. The mage girl protested. What are you doing? Are you crazy? But before she could explain, 2 arrows pierced her face. The boy screamed a name, Misa, in terror. The female fans shouted battle cries as they descended on the boss and the opposing players. Wear the golden robe, accompany with Fi, sweep away the bulls, unify the 4 directions. They attacked with slogans and fervor, chanting lines that spoke of domination, loyalty, and eternal devotion to their leader. The skirmish turned ugly as zeal and envy overtook the battlefield, and the idea of fair competition vanished beneath mob fury. The monster was beaten to a pulp by Song Fi Sit's group of frenzied female fans, and together they shouted proudly, "It's Seps all because of Brother Fi." Song Fi smirked, putting on his most charming tone. Oh my god, thank you everyone. My dear family, I was almost harmed by those new fans. I didn't expect them to be so vicious. The women, touched by his words, replied in unison, no need to thank us. Across the south, across the north, our hearts will always follow Song Fi. But above them, from the treetops, Qin Fong silently watched everything. His gaze was cold, sharp as a blade. In an instant, he vanished. Moments later, the ground trembled, and a panicked scream tore through the clearing. Song Fi, one of the girls shouted. Song Fi turned pale. Before he could react, a whisper brushed his ear. Dead. Qin Fong's voice was the last thing he heard. In the next second, Song Fi's head was cleaved apart, once again killed by dark shadow. The female fans froze, their eyes wide in disbelief. Brother, they cried in terror. Qin Fong's faint silhouette shimmered into view, and before they could flee, he activated his newly obtained skill, Blooming Curse. From Song Fi's neck sprouted a blood-red flower, its petals glistening like fresh wounds. The women gasped, their mouths agape. What? What is that? Song Fi's body twisted in agony as crimson light engulfed him. His veins bulged, his face turned scarlet. That damn dark shadow. Are you crazy? Why are you always after me? He shouted through gritted teeth. Is it because I have too many girls around me? Are you jealous? He collapsed to his knees, rage and fear consuming him. Damn it, he followed me all the way to Yinghua Town. Could it be, the girl he likes is one of my fans? Then came the cold mechanical chime of the system. Says transferable lifespan, decreasing 400, 390, 380, 370. Song Fiest's eyes widened.
What the hell?
I don't even have 400 days left, and it's still dropping? What's going on? Is this the penalty for dying too many times? His followers were equally horrified. One of them, a fat man with a quacking voice, ran up, shouting frantically, Brother, you sir done for. That dark shadow just released some kind of skill. There's a blood-red flower growing on your corpse. It's sucking something out of you. Song Fi's face drained of color. What? That flower, it's draining my lifespan. He screamed. The system continued updating mercilessly. Said 350, 340, 330. Log out now. Song Fi shouted desperately. If we die again, we lose everything. Log out now. We regroup, get our best gear, and then crush him. The remaining fans followed his command, their cries echoing, follow Brother Fi, never retreat. As the last of their figures vanished, Song Fi's final thought burned with hatred. Dark Shadow, you wait. This isn't over. I've trained for 2.5 years to reach this point. You think you can beat me? I'll drown you with money if I have to. Under the blood-red sunset, Qin Fong stood calmly amid the scattered corpses. Around him, crimson spider lilies bloomed where players had fallen. The system flickered with warnings. Due to excessive player killing, your murderer level has increased to Tier 4. Upon death you will lose 96.875% of your current lifespan. But Qin Fong didn't care. I still have more than 1,000 days left, he muttered. It's nothing. He glanced down at the wilted bodies. Songfest's group killed plenty of monsters, but now, I can absorb any more. They must logged out. Just then, a white bird with luminous feathers descended gracefully from above. It stopped mid-air, watching him intently. The creature shimmered and transformed into Yishu. So you really are the dark shadow at the top of the leaderboard, she said softly. You terrifying. Qin Fong recognized her instantly. Yishu, he called, did Song Fi log out? She nodded. That Sip's right. He and all his fans are gone. Qinfeng crossed his arms. Good, from now on keep an eye out for me, let me know the moment he logs back in. Yes, big shot, Yishu agreed, then tilted her head. So, can I go now? Wait, Qinfeng said, reaching into his inventory. I have something for you. He pulled out a glowing skill book, the gold-level Holy Sword of Judgment. It's SEPs for the priest system. Do you want it? Her eyes lit up, excitement sparkling in them. Want it? Of course I want it. Qinfeng smiled faintly. Then wait for me in town. I'll meet you there. She nodded eagerly. Yes, I still wait. Before leaving he added, this skill is worth 500 days of lifespan, but if you agree to one condition, I still give it to you for half the price. Yishu froze and stepped back quickly. Enough, big shot. I stemp warning you. I stemp not selling my body. Qinfeng blinked, momentarily thrown off, then scowled. What are you thinking? I just want you to join my team, as a long-term healer. Her face turned crimson. Oh, that sips all? He smirked slightly. That sips all. And under the fading light, the red spider lilies continued to sway, quiet witnesses to the birth of a ruthless partnership. At this moment, she finally breathed a sigh of relief, and nodded in agreement. Okay, but if they turn out to be terrible, I'll tell you. Qinfeng smiled faintly, his eyes filled with satisfaction. Not bad. They are actually quite strong. Now wait for me to contact them first. The scene shifted to a chaotic battlefield. An enormous axe swung downward, smashing into a group of struggling monsters. The blow was so powerful that one monster's head was flattened and rolled to the ground. Wang Mang exhaled sharply, his chest heaving. Done. Finally killed it. He turned and shouted, Quick, Xia Yu, remove the poison for me. Xia Yu, delicate and charming, tilted her head innocently. Huh? Remove the poison, right? Wang Mangsit's face was pale, veins bulging on his forehead. What kind of priest doesn't have a detox skill? Hurry up. I can hold on much longer. Her expression turned nervous, and she pressed her divine staff frantically. Right. Watch this. But instead of casting a healing spell, she unleashed purification art. A blinding flash erupted. Wang Mang barely managed to dodge aside before it struck. The attack exploded into a bolt of holy lightning, forcing him to vomit blood in rage. Zhao Yu's face turned red as she stammered. Oops, sorry, I pressed the wrong skill. Moments later Wang Mang's strength gave out. He collapsed to the ground as his teammates shouted in panic. Captain. Back in town, Wang Mang's expression was dark with frustration. There was only one thought in his mind. He had to replace this incompetent buffer, but finding a hidden class healer wasn't easy. Most of the skilled players were already recruited by other top teams. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu was completely unbothered. She sat quietly, browsing through her system interface with pride. Humph. This game isn't set that hard. I've already reached level 4. At this pace I will meet Brother Songfos soon. Just then she received a system message from Qinfeng. Qinfeng, Wang Mang, I found someone hidden class, White Bird Divine Officer, quite strong. Does your team need her? The message came at the perfect time. Wang Mang had just been looking for a replacement. Wang Mang, Big Brother said strong, then she must be good. We shall take her. Qinfeng, good. She sips in Yinghua town. A few players are grinding there. Go level up together. Wang Mang, got it. We shall head there right away. This place is too crowded anyway. After ending the chat, Wang Mang turned to Xiao Yu with a polite smile. Xiao Yu, there are too many corpse monsters here. We'll start moving to a higher level zone, but since your level sits still low it'll be dangerous. We can take you this time. Xiao Yu blinked, forcing a faint smile. Huh? But I think I can still. Before she could finish, the group exchanged glances and rushed off without another word. Not good, it's too late. Leave quickly, Xiao. Take care of yourself. Her fists clenched tightly as she glared in the direction they vanished. You bastards, if you wanted to ditch me, just say it. Don't make lame excuses. Imp, I will go find Big Shot Dark Shadow myself. A short while later, Wang Mang and his two companions arrived in Yinghua town. As soon as they saw Qinfeng, Wang Mang opened his system panel and sent over a payment. System message. You have received 800 days of lifespan. Wang Mang sighed. That sips the remaining lifespan from when I bought the equipment. I still owe you 500 days. When Captain Ann arrives, I still give it to you. Earning lifespan in this game is seriously hard. Yu, standing quietly nearby, overheard the name and muttered to herself, Captain Ann, could it be Ann Yu? Qinfeng simply nodded and began introducing everyone. This is Falling Snow Day. His name sips Wang Mang. Introduce yourselves. Before anyone could respond, a lively voice echoed from a distance. Wang Mang, ISEP arrived. A young woman appeared, her name glowing above her head. Justice Executor. Qinfeng Sip's eyes narrowed slightly as he studied her. So it really is Anu. Her in-game title was legendary, the only hidden class longswordsman in existence. In his previous life, she had ranked among the top 20 players in the world, one of the strongest pillars of the Daxia faction, and a nightmare to many foreign guilds. She jogged up with a bright grin and extended her hand eagerly. Big shot Dark Shadow. Oh my god, I can believe I stump meeting you in person. I stump Anu, such a huge fan. Qinfeng met her gaze, intrigued. So this is the first person in this life who's stronger than me. Anu smiled, eyes gleaming with excitement. Dark Shadow, your growth rate is insane. What's your secret? Are you a transmigrator or reborn? She laughed playfully, half joking yet half curious. Qinfeng didn't answer immediately. Instead, he smirked faintly, because in this world, some secrets were better left unsaid. Qinfeng didn't respond immediately. His mind was a storm of thoughts. In my previous life, Anu wasn't on the same team as Wang Mang. That detail gnawed at him. If I remember correctly, she represented Zhanghai City. The government used her to buy up vast amounts of transferable lifespan. It made sense. The longswordsman class had incredible survivability. Entrusting lifespan to her meant minimal risk, a smart move for the government. Anu's sharp eyes locked on him, her expression calm but calculating. She didn't bother to hide her intentions. Big shot, she said with a disarming smile. Whatever rare items you have, sell them to us. We'll take everything. Oh, and by the way, her tone lowered slightly. All of Zhanghai's collected lifespan is managed by me, so you probably won't kill me, right? Qinfeng smirked faintly. Of course not. I sips am not that short-sighted. Cooperation benefits both of us. Anu Sit's grin deepened. I knew you were smart. He studied her carefully, his thoughts circling back to the past. She's probing me with every word. The rumors from his previous life were true. Outwardly innocent and lively, but inwardly shrewd and lightning fast in her decisions. She was the perfect bridge between him and the Daxia government, saving him countless steps. But in the real world, things were spiraling out of control. Across the country, panic spread like wildfire. Players were shouting in disbelief as official announcements filled every screen. Oh my god, did everyone see that? Someone screamed. The government just confirmed it. Lifespan in the Divine Artifact game is real. If it runs out in the game, you die in real life. A blue-haired girl trembled, her phone slipping from her hands. What? That can be true. It's just a game. I transferred all my lifespan to Brother Songfei already. Others clutched their phones in horror. I only have a few years left. I've killed so many players. Every death costs me double now because of the murderer buff. This can be happening. I've died 3 times already. Why is my lifespan dropping this fast? The panic was absolute. One of Songfei Sip's devoted fans sat frozen, unable to look at her game data anymore. Damn it, I was a mage tank, always rushing to the front lines. I killed so many, died even more, and now I only have 1 day of lifespan left. One day, when that Sip's gone, I really die. She shook her head violently. No, I don't believe it. Just then, her phone buzzed with multiple messages. She glanced down, hope flickering in her eyes. Notification, Songfei is buying lifespan. Her face lit up. Brother Songfei, he saved me. Heart pounding, she began preparing immediately. I still wear my Songfei support gear from head to toe, she said feverishly. Yes, even the special Songfei ultra-thin anti-overflow sanitary pads. In a frenzy of idol worship, she dressed in clothes covered with his pictures and rushed out the door, her voice sugary sweet. Brother Songfei, I'm coming to see you at the resort. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu slowly woke up in a pitch-dark room. Phew, did I return to reality? She murmured groggily. The first thing she did was check her account balance, and her face lit up with excitement. Wow, 1 day of lifespan is worth 15,000 now, and I have 200 days. I'm rich. But her joy froze the moment she saw the next notification. Her eyes widened, her body went cold. Breaking news, Songfei has been killed 3 times by Dark Shadow. Her lips trembled. What? Then came the scream. Raw, heartbroken. Oh my god, Songfei was massacred by Dark Shadow? 3 times? She clutched her mouth, tears streaming down her face. Her voice broke into sobs. That idiot said it himself. If your lifespan runs out in the game, you die in real life. He's really going to die. Her whole body shook uncontrollably. Why did Dark Shadow kill Brother Songfei? She looked through the player chat logs. Songfei had been surrounded by dozens of supporters, yet Dark Shadow still managed to kill him 3 times. Terrifying. Unbelievable. Then, new system announcements began flooding in. Official broadcast. Sisters, Brother Songfei needs help. Anyone in Jiang District can sell him your transferable lifespan. Meet him at Dajiang Square. He's paying 10,000 per day. Dozens of Songfei's fan groups reposted the same message, calling it the perfect chance to both help their idol and make money. Zhao Yu wiped her tears and stood up abruptly. Brother Songfei is in Dejang Square that sips close to me. She grabbed her bag, eyes burning with desperate resolve. No, I can just sit here and watch him die. I have to help Brother Songfei. Her heart pounded with obsession and devotion. Thanks to those fools, I have more than 200 days of transferable lifespan. That sip's enough to save him. Meanwhile, inside the divine artifact game world, Qinfang continued hunting monsters. The ground was littered with corpses, glowing red under the dim light. One after another, system notifications flashed before him. System: congratulations, Youssef reached level 10. Constitution +2. Youssef gained 5 free attribute points. Youssef unlocked profession upgrade. First player to reach level 10 in Shanghai City, fame +7. First player to reach level 10 in Dacia Country, fame +4. First player to reach level 10 globally, fame +21. And then came the final message. System announcement: when 7 players reach level 10 in Shanghai City, the teleportation gate to the ruined land of the gods will open. Qinfang's eyes gleamed as he looked toward the horizon. The world was changing, and this was just the beginning. All across the divine artifact world, players froze as the same string of glowing notifications appeared before their eyes. System global announcement: player Dark Shadow has become the first in the world to reach level 10. For a moment, silence reigned. Then, chaos erupted in every chat channel. Dark Shadow again? The same guy who took the first gold level kill? He seps insane. He seps the first global level 10 already? And he sets from Dacia. Damn it. The disbelief was unanimous. Every region's player base buzzed with frustration, awe, and fear. Even Ice Smith, the only hidden profession player, is still level 8. How the hell did he reach level 10 already? We have 1.5 billion players in Tianzhu, and no one can catch up to him. This Dark Shadow, he sits not human. While the world reacted in shock, the system continued updating based on Qinfang's progress. System update. Evolution points, spent 13. Remaining 0. Skill enhanced, backstab, platinum tier, fui. Passive effect. Attacks launched from behind deal 50% increased damage. After defeating another monster, Qinfang stood still, gazing at the endless ocean. The light reflected in his eyes carried no excitement, only calculation. My transferable lifespan is barely more than 7,000 days, still not enough. Not safe. He opened his status window. Nickname: Dark Shadow. Profession: Dark Hidden. Level: 10. Non-transferable lifespan: 128 years, 219 days. Transferable lifespan: 7,455 days. Strength: 39. Physique: 39. Agility: 111. Spirit: 41. Fame: 47. His cold eyes reflected only determination. To leave this small beginner's town, 7 players needed to reach level 10 to activate the teleportation formation, the gateway to the ruined land of the gods. The highest level after me is 7, he thought calmly. That means I still have time to wait. Perfect. I can return to reality and handle something first. Without another word, Qinfang's figure vanished from the beach, dissolving into black mist. When his eyes opened again, he was back in the real world. Just as he sat up, a faint blue glow appeared before him. The divine artifact game interface had followed him out, sending a chilling notification. Consume transferable lifespan to extract abilities into the real world. Qinfang Sip's lips curved slightly. Yes. The system responded instantly. Select extraction type. Ritz extract profession and level. Murin, extract equipment. Rotting extract skills. Marun extract bloodline, locked. Moreau, extract divinity, locked. Qinfang Sis's voice was calm, deliberate. Extract profession. You have consumed 1,000 days of transferable lifespan. You have obtained Shadow Meld, hidden profession. Strength 3, Physique 3, Agility 8, Spirit 5. He nodded slightly, feeling the surge of power ripple through his veins. Then he spoke again. Next, extract level. You have consumed 1,002 days of transferable lifespan. Your real-world level has increased to level 3. Strength 4, Physique 4, Agility 14, Spirit 4. A quiet smile crept across his face. Good. Then came the final, and most critical extraction: skills. He recalled the official guide's warning. The higher the skill's rarity, the more lifespan it consumes, and the cost rises exponentially, he murmured. But when he checked the calculation, his expression shifted. So the extraction cost is based on the skill's base quality, not its evolved form. That changed everything. After evolution, Shadow Meld only costs 900 days, and it retains its platinum rating? A sharp laugh escaped him. Perfect. You have consumed 900 days of transferable lifespan to extract the platinum skill Shadow Meld. You have consumed 2,262 days of transferable lifespan to extract the silver skill, Poison Dart, Extreme. A wave of burning energy coursed through his body. He clenched his fists as black smoke curled around his arms, veins bulging with power. Still, 1,292 days of lifespan left, he muttered, exhaling slowly. That sip's enough for now. He looked down at his trembling hands. My physical stats are now double a normal human sip's. Agility alone has reached 32 points, beyond the limits of human biology. Combine that with stealth and a 14-meter poison dart. A sharp glint flashed in his eyes. Songfei one stet escaped this time. Just then, his phone buzzed with a flood of notifications. He swiped, and frowned. Forum post, Songfei is buying lifespan again. Location, Dajang Square. Purpose, revenge against Dark Shadow. Dajang Square, 7 to 8 kilometers from here, Qinfeng whispered. At my current speed I can reach it in just over 10 minutes. But before he could move, another message appeared on his phone, a personal text. The sender's name made his expression darken. Hu Kai Bin. Qinfeng, Yusef grown bold. You once sit even answer the phone now. You should feel honored that the eldest young lady even noticed you, but you refuse to cooperate, answer immediately, or… The message ended with a single word. Idiot. Qinfeng scoffed coldly and blocked the number without hesitation. As he stepped outside, a faint black aura began to swirl around him. Each stride carried a quiet menace, the presence of someone walking above the ordinary, calm, confident, and untouchably dangerous. In the faint reflection of a glass window, the shadow of Dark Shadow moved, silent, lethal, and unstoppable. Qinfeng's eyes were cold, his aura exuding a force that made the air around him feel heavy. Soon everyone would come to understand what the divine artifact game truly meant. Meanwhile, in the Grand Hall, Songfei's devoted fans had completely filled the space. His sweet words had them utterly enchanted, obsessively hanging on to every syllable. Posters and screens all around the stage were plastered with his image, each one showcasing his charming vest and handsome demeanor. Even Zhang Li, standing among the crowd, was captivated, utterly absorbed by him. Every word Songfei spoke dripped with honeyed charm. Brother, I heard you were killed 3 times by Dark Shadow in the Divine Artifact game. Don't set worry. Seb sent people to investigate his real identity. Songfei sips soft Theo. Seft betrayed curiosity as he asked, and how far has the investigation gone? A smile spread across her face as she shared the news. Sep sent someone to approach him in Yinghua town. We will offer him a deal he can dead refuse. Once he comes to the real world for the money, haha. Zhang Li Sip's eyes were filled with infatuation, giving her complete attention to Songfei. Then we still make sure he pays. And you, brother, can vent all your anger. Songfei Sip's lips curved into a satisfied smile. Be sure to let me know when the time comes. He glanced at her with a protective gaze. Sep heard your Shida Jang uses this method to control many players, making them work for free. Hearing him care so attentively, Yang Li smiled softly and dismissed the others as idiots. All of them are greenhorns, she thought, squeezing out only a little lifespan. It's Sep's still better to be with you. So many girls are willing to sacrifice their lifespan, even their lives, for you. Songfei raised his head confidently, exhaling lightly. Humph. Suddenly, a young man pushed through the crowd, ignoring the atmosphere, shouting, Hey, don't sell your lifespan so cheaply. His words drew immediate backlash. Haven't you seen the official announcement? If your lifespan runs out in the game, you still die in real life. You start harming lives. We sue you, Songfei. Songfei had anticipated this. Calmly, he stood, his voice soft yet commanding. Cough. Hello friends, I am Songfei. Sef noticed the controversy regarding my purchase of lifespan. Yes, it has caused some social disturbance, and for that I am sincerely apologetic. The crowd of brainless fans erupted in excitement. No need to apologize, you haven't done anything wrong. Tears glistened in Songfei Sep's eyes as he continued, trembling with emotion. I am deeply grateful for everyone's Sip's support. True love should always be positive. I hope everyone pursues their idols rationally, especially in this unique phase of the Divine Artifact game. Please protect yourselves and contribute to society. The hall fell silent, every ear straining. His words, though false, carried sincerity in their tone. I am also actively cooperating with the government, doing my best in the game. Sep used my personal assets to purchase lifespan to become an outstanding idol worthy of your love. I hope to bring joy, peace, and a better future for everyone. If my actions cause trouble, I sincerely apologize. Below the stage, chaos erupted. Some shouted in outrage, but the majority defended him passionately. You did nothing wrong. How can you be so gentle, my darling? Go away, barbarians. We start helping him willingly. Don't tarnish his sincerity. A confident, proud voice cut through the clamor. It was the short-haired girl, Songfei's most devoted fan. Don't believe those ridiculous rumors. I donated the most lifespan to him. When I logged out, the system warned me my lifespan was less than a day. Yet, here I stand. If you don't have the courage to die for him, you don't deserve to claim love for him. The crowd erupted in agreement, their voices uniting in fervent devotion. Yes, so true. So right, Songfei, I love you. One by one, fans shouted their remaining lifespans. I have 20 days left. I shall give it all to you. I have 17 days. I have 3. Songfei Sip's voice was gentle yet commanding, filled with fake emotion that masked the calculation behind his words. Oh my God, I feel your love. I love you all. The hall trembled with the overwhelming energy of devoted fans, each one willing to sacrifice everything for the idol they adored, the one and only Songfei. The scene on stage had been carefully staged for drama, but no rehearsal could prepare anyone for what happened next. Seth reached out and took the short-haired girl's small hand, his eyes glistening with tears. Especially you, he said, voice trembling. To be loved by someone like you, I'm truly moved. The girl's eyes filled, tears and snot mingled on her face. Ah, Songfei, my darling, just to have you look at me like this. Even if I had to die right now, I would be willing. A single tear rolled down his smiling face, masking the falseness beneath. Then, in an instant, the show's warmth was swallowed by a bolt of lightning. Before Seth could finish his line, the lightning pierced his skull. A second of deadly silence followed. The entire stadium froze, eyes widened in horror. He had no time to utter a final word. He coughed up bright, fresh blood. Black smoke curled from his head. Half of Songfei's brain was charred. He collapsed forward and slumped onto the shoulders of his adoring underlings. Panic spread like wildfire. The short-haired girl's eyes bulged. She staggered backward and fell to the stage, screaming, "Say what is wrong?" She cried as she crawled to him, trembling. The crowd below joined her in alarm. The black-clad bodyguards materialized at once, forming a shield around Jiangsu and whisking her through the back exits. Danger! Protect the young miss and retreat, they barked. Jiang Li's face drained of color. She plunged into the crowd against the flow, mind scrambling. Before anyone could make sense of the carnage, a faint halo had appeared over Songfei's body. The halo vanished into the air, as if collected by an invisible hand. Someone somewhere close by had reached out and taken it. Only a short distance from the car prepared for the young miss. Jiang Li watched in frozen horror as the divine artifact's light struck. The head separated from the neck. The expression of terror was fixed in her eyes. The bodyguards, stunned and panicked, could do nothing but shout orders that felt increasingly hollow. News moved faster than emotion. The forum exploded with updates. Star Songfei dies tragically at Dajiang Plaza. Crazy fan donates entire lifespan in divine artifact game. Dies beside Songfei's corpse. Police investigate supernatural cause. Songfei killed by inexplicable abilities. Shock spread among the fans. Jiang Li wept openly, covering her face. I still can't believe it. We were at Seth's concert just yesterday. Her friend muttered about throwing knives and invisibility, clutching at scraps of overheard speculation. Isn't that a divine artifact game ability? Do you think Anying killed Seth? I heard in the game Anying killed him 3 times. Doubt warped into conviction in Jiang Li's mind. How could skills from a game manifest in reality? To kill Songfei instantly, and then invisibly collect his lifespan. Only someone with the assassin's talents could do that. The clues led her to one name. The culprit must be Anying. Hate crystallized into purpose. Her world dimmed. Everything she cherished felt stolen. If Anying could bring game abilities into the real world, then Jiang Li believed she had no choice but to approach him, get close, and stop him, by any means necessary. From that moment forward, her single goal burned clear: to kill Anying. Elsewhere, the man who had taken down 2 influential figures that night remained unbothered. Xinfang, having completed his bloody work, sauntered to a noodle shop to replenish his energy. Even while the divine artifact game drained his life force in the real-world invincible state, hunger persisted. He ate calmly, savoring black bean noodles as if the world outside were still ordinary. A phone buzzed across the table. The message was blunt and petty. Qinfang, you blocked his number and WeChat. If you do not come back to work, you are fired. You won't get paid this month. The sender was a girl surnamed Yang Xiaoya. Someone Qinfang knew from his guild days. She was timid and often bullied, a former member of his TR guild in his previous life. Qinfang shrugged off the threat with a short reply. Forget about him, don't go to work anymore, go into the divine artifact game, and develop there. The world had shifted in a single night. On stage, a star lay dead. In the streets, fans mourned and conspiracy theories sprouted. In quiet corners, new vows of revenge were forged, and in the game and in life, people began to wonder whether the boundary between virtual power and physical reality had finally been crossed. Hearing the conversation, Xiaoya quickly joined in, curiosity gleaming in her eyes. "Oh, Qinfang, have you ever been inside the Divine Artifact game? I heard its stats incredibly difficult. Many people nearly exhaust their entire lifespan just playing it." Qinfang replied calmly, "Any profession works. Just invest in agility, and you sit fine." Xiaoya leaned closer. "I heard lifespan in the game is worth a lot now. Qinfang, how much have you earned?" He shrugged. "Not much. Almost used up." "What? But didn't you buy a house and a car? No wonder you dared to block that fat tiger." She laughed nervously. Qinfang smirked. "Fat tiger? Humph, just a lackey. The real problem is his boss, Tian Shishi." The name stirred something dark in his memory. Tian Shishi, young lady of the Qian Corporation. The company he once worked for had belonged to her family. She never worked a day in her life, spending her time toying with men. He recalled the rumors, her late-night hotel meetings with foreign businessmen, her flashy supercars, her scandalous lifestyle, and now she had set her sights on him. Tian Shishi was known for her obsession with foreign culture. When the Divine Artifact game had first launched, she left Daxia for North America and established the Alice Country Guild, one of the 3 most powerful guilds there. That guild had often clashed with Daxia and his own TR Rebirth Guild. Remembering all this, Qinfang's expression hardened. He had to act before she left the country. If he could eliminate her now, the Alice Country Guild might never rise, and the chaos she brought to the world could be avoided. There were also whispers that her guild co-founders shared more than just a business relationship with her. Once she died, they would inevitably turn on each other. His phone buzzed again. It was Xiao Yu. He picked up. "Qinfang, I didn't expect you to be alive. I thought you died inside the Divine Artifact game." She screamed over the line. "Anyway, I bought a house myself, so don't bother me anymore." "Oh," he replied flatly. "Anything else?" "Donstedt talked to me again," she snapped. "Donstedt asked where I live, and Donstedt contact me in the future." Qinfang's Sip's tone stayed indifferent. "All right, if there's Sip's nothing else, I'll hang up." "I want to break off relations with you," she yelled. "Okay," he replied simply, and ended the call. He stepped outside, watching the setting sun. "I have to get back and continue leveling up," he murmured. "Someone will reach level 10 soon. When that happens, everyone will realize abilities from the game can be used in real life." Under the crimson sky, the city stood silent, unaware of the coming storm that would soon shatter its peace. Elsewhere, a row of elegant European-style buildings shimmered beneath the clear blue heavens. Suyan walked beside Xiao Yu and sighed. "Xiao Yu, breaking things off with your brother is too much. Why don't you just apologize? I think he's really angry this time." Xiao Yu turned away, pouting. "Apologize? No way. I sold part of my lifespan to the Qian Corporation for 2 million. Su Yan gasped in shock. "You sold your lifespan?" Xiao Yu smiled proudly. "Yes, I bought a house. We can live together, and soon I'll get close to Anying. Who needs Qinfang anymore?" As they spoke, a figure appeared ahead, Zhang Yi waiting with a smug grin. "Zhao Yu, here sips the assassin skill book you wanted. Don't forget what you promised me." I know, she replied sweetly. "I will indulge your little desires after I done." But in her heart, her thoughts were venomous. "You love sick fool, wait until I meet Anying. Who would care about garbage like you?" Clutching the skill book, Yao Yu hummed cheerfully on her way back. "Wang Dai, I've got an assassin skill book. It's even a control skill. Ask Anying if he needs it. If he does, I'll give it to him," she said over the phone. Her eyes gleamed with scheming purpose. "This fool Zhang Wei might actually be useful. This skill book will be my link to Anying." As she walked, her imagination took over. "I'll approach him, be by his side, heal his wounds, kill enemies for him, level up together. He'll to begin to trust me, maybe even see me as someone precious. And when I step strong enough, when he no longer has any value to me." Her gaze darkened, voice dropping to a whisper only she could hear. "I'll kill him with my own hands. I'll gouge out his eyes. I'll avenge Songfei." Just then, her phone buzzed again. A new message appeared from the group chat. "This skill is trash. The boss doesn't need it. Sell it yourself." "Huh?" she muttered, stunned by the rejection. Meanwhile, not far from where Qinfang had passed earlier, chaos erupted. "Be careful, move away quickly," someone shouted. Qinfang instinctively hid behind a pillar, quietly observing. A team of players was fighting something monstrous. "Damn it, this one's not normal, try to survive first," one of them yelled as they scattered. A massive insect-like creature charged at them, its blade-like limbs slicing through the crowd. Run, it stats targeting you. A man raised his shield desperately. Damn it. The shield shattered after only a few hits, splintering into 8 pieces. Qin Sip's eyes narrowed as he analyzed the creature. Golden level arthropod, level 8, golden boss. His expression sharpened, a hint of excitement flickering in his gaze. Interesting. If I remember correctly, this boss has level 2 anti-invisibility. In other words, against this monster, Qin invisibility skill was completely useless. The golden arthropod, known as Qi, roared ferociously, waving its massive sword in all directions. Seeing an opening, Qin dashed forward with incredible speed. His blade flashed like lightning as he unleashed a flurry of attacks. Damage, 1013, 1013, 1013. He paused for a moment, carefully analyzing the effect. Attacking from outside the enemy's field of vision deals double damage, but if the opponent can see through stealth, the bonus disappears. His brows furrowed. That explains the drop in power. Yet, he had a countermeasure. His legendary skill, Grace of Liberation, magnified the weaknesses in a monster's head and heart by 200%, and within the technique, 9 slashes of Shunying Jian, 3 of those strikes were designed to target weak points. Hitting them meant triple damage, enough to compensate for the lost stealth boost. A confident smile crept across Qin face. Thank you, Jin Li. Truly this legendary skill lives up to its name, and thanks to that girl, Xia, for helping me locate the Faith Temple. Suddenly, another player appeared above the rocky cliffs, exclaiming in disbelief. That stealth damage, terrifying. Just one attack wiped out 1/6 of the golden level boss Sit's health. After a brief pause, Qin decided to strike again. He pulled out several throwing knives and launched them with pinpoint precision. They pierced directly into the monster's head. The creature howled in agony. Poisoned throwing knife. Qin eyes gleamed coldly. A silver tier skill. Its damage isn't keeping up anymore. I need to evolve my profession fast to boost stealth potency. But before he could plan further, the golden arthropod suddenly leapt high into the air, lunging toward him with deadly intent. A female mage watching from above shouted in panic, "Be careful." Qin gaze hardened, murderous light flashing through his eyes. Qi's crimson blade slashed wildly, forming a storm of death that shredded the air itself. The mage and her teammates hid in a corner, trembling. "Damn it, what kind of speed is that?" one muttered. "Not just speed, look at how he's attacking. It's like he knows exactly when to dodge and counter. Has he fought this boss before?" another whispered. "He must have. His movements, it sips as if he practiced this fight hundreds of times." Meanwhile, Qin moved with impossible precision. Each dodge, each strike, perfectly timed. In my previous life, he thought, when I fought alongside Jia Yu, she couldn't even protect herself, let alone heal me. That's why I developed this skill, evasion. A warrior doesn't always need to endure blows. Sometimes, survival depends on agility. His eyes burned with intensity as he prepared the final blow. I saw prove it. Even as an ordinary warrior, I saw reach the top 100 globally. With one decisive strike, his blade cleaved through the monster's defenses. The golden arthropod shrieked as its massive form crumbled to the ground. The female mage screamed, "Oh my god, the golden boss is escaping." But Qin didn't hesitate. He darted forward once more, blade flashing in a final fatal arc. A clean slash, straight across the head. The creature's skull separated from its body, and its massive corpse hit the ground with a deafening thud. A system message appeared before him. "You have slain Golden Arthropod level 8, Golden Tier. Rewards, plus 640 EXP. Plus 7 evolution points. Plus 497 days of tradable lifespan." Qin stared at the glowing notifications, a faint smile spreading across his lips. So this is the reward for a golden boss. 7 evolution points and nearly 2,000 days of lifespan. Not bad. But then another shimmering item caught his attention. A skill book dropped onto the ground, radiating platinum light. He picked it up and read the description. Black Light Shield, Platinum Assassin Skill. Effect converts all evasion rate into a damage immune shield. Duration 8 seconds. Cooldown 60 seconds. Level requirement 8. Conversion rate 20% evasion, 1 layer of damage immunity. After the duration ends or the shield breaks, evasion returns to normal. A wide grin spread across his face. Unbelievable. It dropped a platinum skill book. He quickly combined the details in his mind. If I pair this with the epic skill Shadow Demon Ambiguous, which grants 75% evasion, then Blacklight Shield could create 3 layers of complete damage immunity. His grip tightened on the book. With this I can face any boss without shedding a single drop of blood. Qin immediately spent the reward to evolve Blacklight Shield to epic rank. The system deducted evolution points. 1 + 2 + 3. consuming a total of 6 evolution points. The skill's parameters expanded, the damage-free shield duration scaled through 8, 10, 12 to 14 seconds. The conversion rate changed from every 20% to 15%, then 12%, and finally 10% evasion to shield conversion per tier. The aura around him swelled. With the upgrade he could stack as many as 7 layers of damage-free shield. Like this, I can venture into higher level areas. For a moment he poured nearly all his remaining points into evolving equipment, leaving 22 evolution points. He then prioritized increasing damage per second by improving poisoned throwing knife. That evolution consumed 3 plus 5 plus 8, 16 evolution points in total. After evolution, the skill scale read, white, silver, emerald. Effective range reached 1,417 meters. Hit dodge attachment values became 120 and 240 attack points. Poison fragments dealt sustained damage every second equal to 50 to 80% of attack power. The effect could not be resisted. Evolving the skill 3 times more than doubled its damage, and with a cooldown of 5 seconds its sustained DPS rivaled his Xunyang Jian technique. Qinfeng did not stop there. He exchanged for 2 assassin pieces of equipment. The Ring of Agility, Platinum tier, granted agility plus 20, movement speed plus 20%, attack speed plus 20%, and cooldown speed plus 20%. He also acquired heavy red leather gloves, golden level assassin protective gear, with physical defense plus 18, all elemental resistances plus 15, constitution plus 12, and health plus 588. Equipment required level 6. After the upgrades, Qinfeng watched his stats climb. The combination of gear and skills pushed his cooldown speed to 55%. A skill that had originally had a 12-second cooldown, now refreshed in only 7.7 seconds. He gained 52 constitution points, 106 physical defense, and 1,517 horsepower points. He smiled to himself. Not bad. Now I can tank 3 hits from a golden boss without dying. With Blacklight Shield layered on top, my survivability increased significantly. The party that had watched the fight now approached, awestruck. Big shot, you actually soloed the boss, they praised. A mage prompted eagerly, are there any skills or items I can buy from you? Qinfeng produced a book with a cool casual air and offered it. If you're a mage, I have this golden skill book, Frost Scatter. It releases up to 10 ice orbs. Fixed price, 800 days. The teammates protested, clicking their tongues. 800 days. That's too expensive. Level 5 golden skill books sell for 400 days. Qinfeng's eyes flickered. He explained, this is a level 7 book. Level 7 deals 40% more damage than level 5. 800 days is fair. The mage nodded without hesitation and purchased it. The system confirmed, Frost Scatter, golden skill book. You have paid 800 days of tradable lifespan. Qinfeng left with a swagger. No boss can threaten me now, he thought, resolved to return to town to spread the news and map out golden and white silver level bosses, so he would always have targets to farm and maximize his growth rate. Just after a few steps, his device buzzed. A message from Wang Mang popped up. Beep beep, big shot. Xiao Yu from our team asked me to contact you. She says she wants to give you a skill book. Qinfeng frowned, unimpressed. Xiao Yu offering me a skill book. Probably a trash green skill. He had already seen public conjecture. Most people suspected Anying of killing Songfei. The rumor that Xiao Yu would offer a gift to Anying made Qinfeng suspicious. He replied curtly that he did not want the gift, and told Wang Mang to tell her to keep it. Wang Mang forwarded the exchange exactly as Qinfeng had worded it. Qinfeng assumed Xiao Yu's overture was calculated. Either she wanted to cling to Anying, or she sought vengeance for Songfei, or perhaps both. He contacted Wang Mang again and instructed him to come to town. Qinfeng had goods he wanted to sell. Then Wang Mang asked the blunt question everyone feared to ask. Big shot, did you kill Songfei? Qinfeng's eyes flashed cold and sharp. Without evasions he replied plainly, yes, I killed him. The admission landed like a stone. Qinfeng paused only a moment, aware that the authorities were already piecing together clues. There were only 2 hours left before more players reached level 10, 2 hours before the reality of game abilities bleeding into the world could no longer be concealed. It was time to see how the Daxia government would react. Consider it a test. He vanished toward Firefly Town, and stepped into the wooden meeting house, where players and traders had already gathered, ready for what the coming storm would bring. As soon as Qinfeng entered the room, Anu stepped forward and asked bluntly, in front of everyone, Big shot, do you admit that you killed Seth? Qinfeng did not flinch. He answered without a single evasion, yes, I killed him. Anu's smile was a practiced mask. We did a full investigation. You are our primary suspect. She continued, steady and clinical. Sunfei and Zhang Li had ill intentions toward you. Daejiang Industries has captured and tortured many players, forcing them to farm the game for points. If you killed those 2 people, Strictly speaking, that could be argued as self-defense. Her words were an attempt at neutralizing outrage, a way to fold him into a temporary alliance. Qinfeng read the room and understood their motive at once. These officials had not unmasked his true identity, so they were offering a pragmatic cooperation, an arrangement built on convenience rather than trust. He remembered how, in his previous life, he had once cooperated with authorities while keeping his hands clean. In this life, however, he had already crossed a harder line by killing Sef and Zhang Li. That act would ripple outward, introducing unpredictable variables into this fragile era shaped by the divine artifact. A bold plan formed in his mind, one that could be called ruthless. He decided to sell all his unused platinum gear. With the government's patronage behind the trade, profession or class mattered little. They would buy everything. Most importantly, the officials had the lifespans and the credit to pay. Wang Meng's voice betrayed his astonishment. Platinum equipment and platinum skills. Did the big shot actually down a platinum boss? It made no sense. There had been no global announcement. Qinfeng fed them half-truths with a casual smile. My luck's been okay. I opened a few treasure chests. A woman standing nearby corroborated the story, claiming she'd seen him open a JDI-level chest with her own eyes. The crowd murmured in envy and disbelief. Someone compared their own hard-earned progress with the effortless windfall Qinfeng described. The gulf between ordinary players and him suddenly felt vast and unbridgeable. Then Qinfeng presented his price list. A platinum skill book for archers, fixed at 2,500 days, a platinum weapon for berserkers, 1,500 days, a platinum skill book for mages, 3,000 days. He bundled a golden skill and equipment combo for 8,000 days, and offered a batch of 25 platinum items at a discounted 16,000 days. A new, practical and decisive, accepted without haggling. She cleared debts for 2 teammates on the spot, and completed the purchase. The room calculated the scale of the transaction. When traded lifespans exceed 10,000 days, units shifted to years. 60 years equated to roughly 22,000 days, which at current exchange meant a sum worth hundreds of millions in cash. For the Shanghai government, this investment promised strategic gain, better equipped development teams, fewer internal troubles, and a stronger hand in international disputes. Someone finally asked the question everyone feared to ask. Will you join a rescue of players being held by Daijang Industries? Qinfeng saw the trap. The government was attempting to recruit him, to cleanse his image by making him a public ally. He refused the offer but did not remain silent. In a voice that cut through the murmur, he announced the truth he had been holding back. Yes, I used in-game powers to kill them. Once the divine artifact game reaches level 10, lifespans can be consumed to bring game abilities into the real world. His words landed like a detonator. The declaration was both confession and prophecy. The boundary between virtual power and physical reality was about to collapse. Qinfeng had chosen to make that collapse visible, to force the world, governments, guilds and ordinary players to reckon with the storm he had already set in motion. Before leaving, Qinfeng turned back to the group one last time. His voice was calm but carried a weight that silenced the room. You all should understand what this means. Time is short, seize every second you have. Anu Estig's expression shifted as the realization sank in. So that sips it. Daijang Industries is also purchasing lifespan. Once their people reach level 10 and can bring abilities into the real world, our rescue operations will become far more dangerous. Qinfeng gave a faint nod. It's good you understand. I'll be on my way. And just like that he vanished, dissolving into thin air before their eyes. Anu turned to Wang Mang immediately, her tone firm. Wang Mang, we still divide into separate leveling teams. All 6 of us are already at high levels. Fighting together wastes potential. Split up, lead your own groups, and raise everyone's SIP's efficiency. Wang Mang nodded quickly. Understood. Anu continued, addressing the rest. Our first goal, reach level 10, then log out and report everything to the higher-ups. No one objected. The plan was clear, and the urgency was real. Moments later, a system announcement echoed across the server. Set attention. Player Anying has opened a stall again. This time he sits buying, not selling. All players receive the broadcast. Set 30 days of lifespan for the coordinates of a silver boss, 100 days for a golden boss. The message spread like wildfire. Soon a familiar voice called out mockingly, still setting up a stall here, Anying. My young lady said if you agree to help her level up, she'll pay you 300 million and shares from Daijang Industries. There won't be another offer like this in your lifetime. The crowd began to murmur. Someone from behind shouted, you really haven't Set logged out, huh? You don't Set even know what happened. Any killed Seong Fi and the young lady of Daijang Industries too. What? The man blurted, stunned. You mean she Set's dead? She Sep's gone. Another replied coldly. And you should Sep's seen it coming. She tried to capture Inni in real life, planned to enslave him for farming points. She brought this on herself. The man froze, his face darkening as memories flooded back. He had once taken her money, thinking it was an easy deal, but instead he'd been knocked unconscious, locked in a dungeon, and forced to grind for lifespan. Day after day he'd been beaten, starved, and made to lure others into the same trap. Remembering her cruel smile, he muttered bitterly under his breath. That woman deserved what she got. He laughed nervously, but Qinfeng Sep's sharp voice cut through. Looking at how obedient you are, you must Sep helped her capture plenty of players. Haven't set you? And no, he stammered, shaking his head. I was forced, I swear. He turned to leave, muttering apologies as he hurried off. Qinfeng scoffed. Trash. Then, without another glance, he turned his focus back to his stall. Someone else approached him. I Sep got the coordinates of a silver boss. Trade approved, Qinfeng said simply. 30 days of lifespan. The town remained lively, buzzing with excitement around Qinfeng's presence. Players whispered among themselves as they watched him trade. Look. That's Sep's Qian Shishi, one whispered. The real-life young lady of the Qian family. Stay away from her. She Sep's rumored to have killed multiple players and drained their lifespan. A moment later, Shishi entered the town, flanked by two teammates. Her expression was arrogant, her tone dripping with contempt. This game is set as great as people think. As long as you have money, you can buy equipment, skills, and power, enough to crush anyone you want. Her eyes gleamed with disdain as she cursed under her breath. This damn game even made me miss my flight. I should be in North America right now enjoying myself with Max. She scanned the Daxia players nearby with disgust. Look at these men, so weak, so boring. Not a single one has any charm. One of her foreign companions, Tony, laughed smugly. Miss Quan, your taste is impeccable. Of course our men are far superior. Even in that regard, he added with a perverted grin, we stir much stronger. Shishi smirked, her gaze lingering on him. Her arrogance and his vanity blended into a dangerous alliance of greed, lust, and power. But in the shadows of that bustling town, unseen by them both, Qinfeng quietly observed, already calculating his next move. A little later, they returned to the real world, and the excitement followed them. You can experience it yourself, someone said. She nodded repeatedly. Okay, I am really looking forward to it. The conversation soon shifted back to the star, Songfei. Voices bubbled with callous amusement. Hey, I heard that useless Songfei died. I played with him once. It was over in less than a minute. What a waste. Shishi, indulgent and hungry for sensation, flushed at the thought. She had heard the killer's name whispered everywhere. Anying, a Daxia man but ranked #1 globally. The idea that Anying could kill Songfei made ordinary death seem trivial. If he could fell a star, taking down a common player would be easy. Perhaps she thought this was her chance to get close to him. Impulsively, Shishi posted a notice to attract players. Everyone, I am going offline to make a call. Contact Anying. Reward 3,000 days of lifespan. Money might not tempt Anying, but 3,000 days of lifespan could not be refused. For her, killing an ordinary player was a trivial task. She pictured his face, smug and dismissive. Very soon you will have to die. Qinfeng, she thought with vicious satisfaction. Back in the dungeon of gameplay, Zhang Yi stabbed fiercely at a monster's neck, while Xiao Yu threw up a healing spell from afar. Xiao Yu, next time don't buff so extremely. Zhang Yi grumbled weakly. If you'd pushed a little more, I would have met my ancestors. Xiao Yu snapped back, annoyed. What are you being fierce about? You didn't die, did you? She hurried to explain, then glanced at her system status. My hunger level has reached 90%. I have to go eat. She and Suo Yan logged out together. In the real world, Xiao Yu's new room was a mess. She woke up groaning, so hungry. She checked her phone and frowned. Every food vendor had closed. No delivery riders were taking orders. Had everyone run into the divine artifact game? Old memories returned. Qinfeng always cooking for her, making life effortless. She forced herself to be strong. It's just food. Compared to freedom, this is nothing. Come on, you can do it without Qinfeng. You will live better. Meanwhile, by the seaside in a cave, strange noises echoed. A crab-like monster burst out, chased by a violent energy. Qinfeng descended and smashed the creature with one blow. Phew, more than an hour to clear 4 silver bosses. Efficiency is good. He did the math carefully. 4 silver bosses meant a total of 16 evolution points. On average, each silver boss yielded about 3,500 days of tradable lifespan. He checked his gear and stats. All my equipment is golden level or above now, he mused. His cooldown speed had climbed from 55% to 75%. The Xunyang Jian skill that once had a 12-second cooldown now refreshed in only 6.8 seconds. The damage output had soared. Safe outskirts no longer contained silver bosses. Golden level equipment had become the ceiling. He looked at his experience bar in frustration. If I want to upgrade further, I'll have to change jobs. He knew every silver boss had at least level 2 resistance to stealth. I must change jobs quickly to raise stealth to level 3. I still need more than 20,000 experience points. Memories of hard fights from his previous life rose in his mind. Only when stealth reached level 3 or higher could he reduce risk against silver bosses to a tolerable level. In his former life, killing a silver boss required a coordinated team of 20 people. Determined, Qinfeng headed back to town. Contact the government people. I'll sell all the equipment, he decided. His eyes glinted with resolve. He wanted to be first to the silver boss for the initial kill. In another city, a buyer announced a huge trade. Tradable lifespan of 105 years. The buyer called out happily, "Goodbye, big shot. Next time sell to us first." Qinfeng answered calmly. From a shadowed corner, a voice called, "Hey, you must be Anying, right? I have an assassination mission. Kill someone in real life. The reward is big." Qinfeng ignored it and brushed past, but the man persisted in a panic. "Wait, don't go. It's just killing an ordinary person named Qinfeng. I'll give you the address. You already killed Songfei. This will be easy. 3,000 days of tradable lifespan for the job." Qinfeng paused, surprised. Kill Qinfeng, he thought, cool and unshaken. The offer was blunt, laced with greed and disbelief. His path through the town continued, but the first real-world assassination offers were being whispered openly now, a chilling sign that the line between game and reality was rapidly dissolving. Qinfeng thought to himself, calculating quietly, 3,000 days, that is nearly 50 million in current value. Interesting. Who would want him dead? He had never met the man in real life. This middleman was only a messenger. The true employer remained hidden. He considered his past. In his previous life he had offended powerful people, but that had been in the later stages of the Divine Artifact game. To be targeted so early now meant old grudges, predating the game's release. One face floated into his mind, Qian Shishi. Only she had both the motive and the resources to hire an assassin. Yet if the Qian Corporation had truly wanted him dead, they would have acted before the game launched. That meant the hit had another purpose, most likely to get close to Anying. Killing Qinfeng, he guessed, was merely convenient. After all, Qinfeng had once refused her advances. How amusing, he thought. "You come looking for me first?" He answered the middleman coolly. "Fine, I'll take the job, but transfer half the deposit up front. Also, the timing is decided by me." The man stammered and begged to consult his superiors, then agreed. A notification blinked across Qinfeng's interface. Transaction complete. You have received 1,500 days of tradable lifespan. Qinfeng smirked inwardly. Deposit secured. Considerate interest. He sent the target's location and information to the hitman. The man confirmed that, given Qinfeng's ability, finding the quarry should pose no difficulty. Qinfeng glanced at the map, the coordinates matching his current position. He replied coldly, "Stay where you are. I'll handle it." He dismissed the idea that the middleman or his employers were truly exceptional. After all, were they not all, in some sense, tools of Miss Qian? At that moment, a girl called out from the crowd, "Big brother, wait. I heard you're buying boss coordinates. I have the location of a golden boss. Will you buy it?" Qinfeng, unfazed, offered a price. 100 days, I'll pay after I see the boss. The girl agreed eagerly and led him north of town. He asked her the boss's name. She replied quickly. As they walked, Qinfeng assessed the danger. The boss was rumored to emanate a wide toxic miasma, deadly to anyone trapped inside its radius. He told her, no need for healers, just lead the way. Confident in his evasion and damage, he planned to rush the fight and finish it before the poison could take effect. They entered the cave. The girl pointed ahead. The monster lay before them, shrouded in a strange green smoke that protected it. Qinfeng honored his promise and transferred the lifespan. A system notification confirmed. Transaction complete. You have given 100 days of tradable lifespan. Moments before the battle, the girl's voice trembled as she confessed something she could not hide. Brother, there's something I must tell you. This is a trap. Once you start fighting, someone will come to kill you. They told me to block you so they could get close and investigate your real-life identity. She explained with shame. They had equipped anti-stealth props to catch him. Her words felt like a punch. Qinfeng remained outwardly calm. Typical, he thought. The girl, trying to unburden her guilt, added that she had been forced into the plan. They threatened me in the real world, she said. I wanted to warn you. I hate them too. Her eyes begged for retribution. Anger flared in him, but he only answered with measured resolve. He had been pushed into a game of lies and old vendettas, and now the pieces were showing themselves. Whether hired by vengeance or by ambition, they would discover soon enough that Qinfeng was not an easy mark. Xinfang looked directly at the girl and asked coldly, "Who is the person behind you?" The girl hesitated for a moment, her face pale as she finally whispered the name of the one who had forced her. Dongfang Xian. In the game his ID was Xian Yun. He said that you killed him once, she continued nervously. Xinfang frowned, trying to recall any conflict between them. Dongfang Ainsu. So it sets that guy. After a moment, he remembered, he was the one who competed with me for the golden magic ship boss. Later, he apologized by giving me a skill book. The girl Sip's hands trembled. Sweat rolled down her forehead as she pleaded, "Brother, since you killed Seth, then you can definitely kill him too. Isep told you everything. Please don't sell me out. If Dongfang Xian finds out, Isep Don 4. It's Sep's best if you just kill him." Xinfang's eyes turned cold. So Xin Xiao dared to come up with such a foolish plan? He had never heard that name in his past life, which meant that person must have died early. He turned away calmly. Isep going to fight the boss. Killing one more dog on the way won't Sep make a difference. Before leaving, he gave the girl instructions. You just use their plan. Tell Dongfang Den Sep's people to come here. Isep will handle the rest. The girl bit her lip, worried for him. Ah, wait, you still die. Dongfang Xian once brought 3 full teams, 18 people in total, to fight this boss, but within 30 seconds they were all wiped out. Still, Xinfang went stealth and began investigating. Poison gas filled the cave. It was intense and unrelenting. Even the strongest players would crumble under such poison damage. They hadn't even managed to bring down 5% of the boss's health. No matter how strong Aang is, the girl murmured, if he Sep's caught in this gas, he shall die for sure. But Xinfang was calm. Let's see how strong this boss really is. He activated his skill, Grace of Liberation. His figure blurred, merging with the air itself. Every strike was precise, every movement deadly. He triggered multiple effects in succession: Weak Point Magnification, Cutthroat, and Grace of Liberation's Wind Glide. Within moments, the monster Sip's health plummeted. Damage values flashed across the screen: 2,188, 6,700, 21,189. In less than a minute, more than half the boss's health had been erased. The girl watched in utter disbelief. What is that? One skill did over 80,000 damage? Her eyes widened as she looked at Xinfang with awe. What kind of monster is he? The boss sank slowly beneath the toxic water, disappearing from view. Xinfang, however, was unfazed. He knew that Grace of Liberation had a cooldown of 25 seconds, but with his 75% cooldown acceleration, it would return in just 14 seconds. No need to rush, he muttered. Let's wait for Dongfang Xian Sip's people to arrive and die together. Moments later, Shan Xiao Sit's subordinates entered the cave, their leader shouting, "Everyone, get ready, enter the cave and kill the boss. Anyone who blocks us, kill without mercy." Xinfang smirked. So, it's them again. And with Dongfang Xian too, he noticed their plan. The girl Little White Flower was pretending to stop them, but can she really hold them off? He wondered. The girl stood firm behind a glowing shield, a golden level barrier. Xinfang finally understood. Ah, so that's Sip's why they chose her. A defense like that at the start of the game is rare. Must Sip come from a golden chest, probably a blessing from a god outside the wilderness map. Without hesitation, Xinfang made his move. In a blur, he tore through Shanxiao's men. His eyes turned golden as he unleashed Curse Blossom. Crimson flowers erupted across the battlefield, devouring the life force of every enemy they touched. The girl cowered beneath her shield, trembling. How terrifying. One skill killed so many people, and those red flowers, what are they? She shivered. Thankfully I didn't listen to Dongfang Xian, or I be dead like Seth and the others. When the dust settled, she cautiously called out, "Big brother, let's be friends. I'll even tell you Dongfang Xian Set's real-life location." Xinfang agreed indifferently. All right. Her tone suddenly changed, soft, suggestive. "Big brother, if you ever need special services, you can come to me. I'll be free for you, for life." Xinfang's expression remained unreadable. So that's her profession. No wonder she's so enthusiastic. Before he could respond, red smoke began to rise behind her. The system notification rang. You have eliminated Epidemic Spreader, LV.10 Golden. Rewards. Experience points gained. 7 evolution points. 555 days of lifespan tradable. Xinfang Sip's eyes lit up as he saw the glowing orbs of power drifting around him. It took more than a dozen players to earn this much, yet this boss gives even more alone. He sneered. Instead of grinding monsters, these fools love stirring up trouble. They deserve death. Then he noticed something, a new drop shimmering in the air, a skill book, and for the assassin class no less. His heart raced. It's been so long since one dropped for me. He reached out, and the system revealed the details. Skill acquired. Moment of Darkness, Platinum level. Type, Assassin skill. Emits a dark flash from the weapon, blinding all enemies within range. Cooldown, 60 seconds, reduced to 34.3 s. Level requirement, 10. Range 20 meters. Duration 10 seconds. Varies by target SIP's mental attributes. Xinfang Sit's eyes gleamed. Blind, perfect. He immediately learned the new skill. His power, once again, had evolved. Xinfang's confidence surged. With his new moment of darkness skill, he realized that even without stealth, as long as the enemy was blinded, he could still trigger double damage. A smirk crossed his face. Perfect. No matter how high a boss Sit's anti-stealth is, it won't affect my efficiency anymore. Then, the system displayed new information. Weapon acquired. Blade of Plague Platinum level. Type. Assassin weapon. Attack, 216. Agility plus 42. Weak point attack. Probability, pu 0.3%. Requirement, level 10. Unique effect. All attacks inflict a toxin that explodes after 3 seconds, dealing 50% of the original attack's damage. Xinfang couldn't help but grin. Great, another big harvest. He quickly checked his stats. His evolution points had reached 98, nearly enough to upgrade his epic-level greedy hand to legendary. Just a bit more, he muttered. I still need over 10,000 experience points to upgrade my class. Time to hunt small monsters. As he approached the shore, even the clams and shrimp trembled and scattered in fear. With a flick of his wrist, Xinfang unleashed a flurry of strikes. The weak monsters fell instantly, leaving behind trails of glowing energy. Moments later, the system chimed. Class advancement successful. Spiritual energy detected. Class Anyang Assassin has advanced from Stage 0 to Stage 1. New attributes were unlocked. Strength, 3-9. Constitution, 3-9. Agility, 8-24. Spirit, 15. His control panel flashed with a new set of class passives. Passive 1, Stealth duration doubled. Stealth can now be used while already stealthed. Passive 2, Stealth level increased from +1 to +2. Passive 3, attacks made while outside the enemy's field of vision deal double to triple damage. Xinfang Sip's eyes gleamed in amazement. Incredible. My attributes have tripled, and now, as long as cooldown allows, I can maintain permanent stealth. Attacking from outside the enemy Sep's vision now triples the damage. No wonder this is called the strongest hidden profession. Just then, a global announcement echoed through the system. Attention players, 7 individuals from the Zhanghai City region have reached level 10. The teleportation formation to the abandoned god continent will open in 10 minutes. Qualified players, please prepare. Xinfang checked the leaderboard. It's already 8:30 in the evening. Didn't expect this many players to reach level 10 so soon. The updated rankings appeared. Anying. Grey Rose. Snowy Day. Hake Buluin. Daily Wang Mang. Hei Wu Han. All familiar names. He frowned. In my previous life, this list was filled with foreigners. Seems things are already changing. He smirked slightly. Looks like the equipment and skill books I sold have started to affect the flow of power. I wonder, will the world SIP's orders shift in this lifetime? I sipped them looking forward to it. Meanwhile, in the real world, chaos was unfolding. At a city police station, a group of officers stood in formation. One of them saluted and reported, "Sir, the main members of the Dajiang Industrial Crime Group have been arrested. However, 3 members are still active inside the abandoned god game. Their real bodies are in an unreal state. We can't arrest them physically." The senior officer nodded. Request instructions from above. An older government agent standing nearby gave his order. Inform Anu. Tell her to find a way to force those suspects to log out. The officer replied firmly, "Understood." 2 senior officials discussed quietly. Good strategy. Even if the criminals are hiding in safe zones, their bodies in reality still need food. Once they get hungry, they still have to log out, and the moment they do, we still capture them. The government team finally relaxed. Thanks to Anying Sup's support, this operation went smoothly. We should consider recruiting him to our side. Outside, the streets were eerily silent. Not a single soul in sight. Back in the game, the girl from earlier messaged Xinfang with excitement. "Boss, I didn't expect you to be such a hero, eliminating evil for the people. I admire you so much." He replied coldly, "Enough flattery. Speak if there's something important." She quickly sent him a message. "Boss, it's true. The government has announced the news. The Dajiang group was colluding with Song Fi. They plotted to kidnap, imprison, and even kill players. The reason you killed Song Fi and Zhang Li was because you accepted a government commission." Xinfang blinked in disbelief, then sighed. "So they said you're whitewashing me, trying to make future cooperation easier." He asked, "Have you found Dongfang Xian Sip's real location yet?" "Not yet," the girl replied. "He hasn't logged out. Give me a little more time. I still update you the moment I know." "Alright," Xinfang said quietly. "Other things can wait. The next priority is reaching the abandoned god continent." Steel Thing once again, he approached the teleportation formation in town. Many players were already gathered, but none had activated the portal yet. The system chimed one final time. Teleportation to abandoned God continent initiated. A bright light engulfed Xinfang as he vanished from sight. His next chapter had just begun. Xinfang tightened his grip on his weapon. The time for the real game had finally come. The towns behind him were nothing more than beginner villages, safe zones for novices. The true adventure would begin only on the abandoned God continent. Without a sound, he vanished from sight, his figure dissolving into the air. The surrounding players looked stunned. Where did he go? One of them asked in disbelief. Another scoffed. What's Sip's there to ask? Of course, it's Sip's big brother anything Sip's doing. But a more experienced player frowned. That Sip's not right. I have level 2 anti-stealth, and I still can see even his shadow. That means, his stealth level is above 2. A wave of awe swept through them. Meanwhile, Xinfang was teleported by the system to a new location. He wasn't surprised, this had happened in his past life as well. A familiar wind brushed past his face. The Jianghai ruins, he murmured. Just like before, players from each city were teleported to ruins corresponding to their own city when first arriving on the abandoned God continent. The strange thing was that these ruins perfectly mirrored real-world maps. Xinfang Sip's brow furrowed. Why is that? Even in my previous life, no one could solve this mystery. He dashed through the ruins like a shadow in the wind, his senses sharp. Suddenly a beast roared behind him, bursting out of the sand in a frenzy. He immediately activated his stealth again. System notification. You have eliminated the burrower level 11, normal quality. But more monsters appeared, surrounding him from all directions. As they lunged, Xinfang jumped high into the air, his body glowing faintly. Grace of liberation. A storm of energy burst forth. His strikes were precise and deadly, each blow cutting through the monsters before they could even react. When the silence returned, Xinfang observed his surroundings carefully. The abandoned God continent was nothing like the safe beginner towns. There were no sanctuaries here, only ruins, dangers, and monsters lurking everywhere. Still, Xinfang saw opportunity in the chaos. If I can secure a hiding place among these ruins, I can build a base and claim a territory. He knew this terrain better than anyone. In his previous life, the Zashan Guild had established their refuge in the northwest section of the Jianghai ruins. That was where he needed to go. As he approached, the massive shadow of an ancient statue appeared ahead. A towering figure seated amidst the rubble, one hand raised high, holding a torch that caught the fading light of sunset. Dust swirled through the air as the ruins stretched endlessly behind it. At the base of the statue stood 4 figures, gazing up in awe. Is this the land abandoned by the gods? One of them whispered. Another, a girl named Jin Li, looked around, puzzled. Why does this look like the ruins of a modern city? Wait, this place feels familiar. Her eyes widened as she spotted a tall, half-broken tower still standing proudly in the middle of the desolation. Wait, isn't that the Jiangnan Tower? Someone confirmed. Yes, you stare right. The Jiangnan Tower is still intact. Excitement filled Jin Li Sep's face. I heard that Big Brother Ening has already arrived here. Where is he? Where's Sep's Yishu? The small bird perched on her shoulder, a magical familiar, chirped softly. Don't bother looking for him. He Sep's in stealth. Before Jin Li could reply, chaos erupted in the distance. Wang Mang, another player, was running desperately, his face pale. 2 massive red monsters burst through the ruins, blocking his escape. A distant voice shouted, "Be careful, monsters incoming." Wang Mang raised his shield just in time, but the monster's claws struck with tremendous force. Damage indicators flashed above him. 498, 512. Nearby, Yur, gripping her glowing staff, warned, "Stay alert, even the normal monsters here hit harder than silver bosses near the towns." Just then, an arrow streaked across the sky, a bright binding light that wrapped around one of the monsters. A man holding a bow stood at the base of the ruins, his expression calm and focused. "I shall hold them back," he commanded. "Everyone else, attack together. Focus fire." Jin Li nodded and raised her staff. Prophet Sith's great fireball. A blazing sphere of fire formed above her head and exploded upon impact, engulfing the monsters in flames. The explosion shook the ruins, and when the fire subsided, both monsters had turned to ash. Cheers erupted. Woohoo! Monster extermination successful. So great. Wang Mang exhaled in relief and turned to Yur. "Sa, let your owl scout the surroundings." "Okay," she replied. Her white owl soared high into the air, circling above the ruined city. Moments later, its voice echoed in their minds. "Captain, the situation isn't set good. There are demons everywhere, too many of them. The noise from our battle has drawn others this way. I can locate any safe zone nearby." The archer grimaced. What kind of cursed continent is this? It's just basically a survival game now. Jin Lee Sep's tone turned serious. We need to find Big Brother Anying. He arrived about 10 minutes before us. If we can locate him, we still be safe. The owl continued to scan the horizon. Suddenly, it paused mid-flight. Wait, I see something. There are luminous items scattered along the northwest path. The team exchanged glances. Items, dropped after monsters were killed? Someone asked. That Sep's right. Another confirmed. It must be Big Brother Anying Sep's doing. Look at the number of drops. He probably didn't even bother picking them up because his inventory Sep's already full. They stared in the northwest direction with awe and admiration. If the glowing trail of loot truly marked Xinfang's path, then they knew one thing for certain. The legend of Anying had already begun. After the heated discussions, chaos broke out among the players. They ran frantically through the collapsing ruins, their faces pale as they faced a massive horde of monsters tearing down the surrounding buildings. Be careful, someone shouted desperately. More monsters have appeared. Anu, trying to maintain order, raised his voice above the roaring chaos. Everyone, run in the opposite direction. That side has already been cleared by Anying. It's safe there. Follow the light of the dropped items. We still find him if we head that way. Under the dazzling glow of those scattered lights, a figure holding a staff stood among the ruins. His expression was calm yet commanding. Let's move. Everyone stay alert and maintain formation. Don't get separated. We still fight and retreat together until we reach safety. Understood? The group nodded and moved forward, their weapons drawn. A giant wave of red-skinned monsters with grotesque faces and clawed hands came charging toward them. But before they could close in, a single flash of blue light erupted across the battlefield, slicing through the monsters like paper. Qinfang observed from afar, his sharp eyes analyzing every movement. Even without activating his release skill, his illusion strike was dealing over 20 to 30,000 damage per hit. Killing these creatures was almost effortless. He smirked faintly. A paradise for grinding monsters, he murmured. Standing at the intersection of the desolate streets, Qinfang finally stopped. Here it is, he whispered. The perfect hiding place. He gazed into the distance, explaining the significance of this spot. Beneath these ruins lies a massive underground palace. In my previous life, this place wasn't discovered until much later. That palace has over 1,000 resting chambers and dozens of grand halls. It's the largest refuge in all of Shanghai. Back then, it became the main base of my guild, the Jin Shen. At the entrance of the underground passage, two monsters stood guard, sentinels of the hidden dungeon. Qinfang continued explaining, before being conquered, this place was no different from an underground city. Countless traps, swarms of monsters, and a powerful guardian boss await below. The larger the territory, the stronger its guardian. Without hesitation, he stepped into the spiral path leading deeper underground. His tone remained calm yet confident. In my previous life after forming the Zan Shen Guild, I brought 18 elite members, 3 full squads, all at level 15 fully equipped. Even then it took everything we had to conquer this palace. He searched the winding paths until he found a deep spiral staircase leading down into the darkness. Strange glowing entities floated across what was known as the Land of Cleansing Souls. With a cold determination in his eyes, Qinfang muttered, "This time, I don't need anyone else. I alone am enough to defeat the guardian boss and claim this place." Before him, 3 grotesque creatures with glowing eyes let out ear-piercing shrieks. Around them, a horde of monsters of various colors prepared to strike. Qinfang gripped his weapon tightly, his aura flaring. Level 12, golden grade, elemental spirits. He analyzed quickly. The monsters lunged, surrounding him from all sides. He raised his blade high. Xunyang Jin. A surge of blue energy burst forth, cutting through the darkness. He spun rapidly, creating streams of blue light that carved through every enemy nearby. Each attack radiated with controlled precision and devastating force. When they stare blinded, he said calmly amidst the chaos, "Every attack I make gains additional damage. Even normal strikes are enough to one-shot these weaklings." Within minutes, the battlefield fell silent. The monsters had been completely annihilated. Qinfang stood in a large hall surrounded by faint yellow energy. 15 monsters in this area cleared, he muttered. But the Land of Cleansing Souls has dozens of these halls, and thousands of chambers. This will be a long campaign. He turned away, already strategizing his next move. Once I finish clearing this entire zone, I still have enough materials to evolve my said greedy hand step skill again. Moments later, he entered a vast room supported by towering stone pillars. The air was thick with power. It was clear he had reached the heart of the palace. "Just a bit more," he said. "Once all the small monsters are gone, the Guardian will appear." And as if on cue, the air trembled. A blinding blue light flashed, and a colossal Guardian monster materialized before him, its body pulsating with energy. At that very moment, in another part of the ruins, two unfamiliar figures appeared within a glowing blue circle. A transparent shield surrounded them as the ground cracked beneath their feet. One of them, a young man, stared around in disbelief. So this is the continent abandoned by the gods. Beside him, a girl frowned, scanning the horizon. Strange, why does this place feel so familiar? Before them stretched a desolate wasteland, a ruined skyline where even the Statue of Liberty lay shattered. Both of them gasped. This isn't this New York. They turned again, now standing under heavy rain at the edge of another fallen city. The boy looked down from a ruined bridge. Then that must be the ruins of Shangan City. The girl pointed toward a collapsed landmark in the distance. And that looks like London. A realization dawned on them. Could it be, the boy whispered, that every player is teleported to the ruins of their own city? Hearing his question, the girl frowned in thought and added, strange, could it be that the geographical layout of these ruins actually matches the real world? Before they could ponder further, two massive shadows loomed behind them. Their eyes widened in horror as they turned. Two giant monsters were emerging from the darkness. It's not good. Run quickly, the boy shouted. Their screams echoed through the ruined streets as the monstrous creatures rampaged through what was once New York City. Crumbling skyscrapers and shattered roads confirmed what they had feared. This was indeed part of the Shanghai ruins. Elsewhere, Wang Mang sat on a cracked road, surveying the aftermath of a fierce battle. There are no more monsters nearby, he ordered calmly. Everyone, recover your energy here for now. And Wu let out a low whistle and laughed bitterly. No wonder he Seps called the big shot. Anying really is something else. I thought I was strong, but in the end, all I can do is hide behind him. Her words made Wang Mang clear his throat sharply. Captain An Wu, mind your tone, he reminded. She smirked. Oh, did I say something wrong? Jinli, standing beside her, smiled faintly. Well, at least we set for lucky. If Big Shot hadn't cleared this area before us, none of us would made it out alive. Her expression grew thoughtful. I do wonder though, if we die here, where will we respawn? Wang Mang crossed his arms and spoke seriously. For now we shouldn't take unnecessary risks. Let's wait until everyone reaches level 10 before moving out again. Maybe, and Wu replied curtly, though her attention shifted to Yui, who stood nearby, her eyes glowing faintly as she controlled her scouting owl. The monsters here are dead everywhere, Yui reported. But something's odd, it seems they all stopped at one specific location. It's like Big Shot. Anything disappeared there. And look, so many drops, even golden gear. Her voice trembled with excitement. I really want to go and pick them up. Wang Mang thought for a moment, then nodded. I still contact Anying first. Let's see if he still needs those items. Meanwhile, deep beneath the ruins, Qin Fang was still locked in battle. His blade glowed faintly as he stood surrounded by golden light. Finally, all the ordinary monsters are cleared, he muttered, glancing around the now illuminated dark palace. Over 40 grand halls and thousands of chambers, he continued to himself. Just the regular monsters alone, over 400 slain, 4 green bosses, 2 silver bosses, and more than 80,000 experience gained. He opened his status panel briefly. My evolution index is now at 205 points, only 5 more to evolve. Greedy hand again. Just then, his interface flickered with a message from Wang Mang. Big brother, are you online? We saw you clearing monsters. Some equipment was left behind. We picked it up. How should we transfer lifespan to you? Qin Fang smirked slightly. So they've arrived too, he replied. Okay, I'll contact you later. There's another batch of gear I'll sell soon. Got it. We'll wait for you at coordinates 89,554, 66,666 in the ruins refuge. Closing the chat, Qin Fang raised his gaze to the towering statue of an angel before him. Sparks of blue electricity crackled around his body. Each step he took sent ripples of lightning through the ground. The guardian boss has appeared, he declared coldly. A surge of energy erupted ahead as a colossal monster materialized, its entire body wrapped in swirling blue lightning. The system interface flickered open, revealing its stats. Purifying Soul Facile, level 15, platinum grade. Guardian boss of the land of purifying souls. Defeat it to claim control over this area. Qin Fang Sip's eyes narrowed. Blue arcs of energy danced across his armor. In these city ruins, level 15 is the highest stage, he thought. This creature, Purifying Soul Facile, is the strongest of them all. 750,000 health points, divided into 3 full phases. He clenched his weapon tighter, recalling the memories of his previous life. Its lightning strike back then was so powerful that even a fully equipped golden tier warrior barely survived. But this time, his lips curved into a confident smile. I once need to endure it head-on anymore. He launched his attack instantly. Shining John. From above, spirals of blue energy rained down, colliding violently against the boss's electric armor. The purifying soul Fazl roared, counterattacking by conjuring a massive lightning bolt that split into dozens of branching strikes. But Qinfang was faster. His body flickered like a shadow as he dodged each bolt effortlessly. The ground exploded where he'd stood moments ago. If even one of those hits me, he calculated coolly, I sep him dead. My current lightning resistance and defense aren't set enough to tank it. His expression hardened. Platinum bosses have accuracy correction. My evasion rate is 75%, enough to dodge most attacks. But with this one, the hit rate must be above 50%. Then his smirk returned. Still, my agility is 182. My full sprint speed exceeds 40 meters per second. As long as I stay sharp, I can dodge every strike before it lands. And with that, Qinfang surged forward again, his body blazing with blue light as the battle between man and lightning truly began. Qinfang stood motionless for a moment, his weapon still humming with residual energy. The echoes of the battle with the purifying soul still lingered in the air, the crackle of fading lightning illuminating the shattered hall around him. As he caught his breath, a sudden wave of memories from his previous life washed over him. He thought quietly, in my past life I led the entire guild through this exact fight. Back then we barely survived hiding behind the priest Sip's shield and relying on pure luck to pass. But this time, a fierce glint appeared in his eyes. He raised his weapon high, its blade gleaming with divine energy. This time he muttered, I once said give this boss a single chance. In an instant, Qinfang launched a flurry of attacks, Grace of Liberation's cutthroat damage combo, followed by the devastating strikes Xunyang Zan and Plaglade, each blow tearing through the boss's armor. The colossal creature howled as its health plummeted by a staggering 250,000 points. But victory was far from over. The boss's body began to radiate violent lightning as it entered its second stage. Qinfang's eyes narrowed. So it begins, he murmured. Once it reaches this stage, purifying soul becomes immortal for a short time. It'll summon lightning orbs endlessly. I must destroy all three before it rages. Or else... He paused, remembering. In my past life my entire guild was annihilated here. Qin Zhao Yuyu gave up, saying she wouldn't continue fighting. I didn't invite her back for the next raid, and without her, I cleared it in one go. Fate is strange. Determined, he drew a handful of poisoned flying knives and hurled them straight at the purifying soul. The blades pierced the orbs hovering around the boss, each one detonating in a flash of blue electricity. Qinfang smirked. Every orb destroyed reverses its energy, dealing massive damage to the boss. Once all three are gone, its settle moved to the final phase. Without hesitation, he leaped high into the air, spinning mid-flight as energy surged through his body. A massive blue energy field expanded around him, surrounding the boss. The purifying soul's eyes glowed with fury as lightning raged wildly in every direction. From above, the entire battlefield was a storm of crackling blue power. Qinfang landed with precision. The ground beneath him was a maze of lightning traps. Here it comes, he whispered. Phase 3, the ultimate lightning barrage. He remembered again how in his previous life it took a full set of lightning-resistant gear, plus 4 priest buffs, just to survive. But this time, Qinfang smiled faintly. No such trouble. Raising his hand, he summoned a spherical black shield around himself. Grace of Liberation's black light barrier. The shield pulsed with dark energy as he lifted off the ground, gliding through the storm. Below, the boss howled in frustration, thrashing within the lightning field. The ground steps a death trap. Qinfang analyzed calmly. I settle attack from above. His weapon glowed fiercely. He dove down, cutting through the storm like a comet. Blue flames erupted as he landed, his strike shaking the ruins. Moments later, the system steps cold. Mechanical voice echoed through the hall. Player Qinfang has successfully eliminated the platinum-level boss, Purifying Soul Fasal. Level up. 11. Gained 41 thinking points, 10 free attribute points, 20 evolution points, and 1,520 days of tradable lifespan. Title earned, Master of the Purifying Souls Land. Qinfang stood tall, bathed in golden light, his lips curled into a proud smile. Very good, he said to himself. These rewards, they still be useful. But his mind was already racing ahead. He knew this wasn't just a game. Bases like this one, fortified zones in the divine artifact world, could be extracted into reality. Each came with a magic defense barrier, an absolute sanctuary when the real world began to decay. He recalled how, in his past life, the divine artifact game's descent had corroded everything. Nuclear weapons, tanks, even fighter jets. Humanity's greatest tools of war had turned into useless scrap within months. Now, survival depended only on one thing: extracting power from the game itself. He took a deep breath, eyes hardening. This time he whispered, I stealth walk alone. I stealth reach the peak by my own hands. No betrayal, no mistakes. Outside, The world was drenched in heavy rain. Amid the storm, chaos erupted. Monsters were attacking again. A towering beast wielding an enormous axe was tearing through everything in its path. "Hey everyone, get out of the way," a player shouted. A terrified voice cried back, "Save me." But before anyone could react, the axe came crashing down. The girl's body was split in half, instantly killed. The system notification was merciless. "You have died. Lost 14 years of non-tradable lifespan. You have died. Lost 2 days of tradable lifespan." The player stared in shock. "Again? I died again?" Her teammate snapped angrily, "You useless support. The boss swung its axe right in front of you. You couldn't set even dodge." She shot back furiously. "You started the tank. You didn't pull the boss sets aggro and you blame me. Go die." The man glared. "How can you pull an AoE attack, you idiot?" Without another word, he left the team. And so, another failed battle ended, while above them, the storm raged on, hinting that this was only the beginning of far greater trials yet to come. The rain continued to fall across the ruined city, turning its broken streets into rivers of mud. Amidst the storm, chaos and confusion reigned. "Shia Yu," a desperate voice suddenly cried through the comms. "The tank ran away. The boss is hitting me, save me." The girl's eyes widened. The next moment, another teammate's death notification flashed across her interface. A bright beam of light fell beside her, a newly revived player materializing after death. It was Su Yan, his face pale with frustration. "Shia Yu," he said anxiously, "how about we go back and farm some small monsters first? We still losing too much lifespan. If this keeps up, we still die permanently soon." Shia Yu hesitated, then nodded. "All right," she sighed. "Let's go." The two quickly left the area and teleported to another zone. At the same time, the System SIP's global announcement echoed across all servers. Player Anying, Shanghai City. First player to exterminate a platinum boss. Fame plus 10 points. The world chat instantly exploded. "Damn it, a platinum boss again. Soloed," one player shouted. "This is ridiculous. Hardly anyone SIPs even reached the mainland, and he SIPs already clearing bosses alone? It's that guy, right? Anying? Does anyone even know who he really is?" All around, jealousy and disbelief spread through the chat. Even Xie Yu and Su Yan stopped in their tracks when they saw the notification. "A platinum boss." Su Yan muttered in disbelief. "I haven't even seen one yet. He soloed it?" Xie Yu clenched her fists. Her heart burned with both fear and anger. Why are these people so foolish? Even a white-silver boss is hard enough to defeat, but that damn Any, he can kill a platinum boss all by himself? Back inside the ancient palace, the same place where the purifying soul had fallen, Qin Feng was calmly consolidating his strength. The victory had pushed him to level 11. From this stage onward, each level up increased all attributes by 4 points, and provided 10 free attribute points to allocate. As long as my agility is high enough, Qin Feng thought, and I combine it with infinite stealth, I can kill bosses without ever getting hit. He smiled faintly when he checked the rewards. So the platinum boss actually gave me 20 evolution points. That SIP's enough to evolve the greedy hand again. Without hesitation, he began the process. 210 evolution points used, 15 remaining. Greedy hand upgraded to legendary tier. A bright light surrounded him as the system chimed. New ability unlocked. Increased loot drop rate. Passive enhanced, 100 item slots. Additional reward granted, plus 5 loot parts, plus 100 evolution points. Qin Feng's SIP's expression lit up with satisfaction. Perfect. The reward range increased from 3 to 5, and the new storage capacity is incredible. Moments later, the greedy hand appeared before him, its surface now pulsating with golden runes. He examined his new inventory. 2 assassin equipment pieces, 1 assassin skill book, not usable yet, but I store them for now. He turned toward his group of devout believers, spectral followers that gathered loot automatically. "Collect everything in the palace," he ordered. They responded in low, eerie tones, bowing before dispersing. Qin Feng then began planning again. "I still have 115 evolution points left. Time to strengthen my core skills." The system responded instantly. Skill upgrades applied. Shadow Dive upgraded 3 times to Epic. Stealth time increased, cooldown reduced. Backstab enhancement, upgraded 2 times to Epic. Damage raised from 50 to 75%. Moment of Darkness upgraded to Epic. Creates a black halo causing blindness. Increases range, reduces cooldown. Curse Blossom upgraded 3 times to Legendary, absorbs a corpse's nutrients within 60 seconds, causing it to vanish. Then came a shocking new feature. Additional effect added. Absorbs 50% of the target's remaining non-tradable lifespan. Can absorb scattered non-tradable lifespan orbs in the environment. Qinfang Sip's eyes widened. Absorb non-tradable lifespan, he whispered. This is a divine skill. He understood its true potential immediately. In high-level areas, especially near raging zones, the rate of lifespan consumption increased exponentially, up to 10,000 times faster. But with this new ability, he could continuously replenish his own. From now on, he thought with a grin, Eastel never have to worry about running out of lifespan again. His achievements quickly caught attention. A female voice chimed in from his communicator, bright and admiring. Congratulations, big brother, on the first platinum boss kill. But Qinfang Stun remained calm. Is there any new information? Yes, she said eagerly. Dongfang Xian finally logged off. I heard their family is gathering at the Jiangnan restaurant. They said you're buying piles of lifespan to pour into the game to boost their power even further. Qinfang Sip's eyes gleamed coldly. Very good. The girl, though nervous, added quickly, Big shot, please deal with Dongfang Xian soon. If not, I shall be finished. He turned toward the flickering fire beside him, his shadow stretching across the ancient hall. Don't set worry, he said with quiet confidence. I still handle everything. I Steph already got half the stock with me. The 100-slot bag from Greedy Hand truly is domineering. He fastened the bag to his belt and looked out toward the city ruins beyond. Time to meet Wang Mang and sell off the entire shipment. A moment later, under the crimson glow of the burning ruins, Qinfang stepped forward once more, ready to continue his rise in this chaotic new world. Annie was standing beside Jin Li when her eyes suddenly widened with excitement. Look, Anyang is here, she shouted, her voice filled with joy. Without a moment's hesitation, she dashed toward Qinfang, calling out playfully, Big shot. But before she could reach him, Qinfang reacted with lightning speed. He raised his hand and gently pressed it against her head, stopping her in place. Old rules, he said firmly. Then in a calm but commanding tone he announced, the price. Those who don't want to buy, don't have to. I've got more than 30 ordinary and green level items. I'm offering a preferential price for the whole package. 950 days. Wu agreed instantly, not even thinking twice. Not only that, she added cheerfully, I'll throw in some extra tip money too. Fine. Big shot. The total value of everything we picked up before is roughly over 1,000 days combined. Let's make it a clean 2,000 days for the whole deal. Qinfang Sit's expression softened slightly. All right, he said, pleased with the offer. Now this is the white silver, golden and white gold batch, a total worth of 18,000 days of tradable lifespan. Wu Step's tone grew serious. White gold? She asked, eyes widening. I only have one piece of golden equipment myself. Big shot, you stir truly amazing. Even white gold gear? No wonder Shanghai City has been developing so fast lately. It steps all thanks to people like you. Qinfang replied politely, you are welcome. We are just helping each other. Jin Li, who had been quietly watching, suddenly noticed something and blurted out, hey, why does your bag have so many slots? Qinfang smiled faintly. Big shot is a doorman, aren't you? Jin Li muttered under his breath. Qinfang only nodded slightly and replied, your bags are probably full by now, right? He reminded them kindly, then pointed toward the distance. In the middle of the city ruins, there's a stone statue. Beneath it, you'll find stairs leading down. Below that lies a teleportation formation that'll take you back to the starting town. After saying this, Qinfang turned to leave. If you want to return, remember your first trip back costs 500 days of lifespan. After that, it sips free. Decide for yourselves. I sipped him leaving. Wu watched his retreating back thoughtfully. Based on everything she seen, she muttered. Everyone, listen, I told you. He Sep's a reborn player. How else could he know such hidden information? Wang Mang frowned with disbelief. Captain, don't start that again, he said, shaking his head. But before he could finish, Wu struck a dramatic pose and declared boldly, what do you think, should I try to seduce Ying? Jin Li and Wang Mang stared at her in stunned silence. Meanwhile, Qinfang continued walking through the shattered ruins. Suddenly the system's mechanical voice echoed in his ears. Do you want to consume tradable lifespan to extract abilities into the real world? Without hesitation, he selected Extract, Level Synchronization, Professional Advancement Synchronization. A surge of energy enveloped him, and the system spoke again. You have spent 27,000 days of lifespan. Level Synchronization complete. Professional Advancement Synchronization complete. Qinfang Sip's eyes narrowed with focus. Next, extract skills, he murmured. Last time I only extracted Shadow Dive level 1. This time I shall enhance it and extract even more. Instantly, the space around him vibrated with power as the system listed out the costs. Shadow Dive level 10, 1,946 days. Backstab enhancement, 900 days. Greedy Hand, 1,000 days. Shoning Zan, 3,200 days. Ghost Shadow Blur, 5,366 days. Curse Blossom, 16,900 days. Black Light Shield, 11,313 days. Golden Stealth Boots, 3,600 days. When the synchronization ended, the system announced, the player has 7,480 days of tradable lifespan remaining. But Qinfang wasn't finished yet. Next is equipment extraction. Confirmed, the system replied. Spending 3,394 days to extract the golden level Believer Sits necklace. He muttered to himself, the Believer Sits necklace not only reduces cooldown time, but the platinum level believer it summons is nearly invincible in reality. He had spent nearly everything, leaving only 486 days of tradable lifespan, but now, his real-world strength almost matched his in-game power. Slowly his body began to fade from the ruins. Even as his figure vanished, one thought remained crystal clear in his mind. I must earn more lifespan, and next time, achieve complete synchronization. When he reappeared in the real world, Qinfang sat on the edge of his bed, his expression dark and heavy with killing intent. After taking a deep breath, he began planning his next move. Qian Shi knows my address, he thought grimly. I have to move immediately. Extracting the purifying soul area requires over 1,300 years of lifespan. For now I find a temporary place to stay. With a wave of his hand, a massive invisible force appeared. Greedy Hand. Everything in the room was instantly lifted and packed away, leaving the space spotless. Haha, he chuckled softly. Greedy Hand is really convenient. Everything fits perfectly into the storage space. Then, stepping up to the windowsill, he looked out into the night. Dongfang and Zhongnan Hotel, 50 kilometers from here. He glanced down. He was on the 8th floor, too high for a normal person to jump, but Qinfang was no normal person. With a quiet exhale, his eyes sharpened. Let that go. In the next instant, his body blurred and he shot downward like a shadow falling from the sky. He could arrive in 10 minutes. Like an arrow loosed from a bow, Qinfang shot away, so fast he was invisible to the naked eye. At the Xiangnan Hotel, a cluster of Dongfang family elders sat around a heavy table, voices low as they parsed the implications of the new reality abilities and lifespan from the game could now affect the real world. This was not merely a curiosity. It was a revolution, a vast opportunity for the Dongfang clan. Zener had not failed them. He had already laid the groundwork in the game, and his early gains had forged a budding force. Shan Shao answered his grandfather with measured respect. Grandfather, this is my duty. The old man nodded, satisfied. Zener's growth reassures me, he said. We purchased a large amount of tradable lifespan. All of it will be spent on equipment and skill tomes. He announced the plan without hesitation. The family's core members would be pushed to level 10 as quickly as possible to seize the lead. From that foothold, the family would expand its influence. By developing along two parallel tracks, the in-game advantages and real-world resources, the Dongfang family could become a local overlord, a 10,000-year family, a 10,000-year dynasty, not a dream but an ambition to pursue. Shan Shao's face darkened for a heartbeat, anger flashing behind his eyes. The old patriarch, half a step toward the grave, still clung to leadership and to the dream of immortality. Shan Shao thought, I will make him pay. After I reach the top of the leaderboard, I will make Anyang beg for secrets and extract lifespan for me. You will all die. His grandfather turned his gaze to him. What did you arrange about Anong? He asked, removing the trace of resentment as if it were a costume. Shan Shao replied, calm but controlled. Grandfather, rest assured. I have a reliable agent locating Anong's identity. News will come soon. The orders were precise. Capture Anong alive, make him work for the Dongfang family and reap the enormous benefits. Outside, at the hotel entrance, two armed guards fell silently under Qinfang's hands. Inside the private room, laughter and the clinking of glasses rose as the family toasted their revival. Long live the Dongfang family, they declared, unaware that danger had already arrived. Qinfang paused at the doorway, listening. Guns were present among these people. His recent acquisitions, Ghost Shadow Blur and Black Light Shield, were powerful but not invincible against firearms, and he had not yet extracted heavy defensive gear. Caution was necessary. He summoned the Believer from the necklace, a towering humanoid guardian that resembled a living mummy. If struck in the heart or head, it would die. Otherwise, its durability was exceptional. The Believer emitted a terrifying roar, its claws glinting, its long range spewing blue flame. As a white-silver level boss, it could withstand gunfire for a long time. Enter. Leave no one alive, Qinfang ordered. Within a heartbeat he vanished and reappeared in the hotel lobby. Panic erupted. Guests scattered like leaves before a storm. The guards shouted, Who are you? Identify yourself. The Believer charged, unstoppable, taking advantage of the stunned reactions. Bullets found flesh. eliciting screams, but they did not halt the monster. A clawed hand swept through the crowd. Bodies fell. The believer pierced a man's chest and tore out the life within. He and Xiao recognized the horror too late. This is a monster from the Divine Artifact game, he cried, firing frantically. The lobby became a tableau of terror. The believer leapt toward the grandfather. He cried out for help. Panic surged. He fled, seeking the safety of the game, only to find that escape would not come in time. Sweat poured down his face as he ran, hoping to enter the game and raise his level to 10, extract abilities in safety, then return stronger. The thought cut off short. In the next instant, Qin Fang's form flashed before he and Xiao. The world seemed to reverse, his vision filled with blood, not from Qin Fang's blade, but because his head had been severed and tossed skyward. His eyes widened, his lips trembled, forming a single name, Ying. Red Bingen flowers bloomed across the lobby like a living stain, one even sprouting from he and Xiao's eye. When the petals faded, the system chimed its tally, absorbed 27,000 days of tradable lifespan, and absorbed 482 years of non-tradable lifespan. Qin Fang's lips curved in the smallest, coldest smile. The night's harvest was astonishing. The fallen bodies drifted in the air for a moment, ghostly. The curse blossom's aura lingered, having not only cleared the hall of evidence, but drained the lifespans of every victim to the last drop. Qin Fang ran the numbers in his head. His non-tradable lifespan now totaled 2,327 years, enough to withstand the dangers of the raging areas he planned to enter later. Voices from outside rose in alarm. Call the police. Shots fired. Casualties in the private room. Security guards stormed the dining hall, only to find a spotless room and no sign of a struggle. They exchanged confused glances. Someone shouted, "This private room is wrecked. But where is everyone? Did anyone see anyone leave?" No one had. Qin Fang had already slipped away. Invisible. Strange. Where had the Dongfang family gone? The guards decided to report to the police. Qin Fang's eyes remained cold and sharp. His next target was the Chuani group. He strode toward the bright towers of the magic metropolis. The Chuani headquarters had moved to North America before the game's arrival, but the chairman's favorite daughter, Qian Shishi, remained trapped in the city. He had to act quickly before she could flee the country. For now, Qin Fang turned aside to a nearby hotel to rest and to enter the game. From Shanghai to the magic metropolis was nearly 300 kilometers. Walking would take 2 or 3 hours, an unacceptable waste of time. He sat on the comfortable bed and considered his next step. He needed a mount. The next moment, Qin Fang's vision blurred, and when it cleared, he was once again inside the Divine Artifact game. A mechanical voice greeted him. "Welcome back, player Qin Fang." He found himself standing in a dark, narrow corridor, the stone walls damp and ancient. The air was thick with a chill that hinted at danger. From what he could sense, several silver and gold level bosses still roamed the ruins nearby, perfect targets for grinding. But before he could take another step, a familiar voice rang in his ears. Big boss, good news." It was Anu, her voice brimming with excitement. "Shia just discovered the entrance to a tomb, but there sits a gold-level vengeful ghost guarding it. We can beat it." Qin Fang Sit's eyes narrowed. "A tomb? How did she find it?" Anu quickly explained, her tone turning sheepish. "On our way back to the starting town, we took a detour to avoid some monsters. While walking, we realized someone was missing, Diashoi. After searching for a while, we found she'd fallen into a pit. But it wasn't an ordinary pit. It led to a special tomb area, one where team chat doesn't even work. We explored a bit and ran into a level 12 gold boss with a giant knife. Luckily, we ran fast enough to escape. We're back in Seashell Town now. Big boss, if you want to go, I'll send the coordinates." Qin Fang Sit's expression lit up. "Koi Carp really is Koi Carp," he muttered with a wry smile. "She just walks around, trips into a hole, and ends up finding a treasure." He knew such hidden tombs, those linked to belief or cursed relics, were extremely rare and randomly generated outside the main map. A discovery like this was a massive opportunity. "All right," he said firmly. "Send me the coordinates." One more thing," Anu added slyly. "If you pick up anything you don't need, remember to sell it back to us, okay?" Qin Fang couldn't help but chuckle. "Haha, clever girl." Moments later, he reached the location she sent. Before him was a bottomless well, dark and silent. He peered down and smirked. This well is the entrance? For her to fall into something like this, yes, Ray truly has a talent for trouble. Without hesitation, he jumped. The system chimed immediately. "You have entered the Tomb of Resentment. Remote communication signal, blocked." As his feet touched the cold stone floor, a pair of crimson eyes flickered in the darkness ahead. A guttural growl echoed through the cavern. "Intruder detected." A hulking figure stepped into view, its body muscular yet twisted, clutching a massive greatsword. Vengeful Ghost, leveled 12, gold tier. Qin Fang assessed the enemy instantly. A physical attacker, high damage, high range. No wonder Anu's group had fled. The equipment and skill books he'd sold them weren't meant for defense. Even Wang Mang, their holy shield warrior, had only around 5,000 HP. Against this boss, one strike would cut that in half. The monster lunged forward, its speed shocking for its size. Qin Fang sidestepped effortlessly. If that hit lands, I stepped him dead. With a flick of his wrist, blue flame swords materialized around him. Graceful liberation. Instant shadow slash. The twin techniques struck in perfect harmony, arcs of blue light slicing through the ghost's frame. The creature staggered but didn't fall. Its defense was formidable. The first attack dealt reduced damage, barely 80% of its potential. But Qin Fang's final stroke, the throat cut from graceful liberation, tore clean through its core. For a moment, all was still. Then something was wrong. A twisted arm shot toward him from the shattered corpse, covered in pulsating lumps. Instinct screamed danger. Not good. The monster's remains exploded violently, flesh and bone fragments scattered like shrapnel. Qin Fang flipped backward, activating Phantom Image just in time to avoid the blast. When the smoke cleared, he exhaled sharply. Corpse explosion. I was careless. The memory of a past life surfaced. He'd seen it before, a boss no one recognized, felled by an eager team. One player had rushed in to loot the drops, only to die instantly when the corpse detonated. Entire teams had been wiped that way, though it usually happened with platinum-level bosses or higher. With a flick of his hand, Qin Fang summoned the greedy hand, a massive ethereal palm that swept the loot into his inventory. The system displayed his rewards. Boss defeated. Gold level Vengeful Ghost. Gained 1010 days of lifespan. Gained 20 evolution points. Loot. Platinum Skill Book, Dark Knight Ring, Platinum Armor of Resentment. Additional Greedy Hand bonus. 6,300 days of lifespan. Excellent, he said with satisfaction. Everything usable dropped. He immediately inspected the Dark Knight Ring. A black sword materialized, its swing leaving behind a shimmering after image. Dark Knight Ring. Platinum Tier. Class. Assassin. Effect: infuses weapon with darkness, dealing 500 dark elemental damage in a 5-meter radius. Cooldown: 5.7 seconds. Requirement: level 11. Qin Fang opened his status panel, analyzing the data. So it sets an elemental AoE skill for assassins. My spirit stats higher than my strength anyway, so my magic damage will outscale physical damage. He smirked. Let's sets evolve it. He invested his evolution points, the system counting aloud. 1, +2, +3, points consumed. 36 remaining. Skill evolution successful. Shadow Ring, Epic Tier. Deals dark elemental damage to all enemies within 12 meters. Additional damage 3,000 points. Cooldown, 5.7 seconds. Requirement, level 11. He studied the numbers, mildly impressed. The attack radius had expanded from 5 to 12 meters, and the damage had multiplied 6-fold. Still, he wasn't overly excited. Its stats decent, he murmured. Not as strong as instant shadow slash and raw damage, but perfect for clearing groups. He compared both in his head. Instant shadow slash was linear, a 5-meter frontal strike. Dark Knight Ring, however, was circular and wide-reaching. In crowded fights, it would be devastating. Qin Fang sheathed his blade, eyes gleaming in the tomb's eerie light. This skill will be useful soon, he whispered. Then, the very next moment, Qin Fang equipped the newly acquired armor. The system immediately updated his stats. Armor of Resentment Platinum, Physical Defense plus 55, All Elemental Resistance plus 45, Damage Reduction plus 42, HP plus 777, required level 11. Its special effect, Resentment, increased base damage by 30% when attacked. Qin Fang carefully analyzed the armor. The resentment effect wasn't particularly useful, but its overall defense, resistance, and damage reduction were impressive. It was clearly superior to his current Fire Demon Leather Armor Gold, level 5. Replacing it would make him much more resilient in combat. After confirming everything, Qin Fang smiled with satisfaction. The spoils from this trip were better than expected. In total, there were about 20 remaining items. Selling them all would earn him more than 10,000 days of lifespan. With that thought, he ventured deeper into the dark cave until he stopped before a massive stone gate. So, this must be the entrance to the ancient tomb, he murmured, his voice echoing faintly. Let's hope something valuable awaits inside, preferably a mount. Meanwhile, somewhere else in the game world, a chaotic battle was unfolding. A monstrous creature lunged forward ferociously, striking both Xiao Yu and Chu Yan. Their bodies trembled in pain as glowing red system circles appeared around them, a clear sign that their lifespan was being deducted. Jiang Wei, enraged and battered, let out a furious roar. He turned to Xiao Yu, grabbed her by the collar, and shouted, Xiao Yu, you useless piece of trash. All looks and no brains. You stir the reason we keep getting wiped out. Ice have got only 2 years of lifespan left, and they stir untradeable. His anger boiled over. He shoved her hard to the ground, his voice filled with venom. Don said, let me see you at school, or you still regret it. Xiao Yu Stitz. Cry of pain echoed through the air. Ah! Seeing her fall, Chu Yian rushed to her side in worry. Xiao Yu, she exclaimed. But before she could help, Jiang Wei turned away with a dismissive grunt and disappeared into the distance. Chu Yan helped Xiao Yu sit up and spoke gently. Xiao Yu, why don't you come with me to my parents' small town? I heard there sits a charity group there that helps people like us, older players or those struggling in the game. But Xiao Yu didn't respond. Her expression hardened, and resentment burned in her eyes. Jiang Wei, you dare humiliate me. You'll pay for this, she thought bitterly. I don't believe no one among those who used to follow me isn't stronger than you. Standing up with determination, she said coldly, Yan Yan, go on without me, and vanished, leaving her friend stunned and calling after her. Ah, Xiao Yu. Later, Xiao Yu woke up in her real-world bedroom, her face twisted with frustration. Without hesitation, she grabbed her phone and sent a message. Han Han, can you help me level up? The reply came almost instantly. Of course, 1 level up for 1 night. Let's see how the cold, untouchable campus queen performs in bed. Xiao Yusup's face turned red with anger. You disgusting creep, you think you can touch me, dream on, she typed furiously and blocked him on the spot. Not giving up, she messaged another classmate. Jiang Wu, Isef actually always liked you. I only rejected you because my brother Qinfeng used to control me, but now we sef broken ties, so maybe we can be together. But Jiang Wu only sneered in his reply. Pathetic, you broke off with your own brother. What makes you think you once betray me too? Get lost. Xiao Yu gritted her teeth, still not ready to give up. She kept searching for someone, anyone, to help her. Rui Xiao, no one's home. Want to come stay with me and help me level up? She texted another. But once again, rejection came swiftly. Oh please, I set in platinum rank now. I can get any girl I want. You stir not even worth my time. Her anger gave way to desperation. She sent another message. Brother Xiang, I stem so bored. Come to Seashell Town please. I stem waiting for you. The reply was worse than before. Zhao Yu, everyone knows you screwed over Jiang Wei. Don't test me. I just learned a new skill, Fear Strike. Want me to try it on your stomach twice? Her phone slipped from her trembling hand. Tears welled up in her eyes as she muttered to herself. Damn it. All these men, none of them are reliable when it matters most. Her heart raced as panic set in. I only have 2.5 years of untradeable lifespan left. What am I supposed to do? Then suddenly, a spark of realization lit up her expression. That sip's right, Qinfeng. Her voice steadied as she whispered, he once said ignore me. He said he'll know what to do. He said he'll help me, he always does. That night, under the glow of city lights and the twinkle of stars, Xiao Yu stood nervously before Qinfeng's apartment door. She took a deep breath, trying to prepare herself. I'll apologize, act sweet, he'll forgive me, he always does. But as she raised her hand to knock, resentment crept back into her thoughts. Why should I apologize? I did nothing wrong. She forced the thought away and whispered to herself. No, I need to lower my head, just for now. I'll pretend to admit my mistakes so he helps me level up. Once my level rises, and my lifespan is safe, I'll cut ties completely. A confident smirk formed on her lips. Yes, that sets the plan. Xiao Yu, you stare a genius. Finally, she knocked on the door and called softly. Qinfeng, Qinfeng, open the door. But no matter how many times she called, there was only silence on the other side. Qinfeng, open the door. Xiao Yu's anxious voice echoed through the quiet corridor. Qinfeng, don't sleep. Open up, quickly. Qinfeng, I stem back. Her tone grew more desperate with every call, her voice trembling between panic and anger. Qinfeng, can you hear me? Open the door already. Silence. Her irritation flared. Feeling ignored, Xiao Yu's patience snapped. Fine, you asked for it. She growled and kicked the door open with a sharp bang. But the moment she stepped inside, her anger froze into disbelief. The room was empty. The bed, the table, the clothes, everything was gone. It was as if Qinfeng had vanished completely. Heart pounding, Xiao Yu grabbed her phone and quickly dialed his number. But all she heard was a cold, mechanical voice repeating. We are sorry, the number you have dialed is currently switched off. She tried again. Each time, the same message echoed through the empty room. Her voice trembled. Qinfeng, where did you go? The mechanical tone continued to ring, overlapping her own fearful whisper, as if mocking her helplessness. At that very moment, far beneath the ground, deep inside the tomb of resentment, Qin Fang was locked in a deadly battle. The sharp arc of his blade sliced through the darkness, severing the arm of a monstrous creature. A heavy coffin suddenly flew open, releasing a rush of cold air. "It's finally over," Qin Fang muttered, breathing hard. He glanced at his experience bar. "I've killed more than 200 small monsters along the way, and even took down a few bronze and platinum bosses. I've come close to reaching level 12. Turning to his summoned follower, he ordered calmly, "Open that coffin. The final boss should appear here. Hopefully it sets platinum grade." The believer obeyed and pushed the coffin lid open, but the moment he did, an eerie, pulsating power erupted from within. "Roar, roar," the believer cried out, writhing as the energy engulfed him. The system notification appeared instantly. "Your platinum-level pious believer has been killed." Qin Fang sits, expression hardened. So it sets this thing, the Death Mist Barrier boss. He clenched his weapon, recalling his memories from his past life. This disgusting creature, it has no physical form, completely immune to physical damage. He remembered how, in his previous life, someone had once unleashed this very boss, and chaos followed. It had spread through nearby strongholds like a plague, killing countless players who had no idea how to defend themselves. He narrowed his eyes. If someone gets trapped with this monster, there's no escape unless your team can dispel its curse, or you have an invincibility skill. Otherwise, it sits certain death. The black mist swirled violently around him. Qin Fang raised his hand and shouted, "Dark Night Ring." A circle of dark energy burst from him, revealing the monster's true form hidden within the miasma. Without hesitation, he lunged forward, striking with precision. Moments later, the system's chime echoed through the tomb. "You have killed gold-level Death Mist Barrier boss." Qin Fang frowned. Strange. Its strength is clearly above platinum level, yet its SEP's only classified as gold, and the drops are mediocre. He exhaled sharply. "Humph. Lucky I learned Dark Night Ring. Physical attacks wouldn't have worked at all." He raised his hand again, casting another spell. Greedy Hand. A phantom hand reached out, collecting the spoils from the shattered boss. But as he inspected the items, his expression fell. So much effort for just gold-level rewards, disappointing. Before he could finish his complaint, a sudden system message appeared, one that made his eyes widen in shock. "You have obtained a rare item, Mount Spirit Bell." His voice rose with surprise. "A mount? Seriously?" Excitement surged through him as he held the glowing bell in his hand. It actually dropped a mount. That koi carp sits, luck really works. He quickly opened the system window to read the description. Mount Bell, Spectral Night Howler Gold, level 11. After use, summons a level 11 Spectral Night Howler, capable of assisting in battle and serving as a ride. Level requirement, 11. Qin Fang Sit's eyes gleamed as he read on. Spectral Night Howler, one of the fastest early-game mounts. The stats appeared one by one. Strength, 148. Constitution, 155. Agility, 191. Spirit, 135. Experience, shared with owner. Skill, Rapid Run. Increases movement speed by 245%. Skill, Night Travel. Grants low-level stealth during night. Attacking breaks stealth, boosting first attack damage by 120 points. Skill, Continuous Assault. Attacks the same target 3 times, each strike adding 267 physical damage. Skill, Wolf's Howl. Increases nearby allies' attack power, defense and elemental resistance. Duration 1,800 seconds. Cooldown 600 seconds. Qin Fang couldn't set help but grin. A mount that fights, runs fast, and even has stealth. Not bad at all. This is a big win. Outside, the tomb's air grew colder, the sky above gray and still. Moments later, the spectral wolf appeared in a swirl of black mist. Qin Fang leaped onto its back. The mount let out a low growl, then dashed forward, moving faster than the wind itself. As they sped through the ruins, Qin Fang's mind was already strategizing. Next step, reach level 15 and stockpile enough lifespan to summon the mount outside the game. Once I log off, I'll head to the Magic Metropolis and deal with Qian Shishi. That should eliminate future problems. The spectral wolf carried him onward as the world blurred around them. Ahead, the looming walls of Zhanghai Arena came into view, an enormous, multi-level dungeon filled with powerful creatures. Qin Fang Sit's eyes shone with anticipation. This is the perfect place to level up fast. He commanded sharply. There. The spectral wolf leapt over the city walls, landing within the chaotic ruins. Before him stretched a vast battleground filled with monstrous figures. A sharp glint flashed in Qin Fang's eyes as he drew his weapon. Let's begin. In one swift motion, he unleashed instant shadow slash, a blinding flurry of attacks cutting through the nearest monsters. All around him, the ground trembled, and towering buildings in the distance began to crumble under the force of the battle that was only just beginning. And Yu stood tall amid the fading mist, her sword gleaming faintly in the dim light. With one final slash, the last of the monsters fell, its body dissolving into particles of light. She exhaled softly, a small smile crossing her face. Great, we won. Behind her, Niang clapped with a grin. As expected of Captain, your damage output is terrifying. Niang, the son of the Shanghai City bureau chief, admired her openly, though his thoughts were far from pure admiration. A hidden class dragon swordsman. She's incredible, he thought, and she's the woman I've decided to make mine. And Yu sheathed her sword and smiled lightly. Still, that gold-level boss was only level 8, and it took us more than 10 minutes to bring it down. I can imagine how Big Boss managed to kill a platinum-level boss alone. Nong scoffed with a smirk. A lowly assassin like him, he probably just hides in stealth and chips away until the boss dies. Nothing impressive. Inside, he sneered. She's talented, sure, but she has no backing. With my family status, she'll be easy to win over. And Yu caught the disdain in his tone and shot back sharply. Is that so? But aren't you a marksman? Shouldn't it be you who can kill bosses easily? Embarrassed, Niang stammered. I stimp an upright person. I don't rely on tricks like that. Trying to change the subject, he added arrogantly, anyway, I've heard that the player Dark Shadows is dangerous, a murderer in real life. I know a Magic Metropolis officer who's tracking him. He has anti-stealth level 3. He raised his voice, speaking as if addressing an audience. In my opinion, we should set a trap, expose Dark Shadow's identity, and capture him. People like that, only the government should have control over them. Otherwise, tragedies like Sunf and Jiangli will keep happening. Are we supposed to clean up every time? At those words, and Yu and Wang Ming exchanged a look, then burst out laughing. Their laughter echoed in the ruins, sharp and mocking. Xiaom chuckled. You get it? He's not suggesting we fix the situation. He's saying we should fix things for him. That way he can keep his position safe. Wang Ming added dryly, the man who killed the world's first gold-level boss, the first platinum-level boss, and did it alone. You not trying to cooperate with him, you trying to offend him? Has your brain been eaten by worms? The group erupted into teasing. Stop scolding, he's the bureau chief's son, second generation you know. Yeah, and apparently the second generation doesn't need a brain. Niang Sip's face turned bright red with fury. Damn Dark Shadow, he's just a fragile assassin. Once I get my anti-stealth level up, I'll capture him myself. You see? He pointed at them angrily. When I expose his identity, you all kneel before me and beg for forgiveness. And you ignored him completely. Wang Ming turned to her and asked curiously, Captain, what did the boss drop? And Yu replied calmly, a gold priest equipment, a silver equipment, and a silver skill book. She frowned slightly, thinking aloud. Still, the big boss can casually sell us gold or even platinum gear. How many bosses has he killed already? Or maybe his talent is treasure hunting. Most of these come from chests, after all. Wang Ming hesitated before speaking again. Captain and Yu, maybe I'm overthinking, but there's something worrying me. Speak, she said. Do you know about the Jiangnan hotel case? The entire Dongfang family vanished after a gathering there. He paused, lowering his voice. If Dark Shadow was involved, do we need to clean up for him? We don't really know his nature. What if he's a real killer, even in real life? And Yustip's expression softened slightly. I know about that case. The higher-ups are treating it seriously, and many suspect Dark Shadow Sip's involvement, but so far there's no proof. Then, with calm determination, she added, even if he was behind it, I still choose to work with him. Even if the officials refuse to help him clean up the aftermath, I will do it myself. Wang Ming looked shocked. Why? And Yu's eyes hardened, because everyone wants to win Dark Shadow Sip's favor. Before Wang Ming could respond, a scout ran up, shouting breathlessly, Captain, up ahead, there sits an area that looks like an arena, but all the monsters inside are dead. The ground sits covered with corpses. Another added excitedly, there must be hundreds of monsters. What kind of team could clear this? And Eustace's eyes lit up. Go, let's take a look. As they arrived, bright flashes glimmered across the battlefield, loot scattered everywhere. Someone gasped. So many drops. What kind of monsters were these? And Yu surveyed the destruction and said decisively, it must have been the big boss Dark Shadow. Search the area. Maybe he's still nearby. Niang scoffed. And how can you be so sure it's him? And Yu smiled faintly, because he steps at the top of the global rankings, our team is ranked right behind him, and we definitely couldn't have done this. So yes, it can only be him. Miang scoffed dismissively. What's so special about that? If I had stealth, I could do it too. Except, just take me a little longer. That's all. And Yu ignored his arrogance. Instead, she looked around the monster-filled ruins and spoke softly, her tone respectful yet hopeful. Big boss, are you here? You've killed so many monsters, you must have plenty of equipment and skill books you don't need. Why not sell them to us? The moment her words faded, a cold wind swept past. Nin suddenly froze as a heavy presence appeared behind them. From the shadows, Qin Fang emerged atop his spectral wolf, its eerie blue aura radiating menace. The beast's glowing eyes stared them down, its claws sinking slightly into the stone ground. Meng Yang stumbled back, face pale. You, he gasped in terror. And Yu, however, looked at the figure before her with awe. Big boss, is that a mount? Where did you get it? Qin Fang smiled faintly. Thanks to the coordinates you all provided, I cleared that tomb you mentioned. He then turned to Jinli, and added quietly, thank you very much, eh? Embarrassed, she scratched her head. Haha, no problem. Qin Fang's tone turned firm. Alright, let's trade. Everyone can pick up the items on the ground, same old rules. And Yu nodded. I understand. If I step not satisfied, I can choose not to buy. Big boss sets prices are always fair. Meanwhile, Miang was still trembling from the shock. Someone nearby chuckled. Hey, did you just wet your pants? Laughter rippled through the group, and Nang's face twisted with humiliation. Damn you, Dark Shadow. Damn that beast. You dared to embarrass me in front of everyone. Just wait. I'll make you pay, he thought bitterly. Once the trade was complete, Qin Fang swiftly mounted the spectral wolf and vanished into the fog. Moments later, a system notification appeared before him. 1. Dark Shadow, level 13. 2. Executing Justice, level 10. 3. Wang Mang, level 10. 4. Lack Cloth Forest Agent, level 10. Tradable lifespan, 245 years. Evolution points, 255. Qin Fang's eyes gleamed, this time clearing the ruined arena dropped a gold-level skill book. Not bad. The system's description appeared. Skill, Quiet Stealth, gold level. Effect, enter a motionless stealth state indefinitely. Attacking grants plus 300 stealth break damage. Cooldown, 120 seconds. Requirement, level 13. Qin Fang smirked with satisfaction. Perfect. This will make my stealth nearly absolute, and if I combine it with my invincibility entry in reality, I can completely disappear. He selected Evolve skill, and the system notifications rolled in rapidly. Consuming 11 evolution points. Quiet Stealth, Gold Platinum, Emerald Diamond Epic. Additional stealth damage, 300, 400, 500, 600. Cooldown, 120s, 110s, 100c, 80s, 60s. He nodded. Excellent. Let's evolve a few more. Consuming 34 evolution points. Fierce Poison Dart evolved to Epic. Range, 17 mets, 20 mets. Damage 24 400 per hit. Inflicts Fierce Poison, dealing 100% continuous damage for 5 seconds. Consuming 200 evolution points. Graceful Liberation evolved to Mythic. Weakness Attack Multiplier, 200%. Active effect. Next attack inflicts Throat-Cutting Bleed, dealing 200% damage per second for 3 seconds. Cooldown 25 15.9s. Qin Fang's eyes glimmered with confidence. A mythic skill, powerful indeed. Now unless I face a special magic creature, every strike I make will be a weakness hit. He then glanced at a shimmering necklace in his inventory. Platinum Deceit Necklace, Assassin Accessory. Physical Attack, plus 45. Strength plus 20. Constitution plus 20. Requirement level 13. Unique effect, adds plus 1 to stealth level. Qin Fang smirked. Skills plus equipment. I now have 4 layers of stealth, no one can detect me at this stage. The system continued. Golden Dark Shadow Veil. Assassin Equipment. Constitution plus 5. Spirit plus 5. Evasion rate plus 32%. Requirement, level 12. Qin Fang murmured, calculating, with this my total evasion rate reaches 83%, near untouchable. Suddenly, a massive explosion erupted ahead. He jerked his head up. What's that? From behind a collapsed building, a towering metallic figure emerged, the Steel Maiden. Its eyes glowed crimson, its massive blade reflecting firelight. Qin Fang's expression darkened. Steel Maiden, who's unlucky enough to summon that boss? Memories from his past life surfaced. Back then when it appeared in the ruins of Shanghai City, over 1,000 players tried to defeat it. 4,000 died in total. He steadied himself. The Steel Maiden, protector of the Holy Church, SIP's second defensive zone. I was going to handle it after dealing with Qian Shishi, but, since it SIP's here now, I settle end it. Without hesitation, Chen Fang charged forward. The battlefield was chaos. Explosions, screams, and falling debris everywhere. The Steel Maiden swung its colossal blade down, cleaving through a player with a single strike. Blood sprayed across the ruins. Ru Zhukang, another shouted, before he too was sliced apart, his death cry echoing. Watching from a distance, Qin Fang muttered, trying to fight her now, too reckless. Then he paused. A figure was darting skillfully across the battlefield, golden light flickering around his armor. Wait, that's SIP's Chen Wu Ying. Qin Fang's SIP's eyes narrowed as old memories surfaced. Chen Wu Ying, hidden class, Holy Temple Knight. In my past life, he and I fought for 9 years without ever settling the score. Treacherous and cunning, always managing to escape at the last second. He recalled more. Back then, the Steel Maiden was claimed by his guild, the Holy Temple Knights. That's SIP's why people used to say, Sema. The West slays gods, the East worships them, Sema. We ruled opposite sides of the Shanghai ruins. Qin Fang SIP's tone hardened. When his guild recruited new members, they promised safety, but took 50% of everyone SIP's lifespan as tax. Most of them were blacklisted slaves under top-level strategy control. He smirked coldly. Perfect timing, Chen Wu Ying. This time you won SIT escape. All around, the Steel Maiden roared, its blade cutting through both monsters and men, turning the battlefield into a storm of metal and death. Xinfang moved like a shadow, silent and precise. Without warning, he activated his skill, Dark Night Ring. A dark aura erupted around him, sweeping through the nearby players in an instant. System notifications flashed one after another. You have killed player Jie Mo. You have killed player Zhang Fun. You have killed player Xiao Yu. You have killed player Yu. You have killed player Lemma. The air turned cold as bodies fell. Weiming, standing amidst the chaos, shouted in disbelief. What? Who did this? Could it be, Dark Shadow? We have no grudges with you. Why are you killing our people? From behind the group, Tinfang appeared, expression calm, voice indifferent. Because he said, I do not eat beef. Before anyone could process his strange reply, Xinfang unleashed another skill, instant shadow slash. The world blurred. When the dust settled, the once crowded area was nothing but a desolate ruin. He didn't stop there. With a flick of his wrist, he invoked another spell, Blooming Curse. Mysteriously, everyone who had just perished began to revive, their bodies reassembling before their own horrified eyes. Weiming clenched his fists in anger. That bastard Dark Shadow. What does not eating beef have to do with us? One of his subordinates, trembling, checked his stats. Boss, our tradable lifespan, it sits 0. Weiming Sit's expression darkened. Damn it. This must be that Dark Shadow Sit's skill. Someone in the back yelled, Guild leader, let Sits gather everyone and kill him again. Weiming snapped, kill him again? Are you tired of living? Fall back, we still go rebuild and regain the lifespan we lost. Among the survivors, Xiao Ya stood trembling, tears streaming down her cheeks. Dark Shadow, why did you target me? My lifespan there's barely any left. A system message rang out. Blooming Curse absorbed 4 days of tradable lifespan and 1 year of untradable lifespan from player Xiao Ye. Hearing this, Xinfang Sip's eyes narrowed. A smirk tugged at his lips. So, Qin Xiao Yu was among them, and I only got this much. It seems she Sip's already near her end. Joining the Holy Temple Knight Guild as a black slave, pathetic. You reap what you sow. But before his words faded, a metallic shriek sliced through the air. The Steel Maiden lunged at him, its massive blade cutting through the dust. Blow after blow crashed down, shaking the ground. Xinfang, unflustered, cast Phantom Image, dodging effortlessly. This boss isn't difficult in the early stages, he said casually. The Steel Maiden halted, scanning the smoke-filled space. It sensed something unseen pressing in on it. Sand and dust swirled violently as if the air itself had turned against it. The creature roared in frustration, unable to resist the invisible assault. Xinfang smirked. It only knows how to swing that blade. Predictable. He dashed forward, activating graceful liberation, a precise physical strike, followed by a deadly finisher. The final hit, throat cut, landed cleanly. Damage numbers flashed in rapid succession. 53, Borv, 53, 36. The Steel Maiden's neck split open as its head rolled aside, metallic blood spraying across the battlefield. Its dying scream echoed through the ruins. Xinfang observed coldly. It steps strong, No wonder it was chosen as a protector, but once its health drops to half, the demon sealed inside will awaken. Then all damage taken will be reflected back to the attacker. He paused, recalling an old rumor. They say there sips a portal inside the demon sep's stomach. Anyone it devours gets teleported to an unknown place, supposedly the bottom of a volcano, but no one ever proved it true. Maybe just another fantasy from a different game. High above, the spectators watching the battle murmured among themselves. This dark shadow, he seps ruthless. He pushed a platinum-level boss into its second phase with just one skill. Another voice disagreed. Are you sure it was Dark Shadow? This is a platinum boss. You think one player could do that? The first voice insisted. I saw everything from the start. That boss was summoned by the Holy Temple Knight Guild. And thus, amidst chaos and disbelief, Shinfang's legend as Dark Shadow grew darker still. Before long, Dark Shadow appeared again, swift, silent, and merciless. Within moments, he annihilated the entire group and unleashed a devastating skill. The boss's health bar plummeted by half in an instant. From the nearby building, players continued their endless chatter, trying to make sense of what they had just witnessed. Hidden among the shadows, Shinfang observed carefully. His mind was calm but calculating. The Steel Maiden's second stage. It has a weakness, he thought. When it attacks, its counter-attack effect becomes temporarily invalid. That means if I strike precisely during its movement, I can bypass the counter damage. But then, a frown creased his face. However, instant shadow slash, throat cut, plague blade, poison dart, they all deal damage over time. If I use those, the reflection will still trigger. With my current HP, I die instantly from my own skills. He looked around, eyes narrowing. The players up there, they had been watching everything from the start. Maybe, he thought, I can use them a little. Suddenly, a commanding voice echoed through the crowd. Move aside, let me see what sip's happening. The crowd parted instantly. Brother Enwan, you're here, someone called out excitedly. Of course, he's number one, another replied. Reports came in rapidly. Brother Anawen, we've been watching this boss for a while. It only uses a few fixed skills. We've documented them all, one subordinate said. Another added nervously, but after losing half its health, it suddenly stopped moving. Its body began to change. It might be preparing a new attack. Anawen listened carefully, analyzing every word. So, Dark Shadow soloed this boss earlier, he asked. That Sep's right, his subordinate confirmed. After the boss entered its second stage, Dark Shadow vanished completely. Anwan thought for a moment, then ordered, Xiao, activate Red Eye mode, see if Dark Shadow is still nearby. Understood, Xiao replied. Moments later, a small creature, a rabbit with glowing red eyes, hopped down from the upper floor. It circled the Steel Maiden, scanning every inch. After a few seconds, Xiao reported, I can find Dark Shadow Sip's position. He must have already left. Anduin nodded. Even your level 3 anti-stealth can detect him. That confirms it. I don't believe anyone has a level 4 stealth skill. Then, without hesitation, Anduin leapt off the building. His long coat fluttered behind him as he landed gracefully on the ground below. Yeah, he commanded calmly, keep observing. If Dark Shadow returns, report immediately. Wait, brother, Jiatu called out, but quickly complied. Understood, brother Anawen. The spectators gasped. Sep's insane. Sep's actually going to solo a platinum-level boss? But another voice chimed in. No, I've seen that guy before. Back in the starting town, he killed a gold-level boss without taking a single hit. Wait, are you saying that Sep's god Anawen? Yes, the number 1 player. His class is Soul Dancer. When he rolls, he gets 100% evasion rate. He used to be a top global streamer in Soul-type games. His reaction speed is unmatched. The Steel Maiden's eyes glowed red as it spotted Anawen. With a roar, it swung its massive blade toward him. The attack came fast, but Anuan was faster. He rolled to the side, narrowly escaping the strike. Ah yeah, he shouted, grinning as he dodged another slash. The Steel Maiden's arm lunged out again, trying to grab him, but Anawen somersaulted backward. Dahoo, he yelled in exhilaration, moving like a dancer under the moonlight. From above, his subordinates cheered. God Anawan is unstoppable. His rolls are flawless. He hasn't even attacked yet, just pure movement. So cool. The number 1 really lives up to his name. But soon, someone noticed something strange. Wait a second. Why does the boss Sep's HP drop every time he dodges? Yeah, and look, there are light slashes appearing across its body. Is the Soul Dancer that powerful? Xiao smirked proudly. Perfect evasion? That Sep's just basic for him. His real strength lies in his counterattacks. Once he dodges successfully, his next strike ignores 50% of the enemy Sep's defense. Watch, she said confidently. This next move will be devastating. On the battlefield, Anwen straightened his blade. Block this if you can, he said coldly. The spectators gasped. Wow, that animation, that sips easily a 4-digit damage hit. Anwen smirked, his movements fluid and elegant, his blade danced, each strike blending with the next. Dance under the moon. Blade slide through the cracks. One move, Waba Shadow, rush like a shooting star. His swordsmanship was breathtaking, each motion faster than the last. And then, his final attack. One strike, certain kill. Look, Shatu cried from above, the boss sep's HP it stets down to 1/3. Anwen twirled his sword, sheathing it with a satisfied smile. This gap of the moon shadow is my swordplay, he said proudly. But before his victory could sink in, the Steel Maiden's body convulsed violently. A series of system alerts flashed across the screen. Counter damage, 1199. Counter damage, 1299. Counter damage, 1299. Anwen's face froze. His HP dropped to 0 in an instant. He collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Brother Anwen, his subordinates cried out in horror. What happened? He dodged everything. Yeah, his skills landed. Why did he still die? Then the realization dawned. The boss's HP had dropped, but not because of Anwen. The damage that finished it wasn't from his blade, it was something else entirely. And somewhere, hidden in the darkness beyond their sight, Dark Shadow smiled. Qinfang, who had remained hidden in stealth, had been silently watching everything unfold from the very beginning. His eyes were calm, yet filled with calculation. He smirked faintly to himself. It's all thanks to this, Anwen is number 1. Because of that show-off, the Steel Maiden had gone berserk, unleashing a storm of attacks in quick succession. Perfect, Qinfang thought. During that chaos, I managed to slip in a few secret strikes of my own. In the end, I'm the one who reduced its HP to 1/3. He couldn't help but evaluate what he had just seen. The Soul Dancer's execution is impressive. His control and timing are top tier, but against the Steel Maiden, his class is simply useless. When he rolls, he can't attack, and when he attacks, he gets countered. Truly tragic. Suddenly the Steel Maiden began to move. Its massive body turned, trembling with violent energy. Qinfang's expression darkened. This is bad. The boss's HP is too low, it's trying to retreat to the Holy Temple for recovery. If it makes it back, it'll return to full health, and all my effort will be wasted. He quickly assessed the situation. The death of the Soul Dancer had terrified the crowd, none dared to attack now. And unless the boss initiated another move, its counterattack state would stay active. Qinfang made his decision. Fine. I'll go all in. He broke out of stealth. I can't let it return to the sanctuary, he muttered coldly. The spectators gasped in shock as his figure appeared. Look, it's Set's Dark Shadow. Wait, so those slashes on the boss earlier were all from him? That Sip's insane. I thought Senwan's number 1 Sit was the god here, but he was just a clown. Dark Shadow Sit's the real monster. Even Shio the scout was stunned. Impossible. My level 3 anti-stealth couldn't Set detect him. Does he actually have level 4 stealth or higher? Meanwhile, someone lurking in the crowd had a different thought. Hey, that Soul Dancer dropped equipment when he died. If I sip quick, maybe I can snatch it before anyone notices. But before he could take a single step, Qinfang's blade flashed. A single strike to the head, clean and lethal. You want to steal my loot? Not happening. The system chimed immediately. You have obtained Anwen is number 1's tradable lifespan, 612 days. Untradable lifespan, 67 years. Guiji Jusi is tradable lifespan, 355 days. Untradable lifespan, 20 years. Qinfang chuckled softly. Interesting. So say Anwen is number 1 Sit, still had a lot of lifespan left. That means he probably hasn't died before. I shall spare him for now. No need to use Hakaya's shoe yet. From behind a chilling metallic cry echoed, the Steel Maiden was still alive, dragging its blade and advancing slowly. Qinfang's expression hardened. I'll have to rely on Blacklight Shield and Instant Shadow Slash to drain its health bit by bit. It's slow but safe. He raised his hand. Blacklight Shield. 10 layers. A dark barrier enveloped him. The Steel Maiden's purple glowing blade came crashing down. Each strike shattered one layer after another. Qinfang seized his moment. Now. He dashed forward, performing his deadly combo, Instant Shadow Slash. 9 consecutive strikes ripped through the air. By the end of it, his shield was down to just 7 layers. He analyzed the rhythm. The last 3 hits landed after its attack cycle ended. Without Blacklight Shield, I'd have died instantly from the counter. The Steel Maiden roared, unleashing another series of furious blows. Purple energy waves exploded around him, engulfing the battlefield. This boss's attack frequency is insane. Qin Fang thought as he gritted his teeth. Even with over 80% evasion, all 7 layers of my shield vanished in seconds. If I'd been half a second slower, I'd be done for. Behind him, that same greedy looter tried once more to sneak toward the fallen loot, but before his fingers even brushed the ground, Qin Fang's dagger flashed again. System notification. Critical hit. Headshot. As silence fell, the notifications began to chime one after another. You have killed Platinum level boss, Steel Maiden. Rewards. 48,000 experience points. 120 evolution points. Church Holy Temple access. The spectators erupted in disbelief. He really soloed the boss. Check the rankings. Dark Shadow Sips at the top. Qin Fang calmly stretched out his hand and whispered, Mythic Greedy Hand. The system window appeared again, revealing the spoils. Black Flame Ceremony. Assassin-type bone leather armor, emerald grade. Physical defense plus 95. Elemental resistance plus 120. Damage reduction plus 77. Constitution plus 77. Required level 13. Effect. Black Flame Ceremony. When attacking or being attacked, inflicts the Black Flame status on the target. Stacks up to 5 times. Each layer reduces target's defense and elemental resistance by 7%. Effect reduced on emerald level bosses and above. Qin Fang Sip's eyes lit up. One single emerald equipment, and its stats already surpass an entire full set of others. Plus, it carries Black Flame Ceremony, reducing both defense and resistance. It steps even stronger than the one the Soul Purifier dropped. He tightened his grip around the armor, a faint grin crossing his face. The true king of this battlefield isn't Set the one who shines in the spotlight. It's Sep's the one who kills from the shadows. The system continued to chime, its voice calm and precise. Emerald Assassin Intuition. You can partially perceive the shadows of cloaked units. Includes +2 levels of anti-stealth. Level requirement applied. Qin Fang's eyes narrowed. So it's an anti-stealth skill. Perfect. I can upgrade it directly to legendary. The system continued. You have consumed 1 + 2 + 30 evolution points, leaving 97 points. Assassin Intuition. Emerald Diamond Epit Legendary. You can now observe the approximate shape of cloaked units. Anti-stealth levels increased 2, 3, 4, 5. New legendary effect. Discover target's set weaknesses more clearly. Weakness damage plus 50%. Qin Fang's mind raced. 5 levels of anti-stealth, plus Graceful Liberation's passive. That's a total of 350% weakness damage. I could strike a target's weak point blindfolded if I wanted. Quickly, he made his decision. With 97 evolution points left, he would upgrade Phantom Image first. The system rang out again. You have consumed 80 evolution points, leaving 17. Phantom Image upgraded from Epit Legendary. Base Evasion, 75%, 85%. Successful evasion negates all damage. Level 5 achieved. From afar, Anu appeared, waving energetically. Big boss, did anything good drop? Qin Fang looked at her, amused. This girl, is she some sort of hunting dog? Yusef leveled up to 13 overnight, he asked casually. That sit's ridiculous. Wang Mang nodded in agreement. Yusef been grinding all night, still not even level 11. Your speed is insane. Anu patted his head lightly. Don Set talk nonsense. It's Set's not about speed, it's Set's skill. Tell me, big boss, am I right? Qin Fang smiled briefly. I Set priced the drops. Take 'em if you want. She beamed. All right, how much? 45,000 days. Full package deal. Immediately, the system chimed. Transaction completed. Qin Fang continued, noting one more point of interest. Do you know about stealth bases? Anu Sip's eyes lit up. Stealth bases, of course. They Sips are zones without safe areas in the Jianghai ruins. Player groups can occupy them as bases, store supplies, and activate magic barriers in emergencies. Qin Fang nodded. Your knowledge is limited to small bases dropped by gold-level bosses, but the real value is in medium or large stealth bases. The Church Holy Temple base key dropped from the boss just now. This base spans 800 acres. You can discuss its price internally. I will consider your offer. Anu and Wang Ming gasped. 800 acres? That Sip's massive. Enough space for private rooms for all government members of Jianghai. She hesitated slightly. Big boss, there's Stitz one more favor. Several gold-level bosses have gathered in Dark Moon Town. Many people have already died. We stare willing to pay 10 years of lifespan if you eliminate them. Qin Fang's mind calculated instantly. 7 gold-level bosses, even with government forces, can be eliminated easily. But if they revive together and get stronger, that's a different story. He nodded. You've come to ask me, which means there are other unsolvable problems, right? Anu smiled, impressed. As expected, God, you saw through it immediately. We tried killing one separately, it revived, and then all 7 increased their stats, wiping out our team instantly. Qinfang's interest peaked. Puppets created by the curse tablet and the ancient god tablet. If so, I cannot miss this. The system rang once more. Transaction completed. You have received 10 years of lifespan. Anu waved happily. Big boss. Good luck. Qinfang replied succinctly, send me the coordinates privately. I'll head there immediately. As he mounted his pet and soared into the sky, scanning the landscape, he noticed a troubling scene below. A group of children quarreled violently. 3 girls were ganging up on a weaker peer. One, with bangs covering her eyes, slapped Xiao harshly, cursing. You piece of trash. You just joined the guild and already want to seduce the guild leader, she yelled. Qinfang Sip's sharp eyes observed silently, taking note of every detail. The battlefield was never only about bosses. Sometimes, even the smallest conflicts told a story. Zhao Eustace's face reddened as she cried out in pain. I didn't do anything. Another girl, her braided horns swaying angrily, snapped at the others. Do you think I stepped blind? Stay away from the guild leader, or I will tear your face apart. The 3 of them cornered Xiao Yuyu, small and defenseless, punishing her without any real evidence. From afar, Qinfang watched quietly, piecing together the situation. So this is what happened after Qin Xiaoyu joined the Holy Temple Night Guild. Palace intrigue even in a game, he mused. These petty power struggles were rampant in my previous life too, but I used to handle them for Xiaoyu. Now, she'll have to learn for herself. The 3 continued their beating, and Chindu sobbed, hoo, don't hit me anymore. It hurts too much. I am going to die. Their tormentors only grew more excited. Eat that little goblin to death. Who knows how many men she seduced. Qinfang, unmoved, silently entered his own world. His mind drifted to the massive sculpture at the center of the Shanghai city ruins. Beneath it, a hidden room existed, one that could teleport him back to the starting town. Few people knew of it. He stood before the star-shaped teleportation circle, contemplating. Teleportation isn't free. 500 days for the first time, 1,000 for the second, 2,000 for the third, each time the cost doubles. He understood why. The initial small town would gradually evolve over time. Monsters would become bosses, hidden treasures would appear, and opportunities like the ancient god tablet were not to be missed. The system prompted him. Do you want to teleport back to the place abandoned by the gods? Dark Moon Town. Qinfang's interest peaked. Dark Moon Town, a small town that only appears later. I never encountered it in my previous life. He agreed, and the system deducted 500 days of his lifespan. Teleportation completed. Arriving, he found the town surprisingly lively. Most residents were elderly, yet the young ones were attentive, helping and protecting them. Finally a safe area, Qinfang thought. One old woman spoke to a group of young people. Grandma, we led you to level up 3 levels as agreed, they explained. We were assigned 72 days of lifespan during the process. You only need to trade that back to us. The old woman Sip's eyes widened in disbelief. What? You still want money? Are in situ a charity organization? The young man explained patiently. Grandma, we didn't take your money. During the monster battles, lifespan dropped. This portion is just returning to us. Wang Meng chimed in. Yes, unless we party up, you wouldn't get lifespan or experience. We agreed on this at the start. But the old woman became furious. I don't know any agreement. You young people are shameless, asking me for money after helping me for free. Before she could finish, someone grabbed her and dragged her off. The commotion drew attention and suddenly, Qinfang appeared out of stealth. He intervened decisively, confronting the old woman. After swiftly defeating her, he said calmly, her lifespan is on the ground. Take it yourselves. Wang Meng grinned and shouted, 666. The young man asked shyly, excuse me, which senior helped us? Just a convenience, Qinfang replied vaguely, 72 days, no more, no less. Then he vanished into stealth again, muttering, it's really inconvenient that I can't take action freely in the small town. The 2 young men bowed in gratitude. Thank you, big boss. Watching them, Qinfang pieced together the origins of the Dream Sand River Guild. Originally dedicated to charity, helping the elderly for free, they had gradually grown into a recognized and well-supported guild in Dark Moon Town. Surviving in the land abandoned by the gods, gaining government recognition, strong support, in terms of numbers alone, Dream Sand River is likely the largest guild in China. The 2 young men celebrated quietly, their joy a rare light in the chaotic apocalypse. Meanwhile, under the quiet cover of night, somewhere in the forest, a monster wreaked havoc. Chu Yin and her mother were already engaged, fighting to protect their home. Chu Yin Sep's eyes narrowed as she scanned the area. Now Sep's the time, Mom. Use your skill quickly. Zhao Yu didn't hesitate. Okay, lightning, strike down. The air crackled as energy surged, and a man joined Chu Yin in attacking the monster. His sword sliced cleanly through the creature, ending the threat. Relief washed over Chu Yan-sip's father. Success, he exclaimed. Chu Yan cheered. Mom and Dad, you two are amazing. Her mother smiled calmly. See, as long as we listen and coordinate, we can handle even small monsters. Her father Sip's curiosity broke the brief calm. Yan, your friend Xiao Yu joined the Holy Temple Night Guild, right? I hear they charge their members high taxes. Chu Yan nodded. Yes. I told her to join the Dream Sand River Guild with us instead. It's a charity guild where people help each other, but she refused. She explained how Xiao Yu preferred the Holy Temple Night Guild, which had already helped her reach level 10. Mrs. Chu interjected thoughtfully. Even if they helped her level up, they still are only treating her as a tool, and their joining contract, 3 years of servitude at a time. Mr. Chu agreed. Yes. If you lack the ability, just handle small monsters at your own pace. Accumulate lifespan and experience gradually. That's steps enough. Chu Yan felt a pang of sadness for her friend, but she knew Xiao Yu had a hidden class, making her stronger. She resolved to keep an eye on her. Suddenly, arrows rained from nowhere. The family was caught off guard as the system registered the damage 429 points each strike. The first to fall was Chu Yan's father. Panic set in. The attackers were masked, blindfolded, and led by a man whose face was hidden beneath thick hair. Have you seen my damage? One skill can kill instantly, he boasted. The Dream Sand River Guild, trash. Who would bother protecting these old people? He moved in front of Chu Yin and her mother. Hand over all the lifespan you have. Chu Yan's resolve hardened. Not a chance, Mom. I'll stop them. Call the guild for help immediately. Her mother nodded, cooperating. The hair-covered man grew impatient. Tired of living? Kill the old woman and leave the young one for me. 2 disciples lunged at Chu Yan and her mother. Chu Yan braced herself, but the first attack missed entirely. The man was stunned. Before he could react, his head was severed cleanly. Qin Fong had intervened. Dad. Dark shadow, he stammered in terror. One by one, the 3 attackers who had bullied Chu Yan's family were defeated by Qin Fong. The system resurrected them afterward, but the experience left them shaken. My tradable lifespan, all gone, the hair-covered man wailed. Even in the murderer state, this can happen. Suddenly, a brilliant explosion illuminated the area. Qin Fong's charm immobilized the assailants, leaving them unable to move. One muttered nonsense, trapped by the overwhelming force. Then, a group stepped forward, holding official papers. We are government hunters, they announced. You have been killing players indiscriminately. Provide your information, or we will erase your lifespan. The hair-covered man's struggle ended as he was apprehended. Red petals swirled around him as the law finally took its course. The night remained quiet once more, with Chu Yan and her family safe, for now, thanks to Qin Fong's timely intervention and the swift arrival of justice. Chu Yan watched Qin Fong vanish into the shadows and quickly said, thank you, Dark Shadow Sen. If it weren't set for you, my mother and I would have been doomed. Qin Fong didn't reply. He simply turned his face slightly, casting a careful glance back. This girl Chu Yin, she's not bad, brave, kind-hearted, completely different from Qin Xiao Yu. I don't know why they became best friends, but it's good they've gone separate ways. Suddenly, a round light rolled to Chu Yan-sep's feet. Mrs. Chu, looking around, frowned. Huh? Where did he go? Chu Yan bent down and picked up the light. This is the lifespan that Dad dropped. Her mother asked softly, Daughter, why did that person suddenly disappear? Chu Yan didn't answer, but inside she already guessed. The #1 global ranking, Dark Shadow, he's actually a good person. The night was calm, with the moon illuminating the forest. Several players hunting monsters nearby chatted nervously. They said Dark Shadow would arrive in a few minutes. It's been half an hour. What is he doing? Do you think he can handle those bosses, the ones that can revive? Haha, infinitely reviving bosses. And he actually accepted the challenge. Unbeknownst to them, Qin Fong was stealthily walking right next to them, observing. He reflected on the ancient god tablet's powers. Each tablet could grant an enhancement and a negative attribute to equipment. If lucky, it could even alter a class's characteristics. Tales spoke of top-tier players summoning ancient god illusions, defeating legendary bosses. Some bosses created this way had special mechanics, stealth abilities, or summoning warlocks hiding nearby. That's why players often didn't understand why certain bosses kept killing them. They would revive infinitely. Qin Fong analyzed. When the government activated revival and berserk attributes, it only happened after a single boss was killed. If all are killed at once, it's worth trying. He switched to his believer necklace and summoned the pious believer. Its jade green aura struck the defeated bosses, reducing their points 229, 233, 267, 29, 233, 266, 249. The bosses staggered, dizzy from the attack. Even the believer took damage, but Qinfang's sharp eyes noted, they're all level 10, about twice as strong as normal gold bosses. I don't need to take damage myself. With precision, Qinfang struck each boss with his Dark Knight ring skill. Die. One by one, they fell, cutthroat style, turning to ashes. No rewards, no spoils, only pure elimination. Suddenly, a massive boss with a strange form appeared. Qinfang's instincts kicked in. Killing all simultaneously was correct. Now the next stage begins. Symbols marked its body. The boss struck first with a novel skill. Ancient God Writing Tai Ti Go Wu Shen Si. Qinfang studied the symbols carefully. I need to attack the letters in sequence. All the time I spent deciphering the ancient God writing and the ruined strategies is paying off. He struck the corresponding symbols, then attacked other weak points in sequence. The boss cried out, "Ah!" before dissolving into smoke. The ground beneath Qinfang transformed into water as the boss merged into it and vanished. Something escaped from the boss's body, giving Qinfang a critical insight. Each monster here must be defeated near its corresponding coffin. I've already seen the ancient God tablet. This is the final stage. The tension tightened as Qinfang prepared for what lay ahead, knowing that every move from now on could decide victory or defeat. Qinfang stood amidst the lingering shadows, unwavering, his eyes sharp and firm. Come on, he thought, ready for whatever awaited. The aftermath of the battle was intense. The forest trembled, trees swaying violently. From afar, onlookers were confused. Is that an earthquake? 3 people had intended to track down Qinfang to take him out, but they noticed the shifting valley. The boss is going berserk. Maybe we should check it out. They trudged forward, expecting a fight, but arrived to see nothing, only a desolate, empty land. Where's the boss? They muttered, staring at the cracked ground. Killed by an earthquake? Meanwhile, Anu quickly signaled everyone to retreat. Everyone, fall back. Dark Shadow has already handled the boss. 2 of the 3 skeptics were unhappy. Wait, we were just wondering if Dark Shadow could handle these 7 bosses, and in barely 10 minutes, they're all dead? We didn't even see him there. Aren't these bosses supposed to revive? How did he do it? Qinfang on his side was satisfied. The spoils of victory were considerable. He had grown stronger and leveled up to 14. 7 bosses plus the greedy hand had yielded 294 evolution points. And most importantly, the ancient god tablet. He studied it carefully. Cursed tablet of the ancient god of calamity. Active use, attach the curse to any equipment. Effect grants random beneficial effects based on the equipment's characteristics and profession, accompanied by a negative effect. He attached it to his Black Flame Ceremony Bone Thorn Leather Armor, an emerald-level piece with an effect that reduced target's SIP defense and elemental resistance by 35%. The system notified him. You have attached the Curse of Eudos to the Black Flame Ceremony Bone Thorn Leather Armor. Buff effect, maximum overlapping Black Flame states increased to 15 layers. Debuff effect, base attributes reduced by 31%. Qinfang analyzed the possibilities. 15 layers of Black Flame, I can reduce a boss's defense and elemental resistance into the negatives, and the negative effect, practically nothing. Next, he generated Golden Light to enhance his strength, and evolved a skill, Instant Shadow Slash, upgraded to Legendary. The system explained, dash rapidly 30-40 meters in one direction, enter stealth for 12-15 seconds. Deal 9 slashes to all enemies along the path. Cooldown 8.8 seconds. Slash width 5-6 meters. Each slash deals 700 additional damage. New effect. Each slash grants a shield equal to 100% of HP, stacking up to 9 layers lasting 60 seconds. Qinfang grinned. With 9 successful slashes, my effective HP will increase tenfold. Survival chances skyrocketed. Satisfied, he left the battlefield. At this rate, I can hit level 15 in just 5 hours. Then, it's time for the Magic Metropolis. Meanwhile, back in the city, the red-orange sunlight painted the streets. At the central monument, the girls who had bullied Xiao Yu earlier were still at it. You cheap thing, beat you to death, you little fox. Qinfang observed silently, disgusted. These women were vicious. The white-haired girl stretched her back, pretending she'd accomplished something. Aya, I'm so tired. The girl with braided horns complained. My hands are smoking from hitting her. They glanced at Xiao Yu's bruised form on the ground, satisfied. Once they left, Xiao Yu slowly tried to stand, curling up in a corner and crying. It's all Qinfang's fault. I said break up, and I really meant it. She steadied herself with her wooden cane and muttered, luckily I signed a contract with the Holy Temple Night Guild. 3 years of guaranteed survival. Even if I give 50% of my lifespan, I still have plenty left. I'll develop faster than Xu Yian. Xiao Yu's determination burned quietly amidst her pain. a spark of resolve for the trials yet to come. Xiao Yu roared with all her strength, her voice shaking the sky itself. Wait until I grow stronger. All of you who look down on me will pay. She summoned her holy healing technique, draining all her magic power to restore herself to full health. Gasping and collapsing to the ground, she realized she wasn't fully prepared. Strange, where did it go? Meanwhile, in the magic metropolis ruins, the battle against a powerful boss raged on. Young warriors coordinated attacks. A blue glowing power struck first, while a trio of observers lingered behind, assessing the fight. Shishi, her face hidden by a scarf, criticized the fighters. Men from Daxia are weak. 18 of them to take down one boss, pathetic. The black-haired companion disagreed gently. Beloved Can, they stir helping us. Be grateful. Shishi smirked, unconvinced. Too polite, their damage is pitiful. They can even defeat a minor gold boss after all this effort. The battle participants pushed forward, shouting to each other, quick, give it all, final blow. But one was immediately killed by another, a smug smirk on the killer's face. The surviving fighters sensed danger. It was the Black Peach Group, a notorious gang of Daxia outcasts and foreign allies. The gang leader, a ghostly-voiced girl, sneered at the resistance. You trash still want to fight? I will slaughter you, Daxia pigs. The black-haired boy struck with devastating force, shattering the earth and sky, purple energy obliterating the opposing group. Satisfied, the girl lowered her purple sword. Daxia is full of trash. Ordinary players cannot compare with us. She turned to her companions, plotting once we reach North America, we form a guild for slaughtering Daxia pigs. Good idea, her companion agreed. What shall we call it? Another asked. Alice, she replied calmly. With a snap of her fingers, the guild Alice was born, ready to dominate. Back in town, Anu excitedly reported to Qinfang, God, the superiors have quoted a price for the hideout. Let's discuss. Qinfang raised an eyebrow. How much? 1,500, Anu answered quickly. Qinfang frowned. Too low. Negotiations began, and Anu adjusted, attempting to push it up. Eventually they settled at 2,000, much more reasonable for a hideout that could hold hundreds or thousands. As the sun set, Qinfang and his escort army marched, fully armed. Anu teased, Dawn set mine dark shadow. He carries too much lifespan, so the superiors sent an escort. Qinfang's mind raced. The government still underestimates me. Just a few moves and this escort is nothing. A mechanical voice announced, transaction successful. You have lost the hideout key in the church holy hall. Receive 2,000 years of tradable lifespan. Qinfang left satisfied, silently muttering at the escort's protests. Charging 2,000 years for this place? Few would be as generous as me. He proceeded with further transactions, arming himself fully, consumed 71.25 tradable lifespans, leveled up to 15. 161.75 extracted graceful liberation mythic. 71.12 extracted assassin intuition legendary. 36.35 extracted shadow knight blade epic. 23.71 extracted quiet stealth epic. 34.65 extracted darkest moment epic. 113.89 extracted Mount Bell item. Qinfang had now fully prepared, armed and ready for the upcoming journey to the magic metropolis, his strength and resources unmatched. After a while, he nodded in satisfaction. Except for the unextracted equipment, the skills and levels had all been completely synchronized. His strength in the real world was now almost equal to what it had been in the game. Suddenly the system alarm rang sharply. Notification. Your feeling of hunger has reached 90%. Qinfang sighed and rose. He had not eaten for a long time. It was time to go offline and solve the hunger. In a temporary building hidden deep in the neighborhood, Chunfin was locked inside a special cage, his whole body radiating murderous intent. Two thugs entered. A red-haired man lit a cigarette and announced, Boss, this guy is awake. He approached, swinging a baseball bat in his hand. Hey kid, hand over all the lifespan on your body, or you will suffer the same fate as the people in that hotel. The boss smiled evilly and added, Hey, the apocalypse is wonderful. It lets me kill as much as I want. The red-haired man, seeing Qinfang staring back, barked, What are you looking at? Quickly hand over the lifespan. Why are you standing there like an idiot, boss? I really want to kill him. When Qinfang did not respond, the man grew irritable and cursed. Damn it, this guy is scared stupid. Just kill him. Qinfang laughed loudly. A fiery red current of air swirled around him. He moved with speed and precision and released his finishing technique. Shadow Knight Blade. The old building collapsed. Dust billowed everywhere. When the dust settled, Qinfang stepped out calmly and set about eating a bowl of noodles to regain his strength. The more power he carried from the game into reality, the greater his body's energy demands. Ordinary food no longer satisfied him the way it used to. While he ate, Qinfang thought with quiet determination, after killing Tian Shishi and her Alice Guild. I must find a way to obtain the Divine Tree book. He slurped and stood. Then he climbed onto the back of the spectral wolf and left, moving away with a composed pride. Tian Shishi, however, was cunning, harder to find than Song Fi. She had even issued a mission before, kill Qinfang. He could use that as bait to draw her out. Still, he could not worry about that now. First he would go to the magic metropolis and find something to eat along the way. The scene shifted to the magic metropolis. Neon lights pulsed, and crowds hummed. Tian Shishi flattered her followers in a syrupy voice. "Baby, you are so good." She clutched two subordinates and trembled with feigned delight. "After fighting fiercely with you, I sweetly fall asleep and enter the game. This feeling is wonderful. I cannot stay composed." One of her men said, "Beloved Khan, your skills are unparalleled." She laughed and basked in the praise. Suddenly a message reached her. Dark Shadow reported that Qinfang was dead, and that he would meet her in reality in the magic metropolis, promising to deliver Qinfang's head for the remainder of the reward. Tian Shishi flushed with excitement and fear at once. Meeting Dark Shadow in reality sounded dangerous, so she replied cautiously, "No need to meet. Just send a picture." The other party hesitated and answered, "He said he does not use a phone. He fears being tracked by the government." Joy flared in her chest. So Dark Shadow was also an enemy of the government. The government had been hunting them more fiercely of late. If she could pull Dark Shadow into the Alice Guild, those Daxia agents would become less of a threat. She lowered her voice and responded, "Coordinate 67228-331. Tell Dark Shadow I want to meet him in the game first." In her mind, a plan had already formed. Stage a play to test him and see whose side Dark Shadow truly occupied. Above them, unseen, Qinfang and his spectral wolf watched silently. He had entered a permanent stealth state, and listened as he observed. "Tian Shishi is indeed cunning," he murmured to the spectral wolf. Those coordinates corresponded to the Evil Spirit Academy, not far from his current position. He decided to re-enter the game and see what tricks she might attempt. Within moments, Qinfang and the spectral wolf slipped back into the game world and hovered above the ruins of the magic metropolis, overlooking the Evil Spirit Academy. There, government forces announced through a public address, "Black Peach A, we the government have locked onto your targets. We advise you to give up resisting and surrender immediately, otherwise we will use force." Tian Shishi responded with a smug defiance. "Tell Heavenly Walker to go back and tell all the Daxia agents, remember this, we are no longer the Black Peach Corps, we are now the Alice Guild." Then, in a deliberate provocation, she removed her top, flaunting her body and taunting the government soldiers. "Our Alice Guild specializes in eliminating Daxia men like you." The Daxia agents, mortified, cried out in outrage, promising punishment under the law. Tian Shishi, intoxicated with the moment, bit her lip and teased, "You Daxia pigs, if you are brave, come on up." In her mind she promised rewards to anyone who played the part she desired. The performance would let her test loyalties, and tonight she intended to be merciless. Qinfang watched Hanan with a hard surprised stare. It was him, Hanan, known as Heavenly Walker. The name carried weight, a notorious traitor who had sold intelligence to the Alice Guild, and had only been exposed and killed back in the 7th year of the Divine Artifact's descent. Hanan snorted coldly under his breath. "Hump, Black Peach, you are stubborn. You will not walk away today. We must capture you." Qinfang's lips twitched into a quiet sneer. The scene before him suddenly made sense. Tian Shishi and Hanan had been playing a long game. The whole confrontation was a setup. They had staged the drama to test Qinfang's loyalties. If he helped Shishi, he would be branded an enemy of the government. If he refused, Shishi risked never meeting Dark Shadow in the flesh again. The plan was elegant, petty, and transparent. Without hesitation, Qinfang descended into the crowd, amusement hidden behind his expression. He moved like a shadow, and in an instant he began to clear Hanan's group away. Numbers flashed in his mind as blows landed: 42,288 weakness damage. Shadow Knight blade struck for 41,111. Then another hit for 4,567. The system's chimes followed, one after another, confirmations of kills and assassinations. "You have killed player Heavenly Walker. Player Uni Wei Yu. Player Yu. Player I Am Justice. Player Charging Warrior. Player Left Hand Sniper. Player Lightning. Player Drifting Water Lamp. Player Big Bow. Player Eat Beef Tonight. You have assassinated player Spiritual Force Teenager." Shashi stood at the edge of the chaos, eyes wide with genuine surprise. What the she breathed. Then Qinfang stepped up to her and offered a dry greeting. "Hello Black Peach, I am Dark Shadow." The crowd blinked in confusion. Some mouths hung open. Shishi, however, saw him clearly, and a bright, involuntary excitement lit her face. "Oh my god," she thought. "He is so handsome. I like this kind of strong man." Tears of reluctant admiration pricked at her eyes. tempered immediately by a snort of disappointment. What a pity, she muttered privately. Such strength, and yet he is from Daxia. Daxia is not worthy. Two of Qinfeng Si's subordinates gaped at the damage figures and gushed in half-voice. 40,000 plus damage? Is this the strength of a top global player? One of them tried to introduce himself. Hi Mr. Shadow, good to see you bro. He did not finish. Qinfeng coldly turned and cut him down with a flurry of strikes. 39,155, 38,144, 39,999, 39,123. His reply was a flat, unreadable expression. I do not understand what you mean. Perhaps you are cursing me. Shishi, flustered, protested that they were only saying hello. Qinfeng Sit's voice sliced through the awkwardness. Oh, then I am sorry. To avoid misunderstandings, please speak Daxia here in the future. He made a brief, businesslike gesture. Let us begin trading. Shishi, hastily pulling her clothes back on, shot him a sarcastic look. Underneath, curiosity and something softer stirred. Dark Shadow was an odd man, unpredictable and dangerous, and she found herself drawn to him all the same. As if recalling some courtesy, Qinfeng added, I have something I cannot bring into the game. If you wish, I can show it to you in reality. She smiled with confidence. It is all right. I have seen your strength in the game. I believe you. The system announced a reward. You have received 1,500 days of tradable lifespan. Qinfeng turned aside, intent on leaving, but Shishi stopped him with sudden purpose. She wanted an ally. You have strength. I have money. Can we cooperate long-term? I have a new assassination target. If you are interested, come to my place tonight. She licked her lips and glanced at him meaningfully, voice low. Whatever you want I can provide. Qinfeng Sit's eyes narrowed. Who is the target? What is the reward? Shishi Sip's smile deepened into shadow. We will discuss it in person. The reward this time will be several times greater than last time. Tonight, at the city port, I will be waiting. The implication that her place might mean a yacht crossed Qinfeng's mind as he raised an eyebrow. As dusk settled over the town, Hanan and his men lay scattered on the ground, teeth bared in fury. Damn Dark Shadow. Hanan ground through clenched teeth. I knew he would betray the authorities, but I never expected this outcome. Shishi has truly allied with Dark Shadow. I will be richly rewarded for this. He barked orders to vent his anger. Those idiots in Jianghai City kept cooperating with Dark Shadow. We must force them to explain. He turned to Lin Jiangha. You lead everyone to gather lifespan first. There may be more actions later. Qingya bowed. Inside she ran cold calculations. Dark Shadow had indeed colluded with Shishi. If that was true, they were up against something deadly. Even if they died trying, they had to find a way to kill him. The thought made her face darken. That night, Qinfeng, dressed tightly, composed and deliberate, stepped into the banquet hall at the magic metropolis port. He approached the two guards with only his name. I am Dark Shadow. I have come to see Abechi. One guard recognized him at once. So you are Mr. Dark Shadow. Miss has been waiting for you. Please, come in. A voice transmitted the message, and Shishi heard it immediately. Dark Shadow is here. Prepare to set sail. The yacht eased away from the shore, cutting through the waves under a sky that had already forgotten the day's small betrayals. Shishi held a half-finished glass of red wine and smiled as she approached him. Mr. Dark Shadow, at last we meet, she said, lifting her glass. I did not expect you to be so mysterious in the flesh. Qinfeng replied without hesitating. Speak, who do you want dead? Shishi leaned close and murmured, mockingly, oh my, are you never romantic? She extended the glass toward him with a teasing tilt. Tonight is beautiful. The scene is beautiful. The person is beautiful. Let us put business aside for a moment. Come, drink with me on this spring night. Qinfeng took the glass and drained it in one long swallow. Shishi covered her mouth and laughed, delighted by her own success. Aha, that is right. Before he could recover, she pushed him back onto the sofa and slowly climbed on top of him. She wrapped her arms around him and whispered, breath warm against his ear. How does it feel, Dark Shadow? What are you thinking? He answered awkwardly. What? She only smiled and offered a lie. That wine is my private formula. She continued, voice low and coaxing. After you drink it, you will obey me. In the private theater of her eyes, Shishi watched desire bloom. Even Dark Shadow is only a man after all, she thought, triumphant. Fire rose in her chest. How can someone from Daxia be so strong? Her thoughts tumbled into feverish praise. The world narrowed to heat and breath. Do not worry, just enjoy. When we reach the peak, I will remove your hood and see your face. I am sure you are very handsome, but let us keep a little mystery a while longer. Her composure dissolved. Exclamations of rapture slipped past her lips. Qinfeng sweated with discomfort. He tried to play along, stiff and measured. Very well, I am ready. Then the situation changed. Qinfeng produced a device, and a strange, viscous substance, one the scene later called a mucus, appeared and clung to Shishi. She cried out at once, breathless and half-pleasured. In the chaos, Qinfeng's hand found Shishi's protective necklace. He tugged gently, and with a small, almost clinical interest, read its data. The system displayed the item details like a calm footnote. Gold protective glass necklace. Common equipment. Constitution +10. HP +300. Equipment requirement level 7. Unique effect every 300 seconds creates 1 layer of damage immunity. Maximum 1 layer. Shock replaced her coquettish smile. Why are you here? Weren't you supposed to be killed by Dark Shadow? She stammered. Qinfeng Sip's voice remained flat. There is only one explanation. I am Dark Shadow. Shishi Sip's performance collapsed. Panic, then supplication followed. She clawed at the floor, lowering herself in an act of shame, calling him Daddy Qinfeng and begging forgiveness. Please pardon me. I will give you all my lifespan. I will be your slave. Abuse me as you wish. Qinfeng did not soften. He demanded cold and precise. Where are the 5 foreigners who came with you? She lifted her tear-streaked face and tried to bargain. Her voice warped into something grotesque, a panting mimicry that made her plea sound like a ritual chant. Qinfeng approached, pressed his device to her throat, and scanned. The system confirmed those 5 were not here. Her vitality had already been drained. A notification chimed through the interface. You have received 659 years of tradable lifespan. Qinfeng paused, briefly disappointed. He had hoped to catch them all at once. For now, he would use Shishi's phone to contact the bureau. Outside, the night on the sea was dark and quiet. A small boat slid across the waves while a distant voice announced that investigation forces had received a report of a massacre on a yacht. One of the victims was the daughter of the chairman of the Qianshe group. Soon, 5 pursuit boats surrounded the yacht. Hanan clenched his fists at the sight. He seethed at what he called the lawlessness of Dark Shadow, killing on a yacht, humiliating the dead. 2 investigators examined Shishi's body and reported anomalies, traces of burns in the victim's mouth, and an unusual DNA sample. The preliminary cause of death, they determined, was a broken cervical spine. Touching the corpse triggered another system message. Victim's last words. After touching the corpse, the killer's location can be determined for 5 minutes. Hanan's mouth hardened into a vow. Aiku Hanan, Heavenly Walker, will bring you to justice. In that instant his eyes widened, something urgent and terrible tightened his expression. The hunt, he realized, would begin at once. He pulled out his pistol and scanned the scene with brutal vigilance. Be careful, Dark Shadow is right here, at 6 o'clock. He barked orders, full power. Without hesitation, Hanan leveled his gun and fired. A single bullet flashed, another struck him squarely in the head. Hanan crumpled to the deck. Panic erupted. Captain Shu, someone cried. Guns answered the alarm and volleys cracked through the night, as voices shouted, Dark Shadow, you have killed an investigator. Are you starting a war with the government? Qinfeng Sit's voice cut through the chaos, amplified and calm. Do not panic. I killed Chu Hanan because he sold internal information to Chuan Shishi for profit. He was an internal spy. The evidence is on his phone. Investigate it at your leisure. Someone on the team seized Hanan's phone and scrolled. Team leader Lin, they announced. There are contact messages between Captain Chu and Chuan Shishi. Faces went pale. Wait a minute. Chuan Shishi is Disuk in the game. Lin demanded the phone be passed to her. Another teammate hesitated, but Lin snatched the device away. On the screen, compromising photos and a recorded voice of intimacy played. Lin's cheeks flushed as she stared in stunned silence. The pattern snapped into place for everyone who understood. Dark Shadow's staged murder in the game had been a lure for Chuan Shishi. In reality, he had bound her trust, finished her in the flesh, and then called the authorities. By drawing Chu Han out, he had removed a double threat to the government in a single night. A teammate, still dazed, broke the silence. This man is terrifying, she said, brow creased. Relief followed. Luckily, he is not against the government. If he were, the consequences would be catastrophic. She turned to Qinfeng. Dark Shadow, thank you for your help. Then, contrite and shaken, she raised her gun and fired a shot into her own calf as an extreme apology for having shot at him earlier. Others rushed to assist, but she waved them off, tears in her eyes. Dark Shadow, I am returning this debt to you. Please continue to cooperate with the authorities. From his vantage point above, Qinfeng watched every gesture and thought, Wei Wu Lin Qing Yu. She even shot herself to avoid confronting me, as expected of someone destined to be a key figure in the magic metropolis. Elsewhere, the battlefield still burned, monsters swarmed, and a guild skirmish turned into chaos. A warrior cried, Xiao Yu, heal me. She grasped her magic wand and tried to answer, but her spell missed and struck a friend instead. The headless boss pressed forward. A sudden beam of light washed over the scene. The system resurrected the downed player and the man wailed, Ah, I died again. I did not see anyone nearby. It must be Dark Shadow. Why does he keep targeting me? Is he aware of my plans for revenge? A guildmate snapped back in exasperation. You idiot. Dark Shadow was not targeting you. The platinum-level boss, the headless assassin, wiped out our whole team. Didn't you see the system notification? It was activated because your healing was misplaced. If the guild leader drags you into the team again, I will jump off the nearest cliff. Xiao Yu clutched her head and whimpered, "It hurts." In their panic, a monstrous foot thundered down and the headless boss loomed above them. One by one, team members fled, abandoning those they could not save. Far from the water, in a luxurious suite, a red-haired noble slammed a plate of fruit to the floor in fury. "You fools," she snarled into the phone. This was a golden chance to catch Dark Shadow. "You are giving up too easily." She spat accusations at the government, blaming their restraint for the massacre of her Dongfang clan. "The blood of the Dongfang clan will not be shed in vain. At any cost, we will capture Dark Shadow and demand retribution." A shadow moved silently behind her while she spoke, a dark presence that carried the weight of death. "Even your father-in-law died at his hands," a voice whispered. Nantian, covered in blood, stepped forward, speaking softly but with cold determination. "Mom, I have a plan to kill Dark Shadow." The red-haired woman raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Nantian, what plan? You are too young to enter the divine artifact game. You can even step inside." A sly, sinister smile spread across the boy Sip's face. "I may not enter, but I can still use my brain. Dark Shadow likes to kill, doesn't he? Then we will use people to bait him, lure them to Dad Sip's fireworks factory, and prepare everything in advance." From the corner, a girl bound and gagged lifted her head, listening intently. Nantian continued, "When he kills them, we detonate the factory. Thousands of fireworks will become his tomb. The world will witness his death. Even if it fails, he will never know we tried." The woman laughed, impressed. "It seems our teaching was not wasted. Did you hear that, mister? Even your son is more capable than you." On the other end of the line, a cautious voice instructed, "This must remain a secret. Higher-ups still hope to recruit Dark Shadow. My elder and second brothers will never support this." "I know," she replied calmly. "I will handle it myself." Then she turned to Nantine. "Why did you not hand over her lifespan?" The boy lowered his head. "Sorry, Mom. I lost control and accidentally killed her." Meanwhile, in the Divine Artifact game, in the ruins of Magic Metropolis, a crimson beam slashed across the battlefield. Players scattered, disappearing instantly. Those who remained cried in panic. "Did you see that? They died out of nowhere. It must be Dark Shadow." The crimson beam swept forward, slaughtering indiscriminately. "Run, Dark Shadow is insane. He steps killing everywhere." Elsewhere, Qinfeng stood calmly on the water, humming as he observed the waves. "Not a bad place," he mused. "Let's move the hideout here." The system alerted him. "Is it consuming 1,315.2 years of lifespan to bring the Soul Purifier hideout base into the real world?" Qinfeng, still gliding on the water, confirmed without hesitation. A circular mark appeared on the surface. Slowly, a magnificent castle rose from the waves, its walls gleaming under the moonlight. Moving the base is complete. Expressionless, Qinfeng entered the castle. Wang Mang immediately reported, "Big boss, someone accused you of indiscriminately killing players." Qinfeng frowned. "Huh?" Wang Mang continued, "I checked. You were offline. It wasn't set you." Further investigation revealed a platinum-level boss attacking players named Headless Assassin. Its stealth is so advanced, no one can detect it. Can you take action? At a distance, countless players were being annihilated. Behind a rock, Anawan watched anxiously. "What kind of boss is this? I used level 3 anti-stealth and still can see it." A blue-haired girl whispered, "Keep quiet. Don't alert the boss." She stepped cautiously from behind the rock, climbing higher for a better view. Anwen followed but slipped on a discarded banana peel, narrowly avoiding the crimson beam that struck two teammates instead. Enraged, he hurled an energy ball at the headless monster. "Come here, I'm not afraid of you." He rolled and dodged expertly, but the crimson beam hovered directly above him. He rolled again, then again, confusion and dizziness mounting. The monster didn't strike, slowly dissolving before him. Relieved but disoriented, Anwan barely registered the next strike, a stealth attack from above. The headless monster returned with a powerful slash, catching him completely off guard. In a flash, he vanished. The true form of the mysterious black figure revealed itself. Qinfeng. He struck with precision, delivering a leg break stealth attack. Frowning, voice low and sharp, "Are you Hala?" The battlefield froze for a heartbeat, the players realizing the terrifying power of the man known as Dark Shadow. A few minutes before Qinfeng's arrival, the scene had already begun to fray. A group of players pointed at Xiao Yu and accused her of activating the headless boss. She stammered through an explanation, tears in her voice. "I did not do it on purpose," she insisted. Shen Muming stepped between the arguing parties as tensions rose. A brown-shirted man muttered, We do not dare take responsibility. We do not even know why we died. Another teammate added, voice tight, guild leader, my team will not take players like that. Wu Ming hushed them. Keep your voices down. Do not lead the boss here, he warned, folding his arms. Then, with a practical but blunt decision, he addressed Xiao Yu directly. It seems you are not suited for combat. From now on, you will be responsible for scouting hideouts. Find a gold-level hideout, and I will reward you with 3 years of lifespan. Find a platinum-level hideout, and I will reward you with 10 years. Inside, he felt a quiet disappointment. He had hoped her hidden class would reveal some treasure. Still, he announced a daily allowance as a makeshift solution. I will give you 1 day of lifespan every day, he said. Otherwise you will keep dying, and it will be a waste. Xiao Yu glanced at the system display and read aloud. You have received 2 days of tradable lifespan, currently remaining 2 days, 13 hours, 22 minutes. Thank you, guild leader, she whispered. A girl nearby ground her teeth in envy. Giving her lifespan every day just lets her meet the guild leader every day, she muttered. Another player snorted. This is her plan. Damn fox spirit. We should do the same. Wu Ming turned toward the voices and asked a name. Your name is Hala, right? For a moment the headless monster dissolved into nothingness, and a brittle calm returned. Then Qinfang appeared, stepping out as if from the shadows. Wu Ming and his companion gaped. Before anyone could react, Qinfang struck the head of the nearest player hard enough that everyone around flinched. Wu Ming, startled, pushed the offender aside. The crowd watched, frightened and fascinated. Xiao Yu, floating invulnerable, called out in relief, Dark Shadow, save me, brother. Qinfang's gaze flickered, and he began to cast. In an instant countless beams of bluish light flashed across the ruins. The system chimed with crisp confirmations. You have killed the headless assassin, Hala. You have killed Xiao Yu, Yao. You have received 48,000 experience points. Congratulations, you have gained 20 evolution points. You have received 1,520 days of tradable lifespan. Qinfang exhaled softly and muttered, "Pa, unlucky." He thrust his hand skyward and a titanic golden hand erupted in brilliant light. The greedy hand ability collected not only the default 15 to 20 days of lifespan, but also a cluster of lifespan orbs, untradable years siphoned from other players that the boss had not yet assimilated. The sight drew Anu and Wang Mong into the clearing. They raised hands eagerly. Hello, big boss. If you do not need them, sell them to us, they pleaded. Qinfang scanned them with mild irritation. These people are everywhere, he thought, then addressed them aloud. You came at the right time. There is a place with good loot. If the price is reasonable, I will take you there. He singled out Wang Mang. Wang Mang, follow me. And you others, you are not allowed. The group chimed in agreement. Okay. One woman protested, suspicious and loud. Why are women not allowed? Qinfang pointed ahead and explained plainly. Outside the northern gate ruins, there is a magic power tower. Passing through it yields good rewards, but the NPCs inside hate females. If there are women on the team, the difficulty increases tenfold. The woman pouted, offended and indignant. Gender discrimination. Garbage NPCs. Wait until I level up, and I will slash them. She then turned to a different objective, and called to her friend. Hey, let us explore that mountain over there. Kill a few monsters to relieve stress. Jin Li waved and said goodbye. Qinfang moved forward, and the system displayed a notification. Dark Shadow has sent a team invitation. One of the men looked anxious. It was his first time teaming with the big boss. Wang Mang laughed off the nerves. What is there to be nervous about? This is an opportunity to learn high-level techniques. The small team fell in step behind Qinfang, running to keep pace with a figure whose movements seemed to outrun them effortlessly. They wondered aloud what they might learn from a man whose agility and power exceeded their imagination, unaware, for the moment, of how often fortune and danger travel together in the wake of Dark Shadow. Qinfang walked forward, his eyes scanning the system panel as he analyzed the loot. Over 20 items had dropped, but only 2 were suitable for an assassin. A green notification blinked, highlighting one, the emerald white bone ring. Assassin-type weapon, attack 388, armor penetration 125, strength 39, agility 48, equipment requirement level 5. With a unique effect, dealing damage doubled his movement speed for 5 seconds and increased evasion by 30%. In his hand, Qinfang wielded the fiery red sword. Its attack nearly 80% stronger than the Plague Blade's 216, with additional armor penetration, strength, and agility stats. He nodded appreciatively. Not bad. The system sent him a skill card simultaneously. Shadow Puppet, Platinum level. It allowed him to throw a shadow puppet condensed from dark elements, dealing single target damage within 20 meters with 600 dark elemental damage, and removing 1 random enhancement effect up to Platinum level. Cooldown 12 to 6.79 seconds. Requirement level 14. Qinfang whispered to himself, analyzing its potential. Single target damage is low, but the debuff removal is very useful. Let's evolve it to legendary. The system processed the evolution, consuming 56 evolution points and leaving him with 219. The legendary form increased damage progressively, 600, 800, 1200, 1500, while removing buffs up to legendary level. Cooldown dropped to as low as 3.78 seconds, and hitting a weakness returned 3 seconds of cooldown. Dark energy radiated around Qinfeng as he smiled. If I hit a weakness, the skill's cooldown is effectively 0.78 seconds for me. Suddenly he turned, eyes sharp. Where did Wang Mang and the others go? About 2 kilometers behind him, the exhausted group struggled to keep pace. The brown-haired man leaned against a rock, panting. Dark Shadow is too fast. Who can keep up? Another shouted from the ground. Captain, I can't hold on anymore. Wang Mang encouraged him, dragging him forward. They stopped in front of a towering ancient building, its peak hidden by clouds. Someone instructed, go inside. NPCs will give us challenges. They are despicable. Stronger players force higher prices. Use only 1% of your strength. Defeating a gold boss is enough. Qinfeng observed the weary team and felt a pang of helplessness. The gentle wind fluttered his black cloak as he stopped at the entrance. Wang Mang, still catching his breath, reassured the group, rest assured, we still complete the mission. Qinfeng reminded them, passing the challenge grants good rewards. Report all conversations through the team channel. Do not let the NPC hear. Then he stepped inside. A smooth, mysterious voice welcomed them. Friends from Bluest Star, welcome. The descent of the divine artifact game must have been unnerving. This is the magic power tower. Pass the challenge, and you can trade with me. Tell me when you are ready. The team hesitated. What kind of boss is this? Are there NPCs in this game? They whispered. Qinfeng's calm voice cut through. Just follow my instructions. It's simple. A long-haired teammate bombarded him with questions. How long is the fight? How many stages? Boss skills? Mechanisms? Weakness? Movement? Instant kill? Targeting? Qinfeng ignored the flurry of questions. This is the stable old dog, he thought. He lost 2 teammates in a previous encounter. He's extremely careful. With quiet resolve, Qinfeng said, I am ready. Let's start. The long-haired person tried to interject, but Qinfeng ignored him. Suddenly a black whirlwind coalesced, forming the obsidian stone puppet, level 20, gold grade. The long-haired teammate panicked. Level 20. Our highest is level 11. Qinfeng remained composed. It's okay. Wang Mang, go up. Wang Mang obeyed, charging forward as his shield lit up. The obsidian puppet roared in pain, striking him back violently. The battle had begun. Seeing the battle unfold, Qinfeng's 2 underlings tensed, worried for him. Calmly, Qinfeng reassured them, don't worry about me. The archer took careful aim, precise and steady, while the brown-haired swordsman accepted the order without hesitation. Understood, he said, drawing his bow and releasing a straight deadly arrow at the monster. Immediately the long-haired swordsman brought his blade down with force, widening the gap between the monster's head, bending it into a strange, ominous shape. Dark energy surged from the creature, thick and oppressive. Qinfeng's eyes narrowed. The boss has gone berserk. I'll handle it. Everyone, avoid that black puddle of oil. Wang Ming's 2 underlings quickly sidestepped the danger. That was close, Qinfeng thought. Then he unleashed a skill, Shadow Receipt, and the monster staggered under the attack. Weakness hit for 4,500, successfully removing the berserk state. Observing the scene, Wang Ming remarked, Big brother, did you take off your equipment? That damage doesn't fit your identity at all. The long-haired swordsman nodded in agreement. You acted perfectly, big brother, keeping yourself at the weakest level the entire time. This NPC must think you're a noob. Haha. Curious. Another teammate asked. Big brother, the stronger the player, the higher the NPC prices. How did you know this information? Qinfeng explained calmly. The divine artifact game hides secrets in the ruins. If you explore carefully, your accumulated knowledge grows. That's how you learn. The group fell silent, absorbing the lesson. Suddenly, a fireball ignited at the center of the monster's head, glowing ominously. Qinfeng immediately warned, pay attention. The boss is about to spit fire clockwise. Dodge it. The black flaming head threatened death in 3 seconds. The underlings scattered, but Wang Ming noticed one running the wrong direction. Old dog, you're going the wrong way, he shouted. Qinfeng quickly assessed the situation. There's no time to dodge. Wang Mang, turn on invincibility to cover him. Wang Mang reacted instantly, raising his shield to protect the long-haired teammate. Qinfeng continued, commanding with precision. Good. When the fire ends, unleash your highest damage skills. Go all out. Together, Wang Mang and the long-haired swordsman struck the decisive blows. The monster fell. Damage numbers flashed: 2,489, 2,413. Finally, the system notified them Obsidian Stone Puppet LV-20. Defeated, Qin Fang did not relax. He knew the boss's true challenge lay in its berserk state below 70% health. Removing that state reduced its power to a mere silver boss's strength. At that moment, the mysterious NPC reappeared, laughing loudly. Blue Star players, congratulations, you are the first group to pass my challenge. A pile of glowing magic books hovered above him. He continued, instructing, now if you pay with lifespan, you can exchange it for the Divine Tree book. The NPC raised his hand, and glowing runes materialized above his hood, forming a single name, Viclay. The party's swordsman froze, his gaze not on the name but on something far more unusual, the man's hands. He counted again, 6 fingers. Viclay's eyes narrowed, a cold gleam flashing within them. In the next instant, a bolt of thunder crashed down from the heavens, striking the swordsman with devastating force. The system displayed the result, 99,000 damage points, before his body dissolved into drifting lifespan orbs. Wang Mang stumbled backward, voice trembling as he demanded to know why the NPC had attacked so suddenly. Xinfang, calm as ever, gave the explanation. It was the result of a taboo bound to this NPC. In Viclay's case, the taboo was his fingers. If anyone mentioned them, it granted him permission to strike first, without breaking the sacred rule. The rules of this world were absolute. NPCs could never initiate combat on their own. It was a line they simply could not cross. When Wang Mang asked whether they could defeat this strange figure, Xinfang shook his head. Not yet. Moments later, the system interface flickered, revealing a chilling truth. These NPCs were not mere lines of code. They were beings from other timelines, entities who had achieved divinity, now bound by ancient laws, and sent to roam the Blue Star in disguise, harvesting the lifespan of players. Viclay's gaze swept across the group with arrogant disdain. Choose your divine skill book, offer your lifespan and leave, he said, gesturing toward a collection of tomes that shimmered with divine energy. Wang Mang's eyes widened as he browsed through them. Some books granted the power to create food, water, and other necessities in the real world, a promise of absolute survival security should disaster ever strike. The archer, however, was drawn elsewhere. His attention locked on a divine mechanical maid, his excitement barely contained as he studied its shimmering design. Xinfang stepped forward and offered 9,000 days of tradable lifespan. In exchange, he obtained the complete set of the 9 Jianghai City Divine Books, a reward that fulfilled both practical needs and advanced his progress toward the Tower of Divine Authority's reputation rewards. Once the transaction was complete, Xinfang fixed his gaze on Viclay. I want to challenge the highest difficulty, he declared. Viclay Sip's expression shifted from mild amusement to quiet intrigue. With what I just witnessed, you wouldn't survive the first tier, he replied. Yet you dare aim for the peak. He explained that the highest difficulty was divided into 5 levels, the final one guarded by the same golden grade obsidian skull-splitting golem, but with its attack, health, defense, and cooldown speed amplified by 500%. The number silenced the group. Wang Mang and the archer exchanged uneasy glances. They had already struggled against its base form. With quintuple the power, the fight promised to be nothing short of brutal. Viclay's final warning was simple and cruel. Should Xinfang fall during the challenge, his dropped lifespan would belong to Viclay. Xinfang merely nodded. His acceptance was silent, firm. Viclay raised his hand once more, and magic surged outward. The shattered golem began to reform, golden plates gleaming with ominous light. Xinfang knew Viclay's creations well. 500% was far from his limit. In another battle, he had seen the NPC amplify his constructs by 2,000%. That was precisely what Xinfang wanted to test. With a smooth motion, he loosed a poison dart. The black flame's gift effect ignited instantly, weakening the golem's defenses and elemental resistances by 7%. The emerald bone blade in his grip pulsed with life, flooding his body with a 100% speed boost for 5 seconds. Flames erupted from the golem, but before they could reach him, Xinfang vanished. The creature hesitated, scanning its surroundings in confusion. Then in the blink of an eye, Xinfang reappeared, right above its head. His dagger plunged deep into the creature's skull, triggering the emerald bone feather's special effect. A deafening roar tore through the chamber as agony rippled across the golem's massive frame, but Xinfang was gone again, his speed surging once more. Wang Mang and the archer stood frozen, their eyes darting through the empty air where he had been. At first, they thought he had turned invisible, assuming his skill cooldowns were impossibly short, but soon they realized the truth. It wasn't invisibility at all. His speed had surpassed perception itself, bending the eye's ability to follow his movements, making it seem as if he had vanished completely. Xinfang's eyes gleamed as he activated Blessed Liberation, preparing for his next strike, Throat Slash. With a blur of motion, he executed Shadow Dash, his blade slicing through the air with surgical precision. The hit landed with such force that it inflicted over 100,000 points of damage in a single blow. The strike reactivated Black Flame's gift, stacking its effect until the golem's defense and elemental resistances were reduced by an astonishing 64%. Even so, the boss's HP bar barely moved. Xinfang wasn't discouraged. He understood why. The ancient Godstone tablet was amplifying the stacking limit of Black Flame's gift beyond its normal threshold. Without it, Shadow Dash would have capped at around 18,000 damage per strike. Wang Mang stared in disbelief. One attack had carved away a third of the boss's health. And for the first time, the archer managed to see Xinfang's strike, not with awe, but with the quiet realization that he was witnessing something far beyond human limits. It looked like a shadow slash, but something was different. The version Wang Mang knew had only 3 strikes, never this continuous, lightning-fast storm of motion. From the sidelines, Viclay watched in silence, unease flickering behind his calm demeanor. The game on Blue Star had only just begun, yet this player's strength, his precision and the sheer control he displayed spoke of a skill level that should have been impossible so early. Xinfang, however, wasn't thinking about any of that. It was time to activate Throat Slash's full effect, each second delivering 200% of the previous attack's damage. Blood streamed from the golem's wounds. Its HP plunged as its roars turned to strangled gasps, then silence. The towering body collapsed, scattering into drifting lifespan orbs that shimmered before fading into the air. A message flashed across Xinfang's SIST interface. Achievement completed, 5th level difficulty, Divine Authority Tower. Reward 15 reputation points. Bonus, plus 75 reputation points, first solo world clear. Then came the global broadcast. Player Xinfang's Shadow has cleared the maximum difficulty of the Divine Authority Tower, the first in history. Across Blue Star, confusion spread like wildfire. Most players had never even seen such a tower within their city ruins. Once again, Shadow had moved several steps ahead of the world. Viclay's composure broke, his face twisted with frustration. To him, this was nothing short of a scam. He cursed himself under his breath for not charging 10,000, no, even 100,000 days of lifespan for each Divine Authority book. With a snarl, he conjured a sphere of brilliant light. "Get out, I never want to see you again," he barked, his voice echoing through the fading chamber. The radiance swelled, forcing Wang Mang and the archer to shield their eyes. They thought the NPC was about to annihilate them, but Xinfang didn't flinch. The light struck, and suddenly they were standing outside the tower. No pain, no death, just disorientation. Realization dawned quickly. Viclay couldn't set actually harm them. Xinfang reminded the others calmly, "NPCs can set attack unless provoked." Then with his usual composure he added, "Objective complete. I stemp, logging off to eat." Wang Mang thanked him for leading the way and asked to join him again if another rare opportunity arose. Xinfang gave a small nod. The archer waved goodbye. When Xinfang awoke in the real world, he was back inside his hideout. The system immediately began extracting the 9 divine gift books, consuming 90 days of tradable lifespan. Without hesitation, he spent another 106 years on luxury furniture, fine daily necessities, premium cooking ingredients, and a multi-purpose mechanical maid. Moments later, a maid with soft dog ears materialized before him. She bowed gracefully, her voice polite yet warm as she assured him she could manage the entire household and attend to anything he required. Sinking into the comfort of his new luxury sofa, Xinfang ordered her to clean the hideout. The maid moved with mechanical precision, sweeping the floor with effortless rhythm before announcing she would next prepare a lavish meal. But far away, in Shanghai City, reality was far less peaceful. Authorities were in chaos after a third female body had been discovered within a week. Like the previous victims, her limbs were severed, and her eyes were missing, clear signs the same killer was at work. The lead investigator reported grimly that the murderer displayed deep knowledge of police procedures, disposing of the corpses just beyond the reach of forensic tracking systems. His superior pressed for updates, demanding to know how long until the forensic team received its next upgrade, insisting they couldn't afford further delays. Then, one officer hesitated before speaking up. The superior turned sharply. "What is it?" The officer explained, voice low but firm. Shadow's login and logout times aligned almost perfectly with the murders. It wasn't solid proof, but it was enough to raise suspicion. He added that rumors were spreading online, claims that Shadow was the killer, and that the authorities were protecting him out of fear. The superior SIP's tone hardened. "We don't SIPs let personal grudges interfere," he said coldly. "Even if he humiliated you before Anu, Shia, you still treat this case with objectivity. You still have full technological support around the clock. Find the truth." As the superior turned away, Shoya stood motionless, staring at the floor. Rage simmered behind his eyes. Back inside the game, Xinfang materialized before the crumbling remains of a once great castle in the ruins of Demon City. The sight stirred faint recognition. It was the Academy of Evil Spirits, a platinum-tier hideout famed for its unbreakable defensive barrier, even though it lacked concealment. The system confirmed he had just spent 2.74 years of lifespan to establish his new guild, Shadow. His plan was simple but strategic. Claim this hideout under the guild's name to create a sanctuary, a teleportation hub that would allow instant travel between Magic City and Shanghai. Activating invisibility, Xinfang slipped inside with quiet precision. He descended to the third underground level, the deepest accessible floor. No monsters, no traps. The silence itself was proof. Someone powerful had cleared this place before. Then the stillness broke. A sharp, desperate voice echoed through the corridor. A woman was cornered, several men closing in around her with cruel intent. From behind the wall, Xinfang's eyes narrowed, cold light flickering within them. "What's this happening here?" he muttered under his breath, his tone sharp as a blade. The woman's voice trembled as she pleaded for them to stay back. The narrow bridge offered no escape. Behind her, a molten river surged, the heat so intense it felt like breathing fire. The orange-haired man grinned, his tone cruel and mocking. "Don't stet worry," he said. "We stet we're not going to kill you at least, not yet." His smile widened as he explained that Madame Dongfang wanted her alive, so that her son could show her some love. He demanded she reveal her real-world location, warning that if she didn't, they would hunt her down in-game and kill her again and again, until her lifespan was drained to nothing. Suicide, he added, wouldn't save her. Their guild, Shirel, already had members stationed at her respawn point. Leaning in with feigned friendliness, he offered a deal. Since she had killed Madame Dongfang twice, costing her 30 years of lifespan, she could simply hand over those 30 years and play with the three of them for a while. Her voice quivered as she asked what exactly they meant. Their grins turned lecherous. One of them tugged his trousers down while the orange-haired man smirked. "This is our kind of game," he said darkly. Her face went pale, eyes darting. She hesitated, then softly asked if they would let her go afterward. He gave his word, smiling. "Start with me," he said, as the bald man declared he would be next. She took a shaky step forward. Her body trembled, but then her expression hardened. A flicker of cold resolve burned in her eyes. In one swift motion, she drew a poison dart and fired. But before it could land, the blindfolded man slammed down his cauldron skill. Golden cauldron earthquake, crushing her against the stone floor. The impact shook the entire bridge. He barked at her to behave, while the orange-haired man approached, his tongue sliding across his lips. "Open your mouth," he sneered. "Last chance." That was when everything changed. The fear vanished from her face, replaced by chilling confidence. In a single devastating motion, she unleashed a skill that cleaved both the bald man and the orange-haired one clean in half. The blindfolded man froze in disbelief, then a paper talisman snaked around his neck. With a sharp crack, his head burst like an overripe melon. From the shadows, Xinfang watched, recognizing her class instantly, Chainblade. But she wasn't done. Her eyes burned with hatred as she crushed the orange-haired man's remains into nothing but lifespan orbs. Xinfang's gaze sharpened. The weapon she held, the blade of the underworld, confirmed it. Standing amidst the carnage, her voice was low and venomous. "Dongfang Ming, I will kill you." Shadow, Xinfang's in-game identity, knew her. Her name was Shane. Like him, she possessed a hidden profession, an assassin-type class capable of terrifying feats. In his past life, she had become the 10th strongest powerhouse in the entire world, a legend both feared and admired. But her brilliance had ended in tragedy. Once her real identity was exposed, the present demon himself had hunted her down and killed her in reality, even as she was being hunted in-game. Her fall had devastated the Guild of Shadow, and even Xinfang had struggled to accept her death. Yet here she stood, alive, defiant, breathing inside the sanctuary. What puzzled him was the name she kept repeating under her breath. Dongfang Yui. Why? As Xinfang approached, Shane's gaze snapped toward him, sharp and suspicious. She immediately assumed he was with her enemies. "Who sent you? How many of you are there?" she demanded. Without waiting for an answer, her talisman chains shot forward with deadly precision, aiming to bind him before he could even speak. Shadow raised a hand, attempting to calm her. "Wait, I said not." "Talk less," she interrupted coldly. "Focus, or you still die." Her chains lashed out again, lightning fast. But before they could strike, Xinfang's form dissolved into smoke. He reappeared an instant later, right in front of her. His eyes gleamed with quiet challenge. If she wanted to fight, he'd oblige. Shane froze for half a heartbeat, startled by his speed, but pride refused to let her falter. She leapt backward, her chains slicing through the air again before she vanished into invisibility. For a moment, Shadow stood still, the battlefield silent. Then a soft, mocking laugh escaped his lips. "Invisibility? In front of me?" he murmured. "Bold, but foolish." And with that, he too disappeared. His stealth level was so refined that the space between them fell into utter stillness. Two assassins locked in a deadly dance, unseen by all but the shadows themselves. Moments later, Shane reappeared, scanning the bridge with growing unease. Her Hellblade granted her level 4 stealth detection, yet she couldn't sense him at all. A cold realization crept through her mind. Could it really be him, the shadow ranked first on the world leaderboard, the one whose power eclipsed every other player's? Before she could finish the thought, he materialized right in front of her. She gasped, staggering back as his sharp grin cut through the silence. "You better figure out how to deal with me quickly," he said softly, "because if you can this will end badly for you." But Shane wasn't one to surrender. She leapt across the stone bridge, her chains slicing through the air with violent precision, each strike faster than the last, each miss fueling her disbelief. How could both her invisibility and stealth detection fail against him? Frustration broke through her composure. With a snarl, she invoked her trump card, Chasing Soul, Spirit of the Ghost Path. The talisman she wielded came alive. The chains hissed like serpents, moving with a will of their own, striking faster, harder, and more dangerously than ever. This skill could pursue even unseen targets. It ignored stealth entirely. For the first time, Shadow felt genuine caution. That ability was dangerous, even to him. He moved in a circle, deliberately baiting her. As she struck, convinced she had caught him, he vanished, only to reappear a split second later. The chains recoiled violently, snapping backward and coiling around Shane herself. They wound around her body like venomous snakes, pinning her arms, tightening against her clothing as she struggled in shock. Shadow walked toward her calmly, his steps slow and deliberate, his eyes gleaming with quiet amusement. "Now," he said, voice low and measured, "perhaps your ears are finally open." He introduced himself plainly. "I System Shadow, and I have nothing to do with any Dongfang Yui. If I wanted you dead, you already be lying here without a breath left." Shane flushed with fury and humiliation. "Let me go," she shouted, thrashing against her own chains. Shadow ignored her outburst. "Who is Dongfang Yui?" he asked instead. Her trembling voice faltered. From her repeated outbursts, he'd already guessed the name must belong to someone tied to the Dongfang family, the same one that dominated Shanghai City. After a long silence, Shane spoke. Her tone trembled between rage and grief. "Dongfang Yui, she married into the Chu family. That's the only reason she survived when the Dongfangs fell. If not for that marriage, she have died with them." She paused, her eyes darkening. "If you stir an enemy of the Dongfangs, then we share the same path." Shadow said nothing. He simply released her. The chains slackened and fell away. She stumbled to the ground, clutching her wrists. "We can speak of cooperation later," he said, evenly. "But first, tell me the truth. Why do you want her dead?" Shane hesitated, then clenched her talisman chain tightly. Her hands shook. When she spoke again, her voice cracked under the weight of memory. "Before all this," she whispered, "before this cursed world descended, Dongfang Yui was driving drunk. She caused the crash that killed my mother." Her words grew sharper, faster, fueled by pain. "We went to court. My father fought for justice. But the Chu family buried everything, with bribes, with power, with fear. They framed someone else. When my father found proof, real proof, they found him dead in the river. They called it suicide. They called it suicide." Her voice trembled into a shout. "It wasn't suicide. They murdered him. And when I demanded justice, the Chu guards beat me until I nearly died." Her knees buckled. "I lost everything. My family, my name, my life. I was going to end it. But then this game came. This damned realm descended, and my first mission, the very first carved into my quest log, was kill Dongfang Yui." Tears streamed down her face. "But death here isn't permanent. Unless your lifespan is gone, you come back. Even when I killed her once, she returned. She used her wealth to buy assassins to hunt me every day. I couldn't even breathe without fear." Her voice broke into sobs. "Please, Shadow, help me. Revenge is all I have left. It's the only reason I still alive." Shadow Sep's response came cold and final. "No." The word cut sharper than any blade. Shane stared at him, stunned. "This vengeance," he said, "is instead mine to take. If you want her dead, you still have to do it with your own hands." Desperation overtook her. "I still give you everything," she cried. "My equipment, my body, my lifespan. I still be your slave. Just help me." Shadow Sip's eyes didn't waver. "I don't heal for others," he said quietly, "but I help you grow strong enough to do it yourself. The rest will depend on your resolve." Her sobs quieted, her breathing steadied. Slowly she lifted her head. At that moment, the system interface flickered before her eyes. Invitation received. Guild Shadow. She blinked, stunned. The guild had only one member, him. Was this truly happening? Her hand trembled as she accepted. Her name appeared on the roster, Ghost. For the first time since she had lost everything, a faint spark of hope returned. Shadow accepted her friend request. His voice was calm but resolute. "There's steps, one more step," he said. "Career advancement. If you want my support, you still need to succeed. Only then will I stand behind your revenge. Fail, and you still bury it forever." Shane wiped her tears. Her body shook, but her eyes burned with new fire. Revenge would be hers. But first, she would prove herself worthy of Shadow's help. Shadow stood in silence within the secret sanctuary, his hand resting lightly on the hilt of his new weapon, the blade of the underworld. The steel pulsed faintly, alive with a dark radiance. He could feel its hunger, its boundless potential. Just like Shane, he thought, rough, unrefined, but capable of growing into something unstoppable. Her defiance, her fury, her will to live despite everything, they reminded him of himself long ago. She lacked polish, but her heart was unyielding. If she matured properly, if her rage turned into purpose, she could one day become more than an ally. She could become a warrior capable of standing beside him, even in the battles he knew he could not face alone. The vision around him shifted. Shadow's footsteps echoed down the dark corridors of the Evil Spirit Academy, leading him into its suffocating depths. Ahead stood an enormous door carved with symbols of blood and decay. When he pushed it open, a vast library stretched before him, walls lined with books that spiraled upward into the gloom. But this was no library for reading. Floating in the dim air above was the guardian of this place, Stana, the transmuted witch, a level 15 golden grade boss. Her gown of black frills moved like smoke. 3 twisted heads adorned her shoulders, each twitching independently, whispering incoherent incantations. Without hesitation, Shadow struck first. His dagger flashed through the air, cutting deep into one of her skulls. Just as he remembered, only one head was active in the first phase. Once its health dropped, all 3 would awaken, shifting to elemental forms, invulnerable to physical damage. He couldn't rely on brute strength. Precision was key. He activated Shadow Blade. His forest bone dagger flared with emerald light, his speed instantly doubling. He vanished into a blur, weaving through darkness and reappearing in flashes of green light. Each strike landed with surgical accuracy. Each shadow he left behind moved faster than the human eye could track. His blade hit so rapidly it sounded like a machine gun of steel. And then, with an explosion of black light, the first head burst apart. Phase 2 began. The remaining 3 heads awakened with a chorus of screeches. Fire, water, and lightning exploded outward, scorching the air and tearing through the library. Pillars shattered, shelves erupted into flame. Shadow was already moving. He danced between death itself, dodging, striking, vanishing, reappearing behind them. Each time he found an opening, his blade sank into a weak point, stacking black flames gift again and again. The red head fell first, howling as it disintegrated. The blue head followed, its own magic overloading and detonating in a flash of frozen fire. The final white head, trembling under the weight of its failing defenses, tried to flee but Shadow was faster. He appeared before it, one final strike, cleaving through its cursed core. The head exploded in a storm of violet light. The dungeon trembled. Dust fell from the ceiling as a thunderous system message echoed through the halls. You have slain Stana, transmuted witch golden grade. Rewards, plus 50, 000 EXP. Shadow didn't set flinch. He set been expecting it. From the witch's ashes, a glowing key floated into his hand. Item obtained, key to Evil Spirit Academy Platinum level stronghold. A new notification pulsed across his screen. Profession advancement available. Without hesitation, he accepted. His assassin class surged from Tier 1 to Tier 2. His stats spiked dramatically, but the true reward was something else. The world dimmed around him as the system whispered its message. Passive skill unlocked. Stealth eternal. Attacking no longer breaks stealth. For the first time, Shadow could fight while remaining invisible. He grinned. The darkness seemed to cling to him, alive and loyal. His form shimmered, half shadow, half man. His stealth had evolved into something absolute. No strike could reveal him now. No foe could see him unless he allowed it. His attributes hadn't just doubled, they had tripled. He could feel it in every breath, every heartbeat. Now if he didn't want to be defeated, he simply wouldn't be. Holding the platinum key, Shadow understood the treasure he had just earned. This wasn't merely power, it was transformation. The scene cut sharply, rewinding to moments earlier on the outskirts of the Evil Spirit Academy. Shane was running for her life again. Her breaths came fast and ragged, her voice sharp with fury as she shouted at her pursuers. How many times do you plan to try this? Haven't set you had enough. The open field shook under heavy footsteps. The same 3 men who had once cornered her now approached with cruel laughter, joined by new reinforcements from the Surehall Guild. The blonde one sneered. You should Sif stayed down last time. We brought a friend this round. The hulking giant beside him cracked his knuckles, laughing. This time, Isep not holding back. He stomped forward, activating Earth Smash. The ground quaked, a violent tremor sending dust and debris into the air. Shane braced herself, fury burning through her exhaustion. With trembling hands, she activated her sacred talisman skill, preparing for a desperate counterstrike. But before she could act, a blinding flashbang burst in front of her, light and concussive force colliding like thunder. The explosion disoriented her instantly. Vision white, ears ringing, her health dropped as system damage numbers flashed. The bullies laughed, their voices dripping with cruelty. Still standing? You have to learn your place this time. The blonde one stepped closer, smirking. Let Sets educate her properly. Even through the pain, Shane's spirit didn't break. Her hand fumbled through her inventory and closed around a small vial, a recovery elixir glowing faintly blue. She lifted it toward her lips. But the blonde man lunged. His palm struck her hand with brutal force. The vial shattered, shards scattering as he wrenched it from her grip. You won't need that where you're going, he said with a grin, lifting his weapon for the next strike. The molten horizon behind them shimmered. None of them noticed the faint shadow stretching across the ground, silent as a whisper, moving closer with lethal intent. Glancing at the shattered vial, Shadow's grin widened. The liquid glowed faintly green, its description flickering across his interface: poison. He had been ready to sacrifice years of her life rather than die by their hands. To her tormentors, that only made her defiance more enticing. The blonde man stepped closer, glee twisting across his face. Half your life for one more try, huh? Brave. But useless. Then it happened. A system notification appeared before Shane's tear-filled eyes, glowing bright in the air. System notification. Platinum level Sanctuary, Evil Spirit Academy, is now under the control of Guild Shadow. Intruder status detected. Cleansing protocol initiated. The words froze them all. Before any of the men could react, the sanctuary came alive. Bolts of lightning erupted from the air, divine arcs of judgment slicing through the chamber. Thunder roared as radiant energy tore through the intruders. They screamed, their bodies convulsed violently before disintegrating into ash. Lifespan orbs scattered like shattered glass across the ground. When the storm faded, the system's voice returned, calm and cold. Cleansing complete. Shane collapsed to her knees, breath shaking. Her mind reeled at the realization. The Evil Spirit Academy wasn't just a dungeon, it was a platinum-level sanctuary, and now it belonged to Shadow. Far below, deep in the sanctuary's core, Qinfeng stood examining his newly acquired loot. From the remains of Stana, the transmuted witch, he had secured a jade-tier item, a Rant Witch's Ring. Its stats shimmered in the air. Usable by all classes, level 14+. Plus 22 to all attributes. Plus 30% cooldown speed. Unique effect. Expands area of effect radius by 25% and amplifies AoE damage by 10%. A rare find, powerful, flexible, and efficient. But that wasn't all. He had also obtained a platinum-grade skill, Virulent Poison Trap. Designed for assassins and hunters, the trap could cloak itself with level 5 stealth and remain active for a full hour. It had a cooldown of just 4.65 seconds and could be deployed 3 times simultaneously. Qinfeng evaluated both with a sharp, calculating gaze, 2 assassin-compatible items in a single drop, rare beyond measure. The Errant Ring drew his attention most, its synergy with his instant Shadow Slash and Dark Knight Ring Blade, both wide-range techniques, promised a massive boost in his combat potential. His lips curved slightly. Perfect. He checked his status: 363 evolution points. Finally enough. He spent 340 without hesitation. Skill upgraded. Backstab Enhancement Legendary Tier. The transformation was immediate. Rear attack damage rose from 75% to a full 100%, but that wasn't the real breakthrough. The legendary passive rewrote the very rules of his combat. Legendary effect. While in stealth, every strike counts as a backstab. A chill of exhilaration coursed through him. His lethality had ascended to a realm few could comprehend. Every shadowed strike would now pierce with maximum efficiency. Every movement doubled as an execution. He could vanish, attack, and remain unseen, death incarnate. For the first time, even Qinfeng felt that faint, dangerous thrill. He was evolving beyond what even he had envisioned. Just then, Little Black's voice chimed through the guild channel. "Boss, you still want to see this? I found something, other ruins, not far from Shanghai City. It's Sep's strange. The stones here, they've got murals, just like the ones in the beginner Sep's village." Qinfeng frowned. "Why didn't Sep you go inside?" A pause. "We tried. Cleared every mob on the way, but a teleportation orb appeared at the end. When we touched it, it rejected us. Said only a sea-fated person Sit could pass. I think that means you." He thought for a moment, then nodded. Wait for me. Prepare your tradable lifespan. I still bring new equipment. The shrine teleportation network made travel instant now. One command and a shimmer of light enveloped him. At the outskirts of Janghai's ruins, Little Black sat perched on her white llama, watching the sunset reflect off the temple stones. The llama lazily chewed grass, unconcerned. Then, without a sound, Xinfang appeared behind her. She nearly jumped off the saddle. Can you not sneak up like that every time? He smirked faintly. Old habits. I shall try to warn you next time. Try harder, she muttered, pointing down the cliffside. That sips the entrance. Xinfang followed her gaze. The cliff below led to a dark cave marked with glowing runes, the supposed gateway. How did you even find this place? He asked. Little Black chuckled. Long story, I was trying to catch my llama. Well, I thought it was a sheep at first. While I was playing around with it, a silver boss appeared out of nowhere, scared me so badly I slipped, fell off the cliff and landed in a tree. When I looked up, there it was, the entrance. Xinfang gave a quiet laugh. Of course, you trip over a miracle before finding it. Hey, she protested. You jealous of my luck. She climbed off her llama, guiding him carefully down the rocky slope. Watch your step, the falsep's nasty. He landed with ease, silent as ever. And Wang Mang? Oh, she said cheerfully, he tried the same jump you just did. And? He missed, died on impact. Xinfang stared at her for a long moment. Of course he did. Little Black giggled, pointing toward the temple sep's dimly glowing gate. Come on, Shadow. Let's see if you stepper really this defeated person sep the system sep's waiting for. And together, they stepped into the unknown. Together Xinfang and Little Black entered the cave, their footsteps echoing softly along the dim corridor. The faint blue light of runes illuminated their path as she explained that they had already cleared the labyrinth of monsters ahead, but Xinfang's expression remained stern. From now on, he warned, you can afford careless deaths. If your non-tradable lifespan ever hits 0, there won't be a resurrection. You still vanish for good. Little Black smiled, confident and carefree as always. I know, don't worry, I not planning on dying anytime soon. She hesitated, then added, actually, Shane told me something earlier. Her sly grin deepened. She raised a finger. Inside the city ruins, there are monsters that absorbed non-tradable lifespan. We lure them into a hidden area, kill them, and preserve the lifespan orbs that drop. Whenever we are running low, we go back there to restore ourselves. Xinfang froze for a moment, then his eyes widened in quiet recognition. That was Anu Sip's method, wasn't it? She blinked in surprise. How did you know? Soon after, they reached a wide chamber at the heart of the cave. A glowing teleportation orb floated ahead, its energy humming like a living thing. Little Black stepped forward, placing her hand against it. A sharp chime rang out. Access denied. You are not the fated one. She turned back, frustrated but unsurprised. It steps like we thought. This temple sip's connected to the beginner sip's village somehow. You try. Xinfang studied the orb in silence. For a long moment he didn't move. Then he reached out. The instant his fingertips brushed its surface, light exploded, flooding the chamber. When Little Black blinked the glare away, he was gone, and so was the orb. Her breath caught. So it's true, she whispered. He really is, the fated one. When Xinfang opened his eyes, he was standing in a vast frozen cavern. The air stung his lungs. Frost spread across the ground like living veins of ice. His communicator blinked, signal blocked. No contact, no escape. The system step's voice echoed in his ears. New mission, protect the ice-tide crystal. At the cavern's center, an enormous crystal shimmered in pale blue light. Xinfang's memory stirred. He knew this place, the cave of the ice-tide. The crystal was both weapon and curse. If struck, it would unleash a freezing wave that annihilated everything nearby. Yet waves of monsters would soon come, all seeking to destroy it. If the crystal fell, the mission, and his chance to claim the reward would vanish with it. Failure was not an option. He reached into his inventory and withdrew the virulent poison trap. Death meant nothing to him, but losing this mission was unacceptable. Without hesitation, he poured his remaining evolution points into the skill, stopping only when 17 remained. Skill evolved, Platinum Epic Grade. Stealth, Level 8. Instant poison damage, 1-200. Slow duration, 8s. Continuous damage, cento% attack power per second. Trap limit, increased to 9. He quickly deployed 3 traps at the cave entrances. The Errant Witch's ring flared, amplifying their range by 25%. Any creature that entered would be caught the instant it crossed the threshold. Moments later, glowing eyes flickered in the darkness. A monstrous horde surged from the tunnels, snarling and stampeding toward the crystal. The first line crossed the barrier, and the traps ignited. Venomous thorns burst upward, tearing through the front ranks. Poison spread like wildfire, burning the air with a sickly green glow. Damage plus 103 728, plus 99, 846, plus 112, 202. The cavern filled with shrieks and crumbling stone, but Xinfang stood unmoving, his focus razor-sharp. Then, a faint whistle. His instinct screamed. He turned just as an arrow streaked through the air. In a single motion he summoned a shadow barrier, deflecting the projectile with a metallic crack. Archers. So this wasn't just a beast horde, someone was directing them. He narrowed his eyes into the storm of movement, sensing human tactics woven into the chaos. This was no accident. Meanwhile, outside the ruins of Magic City, another drama unfolded. Dongfang Yui, her golden hair immaculate, her posture regal, stood in a lavish hall across from the orange-haired man from Sure Hall. Her voice was ice. So you're giving up on hunting ghost spirit, now that she Sips joined Shadow Sips Guild? The man sighed, shoulders tense. We can set touch her anymore, not with him protecting her. Find someone else. Yui Sip's eyes flashed, her hand tightened around her ornate golden staff. You speak of Shadow, like he Sips a god, you forget your place. Do you have any idea who I am? The man didn't respond. He stepped hurt enough. Her voice rose, venomous and mocking. You stir a peasant, she spat. A disposable pawn. I could erase you from the real world with a single command. Your name, your data, your... She didn't finish. The man's fist crashed into her face. The impact sent her sprawling across the marble floor, blood spattering her lips. He drew his dagger, his fury boiling over. I stemp done listening to you, he snarled. You think your title makes you untouchable? I stemp sick of your arrogance. Sick of being called a peasant. She tried to crawl away, but he was already on her. Blow after blow fell, savage and merciless. Even if I can beat Shadow, he roared, I can at least end you. Each strike grew heavier, more violent, until the last one shattered her body completely. With a final scream, Dongfang Yui Sep's form broke apart into glowing lifespan orbs, scattering across the polished floor. The last traces of her arrogance dissolving into light. Dongfang Yui's eyes snapped open, back in the real world inside the glittering halls of the Chu family residence. Her golden-cased phone trembled in her grip, knuckles whitening as sheer fury coursed through her. The humiliation was unbearable. Those wretched peasants from the Shura Hall Guild had dared to kill her. Her voice rose in a trembling mix of outrage and disbelief. Mobilize the men, all of them. I want every last one of those insects captured. Her husband blinked, startled by her sudden fury. You mean Shurl, the same group you hired to deal with Ghost Spirit? The question only fueled her anger. Yes, she hissed. Ghost Spirit has joined Shadow. The cowards pulled out because they fear him. He tried to calm her, his tone measured. The plan Sips already in motion. The Black Dragon Hall of Magic City is moving as we speak. Shadow 1 Sit escape this time. The Chu family Sips honor will be restored. For a heartbeat, Yui froze, then a smile crept across her face, twisted, cruel, feverish. Good, she whispered. Then we still kill 2 birds Shadow and those traitors from Shurl. I'll see the ground soaked in their blood. Her husband said nothing. The room fell silent, save for the soft hum of the city lights outside, and the quiet trembling of the woman whose hatred now burned brighter than reason itself. Meanwhile, far below the surface, deep within the cave of the ice tide, Qinfang's short blade flashed like lightning. It buried itself in the eye of a bow-wielding monster. The creature crumpled, lifeless. He moved with surgical rhythm. Each kill reset the cooldown of his shadow blade, letting him carve through the horde in one unbroken storm of motion. Yet even with his precision, the ice-tide crystal at the center of the cavern trembled, spider-webbed with cracks. Its hum grew frantic, threatening to shatter. Then the system's voice echoed through the frozen air. Mission complete. Guard task. Success. Claim your reward. For a split second, Qinfang froze, eyes narrowing. Already? The next instant, the crystal shattered, splintering into fragments of radiant frost. From its remains rose a golden treasure chest, etched in divine markings. An epic chest. His pulse quickened. The last one he'd opened had granted him graceful release, a skill that reshaped his entire combat style. What would this one hold? He stepped forward, hand outstretched. The chest opened with a slow metallic groan. Golden light burst forth, flooding the cavern with divine brilliance. From that light, a woman emerged, her form graceful, her eyes closed, her hair flowing like molten gold. Qinfang's breath caught. He remembered her, the same spectral figure who had appeared beside a chest before. When she spoke, her words were in an ancient tongue, the language of the old gods. Yet he understood every word. The eye of judgment embedded within him translated her meaning directly into thought. "You have passed the second trial," she said. "You are the chosen heir, the bearer of the mantle of judgment." Her body shimmered and began to transform. The light around her twisted and coalesced, reshaping her divine form. Qinfeng watched in silence as her third eye opened upon her forehead, glowing with celestial power. The pressure of her aura was immense, divine, suffocating, pure. "I am Asa thus," she declared, her voice reverberating like a sacred hymn. "From this day forward I shall follow you, Qinfeng, and witness your rise as the true god of judgment." She extended her hand toward him. In her palm materialized a bell, small, intricate, and forged from shimmering light. Item acquired, Asfa's summoning bell, divine relic. Forged by Asa thus herself, the bell radiated the power of order. "With this," she said, "you may call upon me at levels 25, 35, and 50. Each summoning shall open a ruin, a divine trial beyond mortal comprehension. Complete all three, and I shall reside in your sanctuary, granting you the ability to refine and ascend your skills." Qinfeng's grip tightened around the bell, feeling its weight, divine, heavy, real. A rare smile curved his lips. This was beyond fortune. The temple he had just conquered was level 15, far beyond anything a single player should have survived, and Little Black somehow had stumbled upon both the previous temple and this one. Her luck defied logic itself. Asa thus stepped closer, the divine glow softening as she met his eyes. "Before I depart, I grant you one gift," she said. "You may choose a skill to elevate freely, to match your current level." The air thickened with power. Qinfeng's focus sharpened. He understood the meaning instantly. A skill's true might came from two pillars: its quality and its level requirement. Quality could be raised infinitely, with enough lifespan, but the level defined everything else: its scaling, its stats, its destructive limit. He knew exactly what to choose. He raised his hand and pointed to his most prized ability. Graceful release. Asa thus smiled faintly. A wise choice. She reached out, pressing her lips lightly to the back of his hand. A brilliant light engulfed him. His body trembled as energy surged through every nerve, every cell. Skill upgraded. Graceful release. Level 10, level 16 mythic. Weak point attack correction. 300%, 410%. The power coursing through him was intoxicating, like wielding the wrath of the heavens. When the light faded, Asathus's form began to dissolve, her golden aura unraveling into wisps of divine mist. Her voice lingered, soft yet commanding, echoing like the farewell of an ancient god. "I look forward to our next meeting, my heir of judgment." A blue portal opened before him, its light swirling like liquid frost. Without hesitation, Qinfeng stepped through, vanishing into the void, his heart burning with the knowledge that what awaited him next would reshape not just his path, but the destiny of the entire world. Qinfeng was about to step through the portal when he felt it, an unfamiliar pulse emanating from the treasure chest behind him. He hesitated, then turned back. The golden light had dimmed, but something still shimmered deep within. Reaching in, his fingers brushed against cold metal. When he pulled it free, his eyes lit with intrigue. It was a pair of assassin-class leg armor, the epic tier Baffich's equivalent exchange agreement. Level requirement, 15. But its description was what made it truly extraordinary. Unique effect, art of equivalent exchange. Sacrifice any epic grade item or skill book to instantly receive another of equal grade and type, tailored to your class. Cooldown, 1 hour. Qinfeng exhaled slowly. Equivalent exchange, he murmured. This wasn't just rare, it was priceless. The potential was limitless. With a single trade, he could convert useless loot into perfect synergy gear, over and over again. His grin was small but sharp. The haul from this trial was beyond imagination. As he stepped toward the portal, he reminded himself of one thing: he owed Little Black. Her accidental discovery of the ruins had brought him all of this. Outside the cavern, Little Black waited patiently at the cave entrance. Her white llama lazily chewed grass beside her, unfazed by time or tension. When the portal finally shimmered and Qinfeng emerged, she jumped to her feet, relief flashing across her face. "You stir safe," she blurted out. "You were gone forever. I thought maybe—" He cut her off with a faint smirk. "Still alive? You didn't set go level while waiting?" She shook her head. "I wanted to guard the exit. If someone tried to ambush you, I set stall them." Her voice carried no hesitation, no complaint. For a moment, Qinfeng studied her quietly. Loyalty like that was rare. "Then you deserve something in return." From his inventory he withdrew a skill book, one he'd picked up during the raid but hadn't used. He handed it to her. She looked down and froze. Skill book, Magic Shield Platinum, level 13. Her eyes went wide, mouth falling open. This is yours," Qinfeng said simply. Tears of gratitude welled up. She bowed deeply. "Thank you. I swear I shall make the most of it. She mounted her small llama, clutching the book to her chest. Boss, I owe you one. I still get stronger. He waved her off, amused. Then prove it. Grinning, she spurred the llama forward, galloping into the sunset, her laughter echoing faintly through the ruins. As her figure vanished, Qinfeng's body began to fade. He logged out, hunger gnawing at him, time to return to the real world. Far away in the ruins of Shanghai City, another story unfolded. Inside the Silver-Grade sanctuary of the Knights Templar Guild, banners fluttered proudly above the assembled members. Their guild leader, beaming with pride, stood before them on the dais. Today, he proclaimed, the Knights Templar Guild claims its first sanctuary. A cheer erupted through the hall, shouts of triumph echoing off the stone walls. He continued, it may not be grand, but it is ours. No longer will we fear being ambushed while resting or leveling. We have safety now, and we have someone to thank for it. He gestured toward a young woman near the front. Xiao, step forward. The guild burst into applause as Xiao approached the stage, her staff trembling slightly in her hands. Tears glimmered in her eyes. She began her speech softly but with conviction. I want to thank my master for guiding me, my friends for helping me, and even those who mocked me, because their words made me stronger. Her voice quivered, and to my parents, I wish you could see me now. I shall keep growing until I make you proud. The hall erupted with cheers. The guild leader smiled warmly, clapping her on the shoulder. Tell us, Xiao, how did you find this sanctuary? Xiao hesitated, cheeks flushing. Honestly, it was strange. I dreamed of a warrior, someone powerful, who led me here. It felt so real I decided to follow the dream, and well, here we are. Laughter rippled through the room. The leader tried to stay composed, but even he chuckled. A dream, huh? Well, I say your dreams serve you well. Did you dream again last night? Her eyes brightened. Yes, this time I dreamed of a sanctuary far larger than this one. I think it might be platinum grade. The hall burst into laughter again. Members joked and clapped, teasing her. Then let's all sleep early. Maybe we still dream of palaces next. Feigning seriousness, the leader nodded solemnly. Indeed, if her dreams find us sanctuaries, they sit priceless. The laughter softened into applause. As reward, he said, smiling, Yusef earned 1 year of tradable lifespan. He handed her the shimmering orb and wrapped an arm around her shoulders. Let Xiaosip's devotion be our example. With faith and unity, the Knights Templar will thrive, no matter how dark this world becomes. The hall thundered with cheers once more. Xiao stood radiant, smiling through tears. I shall keep searching, she promised. I shall find another sanctuary for us. Several hours later, the laughter was gone. Xia moved alone through the Jianghai ruins, clutching her staff tightly. Her eyes darted across the ruined cityscape. The place from my dream, it should be here, she whispered. But nothing matched. No sanctuary, no glow, just silence. Unbeknownst to her, several of her guildmates had followed from afar. She really came all the way here, one muttered. If she sits telling the truth about that platinum sanctuary, then we'll claim it for ourselves, another finished. They watched as she entered a decrepit stone building, its walls draped in shadow. Inside, the tunnel sloped downward, the air growing colder, heavier. Her footsteps echoed like heartbeats in the dark. The deeper she went, the stronger her unease became. The dream's details matched too closely. The chill, the scent, even the flicker of distant blue light. And then, she felt it. Someone was following her. Her breath quickened. She stopped, closing her eyes to steady herself. I stemp a life priest, she whispered. Hidden class. I can heal. I can protect myself. She exhaled, opened her eyes, and froze. Before her stood a monstrous figure, grotesque and wrong. Its mouth gaped far too wide, flesh tearing at the edges. From within that maw, another pair of eyes stared out. Xiao's scream tore through the tunnel, echoing off the stone walls. But the monster did not strike. Not yet, it only smiled. Instead of striking Xiao, the monster hurled her aside with brutal force. She hit the wall hard, pain flaring through her ribs, but she barely had time to react before she heard the screams. The creature had turned its hunger elsewhere, toward the women from her guild who had secretly followed her into the ruins. The moment they saw it, panic swept through them. The stench of decay filled the air, its monstrous form twisting in the dim light, eyes glistening wetly beneath its torn flesh. Kill it, one of them shrieked, her voice breaking with fear. Kill it before it gets close. But their trembling hands betrayed them. Their fear was stronger than their courage. Before they could form ranks, the monster lunged. Tentacles whipped out from its body, snaring one of the women by the throat. She screamed, struggling, but the creature's maw opened unnaturally wide, and a mass of black tendrils forced its way into her mouth. Her eyes rolled back, Her body went rigid as the monster drained her lifespan in seconds. When it was done, it dropped her lifeless corpse to the ground like discarded cloth. The others broke instantly. "Run!" someone screamed. And they did. Every shred of loyalty shattered under pure survival instinct. They turned and fled, stumbling over each other, their cries echoing through the tunnel. But the creature didn't stop. It moved with terrifying speed, dragging its pulsing limbs behind it, hunting with unrelenting precision. Xiao stirred at the sound of their screams. Her pulse quickened. Slowly she turned, and her heart nearly stopped. The monster was feeding, its tentacles piercing the bodies of her guildmates, draining their very essence. The faint shimmer of lifespan orbs drifted from their corpses, fading into the gloom. Her breath caught, her vision blurred. Quietly, she began to crawl away, every motion silent, desperate not to be seen. Her trembling feet carried her down a spiral staircase carved into the stone. The steps were slick with condensation. Halfway down, she tripped, her body tumbling forward. Her skull cracked against the floor, stars burst across her vision. But when she lifted her head, her pain vanished beneath a single thought. There in front of her stood the door, the same one from her dream. For a long moment, she couldn't breathe. It was real. The platinum-grade hideout she had spoken of actually existed. Her heart thundered as she reached for her communicator, sending a trembling message to her guildmaster. "Isep found it. The hideout is real." The leader's reply came almost instantly, disbelief coloring his tone. "Stay where you are. Isep bringing reinforcements." He ordered her to join his party to track her location. She accepted without hesitation, her nerves settling for the first time since she entered. But the relief didn't seem to last. From the depths of the darkness came a sound, a low, wet dragging noise. Her head turned slowly, and her blood ran cold. The monster was there, grinning, its warped face stretched into that same grotesque smile. Terror clawed at her chest, but she clenched her jaw. "No," she whispered to herself, "not again." She straightened, gripping her staff tightly. "I sipped him a life priest. I sipped him not helpless anymore." She raised her weapon. "Come on then." With a burst of green light, she activated her strongest spell, Venomous Vines. The vines lashed out, wrapping around the monster's body and sinking deep into its flesh. 502 GP. The creature screamed as the poison took hold. A flicker of hope sparked in Xiaosip's eyes. "It's Sep's working," she gasped. "It's Sep's working," she gasped. Wasting no time, she raised her staff again, corrupting poison mist. A dense green fog billowed outward, filling the chamber with deadly toxins. The monster staggered, hissing, its skin blistering under the venom. For the first time, victory seemed possible. But then she realized her mistake. The fog wasn't set dissipating. It was spreading, filling every inch of the enclosed chamber. The air turned thick, suffocating. Her lungs burned as she coughed violently, stumbling back. "No, no, stop," she gasped, trying to fan the air with her hands. Panic set in. She couldn't hold her breath much longer. Her vision blurred, her chest heaved. Then she remembered the antidote spell. With trembling fingers, she lifted her staff and chanted the incantation. Antidote. A soft white light spread across the room. The poisonous mist slowly dissipated. She fell to her knees, breathing in fresh air, trembling with relief. But then she froze. The monster was still standing. It hadn't yet died, it had merely waited. And now it smiled again. Its head tilted unnaturally, eyes glowing with hunger. It began to move toward her. Her name echoed faintly from the system. Xiaoyu. Her hand shook, tears welled in her eyes. "No," she whispered. In her panic, she gasped for breath, and inhaled the last traces of her own poison. Her body convulsed, the system's cold voice followed. "Player Xiaoyu Ya has committed suicide." Her form shattered into orbs of light. Moments later, Xiao respawned in the guild's silver sanctuary, her body intact but her mind disoriented. The guild leader's voice came through the party chat. "Xiao, why are you back already? What happened?" Her voice trembled. "The monster, it killed me. Inside the ruins." There was a pause, then his confused reply. "That Sep's impossible. We stiff already slain the soul-sucking hag in that area. It was only silver grade." Xiao's lips curved into a small, tired smile. "I didn't set survive," she said softly. "I ended it myself before it could take everything." Silence filled the channel. Then the leader's voice returned, filled with admiration. "You stir a genius, Xiao. You thought faster than any of us could have." Gratitude warmed her chest. "Thank you, leader. I shall rejoin you soon." She logged off the chat, a quiet satisfaction curling across her face. The three women who had mocked her, the ones who'd followed her out of jealousy, were gone, permanently. Their arrogance had been their undoing. "This is what happens when you underestimate me," she whispered, her smirk faint but sharp. Because Qin Xiaoyu was no fool. Moments later she arrived at the entrance of the hideout and pointed toward the massive stone door. She told the guildmaster that the platinum-grade hideout lay just beyond it. Pride gleamed in her voice. The guild leader smiled and patted her on the back before turning to his men. His tone shifted, becoming sharp and commanding. He ordered a squad to sweep the surrounding area and make sure no one interfered. Datu responded with confidence, swearing they would eliminate anyone who dared approach, even if that intruder was Shadow himself. The guild leader's anticipation grew. Raising his axe toward the stone door, he shouted, his men roaring in unison behind him. Their cries echoed through the ruins as they prepared to claim the sanctuary for themselves. But their triumphant shouts faltered when one man at the front suddenly cried out. The door wouldn't open. Confusion rippled through the ranks. The leader's expression darkened, then shifted as realization struck him. He remembered that every hideout had its own guardian. Narrowing his eyes, he smirked. The stone door itself, that was the guardian. To test his theory, he ordered a warrior to strike it. The man swung his axe, and a number appeared above the door. 320 hit points. The theory was confirmed. Cheers erupted as the guild praised their master's insight. "This hideout is practically a gift," the leader declared proudly. "Bring it down." Obediently, they attacked in unison. Blades and axes crashed against the door, sparks and dust bursting into the air. Far away, a notification window appeared before another player. King Fongsip's expression hardened instantly. The message glowed before him. "Alert, the land of purified souls is under attack." He checked the status readout. The entrance's durability was dropping, 99.3%, still holding firm under its magical barrier at 100%. Teleportation to the sanctuary was blocked. Only the war teleport remained available, one use for the day. Without hesitation, King Fong mounted his wolf and set off. He reasoned that with the attacker's strength, it would take them months, perhaps even a year, to break through the gate. Still, he wanted to see with his own eyes who had dared to touch his sanctuary. When he reached the outskirts, he halted. His eyes darkened. Two men were chasing a woman across the broken landscape, shouting threats and promising to cut her down if she didn't stop. A burly fighter armed with a spiked mace blocked her path. He grinned cruelly and demanded to know where she thought she was going. Before she could even answer, he swung his weapon, striking her brutally and sending her body crashing into the ground. As she struggled to breathe, a purple-haired man stepped forward and raised his hand. "Sacred chains," he shouted. From the sky, radiant chains of energy shot downward, pinning the woman's wrists and knees to the dirt. Her scream tore through the ruins. One of the men sneered down at her. "This territory belongs to the Knights Templar Guild," he spat. "If you think you can trespass here, you steer wrong. This is the price you pay." The woman gasped, her face twisted in pain. "I wasn't set trespassing," she cried. "I was only passing through." But it was clear they didn't care. They wanted an excuse to rob her. From the shadows, King Fong's eyes narrowed. He recognized her instantly. Yang She, a colleague from his old company. She had once been kind to him, even warned him of danger before. His suspicions crystallized. The ones attacking his sanctuary were none other than the Knights Templar Guild. The purple-haired man turned to his comrades, arrogance dripping from every word. "If we say she sits trespassing, then she is," he said with a grin. "And by the usual rules, I get her first." Another laughed. "Then I step second." Their laughter was cut short. A blur of movement flashed through the night, swift, silent, deadly. In the next instant, 3 heads hit the ground. Their bodies followed, collapsing in lifeless heaps. Yang Xia stared in shock, her breath caught in her throat. From the shadows emerged a figure cloaked in darkness, his eyes burning with cold intensity. Her voice trembled. "Shadow," she whispered. But no, this presence was different. It was something far more terrifying. The stranger, Shadow, or something like him, moved without mercy. Every last member of the Knights Templar Guild fell where they stood. Then he turned toward her. Yang Xia flinched, expecting death, but instead he extended his hand. A crimson aura erupted, blood flower bloom. The technique blossomed violently, devouring the lifespans of the fallen. Their souls disintegrated into motes of light, absorbed into him until nothing remained. As the last spark faded, he turned back. For a brief frozen heartbeat, their eyes met. Her breath hitched. She knew that face, those eyes. It was Fong. King Fong, hidden beneath the mask of shadow. Her chest tightened, disbelief and realization colliding, but before she could speak, blue flames erupted around him. In an instant his body was engulfed, then he was gone, only drifting sparks left in his place. Yang Xia stood motionless, her heart pounding. Was it truly him? The resemblance was undeniable. The eyes, the expression, the aura, it had to be, and yet her mind refused to accept it. She shook her head hard, whispering to herself that it must have been a trick, a coincidence. After all, hadn't she seen Fong's foolish sister join the Night Sanctuary branch of the Templar Guild? The thought haunted her as the last of the blue embers faded into the night. If Fong were truly Shadow, would he ever allow his own blood to be enslaved by them? Impossible, or so she forced herself to believe. Outside, tension rippled through the Sanctuary of Pure Souls. Inside its vast halls, the surviving members of the Knights Templar Guild stood in uneasy silence behind their furious leader. His voice lashed through the air like a whip. "Idiots. Robbing travelers on the main road, do you have a death wish?" he shouted, his boot slamming into one of them and sending the man sprawling across the floor. 1,000 deaths wouldn't be enough to pay for your stupidity. But beneath the rage, there was something else: relief. Relief that it had been Shadow who had delivered judgment. Because they all remembered, once, long ago, Shadow had saved them from the Headless One. Since that day his name had become legend among them. To the guild, Shadow wasn't just a hunter anymore. He was an ideal: strength, justice, a symbol of defiance against corruption. Their leader had even told them to follow his example. And now, here he was. But as words of reverence began to spill from their trembling lips, Shadow's expression darkened. His presence filled the chamber like a storm. When he finally spoke, his voice was calm, but so cold it made their blood run thin. "The hideout you attacked," he said, "is not a ruin. It's Sep's mine." The leader froze. His face drained of color. The entire guild seemed to stop breathing. Shadow's eyes glowed faintly, yellow lightning flickering within them as his anger broke through. The leader stumbled for words, desperate to defend himself. But rumors say your hideout sits in Magic City, and a person can only claim one hideout in Forsaken by the gods. Isn't that the rule?" A nervous voice broke in, the purple-haired brat among them. "It steps true, unless a guild is formed, then the guild itself can own one too." Shadow said nothing, but the silence confirmed it. He had a personal hideout in Magic City. And this one, the Sanctuary of Pure Souls, belonged to his guild. The realization spread through the survivors like fire through dry grass. Some shook their heads in disbelief. Others dropped to their knees, trembling. Among them, Fong's sister broke down completely. Her sobs echoed through the stone hall. To her, this was a nightmare. She had never once seen her brother appear within this place. How could it possibly belong to him? The guild leader's legs gave out. Drenched in sweat, he collapsed to his knees, bowing low until his forehead struck the floor. "We didn't know," he cried, his voice trembling. "Shadow, we swear we didn't know. Please forgive us. Tell us what we can do to make this right." Shadow didn't move. His face was calm, unreadable, terrifyingly still. He pulled up his status window, eyes glinting with cold calculation. "You already drained the durability of my hideout set store," he said quietly. "Repairing it will cost me a fortune." He closed the window, meeting the leader Sip's eyes. "If you want to settle this," Shadow said, "the price is 500 years of tradable lifespan." The words hit like a hammer. The air itself seemed to freeze. The leader's eyes rolled back. His body went limp and crumpled to the floor. "Leader," several members shouted, rushing to his side. They shook him, begging him to wake. "Please, Lord Shadow, show mercy." Sep's fainted already. He didn't mean it. But Shadow's gaze did not soften. His aura loomed over them like a blade suspended by a thread. Then his eyes shifted toward the purple-haired brat. His voice was low but deadly. "Do you even know how much it cost to repair that door?" The boy's mouth opened, but no sound came. The weight of that question pressed against his throat like a vice. "Shut your mouth," Shadow said, his tone cutting sharper than steel. The brat froze, pale and trembling. On the ground, the guild leader stirred weakly, half-conscious and drenched in cold sweat. His thoughts spun in chaos. Why me? Why does misfortune follow me everywhere? He wanted to curse the heavens, to scream. Instead, rage twisted his expression. In a sudden outburst, he lunged forward, seizing his younger sister by the neck. "This is your fault," he shouted, his voice breaking. "Your foolish dream dragged us here. Do you want to destroy the guild with your nonsense?" His grip tightened, trembling with fury and despair. But then, something in her changed. The timid, naive girl vanished. In her place stood someone else, calm, resolute. Her eyes hardened, and when she spoke her tone carried a quiet strength. "It steps true," she said softly. "I dragged everyone down. I'm the one to blame. If punishment is needed, let it fall on me alone." Her voice wavered, but she continued, louder now. "I still do whatever it takes to make things right. Cow, horse, or pig. I still give every lifespan I earn until the debt is paid. I still endure pain. I still endure humiliation. From this moment forward, I am yours to command. Just spare the others." Her vow echoed through the silent chamber. For a moment, the guild members looked at her differently, some with pity, others with admiration. Perhaps for the first time they saw sincerity in her. But Shadow's expression didn't change, his cold gaze fixed not on her, but on the leader. When he spoke again, his words were calm, but they cut like a blade through the stillness. Chun. The man stiffened at the sound of his name. Yes? Shadowcep's eyes narrowed. Do you truly believe, he asked slowly, each word deliberate, that this girl is worth 500 years of lifespan? The question landed like a hammer blow. Chunsit's mind cleared instantly, stripped of all confusion by sheer intimidation. His lips twisted with bitter realization. Worth, he spat. She sits useless. She sits, Uzwe's been useless. Without hesitation, his hand lashed across her face. The sharp crack echoed through the hall, sending her sprawling to the floor. She gasped, clutching her cheek, her skin swelling beneath the blow. No one moved to defend her. You menace, Chun roared, pointing at her trembling form. It was you who dragged us into Shadowsit's hideout with your ridiculous dream, and now you dare to act like some kind of saint, pretending to sacrifice yourself? You just wanted to curry his favor. His rage only grew, his words spilling out like venom. Becoming Shadowsip's servant would be a chance any of us would kill for. But you're not even worthy of being considered. The girl lay there motionless, tears streaking down her face, her hope collapsing beneath the weight of his words. For a fleeting moment, she had believed her desperate plea might earn her even a flicker of recognition from Shadow, but she had gambled and lost. Again, she was nothing. Shadow didn't move. His gaze stayed fixed, his silence heavier than any roar. The pressure of his presence pressed down on everyone like judgment itself. Chun, still shaking from fear and humiliation, turned back to him. He pressed his forehead to the cold stone floor. Lord Shadow, please, he begged, voice quivering. Our guild is small, we can't possibly gather 500 years of lifespan. I beg you, show mercy. There must be a middle ground. For a long moment, Shadow said nothing. He stood half-veiled in the faint glow of the hideout system lights, his expression unreadable. When he finally spoke, his tone was calm. Not loud, not cruel, but each word carried the weight of finality. I am not as ruthless as the world whispers, Shadow said, his gaze locking on Chun. I will not demand more than necessary. The room went silent. Every eye turned toward him, waiting. Instead of 500, Shadow continued evenly. You will hand over 100 years of tradable lifespan immediately. As for the remaining 400, he paused, his gaze sharpened, lightning flickering faintly in his pupils. You will gather every member of your guild who bears the killer status. Each of their lives will count as 1 year. 400 of them sacrificed to settle the debt. Do this, and I will erase my own killer status in the process. The air thickened. The guild members gasped, their disbelief echoing around the chamber. The demand was monstrous, and yet beneath its brutality, it made perfect sense. Shadow wasn't just punishing them, he was using their sin to cleanse his own, turning their bloodstains into his absolution. Chun's shoulders sagged in relief. It was harsh, but not impossible. Yes, of course, he said quickly. Our guild has over 2,000 members. To lose 400 killers, it is heavy, but we can endure it. He looked up, nodding furiously. And the 100 years, I can pay that right now. Without hesitation, he opened his interface and transferred the lifespan. A faint glow shimmered between them, then vanished into Shadow's hand. Chun immediately barked orders, his voice trembling. Move! Gather every killer in the guild. Now Lord Shadow must not be kept waiting. The others scrambled into motion, their footsteps echoing down the stone halls. Shadow, meanwhile, turned his attention back to the system window hovering before him. His expression softened slightly as he navigated to the repair log. Repair cost, 7 days. That was all. A faint smile touched his lips. What others saw as an insurmountable debt was nothing more than 7 days of his own lifespan. With a flick of his finger, he confirmed the restoration. The system chimed softly. 7 days deducted, hideout fully restored. Outside, chaos reigned. Shadow moved like a storm through the wilderness, cutting down every corrupted adventurer who dared cross his path. Each kill scattered glowing orbs of lifespan across the ground, embers flickering in the darkness after a wildfire. A chilling notification appeared before him. 400 slayers have fallen. Waves of energy surged around him, experience, power, and stolen years of life, merging into his own. Another window flashed. Killer level reduced 4-3. To the guild SIP's leader, it was terrifying. To Shadow, it was liberation. As the records updated, a grim truth emerged. Every one of those slain had been hiding crimes of their own. Thieves, traitors, liars, assassins. A festering rot, cleansed in Shadow's merciless purge. For Chun, that realization brought only bitter relief. Better that Shadow's fury had burned them out, than let their corruption destroy the guild from within. But Shadow was not finished. He turned back toward the sanctuary of pure souls, his presence filling the air like thunder before a storm. From this moment forward, Shadow said, his voice calm but laced with steel, "This sanctuary will be guarded by my guild. No one will breach it." Chun blinked, momentarily stunned. Shadow's eyes glowed faintly, yellow sparks flickering in the dark. "Your rule breakers will learn discipline," he continued. "They will guard the sanctuary in shifts. If it falls under attack again—" He stepped closer, his voice dropped, quiet but heavy with promise. "I will come for you personally, Chun." The words hit harder than any threat could. It wasn't a warning, it was a vow. Chun's breath hitched, his chest tightening. He bowed low, his forehead touching the ground once more. He understood completely. Shadow had bound them, not with chains of metal but with fear, duty, and debt. From that moment on, the Knights Templar Guild was no longer free. They were guardians, servants of the sanctuary, and prisoners of Shadow Sit's will. Before the tension could fade, a sharp chime pierced the air. A system notification flared before Shadow's eyes, its words cold and precise. "Warning, Shadow Sit's hideout is under attack. Location, Evil Spirits Academy. Attacker, Yuna. Barrier durability, 99.8% and falling." Another prompt followed immediately. "Word transmission available, usable once every 24 hours. Activate." Shadow frowned. The phrasing was odd. Word transmission, it sounded limitless, but the meaning was clear. It was a teleport, a one-way jump. Without hesitation, he accepted. His body dissolved into streaks of blue flame, vanishing from the sanctuary in an instant. Behind him, silence lingered before the Knights Templar leader finally exhaled in shuddering relief. It didn't last. A heavy-set guild member turned to him, his voice trembling. "We Setch are supposed to guard the sanctuary for Shadow, right?" Reality came crashing down again. The leadership's jaw clenched. He turned toward the so-called dumb sister, his expression hard. This is what you dreamed of, isn't? Set it, then guard it. If anything happens, it sips on your head. Abandon your post, and you still lose your lifespan." Her eyes widened, but no protest left her lips. She had been trapped, just like the rest. Meanwhile, at the ruins of the Evil Spirits Academy, chaos reigned. The attackers, each marked with the insignia of a dragon carved into their foreheads, hammered relentlessly against the shimmering barrier that shielded the hideout. Its durability had already plummeted to 51%. Nearby adventurers stood at a distance, whispering among themselves. "Are they insane?" one murmured. "Provoking Shadow of all people?" Their voices trembled with disbelief, but the mercenaries didn't stop. The banner of Black Dragon Hall flew above them, their greed burning brighter than fear. Shadow appeared silently on the outskirts, his eyes narrowing as he surveyed the scene. Black Dragon Hall, he couldn't recall crossing paths with them. Why here? Why now? At the front, a burly warrior raised his arms, shouting over the roar of the assault. "Pour it all into one strike. Dragon break." Dark miasma spiraled above their heads, gathering into a swirling mass of corrupted energy that pulsed like a living storm. With a thunderous roar, he unleashed it. The explosion shattered the air, the ground trembled violently as dust erupted skyward, turning daylight to dusk. When the shockwave settled, the barrier's durability had dropped again, 13%, but it still held. "Keep pushing," someone yelled. Another mercenary laughed, greed thick in his tone. 100 years of lifespan for this job. Easy money. Shadow's gaze hardened. So that's it, hired hands. They weren't fighting for vengeance or pride, just pay. The only one who'd harbor a grudge this deep was Dongfang Yui. Before Shadow could move, the air split with a thunderous roar. The ground quaked beneath heavy rhythmic footsteps. The mercenaries turned, weapons raised, as a massive silhouette lumbered into view. A dragon, but not one of majesty or terror. Its body was oddly shaped, its features almost comical, yet the pressure rolling off its scaled form silenced the battlefield. Even absurd creatures could kill. Shadow Sip's lips curved faintly. The dragon stomped, its movements exaggerated and bizarre, twirling and shaking as if mocking them with a grotesque dance. Each step sent tremors rippling through the ruins, toppling walls and unsteadying even seasoned warriors. Then, the sky itself darkened. A colossal shadow tore through the clouds. For a heartbeat, the mercenaries thought it was a massive skull falling from the heavens, but no, its jagged form revealed the truth. A meteorite. It screamed through the air, engulfed in fire. The impact hit like a warhead. The explosion shattered the ground, sending mercenaries flying like ragdolls. Buildings cracked, dust surged upward like a storm cloud, and the earth roared in agony. When the smoke finally thinned, the guild leader of Black Dragon Hall stumbled to his feet. His armor was scorched, his vision blurred, but he was alive. He blinked at his health bar in disbelief. Only 3,000 points of damage. With his massive HP pool, that was nothing. He smirked. Pathetic, he sneered. I can handle this. The sentence ended with a sound like a whisper of steel. His head separated cleanly from his neck before he even realized it. His body collapsed, bursting into shimmering orbs of lifespan that scattered across the ground like dying stars. A voice rang through the smoke, cold, precise, and female. The guild leader is dead. The mercenaries froze. Their blood ran cold. None had seen the strike. None even knew where it had come from. Then, a figure stepped forward through the haze. A woman, elegant, robed in deep violet mage's attire, a wide-brimmed hat shadowed her sharp eyes. Her expression was grim. Such precision, she murmured. It can only be Shadow. She advanced cautiously, scanning the broken battlefield, but there was nothing, no sound, no shape. Shadow stood directly before her, cloaked in perfect invisibility. The mercenaries began to understand the horror. His stealth wasn't bound by time or distance. He could stay unseen indefinitely, watching, waiting, hunting. Shadowsip's eyes narrowed. He recognized her. Saying, her in-game name, 10 miles of distant green mountains. A member of the Sky Vault Guild. Her profession, a rare and deadly one, soul painter. Unlike ordinary wizards who chanted spells, soul painters crafted magic through brush and ink. Their power was art, alive and ever-changing. The dragon and the meteorite had been her work. They were masters of defense, specialists in long drawn-out battles where they could reshape the very battlefield with their art. But Shadow knew their fatal flaw: solo encounters. Soul painters needed time to draw, and against an assassin like him, time was death. Still, Song didn't flinch. Her voice rang clear across the ruins. Shadow, she called. I know you steer here. Show yourself. I need to speak with you. Her companions froze, hearts pounding, weapons trembling. Then it came, a voice, calm and sharp as a blade, echoing from everywhere and nowhere at once. Shadow had answered. But his body remained unseen. Zhang wasted no time. My profession is soul painter, she began, her tone clear and composed. To advance, I need rare materials found only within the Evil Spirits Academy. I know this hideout belongs to you, and I stamp willing to compensate you. Name your price. Shadow's eyes narrowed slightly. So that's how it had happened. In his past life, the Evil Spirits Academy had ended up in the hands of the Sky Vault Guild, and this woman before him, Shang, must have been the one who discovered it during her profession advancement quest. But this time, he had intercepted her. He remembered her story well. Shang was the granddaughter of Old Yang, the guild master of Sky Vault, once a legendary hardcore gamer and later a famous streamer. Old Yang had returned to the gaming world even at 73 when God Forsaken descended. Under his command, Sky Vault had re-emerged as a powerhouse. He had built the guild around his beloved granddaughter, spoiling her after the loss of her father and shaping her into its heart. Under their combined leadership, Sky Vault captured the Evil Spirits Academy and rose to become one of the top 10 guilds of the Zit Empire. Shadow had admired them once. In his past life, he'd even watched Shang's streams, 10 miles of distant green mountains. The memory made his chest tighten faintly. But he pushed the thought away. Sentiment had no place here. With a flick of his hand, the ground trembled, the earth split open, and a massive stone door rose before Shang's party, revealing the hidden entrance to the Evil Spirits Academy. Gasps rippled through her team. The world shifted, the view flickering to the interior. Within the grand hall, Shadow sat upon his throne, the air thick with darkness, his crimson eyes locked onto the woman who had once been his favorite streamer. Why meet me directly, Shang? He asked coolly. The soul painter straightened her back, unflinching. Because I must. My profession depends on the materials inside this place. They are vital for my advancement. You once sold this hideout to the officials 2,000 days ago. I'm here to make a similar offer now. Sell it to me, and I'll pay whatever price you demand. Her words carried strength, bold, confident, and unwavering. Shadow's expression didn't shift. He studied her calmly. The offer was generous, but he knew very few guilds could raise the amount of lifespan required for such a purchase. Still, that audacity was exactly what he'd expect from Old Man Yang's bloodline. After a long silence, he shook his head. The Evil Spirits Academy isn't set for sale. Shang Isit's brow furrowed slightly, but Shadow continued, his tone softening. However, I still grant you guest access to the ground floor. That should be enough for your advancement. It was an unexpected kindness, and far more than most players would have ever received. But Shang was instead done. She shifted her stance, eyes gleaming with determination. Then let me rent it, she pressed. The first floor for 3 years. I still pay 500 years of tradable lifespan as rent. Shadowsep's gaze flickered with mild surprise. You step pay that much for something I already offered freely? That was when it clicked. This wasn't just about access. Skyvault wasn't after resources, they were after connection. This was politics in its purest MMO form. They were buying a bond, a direct tie to him, the player whose very name shook the world. Seeing Sip's expression didn't waver. To prove my sincerity, she added, I set wipe out the guild that attacked your hideout earlier. I set erase them completely. Shadow studied her closely. You set move against another guild so openly, shouldn't set you consult your grandfather first. Her lips curled into a faint smirk, surprised that he even knew of old Yang. Grandfather trusts my judgment, and besides, she said confidently, erasing a small guild one sit caused much of a stir. Her resolve was impressive, almost reckless. For someone so young, Shang carried herself like a true guild leader. At last, Shadow gave a small nod. Very well, he said. The deal was struck. Shang's face lit up with unrestrained joy. She almost bounced where she stood, her oversized mage hat tilting askew as she signed the contract. A bright system notification chimed. 500 years of tradable lifespan acquired. Shadow set clear conditions. Skyvault could use the ground floor freely, even damage it if necessary, but they were strictly forbidden from harming the hideout's core structure. Shang grinned, declaring victory with the same bright energy that had once captivated millions on her streams. Pleasure doing business, Lord Shadow, she said with a playful salute before disappearing into the portal. The moment she was gone, Shadow exhaled softly, his composure finally cracking. His face burned red. Meeting my favorite streamer face to face, it feels unreal. She was even livelier than he remembered, sharper, brighter, but he forced the warmth away, returning to his cold, calculated focus. He had no time for awe. The cooldown for equivalent exchange had ended. It was time to gamble. Opening his system interface, Shadow selected the option. The rules were simple. Sacrifice one item to gain another of equal rarity for his class. He placed his intelligence training book into the exchange window. A shimmer of light enveloped the screen. When it cleared, a weapon hovered before him, an emerald-grade crimson blade. Shadow Sit's breath caught. It was beautiful, sleek, curved, glowing with a blood-red aura that pulsed like a living heart. The weapon's Sep's core effect was devastating. The lower the enemy's HP, the stronger its blood power grows, up to plus 200% damage when the target's HP falls below 30%. Even more terrifying, every strike restored health equal to 200% of the damage dealt, and if his HP was already full, the surplus converted into a protective shield. Shadow Sip's eyes widened. This is broken. Then he saw the final line of text. Hidden ability, limit break. When fully charged, unleash a single target strike of catastrophic power. He didn't hesitate. Using his evolution points, he pushed the Crimson Blade's rank higher from Emerald to Legendary. A crimson roar echoed through the hall as the weapon pulsed with newfound power, surging with an additional plus 9,000 blood element attack per strike. Even after the upgrade, he still had 555 evolution points remaining. Without pause, he invested 500 points into his mythic stealth skill. The system responded immediately, his stealth aura deepening until his very presence seemed to fade out of existence. When the interface dimmed, Shadow stood silent in the darkness, his new blade humming faintly at his side. The transformation was complete. In that moment, the world had no idea, but the balance of power in Forsaken by the Gods had just shifted forever. After consuming the 500 evolution points, Shadow's mythic stealth skill evolved into something terrifying. Its cooldown dropped to a single second, barely more than a blink, allowing him to vanish almost continuously. The darkness itself seemed to embrace him, amplifying his stealth level even further. A passive effect granted him a permanent +3 stealth level boost, while his break spell strike now inflicted an additional 300 flat damage. But the most horrifying change was in its cost. His lifespan consumption while in stealth had been reduced by 90%, effectively meaning he could now remain invisible indefinitely. Standing at level 17, Shadow began equipping his newly acquired Emerald tier gear. He activated the ASP Veil of Emerald Glass, a shimmering cloak that refracted light around him, increasing his headshot accuracy by an absurd 133% for 30 seconds. He slipped on a pair of fragile white gloves, sacrificing 12% of his maximum health in exchange for a 30% boost to base attack, while also raising his physical defense to 75 and elemental resistance to 60. The translucent phantom socks came next, sliding silently over his feet. They added 2 additional levels to his stealth, raised movement speed by 27%, and for 3 precious seconds allowed him to phase through solid matter. Their cooldown was 27 seconds, a perfect number, he thought. Lastly, he wore an odd resistance charm, a trinket that shifted its properties based on his emotional state, sometimes defensive, sometimes offensive, sometimes both, completely unpredictable, but powerful. When he finally looked at himself, he grimaced. Altogether, his gleaming emerald gear made him look less like an assassin and more like a neon breakdancer about to perform under club lights. With a sigh, he toggled his appearance concealment, reverting to his familiar black silhouette, the living embodiment of shadow and death. The story shifted out of the digital realm and into reality. A jeep rumbled along the cracked roads leading to the suburbs of Magic City, its tires crunching over gravel before stopping in front of a sprawling mansion. 4 figures stepped out. The first was a burly man covered in scars, grumbling under his breath about not being allowed to sit inside. The second was a goofy-looking man in black-rimmed glasses, his demeanor so harmless it almost felt fake. The third was a serious-faced man whose patience seemed already near its breaking point. And the fourth, a small, silent girl, whose mere presence carried a chilling, unnatural weight. They gazed up at the mansion, muttering among themselves about its owner. "Arrogant woman," the scarred man growled. "She thinks we sip her beneath her because we sip her broke." The serious man clicked his tongue, restless. "Forget it. Let Seps find another buyer." A nearby soldier standing guard smirked faintly, his expression unreadable. "You'll regret saying that," he muttered under his breath. Moments later, Dongfang Yui herself appeared. Her steps were sharp and deliberate, her expression cold as winter steel. Beside her walked a young man with a psychotic grin, his eyes twitching with barely contained madness. Without so much as a greeting or even the pretense of negotiation, she spoke. "Convert your lifespan into orbs," she ordered, her voice slicing through the air. "Drop them on the ground." The demand hung heavy in the silence that followed. The scarred man blinked, then scoffed, his tone dripping with disbelief. "You want us to give up our lifespan without payment? You Stev lost your mind." Her eyes turned colder, sharper. "Hand over your lifespan," she repeated, "or die here." At her signal, soldiers poured out from the mansion, rifles raised, surrounding the 4 strangers. The air thickened with tension. That was when the goofy man dropped his mask. His smile vanished, his posture shifted. And then he moved. Faster than the eye could follow, he tore through the nearest soldiers, ripping their bodies apart like paper. Blood splattered the courtyard tiles. The soldiers screamed, realizing too late what they were dealing with. He wasn't set harmless. He wasn't set even human. He was a hidden class user, a bug manipulator. From the cracks in the pavement, from the shadows underfoot, a swarm of insects exploded outward. They were like living weapons, each one pulsing with strange energy, their chitin glinting as if they wore armor of their own. The swarm descended upon the soldiers. Screams filled the air as the bugs tore through armor and flesh, devouring men alive. The balance shifted in an instant. What had begun as a shakedown turned into a slaughter. The 4 strangers no longer looked like victims. They were predators. Their eyes burned with greed, fixed now on Dongfang Yui herself. Amid the chaos, the small quiet girl twitched violently, her body convulsed, her eyes rolling back as her expression twisted into something wrong, something broken. An aura of dark, chaotic energy bled into the air around her. The ground itself seemed to recoil from her presence. The mansion Sip's courtyard became a battlefield. The burly man, now grinning wildly, drunk on bloodlust, raised a massive platinum-grade shield, strapping it to his forearm. Bullets hammered against it like hail, but none could pierce its surface. The metallic thunder of impacts echoed across the yard like firecrackers on steel. With a roar, he charged. Soldiers tried to reload, fumbling with shaking hands. It was too late. The man swung his colossal shield in a brutal horizontal arc, sending soldiers flying like ragdolls. Bones cracked, bodies crumpled, blood spattered the stone in wide crimson arcs. They tried to stand. They couldn't set. Beside him, the bespectacled blond man moved with deadly flair, like a circus performer turned executioner. Each of his fingers crackled with light. He snapped his index finger, and a beam of searing energy shot out, cutting through helmets and skulls like butter. A middle finger flick released a bullet of compressed air that shattered rib cages. Each digit, each motion, fired a different caliber of destruction. The soldiers didn't even have time to scream properly. The blonde twirled his hands like pistols, laughing as the courtyard filled with corpses. His secret was revealed: another hidden class user, a finger gunner, each finger wired to a different form of weaponized mana. The Dongfang soldiers faltered, their morale collapsing. "Call for reinforcements," one shouted. "We need." His voice cut off with a sharp crack, as his skull burst open from a silent shot. The courtyard fell into chaos once more, a storm of screams, gunfire, and the scent of blood. And amid it all, the eerie, twitching girl at the back tilted her head slowly toward the mansion. A faint, broken smile crept across her lips. Something unholy was about to awaken. Before their desperate shouts for reinforcements could even echo across the courtyard, a ripple in the shadows silenced them. A black hooded girl appeared as if she had stepped out of the air itself, her movements silent, her killing intent colder than death. One by one, throats opened beneath her blade before screams could form. Blood misted the air in whisper-thin arcs. She was a phantom, her strikes perfect, her presence non-existent. The messenger fell last, his body crumpling before his hand even reached the radio. Now she turned her attention toward Dongfang Yui, the lady of the mansion. Her steps made no sound, her blade gleamed faintly beneath the moonlight, her invisible form closing the distance. Death hovered inches away. But before her strike could land, a boot the size of her head smashed into her face. The impact cracked bone and hurled her across the courtyard. She hit the ground hard, skidding through dirt and debris. Her invisibility flickered and broke, revealing a pale, furious face twisted in disbelief. Standing over her was a giant. A man wrapped in thick bandages from the neck down, his massive frame towering like a living fortress. His eyes were narrow, unflinching, and his presence radiated violence kept barely in check. Turning toward Dongfang Yui, his deep gravelly voice rumbled, "They sip stealth class. Don't sit underestimate them." Dongfang Yui's lips curled in disdain, her eyes glinted with cruelty. "Capture them alive," she ordered sharply. "I want their lifespan drained slowly. Every last drop goes to my son." The bodyguard gave a small nod, unmoved by her tone. His gaze swept across the battlefield with cool precision. Beneath the chaos, he analyzed their strength with terrifying calm. Inwardly he estimated their odds, 50% chance of success, at best. Even so, he stepped forward. Each step was deliberate, steady, unhurried. His sheer confidence bent the air around him. The burly shield-bearer tightened his grip instinctively, his instincts screaming that this man was no ordinary guard. The bodyguard met his gaze. His voice was low but carried the weight of command. "That one-hit kill equipment of yours," he said evenly, nodding toward the shield. "It seps not just for defense, is it? You scavengers, always chasing the rich, taking from those who worked harder than you. Pathetic." He flexed his arms slowly, the sound of creaking muscle audible beneath the bandages. "But if you SEP actually trained, if you SEP actually earned your power, then maybe you shall be worth killing properly." The four misfits exchanged uncertain glances. Moments ago, they had been tearing through soldiers like weeds. Now all of that momentum drained away. The man before them wasn't a guard. He was a monster, the kind that broke worlds and smiled doing it. Then in a tone like a whip cracking through the night, the giant growled, "Arrogant brats." The insult snapped something inside the bug controller. His body convulsed, twisting grotesquely. A scream tore from his throat as his skin split into wings and mandibles. In the blink of an eye, his form dissolved into a storm of buzzing insects. The swarm surged forward, a black wave of chitin and teeth. But the bodyguard didn't set flinch. With inhuman reflexes, he pivoted and caught the swarm mid-charge. His legs clamped shut like an iron vise, snaring the bug controller's central body. The swarm writhed and shrieked, wings slicing the air in a frenzy, but his grip only tightened. Then came the impact. The giant slammed him down with enough force to crater the ground. The body hit once, then flipped completely over from the momentum, crashing again. The others froze, speechless. That speed, nearly 200 kilometers per hour in swarm form, was impossible for any human eye to track, yet this man had caught him. As the bug controller's limbs twitched and stilled, a heavy, unnatural stench filled the air. A thick purple mist began to pour from the bodyguard's frame, curling around him in slow, deliberate waves. The misfits gagged, their lungs burned. It wasn't Set just poison, it was him. The realization hit all at once. His hidden class, Poison Gas Master. The mist wasn't a skill, it was part of his body. Every exhale, every movement, every breath turned the battlefield into a suffocating trap. Within that haze he could sense everything. The way the grass bent, the air moved, even how their hearts raced. They weren't Set fighting a man. They were caught in the domain of a predator. The bodyguard's eyes gleamed faintly through the fog. His bandaged mouth shifted, cracking upward in what might have been a grin. The misfits realized too late that they hadn't been battling Dongfang Yui's protector. They had been playing in a monster's killing field. The tension snapped like wire. The bodyguard's massive form exploded upward, launching himself high into the air, propelled not by magic, but by a violent burst of compressed toxic gas. For a split second, the night was filled with the thunder of propulsion, raw, guttural, and horrifying. The giant spread his legs mid-air, building pressure between them until the ground below him shuddered. Then, release. A devastating shock burst tore through the air. The concussive force struck the burly man's platinum-grade shield head-on. Metal shrieked, twisted, then shattered like cheap glass. The explosion hurled the shield-bearer backward, his body folding as bones snapped under the impact. He hit the ground limp. The weapon he trusted most lay in pieces beside him. The gunman shouted in panic, his hands glowing as energy gathered at his fingertips. "Get back, I still handle this freak." He unleashed a storm of lasers, beams streaking through the sky in blinding arcs. The bodyguard twisted through the barrage, unnatural, fluid, his movements guided by the rhythm of the poison mist itself. Each dodge came with a burst of gas, propelling him unpredictably through the air. To the gunman, it looked reckless. He smirked coldly. "Flying into the air against a gunner, you just signed your own death sentence." He steadied his aim, confidence surging. But then he saw it. The giant's body contracted midair, muscles swelling beneath the bandages, the air pressure thickened around him like a storm about to break. And then, with terrifying calm, he released it. The shockwave ripped outward in a concussive blast, a combination of gas, sound, and sheer force. The sonic boom tore through the courtyard, rattling windows, shattering stone. The gunman's glasses exploded off his face, blood poured from his ears. His scream cut short as his vocal cords ruptured under the force. He collapsed. Dead. The bodyguard landed lightly on his feet, the ground beneath him cracking from the pressure. From behind the bandages, a low, muffled voice rumbled. "Pathetic. That was just a low-level release." His gaze swept across the surviving intruders, eyes gleaming behind the haze. "Humans," he muttered darkly, "so fragile." And with that, the monster began to walk forward again, slowly, steadily, each step promising that the massacre wasn't over yet. The battlefield had gone eerily silent, only the faint crackle of fire and the hiss of settling dust broke the stillness. Then the bodyguard's eyes shifted, sharp, predatory. He spotted him, the black-haired man with goggles, creeping toward the shattered gate, hoping to slip away unnoticed. Before the fugitive could even take another step, the giant was upon him. In a blur of movement, the bodyguard appeared directly in front of him, one massive hand snapping around his skull like a vice. He forced the trembling man to look up, their eyes locking, one filled with terror, the other with unshakable calm. The man stammered incoherently, words spilling out in pleas. Wait, please, Donset, kill me, Donset." The bandaged titan cut him off, his voice low and chillingly steady. "Relax," he said, "killing you isn't necessary today." The goggled man froze. The bodyguard tilted his head slightly, his tone almost conversational. "Two of your comrades are already dead. 2 of you are still alive. That fulfills her quota." His gaze flicked toward the mansion, 50% alive, as ordered. And the story shifted. Forsaken by the gods. At the ruins of Magic City, atop the leaning magic tower, the sky pulsed with an eerie violet glow. A massive purple magic circle spiraled above, its runes swirling and rearranging in patterns, too complex for mortal minds to grasp. And at the tower steps gate, Shadow stood silently. Invisible, waiting. His crimson eyes scanned the entrance. The guardian beast that was supposed to defend it, gone. The gate stood ajar. Someone sits already here. He stepped through the threshold soundlessly, and the tower unfolded before him, a labyrinthine expanse of twisting shelves and ancient stairways. The interior stretched upward like a cathedral built of tomes and shadows. Magical traps hummed faintly in the air, dormant but deadly. Shadow Sip's instincts sharpened. He remembered the legends. This was where the Princess of Despair had been sealed, once a human princess, twisted into an abomination by the curse of the White Dragon. The ransacked corridors told their own story, others had already broken through. Then, something flickered in the corner of his vision. A single book, pulsing with violet light. Shadow's eyes narrowed, his lips curved into a faint, knowing smile. The trigger. He reached out, pulling the book free from the shelf. The instant his fingers brushed its surface, the tower came alive, runes igniting across the walls. A teleportation circle erupted beneath him, engulfing him in blue light. When the glow faded, Shadow stood atop the tower Sip's peak. And chaos awaited. The battlefield was carnage. Dozens, no, hundreds of adventurers from a massive guild clashed against the Princess of Despair. The monster's shrill screams rattled the night, her corrupted beauty twisted into horror, tentacles lashed out, crushing players by the dozen. Shadow Sip's gaze swept across the scene. So many made it through the labyrinth, he thought grimly, and they're all dying. Bodies piled high, yet for every player who fell, 2 more surged forward. Death meant nothing here. They were respawning. Over and over again. A sharp, commanding voice cut through the storm. "Rearguard, push forward. Donset, hesitate. If you die, respawn and return through the portal." The authority in that voice was unmistakable. Shadow Sip's attention snapped toward its source. There she was. Huang, leader of heavy industries, the corporate titan turned guild commander. Even here, she carried the same aura of dominance she had wielded in the real world. Heavy industries had adapted faster than anyone when God-Forsaken had merged with reality. Using their vast lifespan reserves, they had converted their employees into a private military force, a guild built on money and manpower. The Heavy Industry Union. Shadow watched as Huang raised her staff. A shimmering blue portal opened behind her, linking the battlefield to a distant resurrection point. Seconds later, fallen players began sprinting through it, alive again, weapons drawn, screaming battle cries as they threw themselves back into the grinder. Her hidden class, Shadow realized. Illusionist. That portal wasn't ordinary teleportation. It was Gateway Mirage, one of the most dangerous support abilities in the game. By connecting the spawn zone to the boss chamber, she had turned death itself into a tactic. Unless that portal was destroyed, this guild would be endless. Shadowsip's eyes, however, weren't stead on her. They were locked on the monster. The Princess of Despair towered above the chaos, her twisted form a grotesque reflection of the woman she once was. Her tentacles whipped through the air, dragging players into the dark, siphoning their lifespans directly into her own writhing form. Every kill she made restored her vitality instantly, and unlike other monsters, her victims left nothing behind. No bodies. No loot. No hope. Shadowset's expression hardened. He remembered this fight. If allowed to gorge herself, the princess would evolve mid-battle, ascending to Emerald Tier, a catastrophe that would annihilate every player within reach, including Huang Sip's entire guild. His decision was instant. He stepped forward and leapt from the cliffside, landing with a shockwave that cracked the stone beneath his boots. His presence rippled through the field like thunder. Players froze. Even the princess hesitated, her crimson eyes darting toward the new arrival. A black silhouette walked through the dust, and the battlefield fell silent. Shadow's voice cut through the chaos, sharp and commanding. 1,000 years of tradable lifespan, up front. The guild members stared in disbelief as he continued coldly. In return, I still slay the princess, but every assassin class item she drops belongs to me, no exceptions. The entire guild froze. Huang herself faltered, her composure cracking for the first time, her lips parted, words dying in her throat as she looked at the figure before her. The Shadow. The name that had become a myth, the assassin who toppled guilds, who erased bosses others couldn't even wound, the one every player feared, and every strategist wanted to recruit. Shadow leaned closer, his voice dropping to a razor edge. Your current strategy will fail. She still evolve before dawn. When she does, she still devour your guild sip's lifespan in one breath. His crimson gaze pierced through her. You need me, he said, more than I need you. The words hung in the air, heavy as a death sentence. And Huang knew, he was right. Before Huang could answer, a voice broke through the chaos. One of her adventurers, a young man with a crimson-marked cloak, stormed forward, face red with anger. Who do you think you are? He shouted. You barge in here, act like some savior, and tell us our guild can set win. You think Heavy Industries needs your charity? His words rang out across the battlefield, the clamor of combat stilled, heads turning toward him in disbelief. Shadow didn't move, his crimson eyes narrowed just slightly, a gleam of quiet danger flickering within them. The temperature seemed to drop. The adventurer, emboldened by the silence, pressed on. 1,000 years of lifespan, for what? Empty words. You stir just another assassin chasing glory. If you stir got nothing better to offer, shut your mouth and get out of. He didn't finish the sentence. Shadow's hand shot out like a whip, clamping around the man's chest plate. In a single motion, he hurled him toward the glowing blue portal that connected the battlefield to the respawn point. Gasps erupted. And then Shadowsip's fingers twitched. The portal collapsed, half a second too soon. A sickening tear split the air. Half the man's body vanished into the teleportation field. The other half hit the ground, twitching. For an instant, both halves tried to scream, then silence. Huang froze. Her face went pale as her son's mangled remains fell before her feet. She had known the boy's arrogance might provoke Shadow, but not like this. Struggling for composure, she forced herself to meet Shadowsip's gaze. If your intent was only to teach him a lesson, she said, voice trembling despite her effort, you didn't have to destroy the portal. Shadow's head tilted slightly. His smirk was unseen behind the mask, but his tone carried the blade's edge of amusement. You still understand soon enough, he said. That portal was a weakness. It had to go. He turned slightly, the wind stirring his cloak. My offer still stands. 1,000 years of tradable lifespan. I still kill the princess and end this. Every assassin class item she drops belongs to me. Before she could respond, his form shimmered and vanished. From the tower's shadowed heights, Shadow descended, his body flickering in and out of the visible spectrum as his thoughts sharpened. They're blind, he thought. They think this is just another boss, but the princess is already evolving. He landed lightly among the rubble, summoning his wolf with a sharp whistle. The great beast emerged from the mist, its fur rippling like liquid shadow. Mounting it in one smooth motion, Shadow urged the wolf forward through the chaos. Then his eyes caught something, a faint pulsating light atop the leaning tower. A promotion signal. His instincts flared like lightning. She's absorbing too much lifespan. One more surge, and she'll ascend to Emerald Tier. Shadow Sip's gaze hardened. If that happened, he wouldn't return to save the guild, he would return to harvest it. The lifespan of a fallen Emerald Tier monster was worth more than any alliance. Before that thought could settle, a voice cut into his mind. Shadow, can you hear me? It was Ling. Her voice trembled through the psychic channel, carrying strain and exhaustion. I found her, the Dongfang lady. She sips hiding in a mansion in the mountains outside the city. I almost didn't make it out alive. Shadow Sip's expression sharpened. You engaged her bodyguard? Yes. Ling Sip's voice cracked. He Sip's a monster, fast, inhumanly strong. He fights with his back, and his whole body leaks poisonous gas. I couldn't get near him without my health plummeting. Shadow Sip's eyes narrowed. So the quiet girl from earlier was Ling in disguise. He dismounted, his cloak fluttering as he spoke, his tone cutting and precise. Calm yourself. Meet me at the bone graveyard. The bone graveyard stretched endlessly before them, the air thick with rot and fog. Pale bones jutted from the ground like the spines of dead gods. Ling stood beside an ancient monument, clutching her blade. Her face was pale, haunted. The man sits power, she whispered. He sits called the source of plague isn't sit he. His mist 10 meters wide. It senses movement, even heartbeat vibrations. My stealth was useless. Shadow nodded grimly. Yes, that Sip's the source of plague class. Its mist acts as both weapon and radar. It neutralizes invisibility and cloaking entirely. The more he fights, the stronger he gets. His regeneration is near infinite. Ling Sip's grip trembled. Then, he sits unbeatable. Shadow Sip's voice was steady, cold. No power is absolute. He stepped closer, his eyes reflecting the dim green glow of the graveyard fog. The plague strengthens the body, but it corrodes the mind. The longer he sustains it, the more unstable he becomes. That Sip's his flaw. Ling stared at him, disbelief and hope warring in her eyes. Shadow Sip's gaze softened slightly, and he added, and you Ling, you have what it takes to exploit it. Her breath caught. The blade of the underworld, he continued. Your hidden class is close to its next evolution. When it ascends to Tier 2, it will awaken the essence of the underworld demon itself. A pulse of energy rippled behind her. The faint silhouette of a green demon rose from her shadow, its fanged grin both menacing and proud. Ling gasped. So that Sip's your true potential, Shadow finished. He turned away, his tone dropping to that of a teacher instructing a disciple. If you want revenge, you need to reach Tier 2, fast. That Sip's your only path to counter his kind. Ling frowned, her voice trembling. How do you know my class? My evolution path? How could you possibly? Shadow didn't answer. Instead, he vaulted onto a cracked stone pillar, his silhouette framed against the sickly moonlight. His voice carried through the graveyard like a sermon to the damned. This world is vast, he said, and it doesn't forgive the weak. Grinding without thought is running in circles. Every level, every point, every strike, you plan it, you cultivate it, you earn it. He pointed toward the far edge of the graveyard where skeletal beasts prowled between the mist. This place is perfect for you. The monsters here are elites, triple the health, defense, and aggression of anything you faced. They still tear you apart if you fight carelessly. He looked back at her, his crimson eyes fierce. Good. That Sip's how you evolve. He drew his blade and vanished. A heartbeat later, lines of light carved the air around her, precise, deadly, elegant. Each strike seemed to teach something: control, precision, patience. When he reappeared, he stood behind her, one hand resting firmly on her shoulder. No holding back, he said quietly. If you want vengeance, fight like it Sip's all you have left. His eyes, dark and burning with an old, unhealed rage, met hers. For a heartbeat, Ling felt it. That same grief, that same consuming fury, buried beneath his calm exterior. And then he was gone. Only silence remained. Ling let out a shuddering breath, unsure whether the chill in her bones came from fear, or the shadow of the abyss that had forged him. Far across the ruins of Magic City, Little Black lounged beside her exhausted mount, chewing on a blade of grass. She squinted at a battered map, groaning. I strip-mined this entire zone and my stomach sits about to mutiny. Then her eyes caught it, something strange glinting under a pile of rubble. A red fruit, glossy and pulsing faintly like a living heart. She picked it up, curiosity overruling caution. One bite. Sweet, cool, addictive. The system chimed. Special item consumed. Black plum of vitality. Plus EXP gained. Her eyes widened. Wait? What? And in the distance something ancient stirred. Her eyes went wide. Food that gave experience. Little Black crouched, scanning the ground. A dotted trail of the same glossy red fruits stretched into the undergrowth, each one faintly pulsing with that same eerie addictive glow. Jackpot, she muttered, already following the trail. All traces of dignity vanished. She popped one plum after another into her mouth, chewing greedily as her EXP bar climbed in neat little increments. Each bite tasted like cool nectar and sin. By the fifth fruit, she was talking to them under her breath. "What are you?" she mumbled, as if the fruit might answer. Then her bracelet buzzed. Captain Anasep's voice came through, sharp and urgent. "Little Black, get to the corrupted coast, now. Manhwa been captured by a boss. Over 500 years of lifespan on him, he's Sep's bait. If we don't move fast, that thing will drain him dry." Little Black froze, glancing at her map. She was already within reach of the coastline. "Copy," she said. "I set'll hold position." "Stay put," Anna snapped. "We see her coming to you." "Sure thing," Little Black replied, and stuffed another plum into her mouth. If she had to wait, she might as well level, right? Between bites she grumbled, "Manel's a spectacular idiot. If his family didn't have connections, nobody would party with him." Then guilt pricked at her chest, only to be smothered by another mouthful of sweetness. The fruit was too good, the X-Ticks too tempting. The trail led her up a ridge and out toward the corrupted coast, where the air stank of rust, brine, and something faintly rotten. Then she saw it. A hulking shape crouched in the distance, an abomination of mouths stacked upon mouths, chattering and gnashing with wet, sticky clicks. She froze mid-chew, half a plum still dangling from her lips. "Main boss," she whispered, ducking behind a thicket of salt-twisted reeds. The creature twitched. Hundreds of teeth rippled across its skin like wind over tall grass. Beyond it, she saw Manel, limp, pale, motionless. A few soldiers lay scattered around him like broken dolls. The sweetness in her mouth turned to ash. The Soul Eater loomed in the murky depths of the coast, one grotesque hand clutching a half-eaten monster, while the other stirred something inside a colossal earthen cauldron. The sight made her stomach twist. A level 20 monster, devouring another monster. It was unnatural. The creature tore its prey apart and dropped the remains into the pot, where flesh and bone churned in a grotesque stew. Little Black Sit's breath caught. "What are you doing?" Then she saw it. The cauldron wasn't for feeding. It was crafting. The beast was molding the corpses into small, round monster spheres, its hands kneading flesh and bone like clay. The realization made her skin crawl. The Soul Eater wasn't eating, it was creating. Captain Anna and Mang appeared silently beside her, crouching low. Anna Sipsa's whisper was sharp, clipped. "Report. Why are you hiding here? Did you spot Manel, the boss?" Still chewing absently on another fruit, Little Black pointed with her free hand. "Yeah, boss is over there, kinda disgusting though. It's Sep's, eating its own kind." Her captains froze. The color drained from their faces. That wasn't Sep possible, not unless... "It's emerald grade," Anna breathed. Her voice trembled with awe and horror. The three of them stared as the creature shifted. It heaved its grotesque bulk upright, then sat again, body trembling violently as if straining. A wet, horrible sound filled the air. Something small rolled out from beneath it, perfectly round, glowing faintly with a sinister purple light. Anna's expression twisted, caught between fascination and revulsion. "It's beautiful," she whispered, before her brain caught up to the moment. She turned to Little Black, who was still munching, and her eyes went wide with horror. "Wait, those fruits you've been eating." Little Black blinked. Then realization hit like lightning. The fruits. The sweetness. The purple sheen. They weren't Sit fruit at all. They were this monster Sip's droppings. The world tilted. Her face went pale, then green. Her hands shook violently as the plum fell from her mouth. "No, no, no, no." Her scream tore through the silence, raw and strangled. She gagged, clutching her throat, as if she could rip the filth from her stomach. "No amount of EXP," she shrieked, retching. "No amount." Anna hissed, "Shut up, you idiot." Too late. The Soul Eater's massive head snapped toward them, its dozens of mouths split into jagged grins. And then it laughed. The sound was a chorus of choking giggles and wet slaps, vibrating through the air until the ground itself trembled. It had heard her. The creature roared. A wave of invisible force rippled outward, a sonic quake that split the rocks beneath their feet. Anna and Mang staggered back, clutching their heads as something unseen invaded their minds. The monster's aura wasn't just power, it was corruption. Their pupils dilated, their breathing turned ragged. Then came the hunger. Both captains convulsed, bodies jerking as if pulled by puppet strings, their eyes shone with manic hunger as they turned toward the bubbling cauldron. "Stop!" Little Black screamed, but they didn't hear. They lunged forward, shoving their hands into the pot, shoveling the monster's stew into their mouths. The sound was wet and frantic. "Stop it!" she screamed again, tears streaming down her face. But it was no use. The corruption had devoured their reason. Even Manel stirred from his stupor, his eyes blank, his face slack. Without hesitation he joined them, scooping handfuls of filth into his mouth, chewing with mechanical hunger. Little Black watched in horror as her captains, hunters she had respected, ate like beasts. Their bodies swelled grotesquely, skin stretching, veins blackening. The Soul Eater Sip's trap. It fed them, fattening its prey before the feast. The abomination's many hands reached out. One seized Manel by the torso. Dozens of mouths opened along its arm, their teeth writhing like maggots. Then it swallowed him whole. The sound of it broke something inside her. Her stomach churned violently, the ground tilted beneath her feet. The monster didn't kill instantly, it bred its food. It grew them, fed them filth, let them ripen, then devoured them at their fattest. The reality shattered her. Tears blurred her vision. "Please," she whispered, voice cracking. "Someone please help us." Her scream carried into the night, desperate and broken. "Shadow," she cried, "please save us." Far away, in the blackened fields near the ruins of Magic City, Shadow was mid-hunt, cutting through monsters like mist. Then, her voice sliced through his mind. The system transmission pulsed across his vision, her panic bleeding through every word. Shadow froze, his blade halted mid-swing. "Little Black," he murmured, eyes narrowing. The world around him seemed to still. Then the system message flashed again, glowing crimson. "Emergency transmission detected. Corrupted coast level 20. Emerald threat confirmed." Shadow Sep's expression hardened. "Emerald grade," he whispered. "Already?" The wind stirred his cloak. He sheathed his blade slowly, his voice low and dangerous. "Hold on," he said softly, to the distant trembling echo of her voice. "I Sept am coming." And in the next instant, he was gone. Shadow listened in silence as Little Black relayed the details, her voice trembling over the transmission. They had run into an Emerald-level boss, a soul devourer, one of the corrupted servants of the ancient gluttony god. Both captains were already on the verge of being consumed. Shadow froze mid-step, his eyes narrowing to slits. A servant of gluttony. That wasn't just another monster, it was part of the ancient bloodline he had been hunting for months. A thunderclap echoed across the beach as Shadow appeared, his cloak billowing, his aura rolling like a storm front. Little Black gasped, "Ah, you stir already here." He didn't answer, his gaze swept across the battlefield, cold, calculating, predatory. The ground was slick with filth, corpses half melted into the sand, the stench was unbearable. And then he saw it. The Soul Devourer, a massive pulsating bulk of mouths and tendrils, sat at the heart of the devastation. Its body churned and split as it swallowed, its grotesque form slick with the remains of its own kind. Little Black pointed with a shaking hand. That Sepst it. The captains, they were eaten, and the Sep's getting ready to." Her voice faltered. The beast convulsed, its swollen gut rippled, and then with a wet, gut-wrenching sound, Manel was spat out onto the ground, half-digested, still faintly twitching. Even the Soul Devourer had rejected him. Shadow Sip's eyes narrowed. A servant of gluttony, yes, but not a god, a failed creation, a parasite feeding blindly on lifespans. It hypnotized its victims into endless hunger, forcing them to devour filth until their bodies ruptured from within. He stepped forward, voice low and cutting. "So this is Gluttony Sep's servant," he said coldly. "Perfect, I've been looking for you." Little Black stammered behind him, face bright red. I think I survived because I ate its some." Shadow didn't turn. "I know." Her face went crimson. "Can we please never talk about this again?" "Agreed," he replied dryly. "Now get back." In one smooth motion, Shadow snatched up the foul, half-melted mass that had once been Manel. With perfect precision, he hurled it straight into the Soul Devourer's distended gut. The impact detonated like a cannon strike. The beast shrieked, its many mouths screaming in dissonance as it convulsed violently. A second later, it vomited. Two limp forms burst free, slick but breathing, Captain Mang and Captain Anna. Alive. The Soul Devourer staggered, reeling from its own sickness. Shadow moved. His eyes glowed crimson, his aura snapping like thunder. He activated his gift of liberation. Power surged from him like a shockwave, the ground cracking beneath his feet. Then he struck. Each slash of his dagger tore through the creature Sip's mass, carving chunks of its body away. Damage numbers flared in the air. 52,000. 64,500. 58,200. Shadow's attacks blurred into streaks of black and crimson. His shadow slash multiplied his reach, each movement weaving into the next like the rhythm of a storm. The boss howled. His ultimate gauge filled to capacity. Shadow gripped the crimson dagger, channeling all his power into one final strike. End of gluttony, he whispered. He slashed downward. The dagger exploded in blood-red light. The air split open. The blade cut through the monster and into the earth beneath it. 1,014,820. Critical damage. The soul devourer split apart from head to stomach, its hundreds of mouths screaming in one final deafening wail before dissolving into mist. Silence fell. Then, world announcement. Shadow has achieved the world's first kill of the Emerald-grade gluttony boss. Plus 30 global reputation points. Little Black stood frozen, her mouth hanging open. You hit for over 1 million. Shadow wiped the blade clean, saying nothing. Across the world, adventurers gaped at the broadcast. Some cheered, others cursed in envy. But none denied it. Shadow had ascended beyond human. The system flooded him with notifications. Plus 50, 000 EXP. Plus 60 evolution points. Total 696 evolution points. 5 pieces of equipment dropped. 6 new skill tomes. But then, something rarer. A message he hadn't seen in years. Bloodline acquired, soul devour. Would you like to activate it? His grin was slow, feral. Activate. The world pulsed. Power flooded him, rewriting his very core. Every point of strength converted into triple special attack. Every point of physique became 50 health, 5 defense, and nearly 30% more speed in movement and casting. His mental stats tripled in elemental power and resistance. New skills ignited within him. Soul Devour passive. Consume lesser skills to permanently increase power. Appetite plus 200%. Resistance all plus 20%. Crimson Jaw active. Absorb enemy projectiles. Convert damage into health. Cooldown 27 seconds. The synergy was obscene. He realized instantly, this was a broken system. With Devour, he could feed on other skills, stacking attribute conversions infinitely, compounding his power until it surpassed logic itself. Among the loot sat a Poison Blade skill tome, low tier, unimpressive. He devoured it. Skill consumed, Poison Blade's attributes converted 3.3 attack per strength. Still not enough. He poured in 242 evolution points. The tome glowed green, then burst into gold. Skill upgraded, Legendary Poison Blade. New conversion rate, sync attack per strength. Satisfaction flickered in his eyes. Now the path was clear. Devour and evolve, consume endlessly, grow without limit. The Soul Devourer had fallen, and Shadow had stolen its bloodline. Unstoppable was no longer an ambition. It was becoming reality. As the corrupted wind howled across the coast, Shadow stood among the ruins, silent, watching the mist fade where the monster had died. Behind him, Little Black whispered weakly, "You're not human, are you?" Shadow didn't answer. His gaze lingered on the horizon where new lights began to stir. Signals of others drawn by the world announcement. A faint smirk touched his lips. "They shall come," he murmured, "hungry for fame, for bloodlines, for me." He turned toward the dark sea, crimson eyes gleaming. "Let them." Shadow stood amid the ruins of the corrupted coast, the air still heavy with the fading echoes of battle. Leader Wong, trembling from the ordeal, looked up at him. Gratitude filled his voice as he bowed deeply, thanking the mysterious assassin for saving them from certain death. Even Captain Anna, proud and steady even in crisis, spoke with rare sincerity. She admitted that without Shadow's sudden intervention, none of them would have survived the gluttony beast's rampage. "We would have ended up just like Fatty," she muttered. "Or worse, swallowed whole." Before the weight of that truth could settle, Little Black bounded over to Anna, her tone suddenly bright and playful, as if the battle minutes earlier had never happened. "Captain," she chirped, "even if you gained a little weight, you still look cute. You don't even need makeup." Anna blinked, stunned that of all possible moments, Little Black had chosen this one for flattery. She sighed, thinking that surviving a near-death battle was one thing, but surviving Little Black's mouth was an entirely different challenge. Pushing past the interruption, Anna turned back to Shadow, regaining her composure. "Right now none of us have any lifespan left," she admitted, "so we can reward you for this rescue." Shadowcep's reply was calm and unwavering, almost indifferent. "Forget it, just help me find some assassin skill books when you can." He didn't wait for further thanks. His form blurred, melting into the surrounding darkness until he vanished completely, leaving behind only a faint ripple in the air. Anna straightened, command returning to her voice. "Mission complete. she declared. We stare heading back. Her gaze snapped to Little Black, who was still smiling nervously. And remember, no one mentions what happened here, not to anyone. She grabbed the girl by the collar and leaned closer. Especially you, I know how fast your tongue runs. A few steps behind them, Fatty lay sprawled on the ground, barely conscious. His arm twitched weakly as he whispered, "You forgot me again," but the squad was already walking away, their silhouettes fading into the mist. The story shifted back to moments earlier, inside the Leaning Tower of Magic. Right after Shadow leapt from its edge, the platinum-ranked princess boss had been on the verge of collapse, her health bar flickering at 1/3. The president's commanding voice cut through the chamber. "Activate the divine tree, now." Her student obeyed instantly. A radiant green beam burst from her staff, and a colossal tree of life erupted from the ground. Golden-veined roots spread across the battlefield, its healing light sweeping over the adventurers. Their fading health bars surged back to full strength. "Excellent work," the president shouted, relief flooding her voice. "Even without the portal, we can win this. Dawnstedt, stop attacking. Full output." Her confidence spread like wildfire. The guild members rallied, emboldened by the sudden turn of fortune. Some grew reckless, charging ahead without caution, weapons raised as they closed in on the towering boss. The president turned to her student, her tone warm. "You did well. Your control over the divine tree was perfect. With that technique, we shall take this hideout for sure." The young woman smiled with pride, but the triumph lasted only seconds. A piercing scream tore through the chamber. One of the adventurers was snatched mid-stride by a thrashing tentacle and crushed instantly. The Despair Princess convulsed, her form writhing with a sinister glow. Blue light flared around her as deep scars cracked across her skin. Her once dark eyes shifted into a haunting orchid yellow, radiating unrestrained madness. "She's devolving," the president whispered, horror spreading across her face. Before anyone could react, a deafening explosion tore through the hall. The blast consumed everything, spells, weapons, warriors, erasing them in an instant. Silence followed, leaving only drifting fragments of light, the scattered remnants of their lifespans. From that shimmering ruin, something new began to form. A massive egg-like structure rose from the floor, wrapped in black, root-like tendrils. It pulsed slowly, feeding on the lifespans floating through the air. A cold system notification echoed. "Artifact discovered, Egg of Despair, level 30, HP 1000. The egg glowed brighter as it gathered every ounce of essence, reconstructing the monster's body. A faint shape took form inside, human-like, serene, almost beautiful, yet unmistakably unnatural. Meanwhile, the surviving members of the Heavy Industry Guild were forcibly teleported back to their base. Appearing in the courtyard of the facial recognition tree, spell remnants flickered weakly around them. The president's son staggered upright, dazed. "How did we all die in one strike? Did we at least defeat it?" "No," his mother answered, her voice heavy. "We didn't stet." She stared ahead, expression dark. "We pushed her to her last breath, then she healed completely. Before that, she released an area skill that erased everyone instantly." She paused. Complete health restoration only occurs during a boss evolution. The realization hit her like thunder. Shadow. He knew this would happen. A mixture of awe and regret colored her tone. "He warned us, and we ignored him." Her son swallowed hard. "Then the boss, she sips emerald now." The president nodded slowly. "Yes, a platinum boss evolving into emerald, that sips a power spike no normal guild can withstand." She clenched her fists. "The only person capable of handling it now is Shadow." Back at the top of the Leaning Tower, Shadow stood cloaked in invisibility, his gaze locked on the Egg of Despair below, its emerald glow pulsing softly like dying stars. The new threat was awakening, and he was the only one still standing between it and destruction. The energy radiating from the egg twisted the air, bending the ruins around it as a faint hum of magic vibrated through the stones. Shadow stood motionless, watching the light pulse in slow, unsettling rhythms. "So this is what you Steph become," he murmured, voice nearly drowned beneath the hum. "An emerald-level boss. The Despair Egg." A small smile tugged at the corner of his lips. Not fear, curiosity. The quiet thrill before a hunt. He tightened his grip on his dagger, its blade glowing faintly red beneath the shadows. "Let's see," he whispered, "whether despair can bleed." By the time the transformation should have stabilized, Shadow expected the evolution to finish, but instead, the egg continued to writhe, pulsing in an unnatural cadence that made the entire tower vibrate. It wasn't aggressive, it simply sat there, glowing softly as if waiting. Shadow narrowed his eyes. "Strange. By now you should have evolved fully," he muttered. "So what are you? A half-finished evolution, or a broken one?" To test it, he raised his hand and summoned his dark blade. Shadowy energy dripped from its edges, shimmering like liquid night. With a flick of his wrist, he hurled it straight into the egg. The blow struck deep. A thunderous echo rolled through the tower as glowing numbers flashed. 28,000 damage. His brows drew together. Epic boss durability, he assessed. But the egg was anything but normal. Even after taking the hit, it didn't react. It simply continued glowing, continuing to heal, continuing to hatch. So you can take a hit and keep evolving, Shadow whispered, intrigued, but you were blind, no stealth perception, you can even sense me. He knew what had to be done. Drawing in his aura, he activated his red blade, crimson light flared across its surface. His first strike came down like a falling star. 100,000 damage. A critical hit, cracks rippled across the egg's surface. Still the creature inside refused to stop. Persistent little thing, he muttered, tone calm but movements ruthless. Again and again he struck, unleashing crimson hell. Each slash shook the tower. 150,000. 180,000. 200,000 damage. Cracks spread like wildfire until, at last, the final thunderous blow landed. The egg exploded, fragments scattering like dying embers across the stone. Shadow exhaled, lowering his dagger as silence settled over the ruins. No matter how much health you got, he said, voice quiet but sharp, killing is always just a matter of time. Then he stopped. There, curled amid the glowing shards, was a girl. Her skin was pale as snow, long silver hair spilled across the floor. She looked human, fragile, barely breathing. A system prompt appeared. Target identified, Princess of Despair, Level 1, HP 10. Shadow blinked. The once terrifying platinum-ranked monster was now a trembling, childlike girl. Her breaths were soft, shallow, almost peaceful. He remembered the whispers, tales of a princess cursed by the white dragon, doomed to become a creature born from grief. Could this be her? His fingers tightened around his dagger. One strike would end her instantly. But as he angled the blade downward, the air changed. Heavy, electric, ancient. Outside, the sky twisted violently. Thunder cracked. A purple portal ripped open above the tower, expanding like the eye of a storm. Winds howled through the ruins, making the ancient stones groan. Then came the roar, deep, primal, world-shaking. Through the shimmering violet rift descended a colossal dragon. Its scales were pure white, gleaming like carved marble, and its eyes burned with an ancient fury. Each flap of its wings made the very air shudder. System warning, cursed white dragon. Level 100. Mythical grade monster. Shadow didn't move. His cloak whipped violently in the dragon's aura as the creature landed with a quake that split the ground. Its gaze shifted toward the small figure behind him. The scene twisted again as another rift tore open overhead. A skeletal dragon cloaked in pale blue fire descended, its roar rattling the tower down to its core. System identification, cursed white dragon, mythical grade boss. Shadow stepped back, momentarily stunned. A mythical boss, he breathed. He had not expected anything of this magnitude. But as the hollow roar echoed, realization struck him. This was the truth behind the legend, the curse that had created the Princess of Despair. Below, the girl stirred, her human form solidified, fragile and trembling. Her silver hair caught the light as she slowly rose. Before Shadow could move, she floated toward the monstrous dragon. He tensed, expecting an attack, but instead she reached out and gently embraced the beast's snout, tears streaming down her face. "You've suffered enough," she whispered, voice trembling as it echoed through the ruins. As she clung to the ancient creature, her body began to glow, bathing the tower in soft, mournful light. Flames rose from the princess's chest, spreading outward until her entire form dissolved into fire. In moments, nothing remained of her body except a bright red heart suspended in the light, beating with a slow, mournful rhythm. The cursed dragon shuddered as that same glow crawled across its skeletal frame. Bone cracked, blue fire sputtered. Then the creature collapsed into dust, vanishing with her in a single sweep of radiance. When the light faded, only the heart remained, pulsing gently before Shadow. The system chimed. "You have prevented the resurrection of the ancient god Cthulhu. Item acquired, part of the curse." Two choices appeared before him. Use it to become Cthulhu's servant, gaining unimaginable power at the cost of his own free will. Destroy it and receive a mythical grade item. Shadow stared at the beating heart. The temptation was real, power beyond reason, beyond rank, beyond mortality itself, all within reach. "A servant to a god," he muttered. "No thanks, I carve my own fate." He crushed the heart in his hand. It burst into blinding light that washed over the entire tower. When the radiance dimmed, Shadow was no longer in the ruins. The tower stood whole, pristine, glowing as though untouched by time. He looked down and saw black armor covering his hands. Horns curled from his head. This was not his body. He had stepped into a memory. A soft, cheerful voice called out behind him. "Aesh!" Shadow turned. A young princess with flowing greenish hair ran toward him. her eyes bright with innocence. Nearby, a white-haired man with horns stood atop the castle wall, smiling warmly at her. "Aish, are you leaving again?" she asked, lower lip jutting forward. He nodded with a gentle smile. A monster appeared near the harbor. "I must protect the kingdom." "You liar," she snapped. "You promised to teach me how to ride the wind today. The harbor is 7 days away. You one stet come back." Her voice cracked. "You stetra just like father. All men are liars." Aesh laughed awkwardly. "Where did you learn that?" He reached into his armor and pulled out a shimmering silver scale. "This is the scale of promise. Anyone who breaks their word while it witnesses them will lose their wings and never fly again." Her anger melted into fear. "Then I don't want it. I don't want you to lose your wings." Smiling gently, he unfolded his magnificent white wings. They shimmered under the sun like the feathers of a divine bird. "Then trust me, I still be back for dinner." Her eyes sparkled. "You always look so cool when you do that." Ash gestured toward 3 shadowy guards. "They stay to keep you company." The princess nodded eagerly. "Then I still make your favorite food." With a warm laugh, Ash launched into the sky, wings beating as he vanished beyond the horizon. The princess watched him go, determination lighting her face. "If he Seps working hard, I can set fall behind. Come on, let Seps prepare a feast." Shadow observed silently as the day flowed by. The princess laughed with the shadow guards, picked mushrooms, fished by the lake, and played beneath the sun. In the distance, the leaning tower of magic stood tall and proud, a monument to an age of peace. By dusk she returned home with her ingredients and proudly prepared a bizarre yet heartfelt meal: steamed rock, volcanic ash pizza, lava stew. "These are Aesh's favorites," she said, beaming. She sat by the window waiting for his return. Shadow understood now. This was the memory sealed within the heart of the curse. A tragedy not born of hatred, but of love, faith, and a promise time never allowed her to keep. Night draped its silence over the castle. The grand dining hall glowed with candlelight, but the warmth had faded from the feast. The princess sat alone at the far end of a long table, her small hands resting near dishes that had grown cold. At last, the heavy doors creaked open. Scholar Luen, elderly and weary, entered quietly. He paused at the sight of her slumped form, then placed a gentle hand on her shoulder. "Your Highness," he said softly, voice tinged with affection and sorrow, "it is very late, you should rest. The food will not stay warm forever." The princess stirred, startled awake. "Late?" Her eyes widened in panic, as she leapt to her feet. "Where is Aesh? Why hasn't Set he returned?" Luen Sit's expression darkened. "Word has arrived from the front lines. The battle is not going well." She shook her head immediately. "Impossible. Ash is the guardian of the kingdom, the strongest of all. The enemy wouldn't Set dare stand before him." Her voice trembled, half faith, half fear. The scholar hesitated before speaking. "The enemy nation performed a terrible ritual. They sacrificed tens of thousands to summon a creature from the depths, a horror the size of a city, with countless eyes and tentacles. They say even a single glance drives soldiers mad." The words struck her like a blade. "No, even Ashe." She didn't Set finish. A sharp crack split the air. She looked down and gasped. The scale of promise in her hand had fractured down the middle. "The scale," she whispered, voice turning to panic. "It broke. That means Aesh. He broke his promise. If he doesn't Set return by midnight, he Set lose his wings forever." She grabbed Lewonstan's arm desperately. "Take me to father." Now he truly understood how the curse had formed. "Your Highness, please calm yourself," Scholar Luan pleaded. But the princess was already sprinting, dragging the frail old man down the marble corridors. Her slippers slapped against the floor as her panicked cries echoed through the empty halls. "If Aesh loses his wings mid-battle, he'll fall," she sobbed. At the end of the corridor she burst into the great hall and froze. Standing beneath the golden chandeliers was Aesh, unharmed, calm, smiling. "Aesh," she whispered, disbelief choking her voice. He tilted his head, still wearing that gentle smile she adored. "Why such panic, princess?" Tears welled in her eyes as she threw herself into his arms. "You store back. You store safe." He laughed softly, holding her close. "I told you, didn't said I? A promise is a promise." Still sniffling, she looked up at him. "But they said the battle was terrible. I was so scared." Scholar Luan, breathing heavily from the chase, bowed deeply. "General Aesh, may I ask, how fares the front?" Ash glanced at him with a calm smile. "Troublesome, I settle admit, but the threat has been handled. The soldiers are cleaning up now." Luen exhaled in relief, as expected of our kingdom Sit's guardian. Aesh's gaze drifted toward the dining table. He chuckled. "Speaking of battles, I Sepsam starving. Did you make all this yourself?" The princess nodded shyly. I did, but it sits probably cold by now. Ayash sat down immediately, already reaching for a fork. Cold food, hot food, it doesn't spat matter. It steps perfect. She smiled softly. At least eat slowly, or you still choke. Luen watched in silence, the corners of his eyes warming at the sight. Later, atop the leaning tower of magic, Ayash spread his arms and gazed over the sleeping kingdom. Well, princess, he said with a teasing grin, a promise is a promise. Time to learn how to ride the wind. She rubbed her eyes, but I sips tired. Can set we do it tomorrow. He chuckled. You worked hard today, I still give you that. But tomorrow, who knows where duty will call me. Her eyes widened instantly. She clung to his leg. Then take me now. You came home late, and I waited all day. Ass sighed in defeat. All right, but you can set tell your father, if he finds out I still never hear the end of it. Her face lit up. Deal. Closing his eyes, Ayash summoned his power. Blue light spiraled around him, crackling like a storm. The air thickened, and in a blinding flash, his form expanded. Before her stood a magnificent white dragon. His scales shimmered like moonlit crystal, his wings unfurled wide enough to blot out the stars. The princess stared, overwhelmed by awe. You are incredible. A soft green aura enveloped her, lifting her into the air and placing her gently atop his head. Hold on tight, he warned, his voice now a rumbling thunder. With a single mighty beat of his wings, Ayash launched into the sky, tearing through the clouds. Below, Scholar Luan and a shadow guard watched from the tower, their silhouettes small against the night as the pair vanished into the horizon. The princess clung to Ayesha's mane, laughter trailing behind her like a ribbon in the wind. So this is what you see from above. Ayash chuckled. It is beautiful, isn't said it. Super beautiful, she breathed. They glided past a tall bell tower, its chimes echoing softly through the night. Will you protect this place forever? She asked. Ash hesitated only a moment before answering, solemn and sure. I will. As long as these skies exist, I still protect them. Satisfied, she rested her head against his scales and drifted into sleep. The memory shifted. Ash now gently tucked the sleeping princess into her bed, placing a small teddy bear beside her. His fierce eyes softened as he pulled the blanket up to her chin. For a moment, he simply watched her peaceful face before turning away, closing the door with quiet care. Later that night, he stood before the king. Moonlight from stained glass cast blue streaks across the marble floor. The king's expression was grave, his focus lingering on Ash's battered armor. You stare wounded, he said. Was the monster truly that powerful? Ayash, bloodstained, weary, but still steady, smiled faintly. I sep had worse, your majesty. It seps nothing fatal. The creature sep's ashes are scattered across the sea. But the king sep's frown deepened. Ash, I fear this was no ordinary battle. My scouts report strange magic, an ancient ritual. Something is stirring across the continent. Even you of the dragon race may not escape what sep's coming. Ayash turned toward the window, storm clouds reflecting in his silver eyes. Then I still stand where I must, your majesty. Whatever comes, I will protect this land. The king nodded solemnly, though unease shadowed his gaze. The scene darkened. The next image was grim, the leaning tower of magic beneath a storm-ridden sky. Shattered armor fragments lay strewn across the marble floor, slick with blood. Aish knelt at the center of the wreckage, gasping for breath, his armor torn open as though ripped apart by claws. Embedded in his chest pulsed a crimson living object, a heart of corruption. Black veins crawled outward from it, like roots of despair spreading across his skin as thunder boomed overhead. The memory darkened. The scene shifted forward 5 years. The once golden kingdom had become a field of nightmares. Smoke poured endlessly into a red sky. The cries of the dying trembled through the air. Through the burning streets came an army not of men, but of monsters. Skinless red beasts tore through walls and soldiers alike. Their roars drowned the screams of the fleeing civilians. From the highest balcony of the citadel, the king watched the horror unfold. His crown, once radiant, now looked dull beneath the glow of fire. The Moraga Empire, he whispered, disbelief twisting his voice. They've gone completely mad. As he watched the black flag of Moraga rise above the battlefield, his gaze grew heavy. They dragged the whole world into destruction with them. In the chaos below, the princess ran through the burning streets. Her silken gown was torn, her throat raw from shouting. Aish, Aish, she screamed, stumbling through the smoke. At last, she saw him. Ayash sat silently atop a high wall, his 2 shadow guards standing motionless beside him. He looked calm, too calm, as he watched the blood-soaked city below. The princess rushed toward him. Ayash, why are you just sitting here? The enemy sep's army is full of monsters. Our soldiers can fight them. They Sept were being slaughtered. Ash turned slowly, his voice quiet and steady. I was just about to find you. Go to the Leaning Tower of Magic. It's Sept's safe there. Don't Sept leave it, no matter what happens. She blinked, stunned. Safe? What are you talking about? You stir the guardian of this kingdom. You stir supposed to protect everyone, not just me. Her voice trembled with rage as she pointed toward the battlefield. Look at them. The city Sept's burning. Our people are dying. The capital will fall if you do nothing. She gestured frantically at the monsters rampaging below. You have to transform into your dragon form, burn those things to ash like you always do. I still be fine with the shadow guards, you don't instead have to stay here. But Aish lowered his head, silent for a long moment. When he finally spoke, his tone was heavy with a sorrow she'd never heard before. You don't just understand, he said quietly. 5 years ago we discovered the truth about the Moraga Empire. He gazed out at the burning city. They've been performing an ancient curse known as Forsaken by the Gods. Through this ritual, anyone can sacrifice their lifespan to summon monsters, inhuman creatures like the ones you see now. The greater the lifespan offered, the more terrifying the monster becomes. The Princess Sexer's anger wavered. They are sacrificing their lives for monsters? Aish nodded grimly. It sets an old and forbidden art. No sane person would ever use it, but the Moraga Empire was desperate. He lifted his hand, and a glowing map of the archipelago formed in the air. The Moraga Empire lies across the inland seas, a chain of islands once rich with a rare magical plant called the blood flower. It was the source of their strength. Their people lived for 700 years or more. The flowers glowed crimson in the dark and gave life where death should have reigned. His voice grew distant. Thousands of years ago, when wars spread across the continent, the Moraga Empire sought to end the chaos. They sent envoys, people like me, to serve in other kingdoms under sacred contracts. We were placed on the weaker side of every war to maintain balance and keep peace. The princess listened in shock as Ash's tone hardened. But the kings and lords of other nations grew jealous. They feared the long-lived people of Moraga. They realized that as long as our kind existed, we would always be a threat. His eyes darkened. So they made a pact, one purpose, one mission, to destroy the Moraga Empire completely. He continued, voice laced with bitterness. They brought curses, spread plagues, and turned our own envoys against us. They stripped our lands bare, stealing every treasure, every secret, until even the blood flowers withered and died. He paused, breath trembling. Without them, our lifespans shortened, our power faded, and once that happened, we lost everything. Silence hung in the air before he spoke again. When the last petal of the blood flower fell, disaster struck. Armies from every kingdom invaded. Moraga was drowned in fire and blood. We were betrayed, slaughtered by the very nations we once protected, all because they could not bear to see us hold a gift they did not possess. He clenched his fists, voice thickening with grief. In the end, our people turned to the only thing they had left, the ritual forsaken by the gods. In chambers of bone surrounded by purple flames and the stench of death, they offered their remaining lives to the darkness, and the ritual began. His voice broke. It wasn't Set's salvation. It was a curse. He looked at the princess, his eyes filled with sorrow deeper than she could fathom. Every man, woman, and child of Moraga was branded, their lifespans drained, their bodies warped until monsters grew inside them and tore their way out. He pointed toward the creatures ravaging the burning streets. Those monsters, those horrors destroying our city, were once my people. Their only purpose now is vengeance. They exist to destroy humanity itself. He turned back to her, voice soft but unbearably heavy. And that is the consequence of this curse, the price of despair. The air between them grew unbearably heavy, as Aish raised his hand to his face. The princess froze. His once proud features, those she had admired since childhood, were now twisted. Grotesque crimson growths covered his skin, pulsating faintly as though alive, as though hungry. I can no longer transform into a dragon, he said quietly. From now on, whenever I try, I settle only become a monster. The princess stepped back, her eyes wide with disbelief. Aish, why? What happened to you? Aish drew a long, strained breath. His voice carried years of truth he had buried in silence. There is something you were never told, he said. Very few know what the Moraga people truly are. He looked at her with eyes too old, too weary. We are not human at all. The world once called us the dragon race. The realization struck her like lightning. The envoys, the guardians of the kingdom. Yes, Aish said bitterly. They were none other than us, dragons who took human form to keep balance across your lands. His voice softened, not proud, but mournful. But now, that legacy means nothing. The tide of darkness has already swept across the continent. Humanity's Sep's end is here. Then he looked at her, standing tall against the burning horizon. That is why, he said softly, my only desire now is to protect you. The princess could not speak. Every truth unraveled everything she thought she knew. Below them, the invasion roared on. Monsters poured through the streets, red skinless horrors tearing through soldiers and civilians alike. The kingdom was drowning in an endless tide of abominations. High above, Scholar Luan stood beside the king on the castle balcony. His robes were tattered, his hands trembling around his staff. Your Majesty, he shouted above the screams. The monsters keep rising in number, we can hold them. The capital has fallen, you must retreat while we still can. But the king Sep's eyes never left the burning city. There is nowhere left to retreat, he said grimly. The leaning tower of magic is the heart of our arcane defense. If it falls, our mages will lose their power, and the kingdom will collapse completely. Determination hardened his face. I'll join the battle myself. Your Majesty. But Luensti's protest came too late. The king leapt from the balcony. His sword blazed with radiant light, as it cut down a charging red monster in a single searing strike. He landed hard on the scorched ground, gripping his sword as explosions thundered across the ruins. For a brief moment, in the midst of smoke and flames, his thoughts drifted back through the decades. How quickly the years have passed. He remembered the day he first met Ayash. They had looked the same age then, though Ayash was nearly a century old. To the dragon race 100 years was nothing, barely the beginning of adulthood. A monster lunged. The king cut it down reflexively, his mind still caught in memory. He remembered the years they had fought together, laughed together, shared victories, defeats, and wine under the starlit sky. For a time they had been brothers. Then another blast of purple magic struck him, sending him staggering back. He realized how much had changed. He had grown old, his strength had faded. Aesh, untouched by time, could never understand that, and he could never understand Aesh. That eternal youth, he muttered. It drove a rift between us. He stood alone amidst the ruins of the world he had built, flames painting the night with violent color. His thoughts drifted to the one thing that had ever given him peace, his daughter. He remembered the night she was born, how Aesh had held her gently in his arms, awe softening his fierce eyes. That moment had given the king hope for peace, for unity. But hope was long dead. A low rumble shook the earth. From the smoke emerged a colossal monster, its eyes glowing in unnatural purple. It raised its claws, gathering a sphere of crackling blue energy. The king squared his stance, tightening his grip on his sword. So this is it, he whispered. The creature roared and unleashed its attack. Blinding light swallowed him whole. For an instant, the world fell silent. Then came the explosion, an eruption so powerful it tore through the entire castle and sent shockwaves across the burning city. From the leaning tower of magic, the princess screamed as the blast illuminated the night. Father, she cried, tears streaming down her face. Beside her, Aesh stood motionless. His eyes were cold, unreadable, almost hollow. The capital has fallen, he said softly. They still come for us next. Even as Aesh spoke, the sky darkened. A swarm of black-winged creatures descended like a living storm. One of the shadow guards shouted, "Monsters incoming." A massive beast slammed into the tower's blue barrier with thunderous force. The ground shook, the shield rippled like disturbed water, but held firm. "Do not fear, princess," said Nis, one of the guards. "This barrier is among the strongest in existence. It once set fall easily." But a weak voice echoed from above. "Princess." She turned sharply. "Scholar Luen." The old man stumbled along the tower wall, his staff trembling, blood soaking through his torn robes. He bowed his head with effort. "General Aesh," he rasped, "I come by His Majesty Sep's final command, to escort the princess to safety." The princess rushed to him. "You said her injured, terribly. You shouldn't be here." Seb stepped forward, his expression firm. "Then we follow the plan. I still use my wind magic to send you both to the designated location. Are the preparations complete?" Luen nodded faintly. "Everything is ready." But before the spell began, the princess interrupted, her voice cracking. "Wait, why do we have to leave? What are you talking about?" Luen hesitated, his lips trembled. "Princess, your father, the king, has fallen." Her world shattered. "No," she whispered, "that can be true." Luenstu's eyes glistened. "Before he died, His Majesty ordered your escape to a neighboring kingdom. It was his final command to keep you alive." She turned desperately toward Aesh. "Then you still come with us. You have to." Aesh met her gaze with a faint, sorrowful smile. "Where could I go?" he asked quietly. "The monsters below, they are my people, the Moraga. To humans, I am your enemy now. No matter where I run, they will hunt me." He stepped to the edge of the wall. "The Night Sep's final resting place," he murmured. is the Dragon Sep's tomb. This is where I belong. I will remain here until my lifespan fades away. His unshakable conviction froze her heart. But then, something within her changed. Her grief hardened into resolve. Wind swirled around her feet as she took in a deep, steady breath. In the next heartbeat, she broke free from Luan's grasp and leapt toward Ash in a streak of light. If you staying, she declared, voice unwavering, then I will stay too. I still become your dragon knight. She stood tall before him, chin lifted proudly, despite the chaos below. This is my home. I still protect it by your side. My wind riding skills are perfected. So tell me, how do we form the contract? Ash blinked. For the first time in years, his composure fractured. Her loyalty struck him like a blade to the heart. Slowly he extended his armored hand and took hers. His touch was cold but gentle. A faint smile, half sorrow, half pride, touched his lips. Very well, he said softly. Then our contract will be sealed, just like in the old days. He reached into his armor and withdrew the silver scale of promise. Its surface shimmered softly beneath the moonlight. This, he said, shall be our bond. Her eyes lit up, bright with hope. That Sep's all? Then let Sep seal it right now. From this day onward, we till... But A.S. gently interrupted, his voice breaking like a windstorm before rain. Our promise, he whispered, is to never see each other again. The princess froze. The meaning struck her like an arrow through the heart. What? She breathed. Before she could move, protest, or even cry, Ash lifted his hand. The wind howled violently. A blinding surge of gale force erupted around him, engulfing the princess and Scholar Luan in a spiraling torrent of air. Go, he shouted, his voice cracking with anguish. Esh, she screamed as the storm ripped her off the tower. Her voice was raw with shock and betrayal. As she and the scholar were carried into the sky, Ayesha's gaze softened. Protect her, he whispered to the wind. Keep her safe, far from this tomb. But the horror came swiftly. Mid-flight. The magic carrying them flickered. Scholar Luan Set's expression twisted. His pupils turned crimson, glowing like molten fire. Before she could react, he reached toward her with unnatural calm. You have a place where you belong, he murmured chillingly. His hand plunged into her chest. The princess gasped, a strangled cry of agony, as he tore out her still-beating heart. Blood glimmered in the air like falling rubies. Her scream ripped through the storm. Below, Ashest's eyes widened in absolute shock. Luan, he roared, the wind trembling around him. The scholar convulsed violently, his face contorted as he choked out his final words. Be careful, he rasped. The Moraga were not the only ones cursed. Dark veins spread across his skin. His features twisted grotesquely as something inside him tore through. A hideous red growth burst from his chest. His body collapsed, and from it erupted a monstrous tentacled creature, writhing with madness. It seized the Princess Sep's heart. What a rich lifespan, it hissed. Its voice slithered like poison. Tell me, Ash, does killing the one you love taste like revenge? Its eyes gleamed with mocking joy. After all, were Netsu the one who burned me with your dragon flames back then? The night fell into a nightmare of silence. Ash stood frozen, mind blank, soul hollow, while the creature held the princess's limp body aloft. Her hair flowed like silver silk in the wind. In one clawed hand, the monster gripped her bleeding heart, pulsing faintly between its fingers. It sneered. Tell me, Ash, does this satisfy your wrath? Is this enough to repay the pain your flames once gave me? Then, with a horrifying grin, the creature clenched its fist. The princess's heart burst, crimson scattering into the wind like shattered rubies. Ashest's world collapsed. Rage consumed him. His vision burned red as energy spiraled violently around him, unraveling into chaos. In a flash, his two shadow guards appeared at his sides, their eyes glowing with shared fury and grief. The one known as the Shadow of Sorrow threw back his head and unleashed a cry that reverberated across the ruined tower. His body dissolved into swirling dark energy as he dove toward the falling princess. He caught her in midair, wrapping her in a cocoon of radiant blue light. The second guard charged directly at the monster, slashing with ferocity born of despair. His blades tore through its writhing limbs, cutting its tentacles apart. But the creature simply laughed. Its severed limbs reformed instantly, knitting together with sickening ease. Useless, it hissed, its voice echoing hollowly, so fragile, just like your hearts. Below, the Shadow of Sorrow knelt with the princess in his arms. His blue aura dimmed as he held her close, cradling her as though she might still wake. A single tear slipped from beneath his dark helmet, landing gently on her cheek. The princess stirred faintly, her voice was a whisper of life struggling to remain. Ash. Then the light in her eyes faded, and her body went still. Her final breath slipped into silence. Even then, the monster continued its cruel taunt. It spread its limbs wide, its twisted smile stretching unnaturally. "Do you understand now, dragon?" It mocked. "The lifespans your kin sacrificed, pitiful offerings, and yet they summoned only a fragment of me." Its voice deepened, layering into countless whispering tones. "You've seen just a sliver of my essence. The rest lies scattered across this world, hiding, waiting. Every host, every body, each carries my seed, ready to burst forth, just as your dear scholar did." Set's eyes widened with dawning horror. The scholar, the monsters, the ritual, all fragments of one abomination. The creature's laughter warped into a guttural roar. "I am Cthulhu," it declared, voice shaking the heavens, "forsaken by the gods, and your precious Moraga people were the ones who resurrected me." Then its voice softened, an imitation of gentleness far more terrifying than its rage. "You know this feeling, don't you? The rage, the despair, the hatred burning in your chest," it whispered, almost lovingly. "Such beautiful emotions, Ayesh. You carry them so well." Ayesh trembled, fists clenched so tightly blood dripped from his palms. The creature sip's eyes glowed brighter. "Let me end your suffering," it coaxed. "I can change everything for you. I can give you back what you lost. I can even bring her back." Ayesh Sep's head snapped upward. "Yes," Cthulhu continued, its tone becoming intoxicatingly melodic. "I can help you destroy every monster that plagues your world. I can return your beloved princess to life. You can be together again, forever." It paused. Then, with chilling calm, "My price is your heart." Aesh stood alone on the crumbling tower wall, storm winds cutting across his skin. Above him, the swarm of winged monsters circled like vultures awaiting a corpse. His chest heaved. Cthulhu's words pulsed through his mind. Two choices lay before him. Let the princess remain dead, lost in this tower of despair. Or give himself to Cthulhu, binding his fate to the very god that had destroyed his people. "Time is slipping away," hissed Cthulhu Sips, fading host. "My vessel one sitch hold longer. Decide, dragon, save her or lose her forever." Aesh looked to the princess's motionless body, still cradled by the shadow of sorrow. His hardened expression cracked, his eyes softened, breaking beneath the weight of love and agony. His decision was made. With a trembling breath he whispered, "Forgive me." Then, in a moment that silenced the heavens, Aesh drove his hand into his own chest. Blood erupted. He tore free his still-beating heart, glowing violently in his palm. His shadow guard screamed his name in horror, but he did not falter. Cthulhu Sip's laughter rolled across the skies. "Magnificent," it roared. "You've made the right choice." The heart began to rise, floating upward as it glowed brighter and brighter. "I shall bless it," Cthulhu declared. "Your heart will beat for eternity." A surge of divine eldritch energy shot upward, painting the tower in violent violet light. "Your beloved will awaken with its power," the god continued. "You will not die, you will not go mad, you will become her guardian, forever." The light struck the princess's body. Asha's guardian spirit descended, merging with the heart's sacred power. Her chest rose with a shudder as her eyes fluttered open. At the same moment, Ayesh screamed. His body convulsed as Cthulhu's power invaded him, twisting bone and flesh. His wings shattered, reforming into skeletal spines engulfed in blue fire. His armor melted away, replaced by living bone. His veins glowed with cursed flame. A pillar of purple light erupted into the storm clouds above, shaking the tower. Aesh was no longer mortal. He had become a guardian dragon cursed by Cthulhu, bound in agony, power, and eternal servitude. His roar shook the world, rage, sorrow, love, and despair merging into a sound that cracked the skies. Then he leapt from the tower. Blue fire exploded from his wings as he soared into the storm. Below, the battlefield ignited in chaos. His dragon fire rained down like the wrath of a furious god, obliterating monsters, soldiers, innocent civilians, everything. Above the carnage, Cthulhu's laughter echoed endlessly. Its influence spread across the scorched skies like a storm devouring the stars. And the once golden capital burned. A sea of fire beneath the shadow of despair. Ash, no longer man nor dragon, but something cursed between, unleashed his fury across the burning kingdom. His skeletal wings beat against the smoke-choked sky, hurling torrents of blue flame downward. The once golden capital burned bright and terrible beneath him, its final cries smothered beneath the roaring storm of his devastation. Above him, Cthulhu's voice oozed through the inferno, each word dripping with venomous mockery. And thus, it hissed, "Our bargain reaches its truth." Purple lightning split the clouds, bolts hammered into the scorched leaning tower of magic, as though striking the world's last heartbeat. "All that you've slain," Cthulhu whispered, All that you Stev burned, every lifespan taken in these flames, flows to one place. The revelation struck like a blade. Back on the tower, the resurrected princess screamed. Her body convulsed violently, dark energy tore from her chest as the cursed heart Aesh had given her pulsed with toxic life. Shadows crawled across her skin like veins of night, monstrous tendrils erupted from the darkness around her. "Stop, please," she gasped, her voice breaking. Then she was gone, swallowed whole by the shadows. In her place rose a towering tentacled abomination, pulsing with vile purple light, the princess at its living core, twisted into despair's final form. Cthulhu Sip's laughter shook the heavens. "Magnificent," it declared. "All the lifespans you harvested now belong to me." Its tone lowered into oily contemplation. "Still, my power is incomplete. I cannot yet parasitize the true dragon race. Not while this form remains weak. A human host is merely a stepping stone." But the god sounded unconcerned. "No matter. The dragon will serve his purpose. In time he will gather the lifespan I need." On the tower, the monstrous princess lifted her gaze. Her glowing eyes swept across the crimson horizon. Above her, the skeletal dragon circled silently. His blue flames sputtered, dimming like dying stars. She tilted her head, confusion flickering through the madness. "Why hasn't Seti returned?" she whispered. "The kingdom is gone. The enemies are gone." Then two faintly glowing objects floated before her. Silver scales, shimmering defiantly. Cthulhu Sip's many eyes widened. "The scales of promise," it growled. "The vows of the white dragon." The first scale pulsed with cold silver light. The vow never to see the princess again. The second glowed faintly blue. The vow to guard the kingdom's tower for eternity. Realization crashed down like poison. A violent tremor tore through the air as Cthulhu roared. "You fool, you bound yourself to the tower." For the first time, true fury twisted its voice. Ash had foreseen everything. In his final act of defiance, he had turned his vows into a self-imposed prison, sealing himself within the tower's eternal guardianship, forever barred from approaching the one he loved. "You chose death over servitude." Cthulhu Sip's rage shattered the sky. "You turned yourself into a mindless shell rather than serve me." Lightning ravaged the clouds as the god screamed. "Very well, dragon. If this tower is your cage, then it shall become my nest. I will feast on every soul that approaches. Their lifespans will nourish me, and when the time comes, I will rise again." As its final words faded, the kingdom below dissolved into dust. Only the magical leaning tower remained, a black monument standing alone against the endless march of time. Ages passed. Civilizations rose and fell. The tower endured. The vision dissolved. Shadow gasped as reality snapped back into place. He stood once more atop the ruined rooftop of the leaning tower. The night was silent. Only faint traces of purple energy drifted around his hand. His breathing was unsteady. His mind reeled. Was that truly a vision? Or had he witnessed history itself? The fall of the Moraga Empire. The curse of the Dragon Guardian. The birth of this damned tower. It felt too vivid, too tragic, too real to be mere lore. Before he could gather his thoughts, the air shimmered. Dark violet energy swirled around him, pooling like gathering mist. A system window appeared. "Congratulations. You have obtained a new mythical grade skill, Shadow of Sorrow." Shadow Sip's heart pounded as he read the description. "Creates 3 shadow clones for 7 seconds, each capable of mimicking your skills, and dealing 100% of your total damage." Below it, a single line pulsed faintly. "These shadows were born from the will of the white dragon Aesh, who sustained them with his own mind for 15 years. To protect what he loved." Shadow stared at his hand, now wrapped in glowing violet energy. "This is his power," he whispered. He remembered the shadows that had defended the princess in the vision. For a moment, he felt the weight of Aesh's sorrow, the burden of eternal guardianship, settle over his heart. "So this is what a mythical skill feels like," he murmured. Terrifying. More notifications appeared in rapid succession. Trial completed successfully. Key to the Leaning Tower Sips, hidden area acquired. Level up, level 19 reached. Plus 400 evolution points. New items obtained. Equipment, skill books, gate key, map fragment. He opened the ancient map. A vast inland sea. At its center, Withered Bone City. Shadow narrowed his eyes. "The Withered Bone Ruins," he muttered, "part of the Moraga Empire." As the purple light faded from the tower, he stood still, feeling the ancient hum beneath his feet. The tower was meant for level 20 players. He was still level 19. But the thought of entering its hidden area filled him with fierce anticipation. "Soon," he said quietly. "I still go soon." Before that, however, He turned his attention to the item in his hand. An ornate golden key. The key to the magic leaning tower's hidden domain. The ornate golden key shimmered faintly in the dim light. This should fetch a good price, Shadow murmured, deciding it was better sold than kept. The scene shifted. Inside the Fika Heavy Industry Guild hideout, frustration and exhaustion hung thick in the air. Huang Huan and her guild members sat in heavy silence, nursing wounds both physical and prideful. The sting of their recent defeat lingered like a fresh bruise. Finally, one guild member broke the tension. Leader, what should we do now? We can defeat that new Jade-grade boss. It's Sep's too strong. Maybe we should ask Shadow for help. Huang Huan exhaled sharply. The burden of failure pressed against her ribs. Perhaps you steer right, she admitted. I shall contact our allies in Zhanghai City. They have ties with Shadow. Maybe they can act as intermediaries. But before she could finish, a quiet voice spoke from behind her. There's no need for that. Everyone froze. Turning in alarm, they saw a silhouette standing behind Huang Huan, silent, oppressive, as if he had materialized from the air. Shadow. Hanging nearly dropped his weapon. Shadow. When did you get here? Ziking Sep's face twisted with anger. You sneaky bastard, what do you want this time? Shadow didn't flinch. He walked forward with calm, unhurried steps, hands in his pockets. Relax, he said in a level tone. If I meant harm, you all be corpses already. Silence fell like a hammer. Even the bravest faces went pale. Shadow continued, glancing around the room. Your barrier isn't invincible. It can be opened from the inside. That's how I entered. Uneasy glances spread through the guild. Finally, Huang Huan steadied herself. What do you mean by a trade? Shadow stopped and turned. In his hand, the ornate golden key glinted beneath the torchlight. I stepping here to sell this, he said. The key to the magic leaning tower Sip's hideout. Interested? A stunned silence followed. Are you serious? Someone stammered. The magic leaning tower Sip's key? That Sip's impossible. You have to defeat the Jade-grade boss to get that. Their disbelief was palpable. Such a feat was beyond their imagination, yet the key in Shadow's hand said otherwise. Huang Huan's expression sharpened instantly. Exhaustion melted away into focus. Name your price, she said. Whatever it is, we still consider it. Shadow Sep's reply was immediate. The same as before, 1,000 years of lifespan. While Huang Han nodded, ready to agree, Ziking exploded. 1,000 years, he shouted, veins bulging. You shameless vulture, you planned this from the start. He jabbed a finger at Shadow. First you ambush me and destroy our portal, cutting off reinforcements. Then you let our whole team die while you reap the rewards. And now you walk in here playing hero, selling us the key for some insane price. Ziking. Huang snapped, but he ignored her. You think we still just roll over and let you profit from our loss? That key should have been ours. Shadow Sip's calm didn't crack. Then what do you suggest? He asked politely. Too politely. A smug grin twisted across Ziking Sep's face. Simple. You return the key and compensate the guild for our losses. Say, 800 or 1,000 years of lifespan. Fair trade, right? Shadow tilted his head slightly, then glanced at Huang Huan. You have quite a son, he said dryly. Ziking puffed his chest, misreading the moment. That Sep's right. Now hand it. Shadow interrupted. Very well, he said. I shall do as he says. The guild froze. Shadow continued in a darker tone. But the price changes. He turned toward Ziking, eyes cold as steel. 1,800 years, not a single day less. Ziking blinked, confused, then laughed. Ha, now that Sep's how you scare snakes like him, right mother? Mother? His grin faltered. Wait, what did you just say? Shadow clasped his hands behind his back, calm as ever. I came here in good faith to do business. I tolerated your insults because I respect your leader, but your attitude changed that. His voice grew sharper. The discount is gone. The new price stands. Take it, or leave it. A tense silence filled the room. Then, crack. Huan slapped her son across the face with all her strength. The echo rang through the hideout. Enough, she shouted. You Sep shamed us long enough. She turned to her guild members, furious. Take him away. Make him grind levels. He does not return until I say so. Mother, no wait. I wasn't let go of me. Ziking yelled as two members dragged him away, his voice fading into the hall. When the room finally quieted, Huang Huan inhaled deeply and composed herself. Turning to Shadow, she bowed her head. My apologies for his behavior. Perhaps we can… Shadow cut her off gently but firmly. The offer remains the same, he said. 1,800 years of lifespan. I once repeat myself. Huang Huan looked up, wariness and resolve warred in her eyes. After a long silence, she nodded. Fine, 1800 is a fair price, she said. I sep heard you sip sold other hideouts for 2000. Her voice softened. Our guild suffered heavy losses. We can sit pay it all at once. Would you accept an installment? Shadow's expression didn't change, though a thoughtful glimmer passed through his eyes. Finally he nodded. 1,000 years up front, he said. I shall return in 10 days for the remaining 800. Relief washed through the room like fresh air after a storm. Huan Huan's shoulders eased, and she bowed slightly. Thank you, she said sincerely. A soft chime followed as the system confirmed the transaction. The key to the Magic Leaning Tower's hideout now belonged to the FICA Heavy Industry Guild. At the same moment, Shadow gained 1,000 years of lifespan. His form flickered, dissolving into fading darkness. He gave them a final nod. Do well with it. Your guild has potential. Consider this your foundation, something to build strength upon. Then, with a ripple of dark mist, he vanished. Huang Huan turned to her guild members, her tone firm once more. Listen up. The Platinum-grade hideout is now ours, but to repay our debt to Shadow, every member will contribute. Effective immediately, a 50% lifespan tax will be imposed until the debt is cleared. She pointed to the key, glowing faintly on the table. The Magic Leaning Tower will be our foundation for rising again. Work hard, and the rewards will surpass anything we sif lost. Cheers erupted, filling the hideout with renewed spirit. Ziking sips resentment. Outside the guild walls, the scene shifted to a forest bathed in golden sunset. Ziking walked ahead, face twisted in frustration. One of the girls walking beside him spoke gently. Ziking, Dawn Stet blame your aunt. You were in the wrong this time. He scoffed. Wrong? You have no idea. Shadow humiliated me. One day he shall pay. Before anyone could respond, a scout froze and shouted. Silver-grade boss sighted, the human-faced Spider Emperor. Weapons snapped up instantly. Spells lit the air. Tension surged. Ziking, someone called. Stay back and watch for poison. Be ready with detox spells. He waved lazily. Yeah, I know. But as the team charged forward, Ziking took a single step back. Then another. And in the next breath, he turned and ran into the woods. Zicking, someone screamed, but he was already gone. Branches tore at his skin as he sprinted deeper into the forest, bitterness boiling inside. Idiots, he spat. Let them deal with that overgrown bug. He stopped at a quiet clearing, chest heaving. Far behind him, the sounds of battle grew faint. My entire guild, cowards, he muttered. They crawl through levels like frightened rats, too scared to take real risks. His eyes gleamed with feverish ambition. Shadow understands. He knows the truth. Power isn't set given, it's set taken. A twisted grin spread across his face. And I shall take mine. He reached into his inventory and summoned an item. A dark, ornate vase, etched with writhing runes. A single crimson eye blinked on its surface, staring at him. From that jade-grade chest, he whispered proudly, my treasure. The system identified it. Abyssal Vase. Allows the user to reach into the void to draw out a random powerful skill. Cooldown 48 hours. Perfect. Holding his breath, he plunged his hand into the swirling darkness within. A wave of cold shot up his arm. He pulled free something small and grotesque, a pulsing fleshy mass twitching in his fingers. A notification appeared. Epic grade skill acquired. Abyssal Puppet Curse. Allows the user to turn any corpse into a controllable puppet retaining its abilities. Ziking Sep's grin twisted into something unhinged. Haha, yes, this is it. This is power. He looked at the fleshy mass with wild hunger. If I kill Shadow, I can control him, make him my puppet. I shall be unstoppable. The vase pulsed again, its single eye glowing deep purple as dark energy curled around it. A final warning appeared. Warning, the abyss holds extraordinary power. But when one gazes into it, the abyss also gazes back. Night fell over the Demon City ruins. Moonlight sliced through drifting fog that coiled around towering bones and broken monuments. Deep within the boneyard came the faint clinking of metal, sharp, rhythmic, relentless. A young girl stood at the center of it all, her chain talisman glowing faintly red as it slashed through the air. Each strike shattered undead skulls into fragments. Her movements were fluid, fierce, unyielding. With every kill, her experience surged higher. Then, dang. A system notification appeared. Your weapon has advanced from silver to gold. Class advancement available. A smile flickered across her lips. It sets time, she whispered. She raised her arm. The ground trembled. A massive summoning circle burst open beneath her feet, runes spiraling outward in radiant arcs. The air hummed as her chains lifted, coiling like serpents ready to strike. Class advancement initiated. Lines of text flashed before her eyes, outlining the evolution of her power. Her chain blade, now golden, shimmered as it gained the ability to shift its form at will. Her malevolent ghost companion surged with new strength, evolving to Tier 2 and gaining Level 2 invincibility. Then, a new light ignited behind her pupils. Skill unlocked, Eye of the Underworld. A psychic illusion that traps targets in their deepest fears. The stronger their spirit, the longer they remain imprisoned. Another notification appeared before the girl. Item gained, Touch of the Underworld. Type, Hand Gauntlet. Effect tracks enemies by scent. 50% chance to deal double damage to lower-ranked targets. Inflicts dark flame burns. She clenched her fists as raw power surged through her veins. Her strikes would now be faster, sharper, crueler. A dangerous smirk curved her lips as she remembered the so-called Fart Master, whose psychic skills had once matched her own. Not anymore, she muttered. You such are nothing compared to me now. A cold determination lit her eyes. Mom, Dad, she whispered. I said I'll avenge you both. I said I'll make that disgusting man pay. She opened her system chat, her voice steady and confident. Shadow, Isef reached second stage. Isef, I'm ready to repay you for everything you taught me. The message sent, and before he could reply, she logged off. Shadow chuckled softly when the notification vanished. Still as resilient as ever, he murmured, just like before. But his smile faded as an old memory surfaced. The tragedy that had once consumed her. UN. The same girl from his previous life. He remembered her path of vengeance, how her compassion became her downfall. She had spared a dog, a pet belonging to her enemy, never realizing it carried a tracker. When the pursuers traced it back to her, mercenaries ambushed her. The battle raged for days. Official forces lost countless elites trying to save her. When it ended, Yuen Sep's body lay lifeless, her spirit consumed by exhaustion. That single death plunged the entire magic capital into months of chaos. Shadow exhaled slowly, the weight of history pressing on his chest. Even with all that potential, he thought, she's still too young, too kind. He made his decision. I need to check on her, make sure she doesn't repeat her past mistake. The digital world dissolved. Reality, outskirts of the magical city. The faint glow of lanterns lit the quiet manor grounds of Lady Dongfang. Crickets sang beneath the still night as two guards patrolled lazily along the gravel path. I swear, one grumbled, kicking a loose stone. How long do we have to guard this damn place? I stem bored out of my mind. When do we get to go down the mountain and have some fun with the ladies? His partner snorted. Forget the brothel. Lady Dongfang herself isn't sit half bad. For her age, she sits still got charm. You ever look close? She sits damn fine. The first man laughed crudely. Yeah, maybe when we sit we're strong enough, we sit'll kill that useless fart master and take the lady for ourselves. Have some real fun. But before the echo faded, the second guard stiffened. Wait, look. From the drifting mist ahead, a figure appeared. Lady Dongfang, kneeling gracefully in the lantern glow, her silken robe clinging to her like liquid moonlight. Both guards froze. Lady Dongfang, they gasped, rushing toward her. Why are you out here alone and dressed like that? She turned her head slowly, her lips curving into a sultry smile. I couldn't stand my weak, useless husband any longer, she whispered, her voice trembling with feigned longing. I need someone stronger, perhaps even two. Her robe slipped further as she leaned forward, every inch of her pose dripping seduction. Are you ready to help me? The guards exchanged eager looks, desire overpowering reason. Oh, we stare ready, one said, fumbling with his belt. Her voice snapped. Idiots. Their smiles vanished. A flash of crimson light erupted. Chains shot out like fangs from the darkness. The guards didn't even scream. Their heads were ripped clean from their shoulders, rolling across the gravel as the eerie chime of metal faded into the night. The illusion shattered like glass. Lady Dongfang disappeared. And in her place stood Yuen, tall and unyielding, her chains dripping scarlet. Her eyes glowed faintly with the cursed radiance of the underworld's eye, the power that had lured them into her illusion. She exhaled softly, her whisper carried by the wind. For my parents, for everything you took from me. The night swallowed the scene, leaving only silence and two headless corpses sprawled in the dust. Inside his dimly lit chamber, the fart master suddenly opened his eyes. The subtle ripple in his detection field, something only he could sense, had shifted. A dark scowl crept across his face. So, a little rat dares to sneak in, he muttered. Around him, an invisible mist pulsed like living vapor, saturating the room. It was his greatest pride, his odorless detection field. Within it, no movement went unnoticed. Every breath was his to sense and control. Unaware he had detected her, Yuan slipped silently through the shadows, cloaked in invisibility, steps like falling feathers. She crept closer. Closer. Then the air exploded. A blur of movement too fast for the eye. Before she could react, the fart master materialized behind her, his hands snapping around her throat. With terrifying speed, he slammed her into the floor. The impact shook the entire chamber. "Did you really think you could hide from me?" he hissed, tightening his grip. "This entire space is mine. Every breath here belongs to me. No one escapes my senses." His foul confidence radiated like poison. And Yuan, caught in his grasp, felt the danger coil around her like a noose. Yuan struggled to breathe as the man lifted her by the throat, his grin spreading with cruel delight. His voice was cold as he examined her. At first, he had mistaken her for someone else, but realizing who she truly was, the girl who had escaped him long ago, filled him with twisted satisfaction. He remarked that she had grown stronger and wondered aloud whether if he kept her alive a little longer, she might eventually become a worthy opponent. He held her effortlessly, suspended between curiosity and savagery. The veins in his arm tensed as he debated whether to prolong her suffering or end her life immediately. Madness flickered in his eyes. Then, without even realizing it, he tightened his grip. A sharp crack split the air. Yuan's body went limp. He stared at her broken form, stunned that he had killed her unintentionally. Regret, rage, and disappointment surged through him. "Idiot," he roared, slamming her lifeless body into the ground. "I wasn't set done yet." But his anger dissolved into a gasp as a stabbing pain shot through his chest. He staggered, clutching his ribs, confused. When he turned, he froze. Standing behind him, perfectly unharmed, was Yuan. Her chains floated ominously around her, and her eyes glowed with a ghostly light. The man stammered in disbelief, glancing between the body on the floor and the living figure before him. Yuan's voice was calm, icy. She revealed that everything he had seen had been nothing more than her illusion. None of it had been real. His expression twisted as the truth sank in. She told him that from the moment he met her gaze, he had been the one trapped. His hands trembled as the world around him warped. He had never even touched her. A manic grin crept across his face as he acknowledged her strength. But his amusement ended abruptly when Yuan raised her hand, her eyes burning with silent fury. With a cold declaration that it was time for him to die, her chains tightened around him. His laughter twisted into a strangled gasp. His body convulsed and then fell still, the last echo of his arrogance fading into the night. Moments later, Lady Dongfang opened her window, irritated by the disturbance outside. She shouted into the courtyard, demanding to know why her guards could not keep quiet. When her eyes adjusted to the darkness, she spotted the fallen intruder and froze. Shock replaced anger. She screamed for her guards, ordering them to protect the manor. Chaos erupted instantly. Guards scrambled out of their stations, rushing across corridors and walls, preparing for a full-scale search. Amid the clamor, a door opened upstairs. Tan, Lady Dongfang's son, stepped out, still half asleep, asking what was happening. She urged him to stay in his room and promised to call his father, but Tan insisted he was old enough and strong enough to protect her. Her irritation softened into a brief smile as she embraced him, telling him he had grown into a brave young man. She lamented that his father had never shown such courage, but her words were cut short by the sound of shattering glass. The chamber door exploded inward as several guards were hurled lifeless onto the floor. Lady Dongfang's eyes widened in terror. A soft blue glow drifted through the doorway, chains slithering across the floor like living spirits. Lady Dongfang stood frozen, unable to grasp how everything had fallen apart so quickly. She convinced herself that perhaps Shadow had known their intentions from the beginning, that the boy had somehow discovered their plan. Before she could piece together her thoughts, a calm voice rose behind her, questioning what plan she was referring to. Confused, Lady Dongfang spun around, sensing a presence, but seeing no one. She insisted she bore no hatred toward anyone, and could not understand why she was being targeted. The air shimmered, and Yuan appeared, lifting her invisibility with a composed yet ominous expression. Yuan asked whether Lady Dongfang truly did not recognize her. As her eyes shifted from controlled calm to burning crimson, years of grief and hatred surged forward. She stepped closer, commanding the woman to look carefully and see her for who she truly was. Recognition struck instantly. Lady Dongfang realized the girl before her was the daughter of the man she herself had murdered. Panic took hold, as she struggled to comprehend how Yuan had survived. Before she could speak, Yuan's chain talisman pierced straight through her chest. Blood splattered across the floor as Yuan's trembling voice accused her of being a demon in human form, declaring that this was the justice she deserved. Lady Dongfang's screams filled the manor. Yuan screamed back, her voice breaking under the weight of her long-carried agony. She demanded that Lady Dongfang repent for her sins, to feel the same suffering she had inflicted upon Yuan, and to die in front of her own son just as Yuan had been forced to watch her parents die. Lady Dongfang begged her to spare her son, insisting that he was innocent, but the plea only inflamed Yuan's fury. She drove the chains into her again, demanding what right she had to ask for mercy. Had she thought of innocence when she slaughtered Yuan's parents before their child? Yuan's rage filled the room, drowning out the woman's final cries. Yuan did not wait for another response. The chain talisman erupted again and again, spikes tearing through Lady Dongfang until every trace of life was crushed from her body. The woman fell silent at last, collapsing to the ground. From a short distance away, her son Tan and their dog had witnessed everything. Their expressions were unreadable. Yuan turned toward them, killing intent still burning in her eyes, but instead of attacking, she simply walked away, leaving the corpse behind. The dog's sudden barking shattered the silence. Tan began to laugh quietly to himself, his voice low and unsettling. He muttered that he was finally free of his mother's control, and thanked Yuan for doing what he had always wanted to do. Turning to his pet, he added softly that tonight would be a night of enjoyment. Before Yuan could fully react, figures emerged around her, undead bodies moving with unnatural precision. They surrounded her swiftly. Understanding struck her in an instant. Tan was a user of the undead lich profession, one capable of reviving corpses as combat undead, allowing them to retain their original strength and skills. Even the corpse of his own mother had been raised, now staggering forward under his command. Tan ordered his undead to capture Yuan alive, stating plainly that he intended to take his time with her. The undead launched forward, and their combined force struck Yuan like a collapsing wall. She crashed through glass and stone, hitting the ground hard. Blood spilled from her lips as more undead rushed her, their blows shaking the mansion as marble cracked and walls shattered. Just as they were about to strike again, their bodies suddenly collapsed. The psychic control animating them had vanished. Through the drifting dust, a hand emerged, steady and unhurried. A familiar voice followed, telling Yuan that showing mercy to one's enemies only invited cruelty upon oneself. As the dust settled, she saw him clearly, Fong, in his true form within reality. He had already executed Tan and the dog, ending the threat before it could escalate further. Yuan stared, her breath uneven. As realization washed over her, she was no longer alone. The scene shifted. The ghostly form of Yuan lay motionless on the ground, the remnants of battle still humming faintly in the air. Through the shattered window above, she saw a figure standing in the silver wash of moonlight. Weak and disoriented, she asked who he was. From the shadows, Qinfang's calm yet firm voice echoed downward. He repeated that mercy toward one's enemies was cruelty toward oneself. Raising his hand, he invoked his blooming curse. From the decapitated corpse of Nanshan, blood-red spider lilies sprouted, unfolding as crimson mist drifted across the ruined courtyard. Realization struck Yuan. This mysterious man was the one who had saved her and given her the chance to avenge her parents. Blushing faintly beneath the moonlight, she bowed her head and thanked him, addressing him as master. The crimson field of spider lilies stretched endlessly around them, each bloom a reminder of vengeance fulfilled at last. Overwhelmed, Yuan's composure crumbled. Tears streamed down her face as she cried that her parents had finally been avenged. The red flowers drank in the fading life force, and a system notification appeared before them. 788 years of tradable lifespan had been absorbed. Qinfang stepped closer, his expression calm but stern. He asked her what she intended to do now that her revenge was complete. Yuan's voice trembled as she admitted she did not know. With her purpose gone, she whispered that perhaps she should simply die and reunite with her parents. Qinfang's tone hardened. He told her that vengeance always left behind only emptiness, and that if she had not prepared herself for that void, then she had never truly understood revenge. If she chose to sink into despair, he warned, he had nothing more to say to her. Then he raised his hand, and a vision formed before her, a vast panorama of the world known as the God-forsaken game. He explained that the world overflowed with mysteries and hidden truths, and that somewhere within it might even exist a way to resurrect the dead. As long as one continued forward, infinite possibilities would unfold. But if she believed her life ended with revenge, then nothing he said mattered. Turning away, Qinfang walked through the field of crimson lilies. His voice echoed steadily, telling her the choice was hers. If she wished to move forward, she could follow, but only by her own will. For a long moment, Yuan stood still, her tears drying in the night air. Then, as if something deep within her had rekindled, she rose and ran after him beneath the moonlight. Her footsteps whispered through the sea of red blossoms. The scene shifted to the real world, to Qinfang's hideout in Magic City, known as the Soul Cleansing Land. The two appeared within a vast tranquil space shimmering like liquid light. Awe-struck, Yuan looked around and asked where they were. Qinfang replied that this place was his personal hideout in reality. He guided Yuan toward an opulent mansion that shimmered beneath floating lanterns. Its golden doors opened silently as they approached. Inside, a graceful maid bowed deeply, welcoming her master home. Yuan stared in disbelief, struggling to accept that he even had a maid. Qinfang instructed the maid to prepare dinner for two, then explained that she was no ordinary servant. She had been created through the Divine Authority Book, an artifact capable of manifesting anything its user required. Soon, he added, he would take Yuan to challenge the Tower of Divine Authority in Magic City so she could earn a book of her own. Filled with gratitude, Yuan thanked her master once again, her voice soft but sincere. The story then shifted to the Chu family manor in Magic City. Chu Kunqin, Dong Fangyu's husband and a senior military officer, burst through the gates, shouting orders and demanding that no harm come to his wife. The desperate call he had received from her moments earlier echoed in his mind, and fear tightened around his chest. For a moment, he suspected Shadow, fearing their secret fireworks factory scheme had been exposed, though he quickly dismissed the thought. Inside, soldiers swept through the manor. The rooms showed clear signs of battle, broken walls, shattered glass, splatters of blood, but not a single body. When an officer reported that no one had been found, Chu Kunqin's anger dissolved into dread. He demanded to know where his wife, his son and every servant had gone. The officer hesitated, then replied that the manor was empty. Every life within had vanished without a trace. Staring into the ruins of his home, Chu Kunqin understood at last. What had consumed the Dongfang family had now consumed his own. His world collapsed as the realization struck him. Both his wife and son were gone. He staggered back, releasing a broken scream. Grief twisted into fury. He shouted that Shadow had murdered his family and demanded a warrant for the hunter's immediate capture. Lin Qingyu, who had been observing quietly, stepped forward. She asked how he could be so certain that Shadow was responsible. Kongqin snapped, face contorted with rage, claiming Shadow must be the culprit because his wife's family had also been killed by him. Unmoved, Lin Qingyu pointed out that there was no evidence linking Shadow to the Dongfang massacre. His accusations, she said, seemed grounded in personal bias rather than fact. Her eyes narrowed as she pressed him further, questioning whether he perhaps had inside knowledge of these events, knowledge that only someone involved would know. Her words shook him. He warned her to watch her tongue, reminding her of his position as a military staff officer. But Lin Qingyu remained unfazed. His title meant nothing to her. Then she delivered the truth. The Sky Dome Guild had recently captured several members of the Magic City Black Dragon Hall and turned them over to authorities. During interrogation, the men had confessed to one damning fact: Chu Kunqin had ordered the attack on Shadow's hideout. They also revealed a plan to lure Shadow to a fireworks factory and detonate it, killing him in a massive explosion. Authorities had originally intended to arrest everyone involved, but with Dongfang Yu now missing, she was officially suspected of fleeing justice. Lin Qingyu's voice was steady as she accused Chu Kunqin of abusing his authority and conspiring to commit a terrorist act. She signaled her officers. 2 guards seized Kunqin by the arms as he struggled violently, demanding to know what they were doing. He screamed that Lin Qingyu was a traitor, accusing her of colluding with lowly guilds to frame an official. She replied coldly that she stood for justice, nothing else. Still thrashing, Kunqin shouted for them to release him. Lin Qingyu's tone remained icy. She told him to cooperate, assuring him that if he were innocent, he would have the chance to clear his name. Then she delivered the final blow. He would be taken to Magic City Prison for interrogation, a place where lifespan drained at 100 times the normal rate. Her warning lingered in the air. Be prepared. The armored truck doors slammed shut as Chu Kunqin continued screaming, vowing they could not do this to him and that he would have them all punished. The convoy rumbled down a dark forest road, headlights carving through the mist. From the branches of a nearby tree, 2 figures watched, hidden in the shadows. One, a tall man with a slick pompadour, confirmed the prisoner was indeed their target. Chu Kunqin, military staff officer. Beside him, a girl with short blue hair grinned, purple energy flickering around her. They exchanged a confident glance, fists bumping as their power surged. Moments later, deep in the forest, the convoy pushed forward. Inside the lead truck, Chu Kunqin raged helplessly at Lin Qingyu, demanding answers. A guard informed him the order had come from above. He froze. This was beyond her authority. Then a blinding surge of violet energy slashed across the night sky. The blast struck the armored vehicle, ripping it off the road with a thunderous crash. Metal twisted, glass shattered, and the truck rolled violently before collapsing into a mangled heap on the forest floor. Lin Qingyu, dazed and pinned beneath the wreckage, struggled for breath. When she turned her head, she saw the guard beside her, dead, his face twisted in frozen terror. The metal roof above her groaned, then tore open as a powerful hand ripped it aside. A moment later, Chu Kunshin's unconscious body was seized by the collar and lifted effortlessly out of the overturned truck. Above the wreck, two figures stood silhouetted against the moonlight, the man with the pompadour holding Kunshin aloft, grinning, while the blue-haired girl watched with cold amusement. "Mission accomplished," he said, their eyes gleaming with malicious satisfaction. The night erupted into chaos once more. From the southern road, another armored vehicle barreled toward the crash site, reinforcements. The officers leapt out, weapons raised, aiming directly at the pair standing on the wreck. "Release the prisoner and surrender," one of them shouted. The attackers merely exchanged mocking laughter, unshaken under the dim glow of the moon. Before the officers could fire, one of them looked up, eyes widening. The tree branches above split open as a massive figure dropped from the canopy, a hulking brute with glowing red eyes, wielding a colossal flaming hammer. With a roar that shook the forest, he swung downward. The hammer struck the reinforcements' vehicle, triggering a blinding explosion. Fire and shrapnel blasted across the clearing as screams tore through the night. The armored truck was engulfed in flames. Amid the burning wreckage, the pompadoured man and his bald companion watched in satisfaction. The pompadoured man laughed, noting that the hammer's terrifying impact proved Mr. Theodore had not exaggerated its power. The hammer-wielding brute landed amid the flames, roaring with glee as faint blue orbs of lifespan drifted from the dying officers. Raising his shimmering card, he boasted that Theodore's artifact had multiplied his stats fivefold, granting him the strength of a level 50 player, despite still being only level 10. He grumbled, however, that the soldiers had dropped disappointingly little lifespan. His companion waved him off, reminding him that their true reward would come later, 1,000 years of lifespan, granted personally by Mr. Theodore. Nearby, pinned beneath the overturned truck, Lin Xingyu trembled. Her battered body screamed with pain and her thoughts raced. She understood now, Theodore's influence was spreading, and they would soon pursue Shadow as well, seeking vengeance for Chilean Chi-Chi. As the attackers turned to leave, the blue-haired girl suddenly paused. A sinister smile curved across her lips. She announced that she could sense a little mouse still hiding inside the wreck. Lin's heart froze. Her passive danger sense flared violently. Without hesitation, the girl hurled a massive fireball at the crushed vehicle. The second explosion tore through the night, even more devastating than the first. Flames devoured everything in their path. The blue-haired girl smirked, declaring that no official dogs would escape alive. As they walked away from the inferno, she teased her companions, asking if they still missed Chi-Chi. Was she not beautiful enough for them? The pompadoured man chuckled, replying that while she was cute, their fallen comrade had been special, and guild law demanded they avenge her. The three figures disappeared into the dark forest, their laughter fading with the wind. Behind a scorched tree trunk, a naked and battered Lin Xingyu dragged herself from the wreckage, coughing up smoke. Through sheer willpower, she activated her killing intent perception. The faint red silhouettes that lingered confirmed her suspicions. The attackers were remnants of the Alice Guild, operating under Theodore's command to capture Chu Kunshin. Her entire squad was gone, annihilated. Shaking violently, she looked up at the burning sky. She had only one option left: survive long enough to report what had happened. Meanwhile, in another realm entirely, Shadow returned from the real world, bringing Ghost Spirit with him to the Tower of Divine Authority. Standing before the ruins of Magic City, he explained to the astonished Yuan that the tower's guardian was known simply as Old Mom, a being said to hold the secrets of divine creation. Inside the mist-lit ruins, Shadow revealed the truth about her. Her real name was Queen Ver, of the Waning Moon. Once a monarch of unmatched grace, she had lost her son and daughter in a brutal tragedy. Their deaths shattered her mind. Ever since, she had lived within a fragile delusion, believing her children were still alive and would one day return to her. As they approached the tower, Shadow explained that most players failed her trials because she issued impossible quests shaped by her madness. Yet there was a way to use her delusion to one's advantage. If a young man and woman entered together, Queen Ver would mistake them for her lost children. That illusion softened her, making the trials easier and the rewards far greater. Ghost Spirit stared at him, horrified by the manipulation. Shadow calmly instructed that once they entered, she must call the Queen Mom. That was why other players called her Old Mom. Reluctantly, Ghost nodded. Together they stepped toward the radiant golden gates. The doors parted, swallowing them in a sea of light. Inside, a path of shimmering starlight stretched endlessly forward. At its end stood Queen Ver draped in silver robes, her face serene yet haunted, her eyes glowing like pale moons. When she saw them, her expression broke into trembling joy. "My children, you've come back," she whispered, tears shining. "Have you returned for the Divine Authority book?" Ghost Spirit took a breath and prepared to play along. Shadow bowed slightly and addressed Queen Ver as Mom, confirming that they had indeed come for the Divine Authority book. Beside him, Ghost Spirit's composure crumbled. Something in Ver's gentle trembling voice pierced straight through her. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she told the queen how much she had missed her, her voice breaking as she confessed that she too had lost a parent. Queen Ver's smile softened with aching tenderness. She told them she wished to give them the book, but was forbidden by divine law until they completed her challenge. Lifting her hand, she summoned her avatar, a colossal spectral being, a level 20 J-tier entity overflowing with lunar energy. Defeat her, Ver said gently. Prove your worth. A system prompt appeared. Mother Set's blessing activated. All stats plus 20%. Ghost Spirit barely had time to react before the ground darkened. 3 shadowy figures erupted into existence, swirling like living storms around the boss. They were the clones born from Shadow's mythical skill, Shadow of Sorrow. In perfect synchrony, the clones struck. A blinding rain of blows crashed down upon the avatar, each slash carrying the full devastation of Shadow's power. Hundreds of thousands of damage numbers exploded across the air. Before Ghost Spirit could even blink, the towering avatar shattered into fragments of silver light. The system chimed. Challenge complete. Victory achieved. Ghost Spirit stood frozen, speechless, staring at the empty space where the monstrous guardian had stood. She tried to comprehend what she had witnessed, how something so powerful had been erased in seconds, and how 3 identical shadows had appeared and vanished like phantoms. Then Shadow moved. She stared at the fading fragments, her mind racing. What kind of skill held such terrifying precision? What kind of person could wield it so effortlessly? Before she could ask, a soft glow filled the chamber. Queen Ver descended gently from above, radiant with motherly warmth. Her eyes glimmered as she greeted them with trembling joy. Alan, Anna, you've grown so strong, she whispered. Her gaze settled on Ghost Spirit. Especially you, my little Anna. You've become such a beautiful young lady. With the tenderness of a mother giving blessings, Ver summoned 9 radiant tomes. They floated like sacred relics before drifting into Ghost Spirit's arms as Ver instructed her to cherish them and use them to shape her future. The gesture broke Ghost Spirit completely. The affection, so pure and unconditional, reminded her painfully of her real mother. She collapsed into Ver's arms, sobbing, while the queen, lost in her grief-born delusion, stroked her hair lovingly and whispered that she had always been proud of her. Shadow watched in silence. There was no mockery in his eyes. Only understanding. He knew well how deeply players cherished Ver. She had once sacrificed her entire remaining lifespan to forge the Book of Divine Revelation, dying with not a single day left. When Ghost Spirit finally regained her composure, Ver turned to Shadow next. And you, my son, she said softly. What is it you desire? Shadow answered calmly, requesting a divine tome in exchange for his communication bracelet. Ver examined the bracelet with sorrowful eyes. I do not have such a tome right now, she confessed, but I can create one for you. To Ghost Spirit's shock, Ver began burning her own remaining lifespan. Ethereal flames curled around her as a new divine tome formed between her hands. But midway through the process, she suddenly stopped. Her lifespan counter flickered, then rose by 150 days. Shadow accepted the newly crafted God-granted communication tome, telling Ver in a low voice that she should treat those restored days as his gratitude. Then he turned to leave. As they reached the door, Ver called out to them, her smile bittersweet. Take care of each other, my children. And Anna, if danger finds you, your big brother Alan will protect you. Never stray from his side. The world beyond is full of unseen threats. Ghost Spirit blinked in surprise. Big brother? Her cheeks warmed as she followed after Shadow, quietly debating whether she should start calling him that. When they exited the glowing chamber, she finally asked, half shy, half curious, whether she should call him Master or Big Brother, admitting that the latter sounded rather nice. Shadow's reaction was immediate and cold. His expression tightened, irritation flickering beneath the surface. Call me whatever you want, he said curtly, but not brother, not Big Brother. The sharpness in his voice froze her. She could feel the weight behind it, bitterness rooted far deeper than simple annoyance. But before she could ask more, his comm link buzzed. Chief Anna's voice came through, urgent yet laced with teasing. Shadow, are you logged in? I need to review your friend list. And no, I shall not being a jealous girlfriend. This is serious. Her tone shifted, darkening. We've got a problem. A serial killer is on the loose. 7 victims so far, and online chatter is blaming you. Shadow groaned aloud. Why is it always murder cases with me? He muttered. Anna continued, explaining that the timing was the issue. The victims' deaths matched perfectly with his login and logout timestamps. Whoever the killer was, they understood patrol schedules, left no trace, and was feeding suspicion straight toward him. Only those with access to his activity logs, his friends list, could know when he entered or exited the game. Shadow immediately named everyone with that level of access. His police team. The Knights Temple Guild leader. Milky Snow. The Savage player. The Skydome Guild master in Demon City and her granddaughter. And now, his newest companion, Ghost Spirit. Anna confirmed they would begin investigating immediately. Shadow asked only one question. Where were the bodies found? Her reply was grim. Scattered across the entire city. And Shadow, are you planning to examine them yourself? He answered without hesitation. Anna's response was instant, an excited burst of confidence. As if the moment he stepped into the investigation, the killer's days were numbered. She forwarded every file, report, and timestamp available. With the situation escalating, Shadow logged out. Back in the real-world hideout, he gave Ghost Spirit precise instructions. She assured him she was ready. In the quiet room, he handed her the communication bracelet, the rare device linking the game and physical world, and even entrusted her with his ghost wolf mount. She stared at him, stunned. His mount was more than rare. It was practically an extension of him, yet he gave it to her without hesitation. Shadow explained that someone was intentionally aligning murders with his login times, crafting the perfect narrative to frame him piece by piece. After reviewing his friend list, he was certain none of them were responsible. That meant the leak came from inside the official's organization. Someone with silent access to his records. And that was where her abilities mattered most. With touch of the underworld, she could trace scents, auras, and lingering energies more precisely than anyone he had ever encountered. He told her she had followed him long enough, endured enough, and now was ready for a mission that truly mattered. She vowed she would not fail, that she would find the real murderer and clear his name. The scene shifted. In a dim, shadow-soaked hotel in the demon capital, the purple-haired man, who had earlier shouted for Mr. Theodore, dragged Chu Yan forward like a captured trophy. A cold-eyed woman observed him with detached precision, evaluating him as though he were a specimen. Theodore, lounging comfortably, welcomed them with calm amusement. He addressed the purple-haired man as Tony, and praised him for completing the task. But the sound of Theodore's voice made Chu Yan stiffen. Recognition struck him with brutal force. He had met this man at the embassy gathering. The bald man in the room turned with a lit cigar and confirmed it with a dark smile. They had enjoyed a pleasant conversation, he said, and witnessing Chu Yan's unfair treatment today had motivated them to retrieve him. Chu Yan-sip's face drained of color. Everyone here, Tony, the blue-haired girl, the bald man, were infamous fugitives tied to the Chun Shirshir case. Whether Theodore intended to move against Shadow, against the authorities, or both, Chu Yan could not tell. But one truth was clear. Theodore had not rescued him out of kindness. Theodore smiled, brushing aside Chu Yan's internal panic. To him there was little difference between the government and Shadow. The two, he said casually, were practically working hand in hand. The words shattered Chu Yan's fragile composure. He erupted, shouting that his wife and child had been murdered, that officials refused to issue a warrant for Shadow, and that he was the one they chose to imprison. And knowing Theodore's nature, he understood perfectly that this rescue came with strings attached. The bald man silenced the chaos with a single question. What is your profession? Chu Yan burst into hysterical laughter, tinged with bitter pride. Of course, this was why they wanted him. He was the only hidden-class Fue in the game. His first skill, Yin-Yang Harmony, distorted enemy emotions and amplified his damage against spirits and monsters. Combined with his geomantic senses, he could locate treasures, read land structures, and detect powerful figures by the flow of aura. Primarily a support class, yes. But in the right hands, he was irreplaceable. To demonstrate, Chu Yan activated Yin-Yang Harmony. Tony and the muscular brute beside him immediately turned on each other. The moment Yin-Yang Harmony activated, snarling insults, they lunged with murderous intensity, fists and flames flying wildly across the room. Chu Yan watched smugly and explained that they would remain in that frenzied state until one of them collapsed, although he added, there were limits. His ability could not affect enemies more than 5 levels above him. Theodore applauded lightly, clearly pleased. Before the fight could escalate further, the bald man flicked a burning card between his fingers. When he gave a single command, stop, the crescent mark on the card flashed. The emotional distortion shattered instantly. Tony and the brute collapsed to the floor, battered and gasping for breath. Nearby, the bodysuit-clad woman laughed, remarking that the damage they had inflicted on each other was impressive. Theodore addressed her as Miss Jiang, and instructed her to treat their wounds. Praising the pair for their effort, she walked away with a wicked grin, clearly enjoying every moment. Meanwhile, Chu Yan stared in disbelief. His technique wasn't supposed to be neutralized by ordinary purification magic, but one look at the bald man's faint, knowing smile explained everything. He was a hidden-class fortune-teller, a user of enchanted divination cards, capable of enhancement, purification, teleportation, and countless other effects, each one flawless upon activation. Back in the real world, Ghost Spirit raced across the city atop Shadow's Ghost Wolf Mount. With touch of the underworld, she traced lingering spiritual imprints through alleys, rooftops, and quiet backstreets. Slowly, the scattered trails converged. The path became clear. She and the wolf surged forward, cutting through the night like a streak of silver lightning as she closed in on the serial killer's escape route. The scene shifted to Qinfeng's old apartment complex. Dim corridor lights flickered softly along narrow hallways. A sudden knock echoed through the quiet. Feng's clueless sister hurried to the door with her usual unguarded excitement. The moment she swung it open and saw Yin Yin, she brightened instantly, waving her friend inside with childlike enthusiasm. Yin Yin greeted her warmly, but before she could say anything, the sister launched into her latest scheme, selling her brother's house to make quick cash. She bragged that Yin Yin had already found a buyer. Except the buyer was actually the strange, quietly smiling man standing behind Yin Yin. Yin Yin quickly corrected her. He wasn't a buyer at all, but a fortune teller who had agreed to help locate her missing brother. The man stepped forward with practiced grace, introducing himself as Ren. His posture was polished, his voice smooth enough to disarm almost anyone. But Feng's sister remained completely unfazed by the seriousness of the situation. She dismissed her brother's disappearance with a careless wave, insisting he always vanished for days and would eventually wander back. Yin Yin exhaled, trying once again to reason with her. She explained that she herself would be moving out soon. The guild's promotion to platinum rank required all members to relocate to the sanctuary, a fortified hideout. If Feng was not found soon, the sister would be left alone with no one to rely on. The sister responded dramatically, wailing as if the universe had betrayed her. She begged to know why Yin Yin was abandoning her, flinging her arms as though performing on stage. Patient as ever, Yin Yin reminded her she had no choice. It was mandatory, and she reassured her that Master Ren's divination was incredibly accurate. With his ability, finding Feng was only a matter of time. Then Yin Yin suggested one final thing. If she simply reached out to Feng politely, he would certainly return to help her. He was after all her real brother. Unlike Shadow, whom she only occasionally saw outside the hideout gate, and had begun fantasizing as a replacement sibling. The sister immediately rejected the idea. With absurd confidence, she insisted Shadow's guild would surely recruit her soon. Once they did, she would finally gain protection and avenge herself for whatever petty grudges she imagined. Yin Yin sighed. She gave her one last chance to be reasonable, then left with a look that silently said she had done all she could. After her departure, Ren turned toward the sister with polite curiosity. He asked whether there was anything her brother used frequently, something that might help his divination lock onto Feng's location. She stubbornly declared that she didn't need any fortune-telling at all. Ren ignored her completely and stepped inside the apartment. When he learned the siblings had shared the same living space, he nodded in satisfaction. "That alone is enough," he said. She blinked in confusion, asking why he wasn't listening to her protests, but Ren was already drawing a glowing divination card. Cheerfully, he announced that he would tell her fortune for free, and whether she liked the outcome didn't matter. She could witness it for herself. The card floated upward, shimmering with faint starlight. Then a chilling omen materialized upon it. The star god Stis, sign. Ren translated the omen without hesitation. A man in black lay silently at the bottom of the sea. Feng Sip's sister stared blankly, unable to process the meaning. Ren sighed softly, almost pitying her confusion, and explained it plainly. According to the omen, her brother had burned to death, and his body had been cast into the ocean. Somewhere far away, completely oblivious, Qinfeng sneezed 3 times, unaware that fate itself was announcing his death. Back in the apartment, the sister shook her head violently. She refused to accept it. She declared that her brother would never die, not before apologizing to her properly. Ren kept his expression gentle, the way one might soothe a frightened child. Then he offered an alternative. Since she had been in contact with Shadow, she surely knew the location of his hideout. If she agreed, he could use a teleportation card to take them there immediately. Even if her real brother was dead, he implied, she could still treat Shadow as her new brother. Too naive, too greedy, too desperate for fantasy to sense the danger, she agreed instantly. Ren activated the teleportation card. The world distorted. The walls stretched and twisted into pale ribbons of light. The floor vanished beneath her feet. In her mind, she was already imagining herself joining Shadow's guild, receiving protection, prestige, and perhaps even a new life. She even convinced herself that working as a servant in his hideout would be worth it. But when the light dissolved, she realized she had walked directly into her own trap. Instead of standing at Shadow's majestic guild gate, she found herself in a deserted, unfamiliar wasteland. No life, no structures, no Shadow. Only then did she finally feel fear. Confused and trembling, she looked around the abandoned space, whispering in panic why Shadow wasn't here and why the teleport had misfired. Renstick's expression shifted. His polite smile tightened, then sharpened into something cold and predatory. The pleasant facade melted off him like candle wax, revealing a devilish hunger beneath. Before she could step back, Ren lunged. His fist slammed into her stomach with brutal force. The impact knocked the air from her lungs and forced blood up her throat. She collapsed, choking, clutching at the ground. Ren watched her fold helplessly. "I believe in perfect equality," he said, in a chillingly casual tone. "Pain for everyone. No exceptions." Moments later, she was hanging upside down like prey hooked for slaughter. Ren hovered before her, a grin stretched far too wide for the circumstances. Dangling and terrified, she sobbed as he demanded every detail she knew about Shadow, his hideout, his movements, his habits. Between gasps and tears, she insisted she knew nothing, that she was never involved in anything important. Her ignorance enraged him. He struck her again and again, furious that someone this clueless had stood outside Shadow's hideout as if she mattered at all. A final blow made her eyes roll back. Her consciousness slipped away. Her body hung limp. Only then did Ren realize the truth. She was completely useless. No skills, no abilities, no information. A fool pretending to be connected to a world far beyond her reach. Ren clicked his tongue in disgust and pulled out his communication device. He informed the person on the other end that the prey had been captured and casually asked when the next killing would begin. It had been 2 days since the last body dropped, and his tone suggested that violence had become an addiction he could barely restrain. Dragging the unconscious girl across the dark floor, he tossed her onto a cold concrete slab. The voice on the line warned him sharply. He could play as much as he wanted, but he was not permitted to kill her until explicit orders were given. Ren grumbled but agreed. He unsheathed a gleaming knife, its edge reflecting the dim light, and murmured that there was still plenty of time to enjoy the process before the final command. Elsewhere in the city, a police officer stared at his phone in shock. It had been 2 days since Shadow last logged out. Anyone who extracted stats into reality required enormous calorie intake. Staying logged in that long was nearly impossible, unless the timestamps were being manipulated to frame him. The realization struck the officer hard. Anna must have sensed it too. But instead of concern, the officer smirked. He was the same man Shadow had once humiliated, and now? Everything was falling perfectly into place. Soon the public would believe Shadow was a serial killer hiding behind his reputation. Panic would spread, pressure would rise, and eventually the authorities would be forced to arrest him. He reveled in the fantasy, convinced vengeance would soon be his. Far from that corruption, Ghost Spirit rode Shadow's ghost wolf through the night like a streak of silver-gray light. Her touch of the underworld ability followed faint, lingering auras through twisting corridors and intersections. The trail led her deeper underground to a rusted steel gate drowned in darkness. She slipped inside. The underground passages were cold and damp, echoing faintly with distant broken laughter. The deeper she went, the clearer it became. Someone down here was reveling in cruelty. When she stepped into the final chamber, the world seemed to stop. Her breath caught in her throat. Fong's sister hung from the ceiling in a mutilated state. Her legs were gone, severed entirely. Blood pooled thickly beneath her. And beneath her stood Ren. Drenched in crimson like some nightmarish butcher, shoulders trembling with manic delight, as he indulged in torture for no purpose but pleasure. What happens next? As the scene shifted, Shin Fong's sister was already breaking down, her tears streaming so heavily that it felt as though her entire world was collapsing. On her screen, countless attempts to enter the game flashed one after another, each one ending with the same cold message: entry blocked due to active combat. The truth struck her like ice. She was the one trapped in combat. She was the one trying to log in and failing, hanging helplessly in that nightmarish room. Her eyes lifted to the deranged butcher looming over her, and disbelief flooded her mind as she wondered how her life had spiraled into this nightmare when all she had wanted was to sell a house for quick cash. Terror swelled in her chest as she realized no one was coming. She whispered for help, but only silence replied. For a fragile second she imagined that if her brother Fong were still alive, he would have torn the world apart to save her, but she believed he was dead now. And with that thought, the last thread of hope inside her snapped. Just then, a mysterious green aurora flared around her body, warm and gentle, like a miracle descending from the heavens. She gasped, thinking a savior had finally arrived. But the psycho's jagged laughter ripped through the moment. It was his spell. He stepped closer, his face twisting with sick pleasure as he proudly introduced himself as the Man Butcher, a priest by profession. He explained that his class allowed him to restore any injury as long as the victim had not yet died. To a twisted soul like his, that ability was nothing short of divine. He promised her that death would not come quickly. He preferred to stretch suffering until it became art, savoring every second of fear before finally ending a life. To him, prolonged torment was the most exquisite pleasure imaginable. His gaze slid to her trembling chest, and without shame he muttered what he planned to mutilate next. The horror of those words shattered what remained of her mind, and she fainted instantly, her consciousness collapsing beneath the weight of what awaited her. The butcher clicked his tongue in disappointment, calling her weak and barely worth the effort, yet he still reached for his tools with eager hands. Before he could touch her again, the air behind him rippled with killing intent. A talisman ignited in cold, ghostly light, and in the next heartbeat, the ghost lady materialized. Her blade swept down in a devastating night slash, carving into the butcher and spraying blood across the chamber. The blow barely slowed him. He shuddered, breathing harshly, and with a disturbing grin confessed that he enjoyed the pain. He was as much a masochist as he was a monster. Ignoring his twisted delight, the ghost lady demanded to know why he had slaughtered the victims and why he had framed Shadow. She sensed healing energy flaring in his hands and reacted instantly. With surgical precision, her talisman papers spiraled around him, wrapping him tight before slamming him into the ground with a cracking impact that shattered his spell. Unable to move and stripped of his regeneration, the butcher's confidence evaporated. The ghost lady crouched beside him, her voice low and sharp as she warned that if he refused to talk, she would let him experience exactly what it felt like to have one's legs severed, just like the foolish girl hanging above them. The madness in his eyes finally broke, replaced by true terror. For the first time he understood fear, and he crumbled instantly, his voice trembling as he agreed to confess everything. The scene shifted to the ruined city, a god-forsaken realm of rubble and smoke, where Captain Anna stood with her team. She explained that ever since they had stopped reporting Shadow's login and logout times, the serial killer had gone completely silent. No new victims, no new crimes, nothing at all. Captain Mang pointed out that Shadow himself was still logging in and out normally, which only reinforced the truth. Someone inside the authorities was deliberately constructing a frame job. Little Black spoke firmly, insisting Shadow would never commit such murders. He added that no real expert would dump bodies like trash. A true professional would burn them to ash and leave no trace behind. Captain Anna nodded. They all knew Shadow was innocent, but public opinion was spiraling out of control. Rumors were spreading like wildfire, and once the masses panicked, the authorities would be forced to eliminate Shadow simply to restore order, guilt or not. Captain Mang shook his head grimly. If the government was pushed into confronting Shadow, the battle would be catastrophic. The country itself would fracture before it ended. They had no choice but to clear his name quickly. Now certain the setup came from inside the system, Captain Anna narrowed her eyes. With old grudges and political tension in play, only one name fit the pattern. The scene cut instantly to the fat brat, checking his phone for what felt like the 100th time, his face twisted with impatience. There was still no update on Shadow's logout time. 2 full days had passed. The killer he hired should have still been toying with the prey. Yet the silence made his stomach churn. He feared Anna might have pieced everything together. Secretly, the brat harbored a warped crush on her. Though he knew he was far beneath her league, obsession had twisted his feelings into madness. He believed the only way to win her heart was to eliminate Shadow no matter the cost, even if it meant standing against the entire country. Just then his phone buzzed. He lunged for it, expecting news that Shadow had finally gone offline. Instead, the message darkened his face. It stated that the prey had escaped, and that the killer required 3 years of lifespan to extract her tracking skill. An address followed, ordering him to appear immediately. His frustration exploded. He cursed under his breath, furious that the butcher could not even control a single victim. If they were caught, everything he had planned would collapse. The next scene returned to the suffocating tunnel where death clung to the walls like mold. Lang, the pampered brat drunk on power, stepped inside while shouting impatiently for the butcher. His voice dripped with irritation as he complained about the killer's incompetence, demanding to know how a helpless prey could possibly escape. Muttering to himself, he marched deeper into the dim corridor, until his steps froze. There, hanging grotesquely from the ceiling like slaughtered livestock, were both the priest and the foolish girl. A cold realization slammed into Lang's chest. He was no longer the hunter. Before he could even scream, a talisman shot through the air and pierced his jacket, tightening instantly. Paper seals wrapped around his body like iron chains, locking him in place. From the darkness, the ghost lady emerged, her presence as sharp and cold as a winter night. She stepped forward and asked in a voice laced with fury whether he was the one who dared to harm her master. Panic flooded Lang's face as he tried to hide behind his family's power. He shouted for her to release him at once, boasting about his connections within the authorities and warning that crossing him would ruin her life. But the ghost lady had already heard the priest's confession. She recited his crimes back to him with terrifying calm. His full name, Lang, the mayor's son, the orders he had issued to slaughter innocent people, the way bodies were disposed of during Shadow's offline hours, the elaborate frame jobs crafted from the shadows. He was the puppet master behind the entire nightmare. Her voice hardened as she turned toward the butcher. Since he had fulfilled his part of the deal, she would now grant him the reward he desired most. He was free to kill Lang however he pleased. The psycho priest's face twisted into manic delight, gratitude spilling from his eyes at the chance to indulge again. Lang screamed for him to stop, but the butcher only laughed, savoring the thrill of fresh prey. Just as he lunged forward, Lang activated something hidden, a desperate technique prepared in advance. The ground exploded beneath the priest, throwing him off balance, and in the same instant, a violent blast detonated in front of the ghost lady. Fire and dust tore through the tunnel as the shockwave rippled outward. When the smoke cleared, Lang was already free from the talisman. He straightened himself, his terror replaced by venomous hatred. He sneered at the ghost lady, mocking her for thinking he would walk into a trap without preparation. He revealed that he had learned she was Shadow's apprentice. Despite her youth, her power was monstrous, but now revenge consumed him. He swore he would kill her first, then wipe out Shadow and every follower he had. Energy surged through his body as a blazing aura wrapped around him. Enchantments flared to life, forcing his stats to unnatural heights. He kicked off the ground and unleashed flaming arrows that detonated in explosions the moment they struck stone. But the ghost lady moved like a shadow. She slipped through the blasts of fire, vanishing so completely that dread flooded Lang's eyes. He realized too late that she was an assassin. A talisman shot from behind him, wrapping his torso with ruthless precision before driving straight through his chest. Lang screamed as the binding locked him in place. The ghost lady approached slowly, her expression cold and merciless. She told him he was pathetically weak, unworthy of such advanced skills. Then she demanded the truth. Who was helping him? Writhing in agony, Lang begged her to stop. He promised to talk if she spared him. The talisman tightened, its edge hovering near his heart, and he broke instantly. Foreigners were working with Shur. One of them had discovered him and recruited him to help destroy Shadow. They were the ones who had given him the card. There were 10 people involved in total, and he swore he knew nothing more. Desperate to live, he cried that his father, the mayor, would grant her anything if she saved him. But the moment he mentioned parents, something dark and wounded stirred in the ghost lady's eyes. Without hesitation, she unleashed her blood-piercing technique, driving violent power through every vessel in his body. Lang convulsed as she ordered him to be silent. Her master had once taught her that sparing an enemy meant inviting cruelty in return, and today she would not leave her work unfinished. She could already sense an armed squad closing in, along with the faint aura of the mutilated girl nearby. The authorities were moments away. Whether the survivor lived or died would be decided by fate, not her. Soon after, officers stormed into the tunnel following an anonymous tip. They discovered the psycho butcher, Lang, and the injured girl. After surveying the carnage, the inspector concluded that both the butcher and Lang were dead. The girl was unconscious but stable enough to survive. A subordinate reported writing on the wall. The message stated that the serial killings had been carried out by 2 individuals who had attempted to frame Shadow. It said evidence could be found on their phones, and that the girl was a witness who had quietly performed good deeds. The officers verified the records and confirmed everything. They also uncovered that someone inside the authorities had been leaking Shadow's login information directly to Lang. An immediate order was issued. The traitor had to be captured without delay. The scene shifted back to the real world, where Qin Fong, finally free from the chaos of the game, was devouring meat and protein like a man restoring every exhausted cell in his body. His peace didn't last long. Captain Anna's call flashed across his screen, and he answered while still chewing. Her voice carried both urgency and relief. They had finally made a breakthrough in the serial killer case. Before she even finished, Qin Fong already knew. The ghost lady had succeeded. Anna confirmed it. The killers were Lang, the mayor's son, and Run, the deranged psycho priest. Qin Fong calmly asked what had happened to them. She explained both were dead, and their phones contained irrefutable evidence. The victim girl had been rescued, though she had lost both legs and endured unbearable torture. She was alive in the hospital, barely holding on. Once she recovered enough to speak, the case would be officially closed. Qin Fong nodded to himself in quiet satisfaction. Everything had unfolded exactly as he expected. Anna apologized for the trouble the investigation had caused, and offered crucial information as compensation. A strange anomaly had appeared in the city. 5 flying monsters endlessly circling the sky, attacking anyone who approached. No matter how many times players killed them, their number always returned to 5. It reminded her of the 7 bosses of Dark Moon Town, whose presence had once signaled a massive hidden treasure. With her instincts as a captain, she was certain something enormous was concealed there. Qin Fong's eyes sharpened instantly. Another ancient god tablet had appeared. He was sure of it. He thanked her for the tip. From her description, the tablet floated extremely high in the air, unreachable without a flying mount. Even he couldn't reach it normally. His thoughts returned to the Leaning Tower of Magic, where he had claimed the Skull Castle key. If he explored it thoroughly this time, perhaps he could obtain a flying dragon mount. There was only one problem. Entry required level 20. He checked his status. Level 19. Just one level short. Without wasting another second, he logged back into the game to grind experience as efficiently as possible. The scene shifted to the outer beach of Skull City. Shadow moved like a phantom, completely invisible, as he slaughtered monsters at lightning speed. The salty wind carried echoes of battle. Nearby, a group of adventurers struggled against a massive lobster-like monster. One girl panicked, asking what was happening, while a towering man reassured her. His voice grew steady as he activated his professional spirit. His body transformed into a shimmering soul form, like a guardian manifestation. He explained that he couldn't deal damage, but he could tank any attack as long as he managed his defensive skills properly. He told the others to strike from behind while he absorbed every blow. Watching their teamwork sparked a sharp memory in Qinfeng's mind. In his past life, the Theodore Guild and the Zuma Guild had colluded in this very region. They staged coordinated ambushes and lured city officials into devastating traps. The officials suffered catastrophic losses and completely lost control of order. What followed was 3 months of real-world chaos in Skull City. Businesses collapsed. Police forces were stretched past their limits. Panic swallowed the streets. More than 100,000 people died indirectly because of that breakdown. Qinfeng clenched his fist. He remembered it all too clearly. Chaos born from greed, incompetence, and the hunger for power. Now, with the ancient god tablet looming somewhere above the skies, he pushed forward relentlessly, determined to level up before another disaster could unfold. The battle against the enormous skeletal lobster reached its breaking point. Its hollow roar shook the shoreline as Lynching's expression tightened at the sight of its health bar plunging. She shouted that the monster was entering its second phase. The warning came barely a heartbeat before the beast swelled with eerie blue light. A storm of shimmering bubbles erupted from its shell, each bursting open into swarms of smaller lobster abominations that scuttled across the sand in a frenzy. The battlefield instantly collapsed into chaos. Their shield-bearer staggered backward beneath the tide of chittering creatures, shouting that there were far too many to hold back. Lynching Yu screamed through the noise for Zuma, the Soul Walker, to activate his soul conversion ability before they were wiped out. But Zuma turned away. His expression was chillingly blank. He didn't even acknowledge her. Lynching's heart dropped as betrayal crashed through her chest. The smaller lobsters surged past the shattered front line and lunged straight for her. Their formation broke in seconds. She fired both guns wildly, already knowing it was hopeless. She shouted Zuma's name again, demanding answers, but it was far too late. The colossal boss reared back, skeletal claws raised high. Its minions closed in as she tripped and fell, staring up in pure terror as the monster descended to devour her. Then a blur of blue energy ripped across the battlefield. A streak of light shredded the massive creature mid-strike, slicing through joints and armor as if tearing paper. Before Lynching could even process what happened, Shadow was already there. He moved faster than sight. His blade swept through the swarm of smaller lobsters in a graceful yet merciless arc. Landing firmly before her, he unleashed a roaring vortex of dark energy that swallowed the remaining monsters whole. A system window materialized. The Jade-grade lobster boss was dead. A flood of experience, evolution points, and more than 9 years of raw lifespan poured into his inventory. As Shadow stood calmly amid the falling loot, Zuma stared in horror, finally realizing the man before him was the infamous Shadow. The confrontation ended in a single breath. Shadow appeared directly in front of Zuma as if teleporting. His killing intent crushed the air. Before anyone could move, his blade flashed once. Zumasip's head separated cleanly from his shoulders. His body collapsed as the system announced his death, dissolving into shimmering light. Lynching stood frozen, breath trapped in her chest. She finally forced out a thank you for saving her, then asked shakily why he had killed their teammate. Shadow's glowing eyes swept toward her with icy calm. He asked why a Magic City official team was employing a foreigner at all. She admitted Zuma had been hired as outside support because his unique class was essential for the boss fight, though she never expected him to abandon them at the critical moment. Shadow scoffed softly. It hadn't been distraction, it had been deliberate. He quoted an old saying, that those who do not belong to the same faction will always have different hearts, making it clear that Zuma had betrayed them on purpose. Lynching paled, sweat forming on her brow as she asked why. What could Zuma possibly gain from killing them? Shadow offered no comfort. He turned away, his cape sweeping across the sand like a dark tide, and told her bluntly that uncovering motives was the official's responsibility, not his. Before leaving, he paused and made a proposition. If Magic City officials encountered bosses beyond their ability, they could contact him directly. His terms were simple. He would take all lifespan drops and any assassin-class equipment. Everything else belonged to them. It was the same arrangement he had with Shanghai's officials. The survivors stared at him, like he had descended from heaven. Several broke into relieved shouts, hardly believing their luck. Shadow added one condition. The deal only applied to platinum-grade bosses or higher, and he demanded full looting rights over his share. Lynching Yu immediately accepted, understanding the immense value of such an alliance, and began sending messages to their scattered teams. Moments later, an urgent announcement spread across the dangerous zones, calling for all squads to report coordinates of high-level bosses. When the news broke that Shadow had agreed to help, players fighting on the edge of death cried out in relief. Hope flooded the battlefield like the return of dawn. For the first time since entering Magic City's wilderness, people believed they might survive. They dreamed of better equipment, of progress, of a future where stepping into a boss zone wasn't a death sentence. Back on the cliffside, Lynching struggled to keep up with the flood of incoming coordinates. She called out that several platinum-grade bosses had been located nearby. Shadow raised an eyebrow in mild surprise at the speed of the reports. She explained breathlessly that Shanghai's officials were already thriving because of him, while Magic City's teams had been suffering daily. The moment the announcement went out, every desperate squad sent their locations at once. Shadow activated his flight skill. Dark wings unfurled with a soft hum of energy. He told her to forward the nearest coordinates, then leapt skyward, cutting through the clouds like a streak of blue light. The officials below watched in awe as he vanished toward his next target. The scene shifted to a narrow rocky canyon where a hulking platinum-grade monster, the long-haired gray miner, lurked behind jagged boulders. A small party of players hid nearby, trembling. A red-haired girl whispered shyly that she heard Shadow was coming, and wondered, cheeks burning, if he was handsome. Her teammates were less convinced. One man muttered that killing a platinum boss wasn't that simple. Its stats were too high, its defenses too thick, and only a fool believed Shadow could erase it in an instant. His sentence never finished. From the heavens, a massive vertical beam of blue energy slammed down like divine judgment. The miner didn't even scream before being split in half. Over 300,000 damage burst across its body. As the canyon shook, the system confirmed the kill, rewarding Shadow with experience, evolution points, over 5 years of lifespan, and a platinum-grade assassin skill, Smoke Bomb. Shadow glanced at the remains with clinical indifference, then turned toward the east, already locking onto his next target. By the time the hidden party regained their senses, he was gone. The skeptical man dropped to his knees, shaking, screaming that Shadow had killed the boss in a single second before they even saw his face. The red-haired girl pouted in disappointment for missing him, but joy quickly replaced shock when they noticed the floating lifespan orbs. Shadow had kept his promise. He had taken only the lifespan, leaving all other loot untouched. The world shifted again. Without warning, massive white spikes erupted from the ground, hurling a squad of players into the air. From the shattered stone rose a terrifying jade-gray boss. It was the noble family's eldest son, the traitor Lulu, encased in molten black armor and wielding a colossal flaming sword. A player screamed in horror that they had underestimated the monster's detection range. The Jade Knight lifted its burning blade high, swinging it down toward a frozen player who could only stare in helpless terror. But death never reached him. A streak of purple light tore through the air, slicing the boss's arm clean from its shoulder. The severed limb and flaming sword spiraled across the battlefield as Shadow descended in a blur, landing with predatory precision. His Shadow of Sorrow skill erupted. 4 shadow clones materialized around the Jade Knight, surrounding it in perfect formation. They moved in flawless synchronization, slashing in a storm of dark strikes that shook the canyon itself. The boss didn't survive a single breath. It collapsed beneath the overwhelming assault. The system announced the kill, rewarding Shadow with experience, evolution points, over 10 years of lifespan, and a Jade-grade assassin skill, merge into darkness. The rescued players stood in stunned silence. Each clone had dealt more than 300,000 damage. Whispers spread through the group as they trembled, wondering if they were even playing the same game as him. One player, face burning with awe, said the gap between them and Shadow was no different from the gap between humans and gods. Others nodded, torn between fear and reverence. As the final boss fell, a system message lit up Shadow's interface. Level 20 achieved. Dark energy coiled around him like swirling smoke as he remarked calmly that grinding bosses was still the fastest way to level up. Another chime rang out instantly. The natural disaster ancient god curse slate had reached full charge. Shadow's eyes flashed with brilliant yellow light as anticipation surged through him. With the slate fully awakened, it was finally time to draw a new AICS, one powerful enough to reshape everything ahead. He poured his evolution points into his newly acquired skills, watching system windows flash rapidly. More than 300 points vanished as Merge into Darkness climbed from Platinum all the way to Mythical Grade. Standing in the Howling Westland, Shadow studied the skill and realized it was a superior replacement for standard stealth. Its effect elevated his stealth level to 21. Even most diamond-grade bosses would no longer be able to detect him. Next, he turned to the Smoke Bomb skill card resting in his inventory. He dumped his remaining points into it until it reached legendary grade. The glowing card formed in his hand, radiating its legendary aura. Shadow frowned in disgust, calling it a trash skill unworthy of his arsenal. Instead of learning it, he activated his Spirit Devourer bloodline and consumed the card whole. System notifications exploded across his interface as the card dissolved into raw energy. His elemental attack surged upward, and his elemental resistance strengthened sharply. The numbers confirmed a massive stat increase from devouring the legendary skill. Satisfied, Shadow shifted his gaze toward the ocean. In the distance, a foreboding structure dominated the horizon. The Withered Bone City ruins sat on a remote island, its dark castle silhouette carved against the stormy sky. His strength was sufficient to enter the ruins, but one problem remained. There was no way across the water. No boats, no teleport points, nothing. The black waves crashed violently, and Shadow knew the sea was crawling with monsters. Swimming across or fighting underwater without specialized skills or mounts would be suicide. Unwilling to let terrain block his progress, he opened his map interface. His eyes scanned the coast until a strange symbol caught his attention. A locked door icon sat directly on the shoreline. Curiosity flared. Shadow transformed into a streak of darkness and shot across the land. He stopped before a cave entrance sealed by a massive ornate stone gate carved with intricate patterns. The moment he approached, glowing chains formed across the door and a system message appeared. The gate was sealed. Use the Withered Bone City key. Surprise rippled through him. The golden key he had obtained earlier was exactly what this place required. He pulled it from his inventory. The heavy doors groaned open with a deep rumble, and Shadow stepped forward, wondering aloud how a gate on this side of the coast could possibly lead to ruins across the sea. Beyond the entrance, the path plunged sharply downward. He realized he was heading deep underground. As he moved through the dark stone corridor, understanding dawned. This was a physical tunnel carved beneath the ocean floor, directly connecting the mainland to the island. After a long descent, light appeared ahead. Shadow emerged from the cave on the opposite shore, and instantly understood why this place had been abandoned to ruin and monsters. The land was a storm-soaked hellscape of decay. A ruined castle loomed atop a high cliff, its broken towers illuminated by jagged lightning tearing through the sky. A system notification welcomed him to the Mora Empire Withered Bone City ruins, and immediately followed with a warning so severe it felt like a death sentence. This was a berserk area. Here, lifespan didn't drain normally. It burned away at 100 times the usual rate. Every second inside aged a player catastrophically. Looking back at the sea he had bypassed, Shadow couldn't help admiring the brilliance of the hidden tunnel system. A memory surfaced from his past life. He remembered a so-called madman who once ranted about a secret passage beneath the ocean. Everyone had mocked him, claiming he was hallucinating or mixing up games. But standing here now, Shadow realized the man had been right all along. He stepped forward into the desolate terrain. A forest of withered trees stretched ahead, their skeletal branches clawing toward the sky. Bones littered the ground like discarded debris. The air itself felt heavy with dread, as if the land had given up on life centuries ago. Without any warning, the ground beneath Shadow's feet began to tremble violently, as if the earth itself were tearing apart. A massive skeletal dragon skull that had rested on the ground like some macabre decoration started to rattle and crack, deep fissures spreading across its ancient bone surface. Then, in a single explosive moment, something colossal burst from within the skull's hollow core, detonating the structure into fragments that scattered across the wasteland. Shadow didn't retreat. He stood firm as dust clouds rolled outward and bone shards rained from the air. When the creature finally revealed itself, it was grotesque beyond reason. A giant skeletal centipede formed its base, its segmented body bristling with blade-like limbs. Rising from that nightmare was a stitched female torso, crowned by a single glowing red eye pulsing with malevolent intelligence. The system interface flickered to life. This was the Withered Bone Ruins Guardian, Thousand-Blade Centipede Moore, a diamond-grade boss. Shadow analyzed her with cold precision. Her upper body still resembled a human woman, but her lower half had abandoned all humanity, mutated into pure monster flesh that flowed with unnatural fluidity. His gaze traced the festering wounds carved across her body, and recognition struck like lightning. Those scars were identical to the ones he had seen on the White Dragon before. The creature suddenly lunged forward with shocking speed, her massive form moving far faster than her size suggested. In that instant, Shadow understood the horrifying truth. This was not a random boss spawn. She had once been a citizen of the Mora Empire, a living human transformed into a ruin guardian by Cthulhu's curse. Shadow twisted aside as the centipede body swept past like a living battering ram. During that heartbeat of movement, he studied the scars across her torso more closely. These were not marks from honorable combat. She had been tortured while still alive. The time for defense ended. Shadow launched his counterattack. Shadow clones burst into existence around him, perfect replicas ready to execute his will. He activated Blessing of Release, and destructive power surged through every strike. In a blinding flash of purple light, Shadow and his clones became a single force, unleashing a synchronized shadow flash slash. 4 strikes landed in the same instant. Dark energy ripped across the monster's neck, carving deep glowing wounds. A system notification flared. His cooldowns had reset. Shadow attacked again without hesitation. Blessing of Release erupted once more, crimson chaos exploding outward as the 4 shadows closed in from every direction. Beams of purple destruction tore through flesh and bone simultaneously. Morsit's monstrous body was shredded apart. The diamond-grade guardian detonated in a storm of magical fire, bathing the ruins in blood-red light. Shadow landed smoothly as burning fragments drifted down like hellish snow. The system confirmed the kill. Thousand-blade centipede more had fallen. Rewards surged into his interface. Massive experience gains, towering stacks of evolution points, over 10 years of tradable lifespan, and rare items flooding his inventory. For a brief moment, the curse loosened its grip. The spirit of the woman Moore had once been appeared, her true form restored in her final seconds. She smiled softly, peaceful at last, freed from the nightmare that had consumed her existence. Shadow moved deeper into the dead wasteland, lifting his gaze toward the lightning-wrapped castle perched atop the cliffs, its silhouette like a corrupted fortress ripped from a nightmare raid. Without slowing, he unleashed a long-range strike. A wave of dark energy tore through the gloom and impaled a spider-shaped monster lurking in the shadows. Its upper body was still human and female, while its lower half twisted into a monstrous spider form. It shrieked as the attack punched straight through it. The system confirmed the kill. Cursed Spider Molly was eliminated, rewarding Shadow with heavy experience, evolution points, and exactly 10 years of tradable lifespan. Standing among the floating loot, Shadow absorbed the grim truth of this land. Every monster bore a human torso fused grotesquely with some corrupted beast, as if incompatible worlds had been forced together and never separated. Even their names remained unchanged, echoes of who they once were. His steps slowed when he spotted a giant dragon skull embedded in the dirt. Its bone structure was warped beyond recognition, riddled with mismatched eye sockets and twisted horns like a blueprint of biological corruption. The conclusion solidified in his mind. The entire withered bone ruins was a massive experiment gone wrong. A memory from ancient lore resurfaced. In desperation to win a war, the people of Mora had summoned Cthulhu, an ancient sea god whose curse devoured the city. The calamity twisted every living human into monstrous forms, transforming the entire population. As Shadow advanced, the curse thickened, the atmosphere growing heavier, as though the world itself was raising the difficulty the closer he moved to the city's heart. Then the sky split open. A colossal object plummeted downward and slammed into the earth, the impact shaking the ground violently, like a game vibration set to its limit. A stone-skinned titan rose from the crash site, its massive body threaded with magma-like veins that glowed beneath hardened rock. The system instantly identified it. Royal City Guard Commander Man, Level 25, Platinum-grade boss. Shadow looked up at the towering golem, unimpressed. In a land this corrupted, a so-called royal commander being nothing more than a low-tier platinum monster felt almost laughable. The titan lifted its enormous stone arm, red energy pulsing along its surface like overheated circuitry. It slammed its fist into the ground, shattering the earth in a violent explosion of force. Shadow slipped aside effortlessly as the ground split where he had stood. The battle began. He unleashed a shadow blade, carving a powerful slash across the giant's rocky torso, but the damage numbers had barely appeared when a strange recoil snapped back at him. Pain ripped through his body as the exact damage he had dealt reflected straight into himself. Shadow landed and instantly understood. Full damage reflection. The golem's burning red eyes locked onto him as he calculated the danger. This boss carried nearly 10 times the health of a normal platinum monster and reflected 100% of all damage. Without his blacklight shield active, that first strike would have killed him outright. This cursed land punished careless attacks. Shadow shot into the sky, his silhouette slicing across the moon like a scene from a legendary action game. He activated every defensive layer at once, summoning 10 stacked blacklight shields around his body. From above, he unleashed a barrage of 10 shadow blades, each strike carefully controlled, low damage hits. Charge the ultimate. Let the shields absorb the reflected recoil. When his energy reached full capacity, Shadow descended like falling judgment. Blessing of Release fused with the crimson blade. A massive vertical beam of crimson energy tore downward, slicing clean through the golem and blasting out 450,000 damage. The reflected force roared back toward him, but a golden barrier flared into existence, swallowing the impact entirely. Shadow stood untouched. The flaw was revealed. The crimson blade granted 600% lifesteal. The healing overflowed beyond his full health, forming a shield worth over 2.7 million points. Against that, the reflected damage was meaningless. The Royal City Guard commander collapsed. The system confirmed the kill, flooding Shadow with experience, evolution points, and more than 14 years of lifespan. Then a warning followed. The commander's death had alerted every guard in the city. Shadow froze as the atmosphere twisted sharply. High on the cliffs, a monstrous sentry lifted a massive horn and blew with all its strength. Sickly green sound waves rippled outward, spreading the alarm across the ruins. The dead land stirred. Misshapen silhouettes poured down from every ridge. Winged horrors, spider hybrids, warped beasts of every shape swarmed toward him, their glowing eyes locking on like predators sensing blood. A colossal fur-covered foot slammed into the ground beside him. The plateau shook violently. Within moments, the entire area was encircled. Towering bears, centipede monstrosities, and endless corrupted creatures formed a crushing ring around Shadow. A system notification appeared. Monster Horde event activated. Objective: eliminate all enemies. Shadow raised his head, staring into the sea of red eyes. Instead of fear, excitement flared in his gaze. A low laugh escaped him. This felt absurdly exhilarating, like one of those impossible challenges players bragged about surviving online. The monsters hesitated, confused by their prey's lack of terror. That hesitation was fatal. Shadow moved like a storm breaking loose. The Dark Knight ring blade swept outward, and the first strike erased 32 monsters in a single arc. He activated Shadow of Slaughter. Dark clones erupted from the ground beside him, radiating identical killing intent. Together they unleashed Shadow Flash ×4. A burst of purple devastation ripped through the horde, shredding lion men, shark hybrids, and twisted abominations alike. The kill count leapt past 165 instantly. Shadow surged forward. Dark Knight Ringblade ×4 tore across the battlefield again and again, each swing cutting through rows of enemies like a reaper's scythe. The counter climbed past 500, then 600, then thousands. System prompts flooded his vision as the massacre became absolute. Within seconds the count blasted past 8,000, and the ruined land glowed with countless shimmering lifespan orbs rising like ghostly fireflies. At last, silence fell. Shadow stood at the center of devastation, purple light blazing in his eyes. Final tally. Zen, null act is X monsters slain. The system confirmed total extermination, and announced that the route to the Withered Bone Ruins core was now unlocked. Shadow surveyed the sea of glowing particles scattered like fallen stars. Lifespan orbs drifted gently through the air. Yet disappointment crossed his face. There was far less reward than expected for slaughtering over 10,000 creatures. Then he realized why. The curse had been constantly draining the citizens' life force, even after they transformed into monsters, leaving barely anything behind. Suddenly the floating orbs began swirling together, weaving into a brilliant structure of light. The energy shot across the vast chasm ahead, forming a radiant bridge that stretched toward the ominous castle in the distance. Shadow stepped onto the bridge born from the light of the dead. And without warning, a golden aura engulfed his entire body. The sudden phenomenon made him tense in surprise. A system window appeared, informing Shadow that he had received the blessing of the Withered Bone citizens. The cursed souls, grateful for their release from eternal torment, had granted him a powerful buff that provided a chance to obtain dragon power while fighting within the city. Shadow studied his glowing hand and remarked that the power was quite interesting. He quickly deduced that the source of the curse had to be somewhere within the city itself. The victims' souls were clearly guiding him forward, hoping he would shatter the curse once and for all. He continued across the Bridge of Light until he reached a massive dark pit that looked like a maw of flesh and shadow, pulsing with unnatural life. Without hesitation, Shadow leaped into the abyss. As he descended through the fleshy tunnel that seemed to close in around him, a warning flashed across his interface. He had entered the Withered Bone Curse Great Hollow. Lifespan drain rate 1,000 times normal. Shadow landed with a heavy splash into a pool of red liquid that rippled outward. Pulsating organic walls surrounded him, breathing in grotesque rhythm. He straightened calmly, ready for whatever corruption awaited within. Deep within the fleshy chamber, a man with long red hair and a thick beard hung suspended like a grotesque ornament, his body pierced by massive spikes that pinned him to the wall. The moment Shadow stepped closer, the man's eyes snapped open. A system notification flickered as the presence within the hollow sensed the intruder. Oppressive killing intent flooded the chamber. A purple flame ignited across Shadow's chest as he met the gaze of the suspended figure. The man began muttering strange syllables that echoed unnaturally through the hollow. Shadowsip's eyes narrowed. This was the ancient god language. He translated it instantly and felt a chill crawl through him. The man was repeating a single name over and over. More. Madness and grief erupted together as the man roared the name with earth-shaking fury. He tore himself free from the spikes, ripping flesh and shattering bone in the process. His body twisted violently, undergoing a horrifying transformation. In moments, he became a gigantic armored skeletal beast. The system identified him as the final guardian of Withered Bone City. Arcos. Level 20. Emerald Grade Boss. Shadow instantly activated Merge into Darkness, dissolving into pure shadow and vanishing completely. Yet shock ripped through him as Arcos swung a massive claw straight at his hidden position, bypassing stealth entirely. Shadow barely escaped as the strike smashed into the ground, cracking the flesh-like floor apart. He leaped backward, creating distance as confusion surged through his thoughts. How could this enemy see him? His stealth level should have made him untouchable. As Arcos charged again, screaming Mor's name in endless grief, realization struck. Shadow had absorbed Morset's lifespan. The Guardian was tracking the lingering trace of her soul within him like a beacon. Shadow's eyes narrowed at the spikes covering Arcos's armor. They were identical to the ones worn by the Royal City Guard commander earlier. He raised his shadow dagger and tested his theory with a precise strike. The damage instantly reflected back at him, only to be absorbed by his golden shield. Full damage reflection. Just like before, Arcos unleashed a thunderous roar, purple energy surging through his monstrous frame as he summoned reinforcements. The fleshy ground exploded outward, and enormous blue eggs burst from beneath the surface, forming a tight circle around Shadow with no openings. He studied them carefully, damage reflection again. And if they hatched, elite monsters would emerge. Shadow hurled a dagger into one egg, shattering it after several hits, but the reflected damage consumed layers of his blacklight shield rapidly. He calculated instantly. There was no time to destroy them all. The only choice was to let them hatch. Shadow leaped high into the air, preparing for the storm. His ultimate skill had fully charged. As he descended toward Arcos, he unleashed the Crimson Blade. A massive beam of red destruction crashed down, dealing 450,000 damage and shaking the entire hollow. Golden light flared around Shadow, forming an enormous lifesteal shield that left him untouched. The eggs burst open in response. From each shell erupted monstrous claws, followed by cursed young dragons that soared into the air, screeching with bloodlust. Level 20 emerald-grade monsters. They rushed toward him in formation. Shadow landed in the crimson pool below, and immediately unleashed the Dark Knight Ring Blade. A swirling vortex of dark energy ripped through the swarm, dealing nearly 30,000 damage to each dragon. The fight ended in a single devastating flash. 9 dragons were annihilated instantly. Shadow remained calmly inside his golden barrier, remarking that their reflection ability was meaningless now. As the dragons died, their bodies dissolved into glowing lifespan orbs. But instead of flowing into Shadow, the orbs gathered above, swirling violently into a blazing mass of light. A voice echoed from within, speaking in the ancient god language declaring that Shadow had no right to be here. The energy reshaped itself. Arcos reformed. The system updated his form. Flesh Curse Arcos. Blue Scale. The mutated Guardian smiled with cold certainty, declaring that Shadow would never succeed in destroying their race. The battle exploded into a new phase. Arcos lunged forward with terrifying speed, driving a massive energy-infused punch straight at Shadow. Shadow's eyes flashed neon blue as he countered with an instant Shadow Slash, striking from multiple angles in a blur. But to his disbelief, immunity notifications erupted across Arcos's body. Not a single attack dealt damage. The monster stood completely unaffected. Shadow stood frozen in disbelief. Not a single one of his attacks had dealt damage. Arcos seized the opening without hesitation. His massive fist slammed into Shadow like a falling mountain. The impact hurled Shadow backward through the air, dealing nearly 30,000 damage as a violent explosion tore through the hollow. Mid-flight, Shadow felt his golden blood shield shatter into fragments of light. As he stabilized himself, he translated the monster's guttural roar and finally understood its meaning. Arcos declared that as long as his bloodline and soul remained intact, his home would never fall to invaders. Withered Bone City would never be conquered. Confusion washed over Shadow. Normally, only epic-grade monsters or higher possessed intelligence and the ability to speak. Yet this emerald-grade guardian retained full consciousness and emotion. Ignoring Shadow completely, Arcos gathered dark energy into a compressed sphere, chanting about protecting his city, his empire, and his people. Then he unleashed the Demon Dragon Cannon. A vertical beam of annihilating energy ripped through the hollow. Shadow leaped high into the air, narrowly evading the blast, and countered instantly with a Shadow Blade. It did nothing. Arcos walked straight through the attack, completely immune. Shadow cursed softly. The invulnerability shield had to be broken or this fight was unwinnable. Before he could act, a horrifying technique activated. A grotesque ribcage made of pulsating flesh formed around Shadow, sealing him inside like a living prison. The system identified it as Flesh Prison. A countdown appeared. His lifespan was draining year by year in real time. Cold sweat soaked Shadow's body as panic threatened to rise. Arcos was siphoning his life force directly, and Shadow recognized the ability instantly. This was the power of the evil god Cthulhu. The prison ignored all defenses. There was no resistance, no shield, no escape. A fleshy tendril connected Arcos to Shadow, draining him relentlessly. At this rate, his entire lifespan would be devoured. Just as death closed in, crimson energy erupted violently from Shadow's body. A system notification flashed. Dragon power triggered. The system detected his latent compatibility with Ease's skill, Shadow of Slaughter, unlocking a new buff, Ease Sepst Flame of Nirvana. The description made Shadow Sip's heart race. White flame that ignored all defenses and burned directly through the enemy's soul. Unblockable. Unresistible. Shadow's eyes ignited with blazing orange dragon fire. This was the true destructive might of the dragon race. He struck back instantly. Dragon Shadow of Slaughter activated. Flame-wreathed clones burst into existence around him, descending upon Arcos from every angle like burning specters. Shadow followed with a dragon instant shadow slash, his movement tearing through the air in streaks of fire. The invulnerability shattered like fragile glass. Damage numbers exploded across the battlefield, tens of thousands per strike. A powerful burning status tore through Arcos's body, consuming flesh and soul alike. The Guardian screamed in unbearable agony as white flames devoured him from within. In desperation, Arcos cried out to Cthulhu for more strength, begging not to die, claiming he still had to preserve the dragon race from extinction. Shadow stood calmly as the spirit of Ease manifested behind him like a phantom warrior. His voice was cold. This was not protection. By summoning Cthulhu and embracing cursed power, Arcos had condemned his people to eternal suffering. There was no salvation in what he had done. Shadow told him to feel the flame of Nirvana cleanse every sin. Then he ended it. Dragon Crimson Blade. A colossal beam of red destruction engulfed the hollow, dealing nearly 500,000 damage in one catastrophic strike. The last Guardian was reduced to ash. The system confirmed the kill. 1 million experience points. 120 evolution points. Nearly 40 years of lifespan absorbed. Shadow descended slowly as victory notifications shimmered around him. Additional rewards followed. 60 more evolution points. Nearly 40 more years of lifespan. A diamond-grade item, Bone Spike, materialized in his inventory. As the dragon power faded, Shadow examined the results carefully. The massive experience confirmed his suspicion. The city's monsters had been funneling their accumulated strength directly into Arcos to empower him. But the lifespan reward was far lower than expected. Only 39.8 years. Considering the scale of the battle, it should have been far more. Shadow narrowed his eyes. Most of the lifespan had likely already been stolen and consumed by the evil god Cthulhu, long before he arrived. Suddenly, a grotesque chest rose slowly from the pool of red liquid, as if pushed upward from beneath the ground itself. A system message flashed across Shadow's vision, informing him that activating dragon power had unlocked a hidden reward chest. With a low creak, the chest opened, revealing 2 glowing golden items inside. A withered bone rune, and an epic-grade mount bell. Shadow lifted the rune first, studying its intricate carvings. It was a key to the tomb of the withered bone god. Collecting 3 of these runes would grant access to a secret ruin hidden somewhere in the world. Next, he picked up the golden bell. Curiosity flared instantly. Without hesitation, he activated it. Brilliant light erupted outward, and a massive winged skeletal dragon materialized in a surge of ancient power. Its enormous bones gleamed with otherworldly energy as it spread its wings. The system identified it immediately. King of Scavengers, Osiris. Level 20. Epic grade. Soul bound permanently to Shadow. Osiris was a former guardian from ancient times, now functioning as both a flying mount and combat pet, with the ability to summon smaller bone dragons into battle. To Shadow Sip's genuine surprise, the dragon spoke. Its glowing eyes fixed on him as it asked in shock whether Shadow was truly the one who had purged the city and killed Arcos. Shadow calmly confirmed it, and asked if Osiris knew the truth behind this cursed land and what had truly happened here. The dragon's voice grew heavy with sorrow as he began to recount the tragedy. He explained that he had once been a guardian who died long ago in battle, only to be forcibly resurrected through dark necromancy during the brutal war between the Mora Empire and the continent. As defeat became inevitable, the city lord Arcos made a desperate decision. He summoned the evil god Cthulhu in exchange for power, but the summoning required a horrific price. Arcos had to sacrifice the person he loved most in the world, his daughter Mora. At the final moment, Arcos couldn't do it. He saved Moira from the altar. Instead, in absolute desperation, he made an even more catastrophic choice. He sacrificed the entire population of Withered Bone City, including himself, as payment to the evil god. The results were devastating. The citizens were granted overwhelming supernatural strength and crushed their enemies, winning the war against impossible odds. But the curse twisted them into monsters, stripping away their humanity forever. Osiris revealed with trembling sorrow that Mor, the only human left alive, suffered the cruelest fate of all. The cursed citizens, once her neighbors and protectors, came to hate her, blaming her existence for their transformation. They tortured her endlessly until the corruption finally consumed her too, turning her into a monster and completing the city's fall. With the tale finished, Osiris bowed deeply, thanking Shadow for freeing the tortured souls and ending the tragedy at last. Sensing the extraordinary aura around Shadow, the skeletal dragon lowered its massive head in submission and pledged eternal loyalty, respectfully asking for his master's name. Shadow looked up calmly and replied, "Shadow." Osiris spread his wings and bowed fully, declaring Shadow his master from that moment onward. As Shadow inspected his new mount, something felt off. For an epic-grade creature, its stats were strangely low. A level 20 epic boss should normally possess at least 10 million health points. Yet Osiris had barely over 100,000. Shadow quickly deduced the reason. Osiris had died long ago, his true power had faded with time, and this resurrected skeletal form retained only a fraction of his former strength. Reviewing the dragon's combat skills, such as bone shields and bone spike attacks, Shadow found them mediocre at best. However, one ability caught his attention immediately. Osiris could summon 12 Jade Greatwing Dragons, perfect for aerial scouting and reconnaissance across massive distances. Then Shadow examined the mobility stats. Because Osiris's body was constructed entirely from lightweight ancient bone rather than flesh, its flight speed was extraordinary. 360% movement speed, roughly 450 meters per second, faster than sound. Shadowsip's eyes gleamed with satisfaction. Even if its combat power was lacking, the supersonic speed alone made the mount an incredible acquisition. Just then, a system window appeared unexpectedly before him. He had met all the conditions for class advancement. Surprise flickered across Shadow's face as realization struck. The massive experience gained from clearing the withered bone ruins, more than 1 million points earned through endless battles, was enough to trigger a class advancement immediately. Without hesitation he activated it. A violent vortex of dark energy erupted around his body. Ancient runes manifested in the air, spinning wildly as power condensed toward his core. Shadows twisted and surged as a crimson ring of pure energy formed and rotated around him. The system confirmed the transformation. His Shadow class advanced from Tier 2 to Tier 3. Power flooded his body in an explosive surge. Strength doubled from 27 to 54. Constitution doubled to 54. Spirit soared to 90. Agility leapt to an astonishing 144. Along with the stat increase, a new class passive appeared, Shadow Arc. The description made his eyes widen. Any damage, negative status effect or forced stealth removal received while invisible would be delayed by exactly 1 second. During that 1 second window, Shadow could act freely to negate the damage or cancel the effect entirely. Shadow stared at his glowing hand and laughed quietly. As long as his reaction speed was fast enough, this skill made him nearly untouchable in stealth. He was certain no Shadow class player in his past life had ever reached the 3rd tier. If they had, the existence of Shadow Arc would have shaken the entire game world. To average players, 1 second was nothing. To veterans trained through countless battles, it was an eternity. Satisfied, Shadow summoned another reward. A diamond-grade weapon manifested in his palm, glowing with crimson energy. Spike of the Skeleton. A dagger that boosted physical and elemental damage while ignoring a portion of enemy defense and resistance. He equipped it immediately, feeling his combat power surge yet again. With his class advancement and new gear combined, Shadow's strength had skyrocketed in a single session. It was finally time to leave the cursed ruins behind. He turned toward Osiris. The skeletal dragon crouched, and Shadow landed smoothly atop its massive skull. Curious, he activated Merge into Darkness while mounted. To his shock, the dragon's stealth level was 21, even higher than his own. Impressed, Shadow ordered Osiris to take off. The dragon launched upward in an explosive burst, shockwaves ripping through the air as they ascended like a streak of purple lightning. They burst from the underground ruins into the open sky. The speed was overwhelming. Wind screamed past Shadow's ears as they shattered the sound barrier. His eyes gleamed with genuine admiration. Osiris was far faster than he had imagined. Once satisfied with the test flight, Shadow turned toward his next objective. Captain Anna's report about a flying monster and another ancient god slate resurfaced in his mind. He decided to head for the Magic City ruins first, then teleport to Lucky Town from there. What had once taken him hours on foot, now took only 10 minutes of flight. Far below, in a dense forest, a party of adventurers was battling a massive black bear monster. A swordsman held the front line. A mage charged a blazing spell. A healer shouted support from behind. Suddenly a terrifying shockwave tore through the treetops as Osiris blasted overhead at supersonic speed. The displaced air flattened everything below. The entire party and the monster were flung across the ground in chaotic spirals. When the dust settled, the mage stared around in confusion, while the swordsman realized in shock that the bear had been hurled straight onto his blade and killed instantly by the impact. Shadow never noticed. He continued flying calmly, appreciating the absurd efficiency of his new mount. Soon, the desolate streets of Magic City appeared below. A strange scene unfolded between a couple standing alone among the ruins. The man clutched the woman's hands, begging forgiveness, confessing that he had cheated only once and swearing he had thought of her the entire time. Tearfully, she demanded he cut all ties with the other person forever. After he promised, they kissed passionately, declaring their love. Then crushing pressure slammed down from the sky. The man was smashed face first into the pavement. The woman was flattened beside him. Shadow stepped casually off Osiris, his boot landing near the flattened couple. The massive skeletal dragon loomed behind him like a nightmare. Shadow touched his mask thoughtfully and wondered aloud if he had hit something while landing. Activating invisibility, he vanished from sight. A system notification flashed. Teleport to Lucky Town, consumed 5.4 years of lifespan. Shadow clicked his tongue in irritation, complaining that teleport costs doubled with each consecutive use. Even with over 2,000 years stored, he hated wasting lifespan. Still invisible, Shadow walked straight through Lucky Town's gates. Two guards stiffened, sensing a disturbance in the air, but saw nothing. Shadow observed their uniforms and quickly deduced they were official government forces sent to assist players. Looking over the town's defensive layout, Shadow quickly realized that officials had already stationed guards to protect new players and prevent monster attacks. What surprised him was the timing. This had happened several months earlier than it had in his past life. As he walked invisibly through the peaceful streets, Shadow concluded that his recent cooperation with the government had likely accelerated their progress dramatically. Even elderly players were surviving comfortably in this protected zone. He passed a touching scene of an old man and woman sitting closely on a wooden bench, holding hands like young lovers despite their age. Then the calm shattered. A desperate scream echoed from the town gate. A massive black insect monster had grabbed a player in its claws. The two official guards Shadow had just passed reacted instantly. The female guard raised her glowing spellbook and summoned a holy shield around the trapped player, blocking the monster's strike. The male guard charged forward, cursing furiously, and unleashed a powerful leap slash that dealt over 1,600 damage. The female guard followed with a blazing holy fireball, but the insect monster dodged with shocking agility and retreated into the sky. The male guard clenched his fists in frustration as it escaped once again. Above them, the creature rejoined a group of 5 identical flying monsters circling endlessly. The female guard muttered in despair that killing one was pointless. Another always replaced it immediately. Shadow understood the issue at once. The monsters weren't especially strong, but every time the guards gained the advantage, the flying bosses simply retreated beyond reach, leaving ground troops powerless. On the ground, the male guard rushed to check on the rescued player. The old man knelt in the dirt, shaking in terror. Then his fear twisted into rage. He began screaming at the guards, calling them useless and incompetent. He complained that the monsters had blocked the town entrance for days, preventing anyone from going out to hunt. He accused the officials of neglecting elderly players and threatened to file formal complaints. The female guard tried to soothe him, explaining that Shadow would arrive soon to handle the problem. The male guard, already strained, told him sharply to show some gratitude. The mention of Shadow's name only inflamed the growing crowd. People began shouting, demanding where Shadow was now. They mocked him, claiming powerful players were always too busy to help ordinary folks. A bald old man yelled that his son was waiting to farm lifespan for him, and Shadow was wasting their precious time. The female guard pleaded for patience, assuring everyone Shadow would come soon. She suggested that those who couldn't wait should log off and return later. But the male guard knew reasoning was useless, and urged her to leave before things worsened. The crowd blocked their way instantly. They accused the officials of running away and wasting public funds. Shouts of incompetence filled the air. Finally, the male guard snapped. He reminded them loudly that the officials had power leveled every single one of them to level 3 for free. The crowd scoffed, saying level 3 was worthless and pathetic. Some elderly players weaponized their age, accusing the guards of bullying old people. As the male guard tried to push through, the same ungrateful old man deliberately slammed into him. The old man immediately threw himself onto the ground, screaming that the officials were beating elderly citizens. He clutched his chest theatrically, claiming his heart was failing. The male guard panicked, insisting he hadn't touched him. The mob surrounded them, daring the guards to beat them all to death if they had the courage. They accused the government of oppression and abuse. In the chaos, a disgusting old man reached out and groped the female guard's chest. She froze in shock. Then instinct took over. She slapped him with full force. The result was horrifying. The massive stat gap sent the man flying like a ragdoll. His body disintegrated into golden lifespan orbs before he even hit the ground. Silence fell for a split second. Then hysteria erupted. The crowd screamed that the government was murdering elderly citizens. The female guard tried desperately to explain she had acted in self-defense, but her words were swallowed by the roar of the mob. Realizing things had spiraled out of control, the male guard instantly deployed a golden protective barrier around them both. He muttered grimly that these people had gone insane and decided to let them exhaust themselves against the shield. The harassment grew worse. A glob of spit struck the female guardship's face. It was the same old man from earlier, laughing wildly. Encouraged, the mob began throwing garbage, stones, shoes, even filthy rags and waste at the barrier. The guards huddled inside in disgust as debris rained down. Then a terrifying presence descended from the sky. Shadow appeared astride the massive skeletal dragon Osiris directly behind the rioting crowd. A crushing silence fell. The enormous dragon loomed over them, empty eye sockets glowing with deathly light. Shadow's aura flooded the area like a suffocating storm. No one dared move. Without a word, Osiris spread its wings. A colossal gust of wind exploded outward. The mob was blown away like dry leaves in a hurricane. Their bodies slammed violently into nearby trees with bone-crushing force, echoes of impact ringing through the forest. Silence fell over the forest once more. The two guards stood safely within their golden barrier, staring in disbelief at what had just happened. Where the raging mob had stood moments earlier, only dozens of glowing lifespan orbs floated gently in the air. Shadow had wiped them out instantly with a single gust of wind. High above the town, Shadow and his skeletal dragon Osiris soared upward into a swirling orange vortex. Shadowcep's gaze locked onto his true targets. 5 winged insect monsters flew in tight formation, bound together by glowing chains of energy connected to a floating stone slate. Recognizing the ancient god slate immediately, Shadow ordered Osiris to give chase. From the ground, the two guards watched in absolute awe as the massive dragon streaked across the crimson sky like a falling star beneath the eclipse-like sun. Dark purple energy surged around Shadow as he prepared his aerial strike. The insects flapped frantically, trying to escape with the slate, but they were helpless against Osiris's supersonic speed. In a single blur of motion, the dragon twisted through the air and unleashed a razor-sharp slash. All 5 gold-grade insect bosses were sliced cleanly in half at once. The guard sets' mouths fell open in shock. Back on the ground, the absurdity continued. The elderly players Shadow had just blown away had already respawned and marched straight back, screaming once again that the guards were abusing old people. They surrounded the exhausted male guard, demanding compensation for the lifespan they had lost. He looked like he might collapse from frustration. Then a massive shadow swept across the ground. The corpses of the 5 insect bosses came crashing down from the sky. Before anyone could react, the enormous bodies slammed into the mob with bone-crushing force. The elderly players were flattened instantly, killed for the second time in moments and transformed back into glowing lifespan orbs. The stone slate landed upright in the dirt, surrounded by shimmering light. Osiris descended gracefully beside the loot. Shadow dismounted, looking around in confusion. He muttered that it was strange for so much loot to drop when he had only killed 5 bosses, completely unaware that he had accidentally farmed the mob twice. The ungrateful old man somehow crawled from the wreckage, still alive. Instead of being thankful, he pointed at Shadow and screamed about falling objects being dangerous and demanded to know if law and order still existed. Shadow ignored him and crouched to pick up the slate. The old man stepped in his path and grabbed the other end of it, shouting for respect. Shadow responded instantly. A dagger flashed. It pierced straight through the old man's neck, dealing over 13,000 critical damage and sending him flying backward as he dissolved into light for the 3rd time. Shadow calmly caught the slate mid-air. With the nuisance gone, he turned to the scattered loot and ordered Osiris to summon the small bone dragons. A swarm of skeletal dragons descended like a dark cloud, collecting the countless lifespan orbs with swift efficiency. The 2 guards stared upward in total confusion as the creatures worked. Meanwhile, back at the town gate, the old man had respawned again. He immediately began shouting that the officials were conspiring with Shadow to murder innocent players and steal their property. Clutching his head dramatically, he claimed Shadow had robbed him of 1,000 years of lifespan. The female guard exploded in fury, calling out his obvious lies. The old man accused her of protecting Shadow for a share of the loot and turned to incite the crowd. He promised to share 1 year of lifespan with anyone who helped demand his imaginary fortune back. Greed ignited instantly. The mob began chanting for Shadow to return their lifespan. The male guard clenched his teeth in helpless rage, knowing they were hiding within the safe zone where he couldn't touch them. Then the small bone dragon swooped down. Sharp claws grabbed the screaming elderly players and lifted them high into the air. The dragons carried them beyond the town's protective barrier and released them all at once. Bodies plummeted toward the ground as the old man screamed in terror that he hadn't meant to be dropped. Shadow walked calmly out of the town gate as the thuds echoed behind him. The female guard turned bright red. Shadow explained coolly that while the safe zone prevented direct attacks, it didn't suspend gravity. Then he stated that his bone dragons would remain stationed there permanently to throw out unruly troublemakers. He added that the flying bosses had been completely cleared and prepared to leave. The male guard quickly pointed out the scattered loot. As Shadow's body began dissolving in teleportation light, he told them to keep it all as a gift. The guard stood stunned by his generosity, staring at the glowing orbs carpeting the ground. He turned to his partner and affectionately called her Electric Fox, asking her to help collect it. She stood frozen with a dreamy expression, murmuring that her heart had gone with Shadow. The male guard tossed a lifespan orb at her forehead, snapping her out of it. He scolded her, saying a big shot like Shadow would never look twice at someone like her, calling her a toad dreaming of swan meat. She snapped back that he was the toad, not her. He laughed and said if he was a male toad, then she must be a female one, meaning they were a perfect pair. Her face flushed crimson. Above them, skeletal dragons continued dropping screaming troublemakers from the sky while the two guards argued and laughed amid the chaos. Shadow landed silently on the ground, completely unharmed despite the chaos surrounding him. A massive golden barrier enveloped his body, created by his lifesteal ability, protecting him from every danger nearby. The moment he touched the ground, the eggs reacted instantly. Cracks spread across their shells, and monstrous claws violently burst through them. One after another, cursed young dragons emerged and soared into the sky. The system identified them all as level 20 emerald-grade monsters. Their eyes glowed with bloodlust as they screeched fiercely and prepared to attack in formation. Meanwhile, Shadow landed inside the pool of crimson liquid below and immediately lowered himself into a combat stance. He did not hesitate for even a moment. Activating his Dark Knight ring blade, he unleashed a swirling vortex of dark energy. The attack was devastating. The spinning blades tore through the newborn dragons as if they were made of paper, inflicting nearly 30,000 damage to each one. In a single flash of overwhelming power, the battle ended. Shadow stood calmly within his golden barrier as a notification appeared before his eyes. He had slain 9 dragons with a single attack. A satisfied smile appeared on his face. Thanks to his blood shield, the dragon's damage reflection ability was no longer a threat. However, something strange happened next. As the dragons died, their bodies dissolved into glowing orbs of lifespan. Normally, these orbs would automatically flow into Shadow and strengthen him. But this time they stopped midway and gathered together high in the air. The energy began swirling violently. Suddenly, an ancient voice echoed from within the light. Speaking in the language of gods, it declared that Shadow was an outsider who had no right to be there. The gathered lifespan erupted. Right before Shadow's eyes, the boss monster was reborn. Its body twisted and mutated into a far more terrifying form. The system quickly displayed its new identity, Flesh Curse Arcros Blue Scale. The transformed guardian smiled menacingly as he stared at Shadow. "You will never destroy my race." The moment he finished speaking, Arcros exploded forward. His speed was terrifying. A massive fist charged with dark energy shot directly toward Shadow. In response, Shadow's eyes flashed neon blue. Instant Shadow slash, his body vanished like a blur. Multiple slashes struck Arcos from every direction in a split second. Yet, to Shadow's complete disbelief, countless notifications appeared around the monster. Immune, immune, immune. Every single attack was nullified. Shadow froze. He could not understand it. His attacks were landing perfectly, yet they dealt absolutely no damage. Arcros did not give him time to think. The Guardian seized the opening and slammed his fist into Shadow with brutal force. Boom! The impact sent Shadow flying through the air as a violent explosion shook the battlefield. Nearly 30,000 damage appeared above his head. At the same time, his golden blood shield shattered into countless fragments. While regaining his balance mid-air, Shadow quickly translated the monster's ancient speech. Arcros was declaring his unwavering determination. "As long as my bloodline and soul remain, my homeland will never fall." Standing proudly amidst swirling purple energy, he roared that Withered Bones City would never be conquered. Shadow frowned. Normally, only epic-grade monsters or higher possessed intelligence, emotions, and the ability to speak. Yet this was merely an emerald-grade boss. How had it retained its consciousness? Before Shadow could figure it out, Arcos ignored him completely and began gathering dark energy into a condensed sphere. "I will protect my city. I will protect my empire. I will protect my people." The Guardian raised both arms. Demon Dragon Cannon, a gigantic beam of destructive energy erupted vertically, tearing apart the very space around it. Shadow reacted instantly. He leaped high into the sky, narrowly dodging the devastating blast. The moment he landed, he swung his Shadow Blade and launched a counterattack. But the result remained the same: immune. Arcros simply walked through the energy without taking any damage. Shadow clicked his tongue in frustration. He had to find a way to break through that invulnerability. But before he could think further, Arcros unleashed another horrifying technique. A grotesque ribcage made entirely of pulsating flesh suddenly materialized around Shadow, trapping him inside. The system immediately displayed its name, Flesh Prison. At the same moment, a countdown timer appeared. Shadow's lifespan was decreasing year by year. Cold sweat instantly ran down his face. He realized what was happening. Arcros was directly siphoning his life force.
Even worse, this ability originated from the evil god Cthulhu himself. The situation had become incredibly dangerous. The flesh prison was an unavoidable skill that ignored all forms of defense. A fleshy tendril extended from Arkros's body and pierced into Shadow, continuously draining his lifespan. If this continued, he would die. For the first time in a long while, Shadow felt genuine fear. Just as despair began creeping into his heart, crimson energy suddenly erupted from his body. A system notification appeared. Dragon power has been activated. Another notification followed. The system detected the skill Shadow of Slaughter, inherited from Ease. A new buff was immediately granted. Ease's Flame of Nirvana. Shadow quickly read the description and his eyes widened. The white flames ignored all defenses and directly burned the opponent's soul, causing massive unavoidable damage. At that moment, orange dragon flames ignited within Shadow's eyes. He finally understood. This was the true power of the dragon race. Without hesitation, he launched his counterattack. Dragon Shadow of Slaughter. Numerous clones appeared around him, each wrapped in holy white flames. They rushed toward Arkros simultaneously. Then, Shadow activated Dragon Instant Shadow Slash. His body flashed through the battlefield at blinding speed, leaving trails of white fire behind him. Crack! Arkos's immunity shattered like fragile glass. For the first time, the attacks connected. Tens of thousands of damage exploded from the monster's body as white flames spread rapidly across his flesh. Ah! Arkros screamed in unbearable agony. The flame of Nirvana burned not only his body, but also his soul. In his final moments, he desperately cried out to Cthulhu, "Give me more power. I cannot die here. I still have to save the dragon race from extinction." Shadow slowly approached the dying guardian. Behind him appeared the spiritual image of Ease, standing like a ghostly warrior. Looking directly into Arkros's eyes, Shadow spoke coldly. "You call this protection? By summoning Cthulhu and accepting his cursed power, you doomed your own people." His gaze showed no mercy. "You are not their savior. You are the reason they suffer." Shadow raised his weapon as the white flames continued consuming Arkros from within. "Feel the flame of Nirvana. Let it burn away your sins." With those final words, Shadow unleashed his ultimate attack. Dragon Crimson Blade. A colossal beam of crimson energy erupted forward, engulfing everything in its path. The battlefield trembled violently. Nearly 500,000 damage exploded from Arkros's body as the devastating strike swallowed him whole. The last guardian was completely incinerated, leaving nothing behind except drifting ashes. A system window immediately appeared before Shadow's eyes. Boss defeated. Rewards obtained. 1 million experience points, 120 evolution points, 39.8 years of lifespan. Shadow slowly descended to the ground as countless glowing notifications floated around him like stars celebrating his victory. Moments later, more rewards arrived. The system granted him another 60 evolution points, nearly 40 additional years of lifespan, and a diamond-grade item known as the Bone Spike, which instantly appeared inside his inventory. As the dragon power buff gradually faded from his body, Shadow calmly reviewed everything he had obtained. The 1 million experience points immediately caught his attention. This amount was far too high for an ordinary boss. After a brief moment of thought, Shadow arrived at a conclusion. The monsters throughout the city had likely been sacrificing their own resources and feeding them directly to Arkros, allowing him to grow stronger over time. However, the lifespan reward was suspiciously small, only 39.8 years. For defeating the ruler of an entire cursed city, the reward should have been much greater. Shadow narrowed his eyes. He suspected that most of the lifespan gathered by the city had already been stolen by the evil god Cthulhu long before he arrived. Suddenly, the red liquid covering the ground began to ripple violently. A grotesque chest slowly emerged from beneath the surface, as if something deep underground had pushed it upward. At the same time, another system message appeared. Hidden reward unlocked. Condition met. Dragon power activated. Shadow raised an eyebrow. So there was a hidden reward. The chest creaked open slowly. Inside rested 2 glowing golden treasures. The first was a withered bone rune. The second was an epic grade mount bell. Shadow picked up the rune first and carefully examined its intricate patterns. Soon, its information appeared before him. This rune was the key to the tomb of the withered bone god, and according to the description, collecting 3 such runes would grant access to a secret ruin hidden somewhere in this world. Shadow stored the rune away and shifted his attention to the second item, an epic grade mount. His curiosity was immediately piqued. Without hesitation, he activated the golden bell. Ring. A brilliant light erupted from the bell and spread throughout the chamber. The ground trembled violently. A massive figure slowly emerged from the light. Huge skeletal wings unfolded. Ancient bones gleamed with eerie silver radiance. A gigantic dragon materialized before Shadow. The system quickly displayed its information. King of Scavengers. Osiris. Level 20. Epic grade. Soulbound. Shadow stared at the creature with interest. Osiris had once been an ancient guardian that perished long ago. Now it served as both a flying mount and combat companion. Not only that, but it also possessed the ability to summon smaller bone dragons to assist in battle. Just as Shadow was examining its abilities, the giant skeletal dragon suddenly lowered its head. Its glowing eyes widened in disbelief. "You?" Its deep voice echoed throughout the area. "Are you truly the one who purified this city and defeated Arcros?" Shadow nodded calmly. "I am." Then he looked directly into the dragon's eyes. "If that's true, then you should know what happened here. What exactly destroyed the city?" Hearing the question, Osiris fell silent. A deep sadness appeared within its glowing eyes. After a long pause, the dragon finally began speaking. "I was once the guardian of this city. I died long ago. Yet through dark necromancy I was dragged back from death and forced to participate in the war between the Mora Empire and the rest of the continent." Its voice grew heavier with every word. Back then, the Mora Empire was losing badly. Defeat was inevitable. In desperation, the city lord Arcros made a catastrophic choice. He decided to summon the evil god Cthulhu. But the ritual required a terrible sacrifice. Arcros had to offer the person he loved most, his daughter. Moyer. Shadow's eyes narrowed slightly. Osiris continued. When the time came, Arcros couldn't do it. He couldn't kill his own daughter. So he rescued Moyer from the altar. For a brief moment, Shadow thought Arcros had made the right choice. But Osiris's next words changed everything. Instead, he sacrificed the entire city. Shadow's expression darkened. The dragon slowly lowered its head. Everyone, the citizens, the soldiers, the elderly, the children, and finally, himself. The entire population of Withered Bone City was offered to Cthulhu as a substitute sacrifice. The consequences were horrifying. The citizens received unimaginable power. With their newfound strength, they crushed their enemies and won the war. But victory came at an unbearable cost. Every single one of them was cursed. Their bodies twisted into monsters. Their minds deteriorated. Their humanity disappeared forever. Shadow remained silent as Osiris continued. But the cruelest fate belonged to one person, Moyer, the only human left alive. The monsters who had once been her neighbors and friends began to hate her. They blamed her existence for everything. Every day they tortured her. Every day they cursed her name. Until eventually, even she succumbed to the curse. The last human in Withered Bone City became a monster. And with that, the city's tragedy was complete. Silence filled the ruins. Even Shadow remained quiet for a moment. Finally, Osiris spoke again. "Thank you." Its voice trembled with emotion. "You freed them. You ended their suffering." The giant slowly lowered its head all the way to the ground. Feeling the overwhelming aura radiating from Shadow, Osiris knew he was standing before someone extraordinary. "I pledge my loyalty to you forever. Please tell me your name, my master." Shadow looked up at the ancient dragon. His eyes glowed faintly beneath the darkness. A small smile appeared on his face. "My name is Shadow." Osiris immediately spread its massive wings and bowed once again. "From this moment onward, I shall serve you faithfully." Shadow nodded before opening the dragon's status window. However, the moment he saw its attributes, he frowned. Something was wrong. This was an epic grade level 20 mount. Normally, creatures of this level possessed at least 10 million health points. Yet Osiris had barely over 100,000. The difference was absurd. After thinking for a moment, Shadow quickly figured out the reason. Osiris had died thousands of years ago. Its original power had faded with time. The skeletal body before him was only a resurrected shell that retained a tiny fraction of its former strength. Shadow continued reviewing its abilities: Bone Shield, Bone Spike Barrage. Both skills were decent but nothing exceptional. However, one ability immediately caught his attention. Summon 12 Jade Greatwing Dragons. Shadow's eyes lit up. These smaller dragons would provide excellent reconnaissance and aerial surveillance over vast distances. That alone made them incredibly useful. But the real surprise came when he checked Osiris's mobility. Because its body consisted entirely of lightweight ancient bones instead of flesh and muscles, its flight speed was unbelievably high, 360% movement speed bonus, equivalent to approximately 450 meters per second. It could actually break the sound barrier. Shadow looked at the giant skeletal dragon with satisfaction. Its combat power might be disappointing, but its speed alone made this one of the most valuable mounts he had ever obtained. And for the first time since entering the Cursed City, Shadow felt that the rewards had truly been worth all the trouble. Just as Shadow was preparing to leave the Withered Bone ruins, a system window suddenly materialized before his eyes. "Congratulations, all conditions for class advancement have been fulfilled." Shadow froze for a moment before a smile slowly spread across his face. He finally understood. The enormous amount of experience he had earned throughout the ruins, more than 1 million points accumulated from countless battles, was enough to trigger the next advancement immediately. Without the slightest hesitation, Shadow selected the option: Advance. The moment he confirmed it, a violent vortex of dark energy exploded around him. Ancient runes appeared one after another, floating through the air as black shadows swirled wildly. The surrounding mana became unstable as an overwhelming aura burst from Shadow's body. He stood calmly at the center of the storm. His eyes glowed brightly, and a crimson ring of pure energy formed around his waist, rotating faster and faster. A few seconds later, the system delivered the result. Class advancement successful. Shadow Class, Tier 2 to Tier 3. A powerful surge of energy rushed through his body. His attributes skyrocketed, strength doubled from 27 to 54, spirit increased from 45 to 90, agility rose dramatically to 144. Shadow clenched his fists as immense power flowed through every muscle. But that wasn't all. A brand new passive skill appeared in his skill list. Shadow Arc. Curious, Shadow immediately opened the description. The more he read, the brighter his eyes became. While remaining invisible, any damage he received, any negative status effect inflicted upon him, or even attempts to forcibly reveal his stealth would all be delayed by exactly 1 second. That single second was enough. Within that tiny window, Shadow could take actions to avoid the attack entirely or remove the status effect before it took effect. After reading the description twice, Shadow burst into laughter. This is absurd. He looked down at his glowing hand and shook his head in disbelief. As long as his reaction speed remained fast enough, Shadow Arc would allow him to ignore almost every surprise attack while hidden. It was practically cheating. The more he thought about it, the more unbelievable it seemed. Shadow was certain that in his previous life, no player who chose the Shadow class had ever reached Tier 3. Otherwise, this skill would have become legendary throughout the entire game. A 1-second delay sounded insignificant to ordinary players, but to top-tier veterans, 1 second was an eternity. It was enough time to activate defensive skills, reposition, counterattack, or completely reverse the flow of battle. Shadow could already imagine how terrifying he would become. Feeling extremely satisfied, he turned his attention to his remaining rewards. A crimson glow appeared in his hand. Soon, a dagger materialized. The system displayed its information. Diamond-grade weapon, spike of the skeleton. Shadow carefully examined the weapon. It possessed extremely high physical and elemental attack bonuses. More importantly, it carried a unique passive effect. Ignore defense. Ignore resistance. The dagger could partially bypass an enemy's defensive stats and inflict devastating damage directly. Shadow smiled and equipped it immediately. Between his Tier 3 advancement and this new weapon, his combat power had increased tremendously. He was now stronger than ever. Satisfied with his gains, Shadow turned toward his mount. Osiris, the giant skeletal dragon, instantly lowered its head. Shadow jumped gracefully onto its massive skull. Then an idea crossed his mind. What happens if I use stealth while mounted? Without waiting, he activated Merge into Darkness. Dark energy spread across both of them. The next moment, Shadow was stunned. A new notification appeared. Stealth level 21. Shadow blinked. His own stealth level was lower than that. In other words, Osiris possessed even greater stealth capabilities than he did. Interesting. A grin appeared beneath his mask. Let's see how fast you really are. Osiris let out a deep roar. Then, boom, the dragon launched into the sky with explosive force. Shockwaves exploded outward. The ground shattered beneath them. Shadow felt the scenery around him blur instantly. They shot upward through the underground cavern like a streak of purple light. Faster, faster, even faster. The ruined ceiling exploded apart as Osiris burst into the open sky. The wind screamed past Shadow's ears. Clouds shattered before them. Then, boom, they broke through the sound barrier. A sonic explosion echoed across the sky. Even Shadow was speechless. He had ridden many mounts in his previous life, but none of them came close to this speed. The giant skeletal dragon cut through the air effortlessly. For the first time, Shadow admitted something honestly. You're insanely fast. Osiris proudly raised its head. The dragon's speed exceeded all his expectations. As they flew above the endless ocean, Shadow began considering his next destination. Captain Anu had once mentioned a mysterious location. A flying monster had appeared there. Alongside it, another ancient godslate had reportedly been discovered. Shadow immediately became interested. His plan formed quickly. First, he would head to the Magic City ruins. Then he would use the teleportation gate there to travel to Lucky Town. Thinking back, Shadow couldn't help but laugh. When he first traveled from Magic City to Withered Bone City, the journey had taken him several exhausting hours on foot. Now, it would only take minutes. Meanwhile, far below them, a group of adventurers was fighting desperately inside a dense forest. A swordsman stood at the front, desperately holding back a gigantic black bear monster. Behind him, a female mage condensed a blazing holy fireball. A healer frantically cast support spells while another teammate shouted, "Hurry up! Kill it before it enrages." Just then, boom, an enormous shockwave swept across the forest. Osiris had flown overhead at supersonic speed. The displaced air alone was enough to create a hurricane. Trees bent violently, leaves exploded into the air. The adventurers screamed as they were blown away. Even the giant black bear was hurled backward helplessly. Everyone rolled across the ground in complete chaos. The female mage slowly sat up, her hair a complete mess. What just happened? The swordsman was equally confused. Then he looked down. The black bear was dead. Its massive body had been launched directly onto his sword by the violent wind pressure. The boss monster had literally impaled itself. The entire party stared in disbelief. Meanwhile, high above the clouds, Shadow remained completely unaware, or perhaps he simply didn't care. He sat comfortably atop Osiris as they crossed the remaining distance. 10 minutes later, the Magic City ruins appeared on the horizon. Shadow couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. A journey that once took hours had been reduced to mere minutes. This mount was worth every bit of effort. However, the moment he arrived, he witnessed something completely unexpected. In the middle of the ruined streets stood a couple. The man held the woman's hands tightly. Tears streamed down his face as he begged desperately. "Please forgive me. I only cheated once. And even then I was thinking about you the whole time." Shadow nearly lost his balance. The woman sniffled. "You promise? You'll never see him again." The man nodded frantically. "I swear." The two embraced passionately. Shadow stared blankly. What kind of nonsense did I just walk into? Unfortunately for the couple, their reunion didn't last long. Boom. Osiris descended from the sky. The terrifying pressure crushed downward instantly. The man was slammed face first into the pavement. The woman was flattened beside him. Cracks spread across the streets. Shadow casually stepped off the dragon. His boots landed beside the couple. Looking at their miserable state, he tilted his head. "Did I hit something?" The man nearly coughed blood. The woman looked like she wanted to cry. Meanwhile, Osiris stood proudly behind his master like an innocent bystander. Ignoring the unfortunate lovers completely, Shadow activated Merge into Darkness. His body disappeared. A moment later, a system notification appeared. Teleportation successful. Consumed lifespan, 5.4 years. Shadow immediately frowned. The cost increased again. Apparently, teleporting back to a novice town became more expensive with every consecutive use. Even though he currently possessed over 2,000 years of lifespan, Shadow still felt a sharp pain in his chest. 5 whole years, he shook his head bitterly. To others, it was a tiny amount. To Shadow, it was an outrageous expense, and he had no intention of wasting even a single year if he could avoid it. Still hidden beneath his invisibility skill, Shadow walked calmly through the gates of Lucky Town without slowing down. 2 guards stationed at the entrance suddenly frowned. They felt a strange disturbance pass beside them, as if someone invisible had brushed past their senses. Yet no matter how hard they looked, they couldn't find anything unusual. Shadow glanced at their uniforms as he passed. Unlike ordinary players, these guards wore official insignias issued by the government, so they've already started deploying personnel here. A hint of surprise flashed in Shadow's eyes. In his previous life, the government had taken several more months to establish proper security around novice towns. Yet now, guards were already stationed here to protect new players and defend against monster attacks. Shadow quickly understood why. His cooperation with the government had accelerated many of their plans. Looking around the town, he couldn't help but nod in approval. The streets were peaceful. Barricades had been built at strategic locations. Patrol teams moved in organized formations. Even elderly players, who were usually among the first casualties during the early stages of the game, seemed to be living safely here. Everything was progressing much faster than it had in his previous life. As Shadow continued strolling invisibly through the town, he noticed an elderly couple sitting together on a wooden bench. The old man gently held the woman's hand. The woman leaned against his shoulder with a warm smile. Even at their age, they looked deeply in love. He had no interest in disturbing such a peaceful scene. But suddenly, help! A desperate scream shattered the atmosphere. Everyone turned toward the town entrance. A massive black insect monster had appeared out of nowhere and grabbed a player with its sharp claws. The guards reacted instantly. The female guard opened her glowing magic book and chanted a spell. A shining holy shield materialized around the endangered player just in time. Boom! The monster's attack slammed against the barrier and was blocked completely. At the same moment, the male guard charged forward. "You damn bug." He leaped high into the air and swung his sword with all his strength. Slash! The attack landed perfectly. More than 1,600 damage appeared above the monster's head. The female guard immediately followed up. A blazing holy fireball shot toward the creature. However, the giant insect was surprisingly agile. It twisted its body midair and dodged the spell effortlessly. Then it flapped its wings and retreated into the sky. Damn it! The male guard gritted his teeth in frustration. The 2 guards looked upward. 5 giant insect monsters circled above the town. Their sharp cries echoed through the air. The female guard sighed helplessly. "It's useless. Even if we kill one, another arrives immediately." Shadow observed quietly from the shadows. After watching for a few moments, he immediately understood the problem. The monsters themselves weren't particularly strong. Each one was only gold grade, but they possessed one massive advantage: flight. Whenever they were losing, they simply flew high into the sky where the guards couldn't reach them. The guards were powerful on the ground, but against flying enemies, they were completely helpless. Meanwhile, the male guard walked toward the player who had just been rescued. It was an elderly man. He was kneeling on the ground, trembling and crying. The guards thought he was traumatized. Instead, the old man suddenly exploded in anger. "What the hell are you people doing?" His furious roar stunned everyone. "You call yourselves guards? You couldn't even kill a few bugs." The female guard blinked in confusion. The male guard frowned. The old man pointed toward the sky. "Those monsters have been blocking the entrance for days. Nobody can leave the town to hunt. What exactly are we paying you people for?" The crowd slowly began gathering. The old man grew increasingly agitated. "You don't care about old people at all. I'm going to file a complaint," the female guard hurriedly explained. "Please calm down. Shadow is on his way. He'll deal with the monsters soon." However, mentioning Shadow only made things worse. The crowd immediately erupted. "Where is Shadow then? Why isn't he here already? I thought he was some big hero. He can't even deal with a few bugs?" People began shouting over one another. "If he's so strong, why are we waiting? What could possibly be more important than protecting us?" A bald old man pushed his way to the front. "My son needs to go hunting. He's farming lifespan for me. Shadow is wasting our precious time." The female guard looked exhausted. She raised both hands. "Please calm down. Shadow will definitely arrive. If you don't want to wait, you can simply log out and return later." The moment she said that, the crowd exploded again. "Log out? Why should we? We pay taxes. We deserve protection." The male guard's face darkened. He knew exactly what kind of people these were. Reasoning with them was pointless. He quietly whispered to his partner, "Let's go." But the moment they tried to leave, the crowd blocked their path. "Running away now? How shameless. Kill the monsters first. Why are our taxes paying useless people like you?" The accusations came one after another. The male guard clenched his fists tightly. His patience was running out. Finally, he snapped, "Do you know how much we've already done for you people?" His angry voice echoed through the square. "We power leveled every single one of you to level 3 for free. What else do you want from us?" The crowd sneered. "Level 3? What a joke. That's useless." The old man crossed his arms. "So what if you helped? Isn't that your job?" The male guard nearly coughed blood. The crowd continued mocking him relentlessly. Some elderly players even shamelessly used their age as a shield. "What? You want to hit old people? You young officials are all the same." The male guard gritted his teeth and tried to push through. Unfortunately, the old man suddenly bumped into him intentionally. Then, in an absolutely shameless move, he threw himself onto the ground. "Ah!" He clutched his chest dramatically. "The officials are beating me. My heart disease is acting up. I'm dying." The male guard froze. "What? I didn't even touch you," but nobody cared. The crowd immediately surrounded the two guards. They pointed accusing fingers. Everyone saw it. "You assaulted an elderly man. What kind of government is this? Go ahead. If you're so brave, beat us all to death. We old people are worthless anyway." The male guard's face turned pale. The female guard looked completely overwhelmed. Meanwhile, hidden nearby beneath his invisibility skill, Shadow silently watched the entire scene. His expression slowly became strange. He had fought cursed dragons. He had killed ancient bosses. He had faced the evil god Cthulhu. Yet somehow, watching this crowd of shameless old people bully two innocent guards was giving him an even bigger headache. For the first time in a while, Shadow genuinely didn't know whether to laugh or sigh. The situation at the town gate was already chaotic, but somehow it managed to become even worse. Amid the shouting crowd, one shameless old man suddenly grinned wickedly as he stared at the female guard. Taking advantage of the confusion, he stretched out his hand and shamelessly reached toward her chest. The female guard froze. Her mind went blank. Before she could even think, her body reacted instinctively. Smack. A loud slap echoed through the square. And then, everyone's eyes widened. The old man flew backward like a cannonball. Because of the massive difference in their stats, the female guard's slap carried terrifying force. The old man's body spun wildly through the air. Then, poof, before he even hit the ground, his body exploded into countless golden lifespan orbs. Dead. Killed instantly by a single slap. The entire crowd fell silent. The female guard slowly looked at her hand, then at the floating lifespan orbs. Her face instantly turned pale. I killed him." A second later, the crowd exploded. "Murder. The government killed an old man. They're murdering elderly citizens." The female guard panicked. "Nenno, he touched me first. He groped me. It was self-defense." Unfortunately, nobody was listening. The crowd's emotions had already spiraled out of control. "Fight back. Down with tyranny. How dare they bully old people? The male guard's expression darkened. Without hesitation, he raised his hand. A golden barrier instantly expanded, protecting both of them. Looking at the furious crowd outside, he sighed heavily. These people are insane. He wasn't afraid. Their attacks were far too weak to break his barrier, so he simply planned to wait until they exhausted themselves. Unfortunately, he underestimated how shameless people could be. P2. A glob of spit landed directly on the female guard's cheek. She froze again. Outside the barrier stood the same old man from earlier, except he had already respawned. The old man laughed proudly. You deserve it. The female guard trembled in anger. Soon, the crowd followed his example. Spit, garbage, rotten fruit, shoes, stones. Someone even threw women's underwear, and somehow actual feces. The golden barrier was bombarded relentlessly. The male guard stared blankly at the disgusting mess sliding down the shield. His soul was leaving his body. The female guard looked like she was about to cry. Just then, a terrifying pressure descended from the sky. Everyone froze. The air became heavy. The crowd slowly turned around, and immediately regretted it. A gigantic skeletal dragon had appeared behind them. Its empty eye sockets burned with ghostly flames. Its enormous wings stretched across the sky. Standing atop its skull was a figure cloaked in darkness. Shadow. Neither he nor the dragon spoke a single word, yet the crowd felt their hearts stop. The atmosphere was suffocating. The old people who had been shouting just moments earlier suddenly became as quiet as chickens. Shadow looked down at them coldly. Osiris lowered his head. Then whoosh, the dragon casually flapped its wings. That single movement created a hurricane. The crowd screamed. The old men and women were blown away like dry leaves in a storm. Some crashed into trees, some slammed into walls, some disappeared into the forest. Crack, crack, bones shattered. A moment later, silence, complete silence. The two guards slowly lowered their barrier. Their mouths hung open. The noisy mob that had been causing chaos just seconds ago was gone. Only dozens of floating golden lifespan orbs remained. Shadow had wiped them out accidentally, with a single flap of Osiris's wings. Meanwhile, Shadow had already lost interest. His eyes focused on the sky. There, 5 giant insect monsters flew in formation. Chains of glowing energy linked them together, and suspended between them, a stone slate floated quietly. Shadow's eyes narrowed. A god slate. He recognized it immediately. Osiris. The skeletal dragon roared. Without another word, it shot into the sky. Boom, the ground cracked beneath them. The two guards looked up in amazement. Against the backdrop of the blood-red sun, the massive skeletal dragon pursued the fleeing monsters. The insects flapped their wings desperately. They tried to escape, but against Osiris, it was hopeless. Shadow stood on the dragon's skull as dark purple energy swirled around him. His glowing eyes locked onto the insects. Found you. The distance closed instantly. Osiris spun through the air. Slash. A brilliant arc of energy cut across the sky. The attack was unbelievably precise. The 5 gold-grade insect bosses froze. A thin line appeared across their bodies. Then, they split cleanly in half. All 5 died instantly. The guards below rubbed their eyes. That's it? They're dead already? The battle had ended before they even understood what happened. Meanwhile, back on the ground, the elderly mob had respawned. And unbelievably, they came right back. The male guard nearly fainted. The old people surrounded him again. You owe us compensation because of you. You assaulted senior citizens. The male guard stared at them in disbelief. He suddenly understood something. Monsters weren't the scariest creatures in this world. Old people were. He looked toward the sky helplessly. Please, somebody save me. As if answering his prayer, a massive shadow suddenly covered everyone. The crowd looked up, and their souls nearly left their bodies. The 5 gigantic insect corpses were falling straight toward them. The old people screamed, "Run!" But it was too late. Boom! 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 The giant carcasses crashed into the ground. The earth trembled violently. When the dust settled, the crowd was gone again. Golden lifespan orbs floated everywhere. The male guard stared blankly. The female guard slowly covered her mouth. The old people had just been wiped out. For the second time. Meanwhile, the stone slate landed upright in the dirt. Osiris descended gracefully beside it. Shadow jumped down from the dragon and looked around. His expression was filled with confusion. Huh? He scratched his chin. I only killed 5 bosses. Why is there so much loot lying around? The male guard almost coughed blood. The female guard quickly turned away. Neither of them had the courage to explain. At that moment, a weak voice came from nearby. Shadow looked down. The shameless old man from earlier was somehow still alive. Half of his body was buried in the ground. Yet instead of being grateful for surviving, he pointed at Shadow angrily. You! Shadow blinked. The old man shouted, Do you know how dangerous falling objects are? What kind of lawless world is this? Is there no justice anymore? Shadow stared at him silently. Then he slowly looked at the gigantic insect corpse crushing half the old man's body. Then back at the old man. For the first time in a long while, Shadow was genuinely speechless. Even Osiris lowered its head and looked at the old man as if wondering, how was this guy still alive? And more importantly, how could someone be this shameless? Shadow didn't spare the old man even a glance. Ignoring the endless complaints, he calmly crouched down and reached for the stone slate lying in the dirt. However, the old man refused to let things go. He hurried over and blocked Shadow's path. "Hey, I'm talking to you." The old man pointed angrily at Shadow. "Young people these days have no manners at all. Don't you know how to respect your elders?" Shadow remained silent. He simply stretched out his hand toward the slate. The old man immediately grabbed the other end. "Are you deaf?" "I'm speaking to you," the crowd gasped. Everyone stared nervously at Shadow. For a moment, everything became silent. Then, whoosh, a dagger flashed through the air. The old man's eyes widened. Thud, the blade pierced straight through his neck. Critical hit, 13,000 plus damage. The old man was launched backward like a broken kite. His body dissolved into countless particles of light before he even hit the ground. Dead. Again. And just like that, the third life of the shameless old man came to an end. Shadow casually caught the falling slate with one hand. Not a single word escaped his mouth. The surrounding crowd instantly shut up. Nobody dared to complain anymore. Shadow inspected the slate briefly before putting it away. Then he looked at the countless lifespan orbs scattered across the ground. There were simply too many. He raised his head. Osiris, the skeletal dragon, lowered its enormous head. Summon the bone dragons. At his command, Osiris let out a low roar. Dark clouds suddenly gathered overhead. The crowd looked up. Tiny black skeletal dragons began descending from the sky. Dozens of them, no, hundreds. They swirled overhead like a flock of ravens. The two guards stared blankly. What is he planning now? The small bone dragons swooped down and began gathering the lifespan orbs one by one. They moved with surprising efficiency. Within moments, they had collected more loot than an entire guild could gather in hours. Meanwhile, back at the town gate, the shameless old man had respawned. Again. The moment he returned, he pointed dramatically toward Shadow. His face was filled with righteous anger. "I finally figured it out." The crowd immediately gathered around him. The old man puffed out his chest. "The government and Shadow are working together. They're murdering innocent citizens and stealing their property." The female guard nearly exploded. "What nonsense are you talking about?" The old man ignored her. He grabbed his chest dramatically. "I had 1,000 years of lifespan. 1,000 years. And Shadow stole it all." The female guard's eyes literally crackled with electricity. "You're lying. Who would believe something so ridiculous?" The old man snorted. "My son gave it to me." Then he pointed at the female guard. "And you're defending him because you want to share too." The female guard almost fainted from anger. Meanwhile, the old man turned back toward the crowd. His voice grew louder. "If everyone helps me demand justice, I'll share 1 year of lifespan with each of you." The crowd's eyes instantly lit up. "Really? 1 year?" The old man nodded confidently. "I swear it." Greed blinded them immediately. The crowd began shouting, "Give back the lifespan. Shadow robbed us. Return our property." The male guard covered his face. His sanity was rapidly slipping away. He genuinely wanted to arrest every single one of them. Unfortunately, they were inside the safe zone, and guards were prohibited from attacking players within town limits. The old people became increasingly excited. They raised their fists. Justice, compensation, down with bullies. Just then, whoosh, several bone dragons suddenly swooped down from above. Before anyone could react, snatch, snatch, snatch. Their claws grabbed the rioters one by one. The old people screamed, "What? Help, put me down." The bone dragons ignored them. They carried the entire crowd into the sky, higher and higher. The old man looked down. His face instantly turned pale. Bring me back." The dragons flew directly beyond the town walls, past the protective barrier. Outside the safe zone, the old man panicked. "I didn't mean it. Please, put me down carefully." The bone dragons obediently released their claws, at once. "Ah!" The crowd plummeted toward the ground. The old man's eyes nearly popped out of his head. "I didn't mean right now." Boom, boom, boom. Bodies smashed into the earth one after another. The sound echoed throughout the valley. Meanwhile, Shadow calmly walked out of the town gate. The female guard stared at him with wide eyes. Shadow spoke casually. "The safe zone prevents players from attacking each other." He glanced at the sky. "But it doesn't stop gravity." The male guard froze. The female guard blinked twice. That actually made perfect sense. Shadow continued walking. "My bone dragons will remain here. If anyone causes trouble," he looked toward the craters outside the walls. "They'll be removed." The two guards shivered. What a polite way to say it. Removed. Forever. Shadow then added casually, "The insect bosses are dead. There's nothing left to worry about." As his body slowly began dissolving into teleportation particles, The male guard suddenly remembered something. Wait, you forgot your loot. He pointed frantically at the huge pile of lifespan orbs scattered everywhere. Shadow glanced back, then shrugged. Keep it. The male guard froze. What? Shadow disappeared, leaving behind only those two words. Keep it? Silence. The male guard stared blankly at the mountain of treasure. The female guard was equally stunned. That amount of lifespan was enough to make ordinary players fight to the death. Yet Shadow abandoned it without hesitation. The male guard shook his head in disbelief. That's why he's Shadow. Then he grinned. Come on, Electric Fox. Let's collect everything. However, the female guard didn't move. She stood motionless, her hands clasped together. A dreamy smile appeared on her face. Her eyes sparkled. My heart, it left with him. The male guard nearly vomited. He grabbed a lifespan orb and threw it. Bonk! The orb hit her squarely on the forehead. Ouch! The female guard grabbed her head angrily. What was that for? The male guard rolled his eyes. Stop daydreaming. He pointed toward the spot where Shadow disappeared. A big shot like him would never look twice at you. You're like a toad dreaming of eating swan meat. The female guard instantly exploded. What did you say? She pointed back furiously. You're the toad. The male guard laughed. No, you are. You are. Soon, the two guards were bickering loudly in front of the town gate. Meanwhile, somewhere far away, Shadow sneezed. He rubbed his nose and frowned. Strange? Why do I suddenly feel like someone is talking nonsense about me again? The male guard burst out laughing. Fine, fine. If I'm a male toad. He pointed at the female guard with a mischievous grin. Then you're definitely a female toad. The female guard froze. Her cheeks instantly turned bright red. What nonsense are you saying? The male guard shrugged innocently. I mean, if I'm a toad and you're a toad, doesn't that mean we're a perfect match? The female guard's face became even redder. You idiot! She quickly looked away, pretending to focus on the glowing lifespan orbs in her hands, but the corners of her lips curled upward ever so slightly. The male guard noticed immediately and laughed even harder. Meanwhile, the bone dragons continued carrying out Shadow's orders faithfully. One after another, troublesome elderly players were lifted into the air. Put me down. I'll never complain again. Please. Unfortunately for them, the dragons had no interest in listening. They simply flew outside the safe zone and released their claws. Ah! Boom. Another player crashed into the ground. The guards glanced over and silently pretended not to see anything. The female guard shook her head helplessly. Shadow really is terrifying. The male guard nodded. Yeah. Then he grinned. But I still think he's not as scary as you when you're angry. The female guard immediately swung her fist at him. Shut up. The male guard dodged and laughed as he ran away. Their playful arguing echoed through the town while the bone dragons continued patrolling the skies. And somewhere far away, Shadow was already heading toward his next destination, completely unaware that his casual actions had once again left behind another unforgettable legend. But with a mysterious god slate now in his possession and countless secrets still hidden throughout this world, one thing was certain. Shadow's journey was far from over. What do you think will happen next? This is the latest chapter of God Level Assassin. I'm the Shadow Man. Thank you all for your incredible support of the channel. If you enjoyed today's story, don't forget to subscribe. Your support motivates us to keep bringing you more exciting adventures and thrilling battles. We'll be back soon with another amazing chapter. Until then, stay safe, stay awesome, and see you in the next one. The male guard couldn't resist teasing her, asking if she'd developed a secret little crush on him. She scoffed and called him disgusting. But the second he asked, almost as an afterthought, whether she wanted to grab dinner that night, her whole attitude flipped. Suddenly she was leaning in, wide-eyed, asking if he really meant it. Back in the real world, outside Shanghai City Hospital, the mood was anything but flirtatious. Inside one of the rooms, Xiao Yu sat propped up in her bed, pale and hollow-eyed. A male official stood beside her, offering a few quiet words of sympathy for the legs she'd lost during her ordeal. Then the conversation took a colder turn. A female official informed Xiao Yu that her treatment had come at a price, 50 years of lifespan. The government would cover 10 of them. The other 40 were hers to pay. Xiao Yu's breath caught. She didn't have that kind of lifespan, and she said so, her voice climbing toward panic. Desperate, she offered to mortgage her 2 houses to settle the debt. The official's reply was flat and merciless. They'd already appraised the properties, and in this new world, both houses together were worth exactly 3 days of lifespan. 3 days. Xiao Yu nearly came apart. She'd sunk millions into those homes, along with 200 days of her own lifespan. She couldn't accept that their value had collapsed so completely. Grasping at anything, she blurted out an offer of 500,000 in cash, but the officials shut that down too. Old world money meant nothing now. Lifespan was the only currency that mattered. She trembled, and the truth finally slipped out. She didn't have enough. The male official laid down the terms without flinching. 3 days to gather the lifespan, or all medical treatment would stop. There was, they said, a way out. She could be assigned to the official logistics team and work the debt off. Mining, gathering materials, rebuilding in the game world. 15 hours a day, minimum. Xiao Yu buried her face in her hands and wept, protesting that she was disabled and simply couldn't do physical labor. The official countered evenly. Her body might be broken in reality, but her game avatar was whole, and high-level healing skills could one day restore her legs entirely. That wasn't the part that terrified her. She broke down completely, screaming that she didn't fear the work. She didn't want to be a laborer. She didn't want to be crammed in with sweaty, foul-smelling people. She spat the word disgusting and threw a full-blown tantrum, wailing that she was already pitiful, that none of this was her fault, that she didn't deserve any of it. The two officials just stood there, arms folded, entirely unmoved by the performance. The female official floated one last option. Did Xiao Yu have any family or friends willing to act as a guarantor? If someone would vouch for her, they could approve a low-interest loan for the full 40 years, and she could skip the forced labor altogether. Tears rolled down Xiao Yu's cheeks as she turned it over in her mind. Her brother Jin Fang was gone, or so she believed. Her mother crossed her thoughts next, but she had no idea whether the woman would be willing or even able to shoulder a debt like that. She curled into herself, shaking with pain and fear, sobbing softly in the dim room. Alone in the dark, she admitted the ugly truth to herself. There was no one, not a single person who would step up for her. And then the door flew open with a bang. A booming voice announced that help had arrived. Both officials spun around in surprise. Xiao Yu stared at the doorway, lost. In strode a tall, heavily muscled man, a subordinate trailing behind him with a phone already recording. It was the leader of the Knights Templar Guild. He held out his hand for Xiao Yu's phone, scoffing that 40 years of lifespan was pocket change, hardly worth mentioning. Xiao Yu recognized him at once. He gave her a warm smile and told her his heart had ached the moment he heard about her tragedy. A notification lit up her screen and her cheeks flushed. He'd just transferred her 100 years of tradable lifespan. She stammered out her thanks, completely overwhelmed. The guild leader settled onto the edge of her bed and slid an arm around her shoulders. No need to thank him, he murmured. If she ever needed more, he could keep the loans coming. But something on the transaction snagged her attention. A 30% annual interest rate. He waved it off with an easy laugh. Just his little 3-point fee for guaranteeing the loan. Nothing to worry about. Then he flashed that charming smile again and told her to rest, to focus on getting well. The Knights Templar Guild, he declared, was her strongest backing now, her true home. Moved to tears by what she took for pure kindness, Xiao Yu looked up at him with shining, grateful eyes. She had no idea she'd just signed a predatory contract. As the guild leader made to leave, his subordinate kept the camera rolling. He waved goodbye, told her to rest well, said he had business to attend to, and he left her with one last practiced line, promising that no matter when she came back, the guild would always be waiting. The door closed. Xiao Yu sat alone, tears still falling, but the despair was gone now. In its place, resolve. Her face flushed, her jaw set, and she clenched her fist and swore to give it everything she had. She had fallen for the act, hook, line, and sinker. The moment he stepped into the hallway, the guild leader's warmth evaporated. His subordinate showed him the footage. He nodded his approval and ordered the man to edit it cleanly before publishing. As they walked the corridor, he spelled out exactly how to spin the story. Play up how miserable she was. Hammer the point that when no one else lifted a finger, only the Knights Templar came to her rescue. A sinister grin crept across his face as his real plan surfaced. Xiao Yu had cost the guild money, so he'd turn her suffering into an advertisement and reel in fresh recruits. Making use of waste, he called it. His words, not mine. He gazed out over the city and announced it was time to log in. His meeting with Shadow had come. The scene shifted to the virtual world, to the Knights Templar hideout buried in the ruins of Zhanghai City, sealed behind a glowing blue energy barrier. Inside the grimy den, the guild leader sat on a toilet of all places, scrolling through a holographic interface. He noticed a flood of posts online cursing Shadow's name and chuckled. Shadow had made a lot of enemies. Then his own envy leaked through as he muttered that if Shadow weren't 10 times stronger than him, he'd have taken a shot at killing him too. Right on cue, Shadow materialized out of a cloud of black mist. The arrogance drained from the guild leader instantly. He dropped to his knees. Shadow asked if the slaughterers were ready. The guild leader practically tripped over himself to answer, insisting everything had been prepared long ago, that he'd been waiting eagerly for Big Brother Shadow. Trying to score a few points, he gestured to the toilet and invited Shadow to take a seat. Shadow declined the throne, coldly, and told him to bring out the targets. The guild leader waved toward a large cluster of bound players, 200 slaughterers, all of them marked with red names, presented for Shadow to deal with as he pleased. Shadow accepted with a single indifferent word and walked past him. Then he unleashed his dark energy. In one motion, invisible blades tore through the entire gathering, slicing the slaughterers apart where they stood. The guild leader watched in stunned awe as the bodies came undone. As the prisoners died, they dissolved into a shimmering sea of lifespan orbs. A system notification confirmed Shadow's slaughter value had dropped by 2 layers. Standing among the drifting lights, Shadow told the guild leader their debt was settled and turned to go. Desperate to hold on to his favor, the guild leader scrambled after him. shouting that he had something urgent. He asked whether Shadow had crossed anyone lately, then projected a holographic screen showing a viral news post. The article carried a photo of the ungrateful old man from Lucky Town, splashed with sensational headlines accusing Shadow of murdering an elderly man, running scams and colluding with corrupt officials. Shadow studied the image and recognized the troublemaker he'd already handled. But his eyes caught something else on that screen, another notification. The very propaganda piece the guild leader had just cooked up. The headline read that a poor girl had been brutally mutilated and lost her legs, and that the generous Knights Templar Guild had come to her aid, right beside a photo of a weeping Xiao Yu. Shadow went still. He said her name out loud, and the pieces snapped together. The victim his disciple Ghost Spirit had rescued from the serial killer Renu was his own sister, Xiao Yu. He let out a quiet chuckle and remarked to himself how small the world could be, what a staggering coincidence this was. But he kept the discovery locked behind his teeth. He simply said, "Understood," and vanished. The guild leader, none the wiser, bowed toward the empty spot by the toilet and shouted for his big brother to take care and visit often. High above the ruins riding his skeletal dragon Osiris through the sky, Shadow opened a channel to his disciple. He ordered Ghost Spirit to track down and eliminate whoever was spreading the slander, a small matter beneath his personal attention. Ghost Spirit's face appeared in the window, blazing with fury that anyone would dare smear her master. She swore to handle it at once. Perched on a high rooftop in Shanghai City, she glared at a holographic screen with cold disbelief. The article stared back, that same ungrateful old man's face front and center, painting Shadow as a man who preyed on the elderly. The accusation disgusted her. The face disgusted her more. She pulled her hood low, declaring she'd already memorized the culprit's features, and leapt from the ledge. A ribbon of purple energy streamed behind her as she plunged between the skyscrapers, gliding straight toward her target. The scene moved to a residential complex called Lakeview Garden, to the door of a man named Fang Xiaoying. A fist pounded against it. Outside stood a young man named Mao Gan, his wife beside him and their injured drooling child in her arms. He roared for Fang Xiaoying to come out, accusing the man's monstrous dog of knocking his son down the stairs and leaving him paralyzed. Fang couldn't run from this, he shouted, and slammed the door again, demanding answers. The door swung wide, and there he was, Fang Xiaoying, the ungrateful old man from Lucky Town, looking every bit as annoyed and belligerent as his reputation promised. He barked at the family to stop harassing him. Then he pointed at Mogan and flipped the whole thing around, accusing him of using some perspective eye's ability to spy on his wife in the shower, threatening to call the police. The boy was just stupid and fell on his own, he sneered. And where was the proof his dog had anything to do with it? Maugan held up his phone. On the screen played a clear video of a hulking dog kicking the child down the stairs. Ironclad evidence, he called it. Fang Xiaoying's answer was to kick the phone clean out of his hand. With the footage gone, he shamelessly demanded to see this so-called proof. Furious, Mogan activated his eagle-eyed skill and locked onto the old man, warning that he could hit him with poisonous fog at any second, and would hunt him down if he kept this up. Fang Xiaoying just mocked him and dared him to try. Mogan's eyes glowed blue. The system flagged Fang Xiaoying as a target, and then a notification cut in. Skill release failed. He froze, unable to do a thing. Fang Xiaoying's confusion melted into a slow, sinister giggle. His eyes flared orange as he cackled, taunting Maugan over his dead skills, asking if the man really thought being fearless and being stupid were the same thing. Panicking, Maugan shouted to his wife that his abilities wouldn't fire. Behind the grinning old man, a massive silhouette filled the doorway. Fang Xiaoying revealed the trick. His son carried a hidden class, the Magic Forbidden Warlock, and had laid down a Magic Forbidden barrier that choked off all skill use. The figure stepped into the light. A tall, heavily built man with a tiny poodle poking its head out of his shirt. Instantly, Fang Xiaoying switched to the victim, crying that Maugan was harassing and terrifying him. The son didn't say a word. He simply moved. And he moved fast. Before Maugan could even flinch, a hand clamped around his throat and a brutal kick drove into his stomach, launching him across the hall and into the far wall. He hit it hard and vomited blood. His wife shrieked and scrambled to his side, but her healing magic sputtered and died against the barrier. The son grabbed her next, lifting her off her feet, and told her plainly that he didn't hit women. "Take her husband and get lost," he ordered, "and never show their faces to him again." She sobbed that it was their fault, that they had to take responsibility. He stared at her in silence, then he let her go. And with contempt in his eyes, he drew his fist back and said coldly that this was an era where the strong devour the weak. Her scream filled the hall as his fist came rushing in. That's when the purple ribbon struck. Bands of energy coiled around her waist and yanked her clear at impossible speed. The punch smashed into the wall right where her head had been. The son looked up, thrown by the interruption. Ghost Spirit stood between them, shielding the wife. When the woman asked who she was, Ghost Spirit answered coldly that they weren't worthy of knowing her, though she knew exactly who they were. Her eyes burned a terrifying purple as she leveled her glare at father and son, and told them she knew they were behind the smear campaign against Shadow, and that they were going to pay for it. The son asked, startled, if she was Shadow, Fang Xiaoying yelled at him not to be scared, pointing out that Shadow was a man, not some petite little thing like her. That put the swagger right back in the Sun's step. He smirked and boasted that even the real Shadow wouldn't matter here. He was level 16, every point poured into strength and constitution, which made him untouchable inside his magic forbidden barrier, where only raw physical combat counted for anything. Ghost Spirit held her ground, purple energy curling around her. She looked at him with something close to pity, called him an idiot, and promised to show him just how stupid he really was. The fight kicked off inside that suppression field. Han Bingxian, the Sun, stood tall and sure, calling himself invincible on his own turf. Ghost Spirit sneered and named him a frog at the bottom of a well, then blurred forward with startling speed. Her kick caught him off guard, and he immediately clocked her for an assassin. He twisted in the air to dodge the follow-up, his physical stats plainly dwarfing hers. She came at him again, a flurry of strikes from a fresh angle. But he was ready this time, and he snatched her fist right out of the air, stopping her dead. Holding her hand in his grip, he mocked how little power backed up all that speed. Without skills, he reminded her, her hits were nothing but a tickle. She strained against him, and he answered with a crushing uppercut that sent her sailing. Ghost Spirit slammed into the ground. Fang Xiaoying whooped for his boy. The Sun flexed and taunted her about the gulf between them, warning her not to die on him just yet. Pinned against the wall, she couldn't move. He figured she worked for Shadow and decided to wring the information out of her. He hauled her up by the collar, roaring that Shadow had killed his mother in the game more than once, that he had no choice but to kill Shadow in return. 10 seconds, he snarled, dragging her closer. Tell him everything or he'd rip a hand clean off. She didn't give him fear, she gave him a mocking little smile and called him an idiot. He hesitated, thrown until she told him to look down at his own body. Green ghostly flames burst across his skin. He crumpled, coughing, realizing far too late that he'd been poisoned. Ghost Spirit rose calmly, her hand glowing green, and explained just how big a fool he'd been to think that barrier made him a god. She'd laid a venom enchantment before the fight ever started. New skills were blocked, sure, but a precast enchantment slipped right through the rules, and every single punch he'd thrown had stacked more poison into him. He screamed as the flames ate him alive, crying out for his mother while his father looked on in horror. She stared down at the dying man and told him she'd done her homework on both of them. The father, a nuisance. The son, Han Bingxian, a magic forbidden warlock who sneered at support classes, dumped everything into strength, and picked up the barrier skill for one reason only: to bully people weaker than him. He died. And Ghost Spirit noted, almost bored, that the most basic priest skill, Dispel, would have saved his life. Fang Xiaoying lost it, screaming that she'd killed his son and lunged for his phone to call the officials. A boot kicked it out of his hand first. He looked up in terror. There stood his neighbor, Maugan, fully healed, and absolutely seething. The barrier was gone, Maugan announced, and now it was the old man's turn to pay. Fang Xiaoying screamed for help. Nobody came. Maugan's boot cracked across his face. Grinning, Maugan promised he'd hand the old man over to the officials eventually. But first, he was going to beat him until he felt better. His wife egged him on, promising to keep the healing flowing so he could keep going as long as he liked. Maugan triggered a transformation skill, his frame swelling with muscle in a venom-enhanced state, and rained down heavy blows. His wife cheered and stitched him back up between hits. The beating ended with one final crushing stomp to Fang Xiaoying's face. The old man died and dissolved into light. Maugan stood there panting, drained but satisfied, and asked his wife if the girl who saved them was still around. She nodded, mentioning some kind of angel's heart skill. He turned to thank their rescuer, saying they'd have been finished without her, and suggested calling the officials together. But when they looked, she was already gone. His wife glanced down at the torn clothes left on the floor, baffled as to when the girl had slipped away. Outside, Ghost Spirit had long since dropped from the building. As she fell, she opened a window to Shadow and reported the mission complete. His praise for her speed brought a small, pleased smile to her face. The scene shifted to a wasteland some 300 kilometers from Magic City. 4 cloaked figures pushed through the ruined terrain, led by a man named Chu Kun-chen. One of the subordinates voiced his doubts, worried they'd come to the wrong place. Poisonous gas and volcanic fumes bled the air dry, chipping away at their health with every step. Nothing could survive out here, he argued. Their leader, Theodore, stayed calm. Chu Kun-chen, reading the ley lines, assured them the treasure sat waiting in a nearby cave. Soon enough they reached it, a gaping cave mouth breathing out an ominous red glow. Before they entered, Theodore turned to Zuma, the Soul Walker, and gave a standing order. The instant they hit danger, Zuma was to shift the whole group into an invincible spirit state. Zuma confirmed he understood. The 4 stepped into the red vortex, working their way down until they reached a cliff overlooking a lake of red liquid. Chu Kun-chen suddenly pointed and called out. Theodore laughed because there it was, a colossal, fiery plant rising from the heart of that crimson pool. Chu Kun-chen named it, the Hellflower of Nightmares, and he swore that with this thing in their hands, Shadow would die for certain. Theodore's group had reached the deep purgatory volcano, a nightmare zone where the system warned that lifespan drained 10,000 times faster than normal. Zuma started to shake. He asked Theodore what that burning thing even was, because just looking at it set his soul trembling. Theodore identified it calmly as the Hellflower of Nightmares, and told Zuma to relax. As long as they didn't wake it, they were perfectly safe. Chu Kunshen pointed out that since they'd found Theodore's item, it was time to lay the full plan on the table. Theodore agreed. He called over another subordinate, Tony, and handed him a glowing blue tome called the Divine Book of Wall Construction, explaining that it could raise walls out of nothing by burning lifespan. Tony blinked in surprise, then activated it. A massive stone wall snapped into existence from thin air. He studied it and noted the cost, 10 days of lifespan per wall, and only 100,000 durability to show for it. Sweating a little, Tony admitted his worry. He'd seen what Shadow's attacks could do, and he doubted a wall like this would even slow him down. Theodore's reply was sharp, he knew that, which was exactly why Tony's only job for the next few days was to build walls, over and over, until the book's proficiency climbed. He pointed toward the Hellflower and set the target. Push the walls up to 10 million durability. Then he revealed the trap. He would lure the Chinese officials and Shadow into this very cave. Once they were inside, Tony would raise a wall and seal the only exit, but subtly so the targets wouldn't sense the cage closing and would let their guard down. Theodore and Zuma would go in alongside them. When Theodore gave the signal to wake the boss, Zuma had to trigger his Soul Walker ability at once, phasing the two of them straight through the wall to safety. Shadow and the officials would be left sealed inside. Zuma grinned and pledged the plan's success to the boss. Chu Kunshin, though, wasn't sold. Even if the boss killed them, he pointed out players usually just respawn. So Theodore explained the true horror of the Hellflower of Nightmares. The moment a battle began, the cave would drown in a nightmare field. Everyone trapped inside would build up a nightmare gauge, and once it filled, they'd fall into a state where the flower drained every last point of their tradable lifespan. Stack that on top of the zone's 10,000 times drain, and Theodore's verdict was simple. Permanent death. His expression went dark as he underlined the prize. Wiping out Magic City's strongest elite squad, Shadow above all would be a devastating blow to Great Zaya. He spread his arms wide and promised that once they pulled it off, they'd be heroes back in Country M, living in luxury for the rest of their days. Tony, Zuma, and Chu Kunshin all smiled at the thought of that payday. Greedy smiles, every one. But Zuma raised a practical problem. How were they supposed to wake the boss from a safe distance when none of them had a long-range attack? Tony scoffed and called it a dumb question. Then he bent down and grabbed a rock. In this game, he lectured, anything could be a weapon. All you had to do was throw one. And then, with genuinely astonishing stupidity, Tony actually hurled the rock at the Hellflower. It struck home. The flower woke up furious. A monstrous surge of energy erupted as the boss began to stir. Theodore's composure shattered. He screamed at Tony, called him an idiot, and frantically ordered Zuma to trigger the Soul Walker ability now. As the boss's crushing aura flooded the cave, Zuma turned them all to spirits, and the group bolted through the tunnel, fleeing the very monster they just set loose by accident. Back outside, they caught their breath. Theodore, livid that Tony's incompetence had nearly killed them all, drove a kick into his chest and sent him sprawling. He loomed over the sniveling Tony with a terrifying glare and ordered him to stay behind and drill wall construction until he had it perfect. Fail, Theodore warned, and a powerful figure from Country M named Count Bold would erase him. Tony, shaking, swore he'd get it done. The scene shifted again, this time to the corroded forest on the outskirts of the Magic City ruins. A blur of white lunged forward and clamped its jaws around a tree-like monster. Lin Qingyu stood watching with her squad as the creature tore through the tree spirits, each one bursting into glowing orbs of lifespan. A teammate gushed over the beast, asking how she'd landed such a treasure. Lin Qingyu laughed and chalked it up to luck, a treasure chest she'd cracked open just the day before. The teammate figured it was probably the first dragon mount in the game with a full 100% movement speed, the kind of prize that would have been worth a fortune in the old games. Then her expression shifted. She sensed something wrong. Green poison gas curled through the party. She called out for everyone to stay sharp, warning that more monsters were lurking close. The ground bucked as huge wooden spikes and vines exploded upward, ringing them in. Massive green tendrils lashed through the air, hurling the players and the white creature backward in a burst of chaos. Then it rose from the forest floor, a gigantic, nightmarish tree monster. The system tagged it as the carotid ancestor Asura, a level 25 emerald-grade boss. The squad was pinned. The male teammate collapsed in despair, running the math out loud. The boss had 1,000,000 health. His own damage clocked in at 1,000 a second. He begged for a plan. Lin Qingyu threw open her interface and screamed the only answer she had. They needed to call in Big Brother Shadow. She fired off a message frantically reporting a huge emerald-grade boss and inviting him into her party so he could track their location. Standing amid the city ruins, Shadow accepted with a quiet, unbothered confirmation. He checked the coordinates and messaged back that he was over 10 kilometers out, but he'd be there right away. In the forest, Lin Qingyu looked at the map and felt her stomach drop. She told her team the bad news. Shadow was coming, yes, but by her estimate it would take him nearly half an hour to reach them. Her teammates cried out in alarm. The poison was too fierce, the healing couldn't keep pace. They weren't going to last. Realizing survival was off the table, Lin Qingyu cursed and called the retreat. And the instant the order left her mouth, Osiris dropped out of the sky directly above the giant tree monster. Shadow announced, perfectly calm, that he'd arrived. Lin Qingyu just stood there, utterly bewildered. A tremendous gust rolled off his descent and swept through the whole forest. A system notification told the squad the wind had scattered the poison gas and cleared their status effects. Lin Qingyu and her team stood frozen, eyes like dinner plates. The male teammate stammered out the obvious question. Half an hour? It had been half a minute. Another teammate stared upward, shaking, and asked if the thing Shadow was riding was a flying dragon. Atop the skeletal dragon Osiris, Shadow looked down at Lin Qingyu's stunned little squad. Osiris, purple eyes glowing, fixed on Lin Qingyu's mount and mused aloud, wondering whether the creature was some kind of hybrid dragon. At the sound of that voice, Lin Qingyu's mount shuddered in raw terror. The squad reeled. Had the massive dragon just talked? Standing easily on his mount's head, Shadow explained that any creature of epic grade or higher could speak. Osiris asked, almost politely, for permission to eat the little hybrid down below. Shadow told it, coldly, to be quiet. On the ground, Lin Qingyu's mount had fainted dead away from sheer terror. She stared up in awe and admitted she never dreamed Big Brother Shadow was already riding an epic-grade creature as a mount. Shadow paid her no mind and fixed his attention on the giant tree monster, confirming it was the boss with a full 1,000,000 health. He ran the numbers in his head. At his current damage, killing it would take a whole combo, and he found that inefficient. He wanted one decisive blow instead. Deciding the timing was perfect, he drew out a glowing ancient slate. The system named it the blessing slate of the blood source ancient god, Alakisi. Its power was to bestow a blessing on any single skill, granting a random buff. Shadow weighed his options. His main damage skills overlapped too much, so he chose to bless his instant Shadow Slash. A golden aura wrapped around him, and a notification confirmed the skill had been enhanced with Alakisi's blessing. The system spelled out the upgrade. Blessed Instant Shadow Slash was now a single target attack, but the number of hits multiplied by 6. Every strike counted as a weak point hit, and each one charged his ultimate. Shadow's eyes gleamed. His skill had just become a brutal single target burst. He did the quick math. One use now landed 54 strikes. Add his clones and that jumped to a staggering 216 hits, enough to fully charge his ultimate several times over. Lin Qingyu's teammates watched him glow with pure confusion, wondering what on earth was happening. Analysis done, Shadow decided to field test it. He vanished in a swirl of dark energy. A moment later, a teammate spotted him high in the air and yelled that he was taking on the boss alone. Shadow moved impossibly fast and slammed the empowered instant Shadow Slash into the giant tree monster. The boss was buried under a storm of attacks, dozens of damage numbers, every one of them over 10,000, erupting all at once. The barrage filled his ultimate meter in a single stroke. His eyes flared red as he realized one basic skill was now enough to fully charge his ultimate. He didn't pause. He surged forward and unleashed the Crimson Blade, a massive red arc that cleaved through the boss for a final 450,000 damage. The system confirmed the kill on an Emerald-grade boss and listed the rewards. The watching squad just stood there, stunned. One of the male teammates screamed in disbelief that he'd one-shot an Emerald-grade boss. Lin Qingyu, though, stayed perfectly calm and asked whether this was their first time seeing Big Brother Shadow fight a boss. To her, this was just a normal afternoon. Standing in the fading red glow, Shadow took stock of his new power. A single instant Shadow Slash now dealt around 600,000. By comparison, his Crimson Blade ultimate at a base 450,000 suddenly looked almost weak. He landed among the drifting orbs of lifespan and turned it over in his mind. His old methods felt clumsy now, sloppy for high-level fights. All those careful skill rotations were more trouble than they were worth. Sword in hand, he understood that the slate had knitted a powerful synergy between his abilities, boosting both his damage and his survivability. And even this, he believed, was only the beginning of what the Shadow class could really do. Lin Qingyu rushed over, gushing about how amazing he was. Shadow casually tossed the boss loot to her team and told them to keep it. They thanked him, overjoyed. Then he asked if there were any other bosses nearby. Lin Qingyu lit up and rattled off several in the surrounding areas. He cut her short and told her to climb onto his dragon so they could clear them one by one. She was ecstatic. Osiris shot into the sky, carrying Shadow and a screaming Lin Qingyu off into the distance. Left behind, the two remaining men on her squad looked up in silence. One of them, thoroughly defeated, managed a single question. What about us? The scene shifted to the real world, to a conference room in Magic City. Theodore's image filled a large screen. An official reported that this Theodore from the M-Country Embassy had offered up intelligence on the very first diamond-grade boss. Another official asked skeptically whether such valuable information really came free. The first clarified that Theodore's only ask was a flight back to M country. The lead official didn't like it. Such a small price for such a big prize reeked of a trap, but his subordinate pushed back, explaining that Theodore had also offered to personally escort their team to the boss, which would be suicidal on his part if it were a setup. Then the lead official raised the real problem. Could they even beat a diamond-grade boss? Nobody had managed it yet, which meant even the legendary Shadow might come up short. So he floated a new plan: team up with Shadow. Another man at the table jumped on the idea. Reports showed Shadow could solo emerald-grade bosses without breaking a sweat. Combine their elite forces with his power, he argued, and a world-first diamond kill might actually be within reach. The lead official stayed doubtful and demanded to know if the reports were just rumors. In answer, his subordinate held up a phone playing crisp footage of Shadow in battle. Captured, he explained using a phone created by a divine authority book. That left the lead official speechless. Convinced, he agreed to cooperate with Shadow. The rest of the officials fell in line, and the leader announced he'd dispatch someone to make contact at once. Elsewhere, a heavily armored mechanical monster lurched forward. Shadow answered it with his signature instant Shadow Slash, a massive beam of blue energy that split the thing clean in two. He stood there calmly, cape drifting in the wind. With the enemy down, he called to Lin Qingyu, who was peeking out from behind a tree, and told her to come collect the lifespan orbs, because it was time to move on. She approached, flushed and buzzing, and reported that officials had turned up a diamond-grade boss. Was he interested? Shadow's eyes narrowed with real intrigue, and he asked for details. Lin Qingyu said the boss sat inside a volcano and gave its name, the Hellflower of Nightmares. That name seized his full attention. Shadow remembered a fiery plant rising over the city ruins. This monster had brought the first great crisis down on the Great Zaya officials. In his memories of the past, a foreign power had used the Hellflower of Nightmares to wipe out more than 100 official professionals in Magic City. The disaster threw the whole region into chaos for half a year and cost thousands of lives. And he remembered the mastermind behind all of it, a man named Theodore. Suspecting her team hadn't actually found the boss, Shadow pressed her on it. She admitted a foreigner had discovered it and that the higher-ups had decided to throw a 100-person crusade at it. Shadow shot the plan down flat. They understood nothing about the true danger. He ordered Lin Qingyu to round up 25 elite players, all at least level 18 and past their first class advancement. She balked at the demand for that many top-tier elites and asked if he really needed so much help. He confirmed it. The Hellflower of Nightmares might be diamond grade, he explained, but its stats sat close to an epic grade monster's. There were two ways to bring it down. The first was raw absolute power, which he freely admitted he didn't have yet. So they'd have to use the second, a proper strategic raid built around a team of at least 25. Lin Qingyu asked why they shouldn't just take the official route and bring 100. More people, easier fight. Right? Shadow refused to explain. He fixed her with a hard stare and told her to either trust his instructions or do whatever she wanted. She broke into a nervous sweat under that cold gaze. But she thought it over. Shadow was unpredictable, sure, yet everything he'd ever done had worked out in the official's favor. Maybe he was right, and the higher-ups really were clueless. Mind made up, she agreed to help, though she warned his bar was so high she could only scrape together 10 people. Shadow accepted. 10 would do. He'd handle the rest. As he dissolved into blue energy, he told her to meet him at the Magic City ruins in 3 days. Lin Qingyu stood alone, staring at the empty spot where he'd been, asking herself if she could truly trust him. In a vivid dream of the past, a warrior in blue armor stood firm behind a golden shield, Jinfang blocking a blow and warning his sister to be careful. He moved with breathtaking speed, cutting the monsters down to shield her. Once the danger passed, he reached out a hand, smiled warmly, and told her everything was fine. Then the dream twisted. Jinfang's smiling face darkened and reshaped into the cold masked expression of Shadow. The masked figure called out a name. Xiao Yu. Her eyes snapped open. She woke in her hospital bed, drenched in sweat and crying. Sitting up in the dark, she realized she'd had the same dream again. Ever since she lost her legs, the figure in it had grown clearer. She remembered how this man had taken her leveling, protected her, given her everything. And through her tears, the truth finally struck. This time she'd seen his face clearly, and it belonged to her brother, Jin Fang. Her eyes glowed as the realization tore through her. He wasn't dead. Jin Fang was the legendary player Shadow. Xiao Yu knelt on the bed, trembling. The places and monsters from her dreams had all shown up later in the game. That proved the dreams were real. So was it true? Was Jin Fang really Shadow? Desperate for the answer, she lay back down and resolved to log in immediately, to find him and confirm what they were to each other. But doubt crept back in as she lay there. Shadow had brushed her off so many times that he clearly didn't want to acknowledge her, brother or not. She feared no one would believe her, that she might even get herself killed over it. The memory of how she'd lost her legs ripped through her mind, and she shook beneath the covers. Still, in the dark she understood this was her last hope. With a surge of resolve, she decided to spend the very last of her strength reaching for this chance to reunite with him. In the game, inside the Knights Templar hideout, the guild leader was propping Xiao Yu up and asking why she'd suddenly logged in. Her legs might work in-game, he explained, but her stats were halved and she carried a stumble debuff. Right on cue, she lost her balance and fell. He asked if she was hurt. Playing the victim to the hilt, she cried that she only wanted to repay the guild's kindness and begged to keep her little job of watching the door for Big Brother Shadow. The guild leader put on a touched expression, praised her loyalty, and helped her to the door, noting she already knew the drill. Then a system notification popped up, a private message from Shadow addressed to the guild leader by name, Chen Wujing, asking if he wanted to claim the world-first kill on a diamond-grade boss. His whole demeanor flipped to frantic excitement. He shouted that he'd dreamed of a chance like this, dropped Xiao Yu on the spot, and bolted, muttering about urgent business. As he ran, Shadow sent a follow-up telling him not to rush. He was to find two specific people, Anquan, the one they called Safety First, and Grey Rose, Dongfang Yu, then meet him at the Magic City ruins in 3 days. The guild leader accepted eagerly. In a well-lit room, magical food from a divine gift book sat spread across a table, including a towering fortress burger. Little Black drooled over it, praising the book's cooking as she got ready to dig in. Then Captain Inu kicked the door open and shouted for her to move, because Shadow was recruiting. Before Little Black could take a single bite, Inu grabbed her and dragged her off, scolding her for thinking only about food. As she was hauled away, Little Black wept, and it hit her that this was the first time Shadow had ever asked for help. Elsewhere, Shadow messaged the team to head back to Magic City and meet him at the Evil Spirit Academy, a huge Gothic cathedral buried in the ruins. Inside the hideout, a heavy door swung open, and Zhang Yao Ying, the witch, came running in. She grinned and asked if the big boss had summoned her. Shadow confirmed he needed her for a boss fight in a few days, then noticed something off and asked why she was only level 10. She explained she'd poured all her experience into advancing her class tier instead of leveling up. Shadow was genuinely startled that she'd pushed 3 class advancements at such a low level, and remarked on her nerve. She just giggled. Then magical energy swirled, and a figure with white hair, red skin, and horns stepped out. It was Sio, the demon girl. She strode up to Shadow and greeted him, calling him master. Shadow was stunned all over again, staring at her and asking why she was also only level 10. Sio explained that she'd remembered her master's lesson, that class advancement mattered most. So she too had completed her 3rd. Shadow sighed, then told them both to follow him, promising to level them up over the coming days. The 2 girls cheered, eager to see their master in action. 3 days later, at the wild volcano in the Magic City ruins, Captain Inu, Wang Mang, and Little Black arrived. Little Black was still mourning the burger she'd missed. Inu ignored her and looked toward the meeting point. Then Inu froze. She peered down into the valley, shocked by the crowd gathered there. Not a huge number, but every face was familiar. The whole group was elites. There was Anquan, the perfect evasion swordsman, the only man besides Shadow who could solo a boss. There was the arrogant Knights Templar guild leader. There was Dongfang Yu, the number 1 ranked mage. Wang Mang sweated as he rattled off other famous names, realizing that all these top-ranked players had answered Shadow's call. Standing apart from the pack, Theodore and Zuma watched. The Chinese players whispered about the 2 foreigners. Zuma was jittery and pointed out to Theodore that this small group was nothing like the army they'd been promised. He worried their whole trap had been exposed. Theodore stayed calm. Everyone here, he assured Zuma, was the elite of the elite, and quality beat quantity. A group this sharp only proved the officials were taking the boss fight dead seriously. Then he revealed he'd used his Omen of the Star God skill to divine the outcome. His prophecy promised that the flower would bloom, dragging the victims into a nightmare while he, the one lucky soul, would be guided home. He was certain everyone else would die, clearing his path back to Country M. Glancing at his companions, he silently apologized to Zuma and the others, knowing they wouldn't share his luck. Then a massive shockwave ripped through the gathering, flinging players in every direction. One man on the ground looked up in horror at a giant shape descending from the sky. Out of the swirling dust came Osiris, a colossal skeletal dragon. The players gaped. Some screamed, wondering if the dragon itself was the diamond-grade boss. Then someone pointed at its head. Standing atop the beast was Shadow, yellow eyes blazing with power. The crowd erupted as they understood. The bone dragon was Shadow's mount. Theodore and Zuma stood frozen, sweating, and Theodore stammered in terror at how fast Shadow had grown. Epic-grade mount and all. Shadow leaped down, landing in the center of the group. He raised his head, and his glowing eyes locked straight onto Theodore with pure killing intent. In his mind, he made one promise. Today, Theodore would die. He walked toward Theodore, and the crowd split around him. Theodore stood paralyzed as Shadow closed in, ignoring everyone else. Shadow scanned the elites, said flatly that everyone had arrived, then ordered Theodore to take the lead. Theodore went stiff as Shadow fell in behind him, his presence pressing down like a weight. Sweat streamed down Theodore's face. Shadow knew his name, even though they'd never once met. He forced himself steady, guessing a top player like Shadow simply had some skill for identifying people. Then he turned to the crowd with a plastered-on smile and invited everyone to follow him and kill the diamond boss. Inside, he reassured himself. His divination was 100% accurate. His plan could not fail. The group reached a cave mouth glowing an ominous red. Inside, Chu Kunchen glanced back in irritation and warned the others that the targets had entered. Behind him, Tony and Mijing crouched close, and she griped about the interruption, saying the intruders had ruined their mood. Tony reassured her that once this job was done, they'd escape to Country M and enjoy themselves however they pleased. Shadow, Theodore, and Zuma walked into the tunnel. Theodore gestured for Shadow to keep going deeper. As the ambushers whispered that the prey was drawing near, Tony, Mijing, and Chu Kunchen readied themselves in the shadows, eyes glowing. Tony declared it was time to avenge Shishi, while Chu Kunchen glared with raw hatred, screaming inside for Shadow to die so he could avenge his wife and son. The team stepped into the deep purgatory volcano. The system warned it was a nightmare zone where lifespan drained 10,000 times faster, and the group looked around, uneasy. Deep inside, Theodore stopped before a colossal fiery flower bud and introduced it as the Diamond Boss, the Hellflower of Nightmares. He suggested their numbers were too thin and that they ought to bring more people. Lin Qingyu shot it down. Their team was packed with elites. She told him bluntly to quit stalling and explain how to fight the thing. Theodore's face darkened. Was she sure, he asked ominously, because once the fight started, there'd be no turning back. Lin Qingyu eyed him with suspicion and asked what he meant. He dodged the question, claiming it involved complicated mechanics he didn't care to explain twice, and asked one final time if they were set on fighting with just this group. Behind Shadow, the elites cheered with easy confidence. With Big Boss Shadow here, they shouted, the boss would go down easy. Theodore's face twitched with fury at their arrogance, and he muttered some sarcastic little encouragement. Calling the Chinese players stubborn under his breath, he turned his back to them and picked up a rock, telling them to listen close because he'd only explained the mechanic once. As they leaned in, Theodore announced the boss was simple. There was just one thing they needed to know. Then his eyes flared red. He drew back the rock, the very same act that had woken the monster once before, and screamed that the only mechanic here was for all of them to die. The elite stared, grasping too late that they'd been walked straight into a trap. Theodore hurled the rock, and it struck the base of the Hellflower of Nightmares. That single point of damage was all it took. The massive plant exploded with fiery energy, and the cave plunged into a nightmare atmosphere as the debuff conjured shadowy figures all around them. Wang Mang shouted in confusion. Lin Qingyu screamed that it was a trap and called the retreat. But when they spun for the exit, 3 sinister figures blocked the way. Tony stepped up, wreathed in blue energy, laughing as he mocked the great Zaya pigs and told them there was no way out. He triggered his wall construction skill, and a massive stone slab crashed down, sealing the entrance. Inside, Theodore stayed calm, sure of his own escape hatch. With a sinister grin, he ordered his subordinate Zuma to use the Soulwalker ability so they could phase through the walls. But before Zuma could move, an energy arrow punched clean through his head, killing him on the spot. Theodore whirled, sweating, and realized his plan had been sniffed out. Lin Qingyu admitted that Shadow had been right all along. She leveled a glowing crossbow at Theodore and declared that those of a different race always carried treacherous hearts, then sentenced him to death and loosed a demon-breaking arrow at the traitor. Theodore only sneered and called their effort naive. He raised a glowing blue card and activated a position swap. In an instant, Chu Kunchen was yanked into the arrow's path. The bolt drove through his chest with a sickening impact. As he crumpled, choking out a question about why he'd been sacrificed, Theodore's form dissolved into light, escaping by trading places with him. Outside the sealed cave, a pair of feet touched down. Theodore stood safe behind the wall. His subordinates Mijang and Tony gaped at him. A card floated above his head, revealing his trump, the Dark Star boundary, which let him swap positions with anyone carrying his card. He'd handed one to Chu Kunchen for exactly this, a ready-made scapegoat. Tony frantically asked where Zuma was while Mijang noted that Chu Kunchen was gone too. Misreading the swap entirely, Tony snarled that Chu Kunchen must have betrayed them, cursing the untrustworthy Great Zaya people. Theodore ignored the noise and ordered Mijang and Tony to log off immediately. It was time to flee the country. As his avatar faded, Theodore recalled Lin Qingyu's words, "If they are not of my race, their hearts must be different." He found it a fitting line and used it to excuse his own betrayal. In the real world, in a dark apartment at night, a grisly scene played out. The physical bodies of Zuma and Shu Kunchen lay in their beds, convulsing violently as the price of their in-game deaths came due. Theodore looked down at his fallen comrades and said grimly that dying inside the boss's territory had dragged them into the nightmare. They were beyond saving. He offered a brief, cold flicker of regret, mostly over losing an asset as useful as Zuma, then relief washed over him. The sacrifice was worth it. Shadow and every elite trapped inside were surely dead. Walking through the room with Tony and Mijing, he recited his prophecy again. The flower had bloomed, it had dragged the victims into a nightmare, and he alone, the lucky one, would be guided back to his long-awaited home. Already thinking ahead, he predicted this loss would gut Great Zaya's strength. Once they were back in Country M, they'd send elites to press the attack while the enemy was crippled. With a final look of vicious malice, his eyes glowing, Theodore swore that Great Zaya would be wiped from the map. Inside the cave, things turned dire as the Hellflower of Nightmares fully bloomed, flooding the cavern with dangerous light. The players scattered into chaos as a red bar appeared over every head, the Nightmare status. Panic swept the elites as they understood something was very wrong. A shaken Wang Mang laid out the horror for Little Black. Players in the Nightmare state couldn't be revived and couldn't log off, which meant death here was permanent. That gutted the group's morale, trapped with a diamond-grade boss in a zone that drained their lifespan 10,000 times over. Just as despair took hold, a party invite from Shadow flashed up. Shadow stood with his back to them, cape flowing. He calmly told the terrified group that since he was the one who'd gathered them, he would not let them die. He turned his head slightly, one eye glowing, and ordered them to follow his instructions to the letter. Do exactly as he said, he promised, and they'd take the boss down. Realizing he was their only hope, the Knights Templar guild leader and the rest nodded. The system list filled as every elite accepted the invite, Dongfang Yu, An Quan Xiao, and Zhang Yao Ying among them. Trust placed, the crowd cheered for Big Brother Shadow. Shadow got straight into command. He turned to the witch Zhang Yao Ying and ordered her to cast Soul Link. She threw him a playful salute and swept her giant brush through the air, painting an enormous magical rune. The spell fired, and dark purple chains of energy shot out, tying every party member's soul together. As the chains locked in, Shadow explained the mechanic. Soul Link pooled their resistances. His strategy was to use that shared pool to stall the Nightmare gauge. This, he said, was exactly why he'd demanded players pass their first-class advancement. Only they carried the hidden resistance needed to hold the Nightmare back. The group finally understood just how far ahead he'd been thinking. The battle opened as the Hellflower lashed out with thorny vines, several of them snapping around players and pinning them in place. Shadow warned the team that if anyone died or slipped into the Nightmare state, the boss would devour them to heal. Survival came first. Revive the fallen instantly. Taking full command, he laid out the fight. The boss had 36 million health across 3 phases. In Phase 1, the flower fielded 6 vines, and he assigned a team to each. He singled out Anquan and handed him a vine to solo. Anquan was surprised, but glowed a little when Shadow praised his skill. The vine struck with blinding speed. Living up to his name, Anquan slipped the attack clean and hit back with a skill called Moon Shadow, but Wang Mang and the guild leader went pale when the damage number came up. Minus 250. They panicked, baffled at how the damage could be so pitiful. Shadow calmly dropped the key detail. In Phase 1, the boss carried a 90% damage reduction shield. The team sank into despair, asking how they were supposed to fight through that. Ignoring the wailing, Shadow leaped high and fired Blessing of Release through instant Shadow Slash. A massive beam of blue energy hammered the boss for a staggering 666,000, shield and all. This, he remarked, was how you fought it. He chained into a throat cut for another critical hit, over 630,000. The guild leader screamed, unable to process the numbers. Then Shadow explained the real job. If the vines had no target, the boss would loose an area attack that killed everyone, so the team's only task was to hold the vines' attention and stay alive, while he handled all the damage himself. Steadied by his power, the elites roared their agreement. The Hellflower unleashed the rest of its vines, filling the cave with thorns. The raid braced, shields up and weapons ready. Shadow moved to intercept, smashing into the first vine with overwhelming force. He sprang into the air and rained down rapid slashes, shredding vines one after another and shielding the team with raw power. But Little Black got completely distracted. Instead of guarding, she stood there gazing at Shadow, cheering about how handsome he was and marveling at his damage. It cost her. A vine slipped past her guard, coiled around her, and hoisted her screaming into the air. Shadow reacted in a blink, appearing behind the vine and cutting it in half with a single stroke of blue energy. He caught Little Black as she dropped, saving her and finishing the vine in one motion. With Phase 1 cleared, he stood over her as she recovered and scolded her hard, warning her to stop daydreaming or she'd die next time. Humiliated and aching, she sobbed and apologized. With the first phase down, the Hellflower began to pulse. A player spotted something stirring deep in its fiery petals and shouted for the others to look. From the flower's core, a humanoid silhouette rose in flames. The raid stared as a beautiful woman with long, fire-like hair and glowing eyes emerged from the monster. A few players got briefly caught staring before the danger snapped them back. The boss's new form attacked, hurling 3 large orbs of fiery energy. Shadow shouted a warning and called out Phase 2. The 3 orbs were nightmare energy, and they'd lock onto 3 players at random. Touch 1, he explained, and your nightmare gauge instantly jumps 10%, and the orb split in 2. His warning barely landed before an orb struck a player and, exactly as he'd said, split into 2 more that streaked off in opposite directions. Panic rippled through the group. Shadow told them to stay calm. The orbs moved slowly, so targeted players were to kite them away from the pack while everyone else dealt with the returning vines. Then he added the crucial change. In this phase, The boss's damage reduction dropped to 50%. Strategy set, he told the team to handle the mechanics while he charged the boss's main body himself. He dropped from the sky toward the Hellflower's human form, deciding this diamond-grade boss was the perfect target to test his full firepower. Shadow activated Shadow of Slaughter, summoning his dark clones. 5 figures, Shadow and his 4 copies, descended on the boss and surrounded her from every angle. Together, they unleashed the Crimson Blade. The attack tore a massive pillar of red energy into being, landing 4 separate hits of over 1.5 million damage each. Shadow chained straight into a throat cut, sinking a heavy bleed into the boss. He pulled back to read the damage. Even against her 50% reduction, his burst had done nearly 6 million. And he noticed something. His Crimson Blade hit harder the lower the enemy's health dropped. A few more cycles by his math, and she was dead. Then Shadow froze. He felt it behind him, a disaster unfolding. His eyes went wide as he turned from the boss. The battlefield had descended into chaos. The nightmare orbs had multiplied out of control, choking the air. Wang Mang screamed for anyone an orb had locked onto to break away from the crowd, anything to stop more splitting. Players scattered, running for their lives as the red orbs hunted them down. The panic shattered their formation, fleeing players stampeding blindly into the team still fighting the vines. The defenders shouted at them to keep back, but the whole thing was slipping loose. Shadow looked closer and uncovered a hidden mechanic. When one of the boss's vines struck an orb, that orb got a 3-second speed boost, fast enough that dodging became impossible. Realizing the team wouldn't last much longer, he gritted his teeth and shouted for them to hold on just a little more. 5 seconds. That was all he needed to force the boss into her third phase. He focused, eyes blazing, and stacked his rotation. Grumbling inwardly about piling on so many buffs, he activated Silent Concealment and Dark Depth to sharpen his stealth and damage, then Black Light Shield to push his attack power up another 30%. Finally, Shadow of Slaughter, summoning clones that inherited every buff he carried. Preparation set, he blurred forward at blinding speed and unleashed his modified instant Shadow Slash. He and his clones struck as one, and the whole area lit up with blue energy slashes. The system logged a staggering 216 hits in a heartbeat. He wasn't done. Shadow and his clones fired the Crimson Blade Ultimate. 4 enormous pillars of red energy slammed into the boss, ripping through her defenses. Her human form vomited green blood, gravely wounded. He followed instantly with a throat cut for a critical blow, over 18 million damage. Nearby, the other players watched in horror and awe. They'd been scraping for a few hundred damage a hit, and here was Shadow, 20 million in a single wave. Some of them wondered, out loud, whether he was even human. The boss reeled, convulsing. The giant flower stalk twisted and darkened to a deep purple, and Shadow warned the team she'd entered Phase 3. She screamed agony and rage tangled together, her form turning wild and unstable as she wound up her final attacks. The whole cave shifted to a heavy, ominous purple. Wang Mang looked up in dread as the vines wove together into massive twisted wooden pillars that erupted from the ground. Shadow read the threat instantly and started barking orders. The pillars, he explained, were magnets for the nightmare orbs. For every orb a pillar swallowed, the boss healed 10% of her health. Destroy the pillars, he commanded, or she'd never stop recovering. Then he laid out the new rules. The red orbs no longer multiplied, but they were far deadlier now. Touch one, and a player was thrown instantly into the nightmare state. Worse, if someone already in that state got hit, the orb burst into nightmare bugs that fed on lifespan until the victim was dead. The soldiers stared at the orbs, understanding at last that a single slip meant permanent death. Shadow's eyes narrowed behind his mask. He screamed at them to focus, to dodge the orbs, to hold the line for 10 more seconds. Inside, he traced the path to victory. The boss had under 10 million health left. His skills needed just 3 more seconds to come off cooldown. One more full-power instant Shadow Slash would finish her. Then a scream ripped across the battlefield. Shadow turned and his stomach dropped. A player's nightmare gauge had filled all the way, his eyes glowing red with madness. Wang Mang shouted in horror as he watched his teammate go down, yelling that one of their own had succumbed. The player collapsed, thrashing in agony, a red orb hovering over him. Then the orb sank into his body. The change was instant and grotesque. His flesh burst open, and hundreds of red nightmare bugs poured out, devouring him from the inside. The system confirmed it. The player, Summer Horse, had lost all his lifespan and died a permanent death. The terrified guild leader broke and ran, blind with panic. Wang Mang tried to scream at him to stop bolting around like that, but fear had already taken the wheel. He saw it too late. The guild leader had dragged an orb straight to a wooden pillar. The leader apologized helplessly as the pillar's vines snatched the orb out of the air. It absorbed the thing and funneled the energy into the boss, and the Hellflower regenerated a massive 3.6 million health from that one orb alone. Shadow watched her health climb and could do nothing about it. The whole situation was spiraling past his control. Every gauge on the field was nearing its limit. This was his last chance. Grimly, he ran the numbers. If the boss clawed back over 20 million health, he simply wouldn't have the damage to kill her. Sweat ran down his face as he stared at his own interface. Across the cave, players screamed and scrambled to dodge the orbs that promised permanent death. The team on pillar duty cracked under the strain, shouting that they couldn't hold, their gauges climbing into the red. Shadow watched it all come apart and knew the cold truth. If this kept up, the whole team wiped. He could escape alone, his boots' phasing effect would carry him clear. But he hesitated because walking away meant leaving every one of them to die. Then a sword lifted. Wang Mang stepped forward and activated Holy Barrier. 7 full seconds of total invincibility. Eyes glowing, he yelled at Shadow to think about nothing but damaging the boss, and swore he'd handle the defense himself. Shadow was caught off guard by the tank's sudden resolve and questioned the plan. Wang Mang didn't waver. He hit Speed Blessing and charged headlong into the field of red orbs. Little Black watched, stunned, as he used his invincible body to slam into orb after orb, keeping them off the pillars and away from the boss. Captain Inu screamed at him that he was being reckless. The shield stopped the damage, sure, she warned, but his nightmare gauge was still filling, and the instant his invincibility ran out, the bugs would tear him apart. Wang Mang only smiled, calm and at peace. He knew the cost. He was doing it anyway, because it was the only road to a win. Rushing toward his own death, he declared he trusted Shadow completely to carry them through. Inu made her choice too. Eyes glowing, she activated Symbiotic Dragon Spirit, summoning a huge blue dragon bound to her own life force. With a swing of her sword, she sent it to devour the deadly orbs. Because her life was tied to the dragon, the corruption bit into her at once. Her gauge hit maximum and she vomited blood, taking the curse on herself so Shadow wouldn't have to. At that moment, Wang Mang's invincibility ended, leaving him wide open to permanent death. He dropped to his knees, glowing with a golden aura. Little Black screamed, realizing Inu and Wang Mang were both feeding their own bodies to the orbs to buy Shadow time, and she rallied the rest of the team to join them. The other players rushed in, throwing their bodies in front of the red orbs, betting everything on Shadow killing the boss before it was too late. Anquan the swordsman smiled with easy confidence as orbs battered him, saying their only job was to buy time. Even Zhang Yao Ying, the witch, laughed in Death's face. Then one of the support players had a thought. If they were all headed into the nightmare anyway, they might as well spend their last moments buffing Shadow. He cast a blessing and shouted for everyone to pour their skills into their leader. The other mages fell in instantly, stacking every buff they had onto him. Shadow stood in the middle of that storm of energy, fully loaded and crackling with blue lightning, his teammates screaming for him to kill the boss and pull them out of the nightmare. He watched them throw their lives down for him, half amused, half resolute, and muttered that they were a reckless bunch. His body brimmed with everything they'd given him. He fired off the whole cascade at once. Silent Concealment, Deepest Darkness, Shield of Black Light, Shadow of Slaughter, Grace of Release. Power peaking, he leveled a single finger at the boss and gave the final command. His dark clones materialized and ringed the Hellflower of Nightmares. They loosed a synchronized barrage, a vortex of purple slashes that shredded her petals and registered 216 hits in an instant. Shadow stood at the heart of it, cape flowing, then leaped high above the crippled monster. He came down like a meteor toward the flower's center, eyes glowing with lethal intent, and a single massive vertical slash split the boss in two, cutting through the flower and through space itself. The monster exploded into a swirling vortex of energy. The twisted red pillars of the nightmare realm crumbled as her influence bled away. A system window bloomed in the air. The party had achieved the world-first kill of a diamond-grade boss. Below, Captain Inu and Wang Mang lay spent but alive, wrapped in green healing flames. As the nightmare lifted, Anquan and Zhang Yao Ying cheered their success. Inu grumbled that the curse had cost her 10 years of lifespan, but Wang Mang comforted her, calling it a small price for survival and proof that trusting Shadow had been the right call. As the boss dissipated, golden loot orbs rained down. A greedy player lunged for the haul, and the others shouted him off, insisting Shadow should be the one to divide it. But Little Black glanced around and realized their leader was gone. The team called out, asking where he'd went. He answered through voice chat, telling them to wait because his business wasn't finished yet. They were confused. The boss was dead. Shadow appeared in the distance shrouded in purple energy and said coldly that yes, the monster was dead, but the people who deserved to die were still very much alive. He climbed onto Osiris and shot into the sky. He was hunting Theodore, who had already boarded a plane bound for Country M. Distance didn't matter. Shadow chased that plane high into the atmosphere, unwilling to let the traitor slip away. Theodore's own prophecy echoed back, mocking him now. The flower blooms as expected. You are the only lucky one. The invisible path in the sky will lead you back to your long-lost hometown. High in the night sky, Shadow ran the aircraft down on his skeletal dragon. He'd burned over 3,500 years of tradable lifespan to sync his game abilities with reality, dragging his stats, his gear, and his epic-grade mount into the real world. With the dragon's raw speed, he finally caught the jet. He sprang off Osiris's back, dove through the high-altitude winds, and landed square on the roof of the speeding plane. He rose to his feet, eyes glowing yellow, dark energy churning around him, ready for what came next. Inside the cabin, the mood was a celebration. 2 champagne glasses clinked in a toast. Theodore and Mi-jing smiled at each other, and she congratulated him on his homecoming to Country M. Pleased, Theodore welcomed both Mi-jing and Tony as official citizens. As Mi-jing politely asked him to look after them, Tony sat off to the side with his phone, laughing nastily, wanting to check the news and see whether those great Zaya pigs Shadow's team had all died yet. Then his face changed. Mockery drained straight into shock. Hands shaking, he held the phone up for the others. The headline was impossible. Shadow's team hadn't just survived, they'd secured the world-first kill on the diamond-grade boss, with almost no casualties. Mi-jing and Tony stared, jaws slack, the reality of Shadow's power crushing their arrogance. Theodore was so rattled his hand went limp. His wine glass slipped and shattered on the floor, red spilling out like blood. He stammered, unable to grasp how anyone could walk out of the nightmare alive. Sitting there in the dark cabin, he frantically reread his prophecy, and horror crept in as he understood he'd read it backward. The true meaning of the omen of the star god finally clicked. The pitiful ones were never Shadow's team, they were his own subordinates. His gaze slid to Tony and Mi-jing, and a chill crawled up his spine as the last line settled into place. You are the only lucky one. If he alone survived, then they were already doomed. As if his fear had called it, Theodore looked past them and saw a nightmare made real. Outside the window, the masked face of Shadow, glowing yellow eyes, fixed dead on him. Theodore screamed and jabbed a trembling finger at the glass, yelling that Shadow was outside. Tony, baffled by his boss's meltdown, pressed his face to the window, then turned back, puzzled, saying there was nothing out there but empty sky. He had no idea death was inches from his ear. Theodore stared at his phone in terror and confirmed it to his panicked subordinates. Shadow had tracked them down. Tony pieced it together and screamed that Shadow must have extracted the skeletal dragon into the real world. Theodore realized what that meant. Pulling an epic-grade mount across would cost over 1,000 years of lifespan. A monstrous price. Mi-jing broke down in tears, certain they were finished. But Theodore forced himself to think. This was a civilian flight, packed with passengers. If Shadow tried to force his way in, the plane would come apart and kill everyone aboard. Confidence returned. Shadow would never dare slaughter innocent civilians, which meant they were safe until landing. Then he played his ace. He'd already called in reinforcements. At the airport in Country M, a squad of elite-powered individuals was assembling. On the ground, a cybernetic soldier received word that Shadow was inbound. The elites, a white-haired woman and a hooded figure among them, snapped into combat readiness. 2 other agents confirmed the change of mission. A massive magic circle lit the sky above the airport. The objective was simple: kill Shadow the moment he touched down. High above, Theodore believed all they had to do was wait. He reassured Mi-jing and Tony that Country M never abandoned its own. Relieved, Mi-jing thanked him, and Tony pledged his loyalty, neither of them aware their safety was pure illusion. Behind his calm face, Theodore's real nature showed. He knew Tony and Mi-jing were already destined to die, and he was still the only lucky one. He mapped his exit, remembering the special cards he'd handed out to informants. He'd slip one to a passenger, so if danger closed in, he could use his Dark Star boundary to swap places and save himself. He stood and walked the aisle, scanning faces for a scapegoat. He stopped beside a young man in red headphones who looked up in confusion as Theodore greeted him. Theodore held out a golden card, lying smoothly that it would grant powerful buffs, but the second he extended his hand, black energy erupted from the shadows. The young man screamed. Theodore watched, frozen, as his subordinates died in front of him. The cabin dissolved into chaos, passengers shrieking. Glowing red hellflowers, spider lilies, bloomed from the victims' bloody necks, the signature of a powerful skill. Theodore stood rooted, sweat sheeting down his face as the truth landed. It was Shadow. He looked down at the seats. Tony and Mi-jing's corpses had vanished, leaving only bloodstains in those red flowers. Survival instinct took over. No hesitation now. He moved to trigger his Dark Star boundary, telling himself the mission could fail, but staying alive could not. He never got the chance. A sharp sound cut the air, and his vision flooded with blood. His right arm, the hand holding the escape card, was sheared off clean at the wrist. He screamed as the severed hand spun up into the air. Shadow caught it. He stood directly behind the terrified traitor holding the limb, eyes glowing yellow. He mocked Theodore, assuring him he would return to Country M after all. He'd honor the great Zaya, saying that fallen leaves return to their roots, and send Theodore's corpse home. Then his gaze hardened, and he leaned in close, telling the mutilated man to carry a message for him before he died. And the true gruesome meaning of Theodore's prophecy came full circle. In a dark room far away, the lifeless bodies of Chu Kunshan and Zuma lay across a bed, undone by being dragged into the nightmare zone. Ethereal red spider lilies bloomed around their corpses, a quiet mockery of Theodore's belief that he alone was lucky. Back on the plane, Shadow delivered the killing blow. He drove his hand into Theodore's chest and ripped out his still-beating heart. Theodore's face locked in shock, staring at Shadow, a massive bloody hole where his heart had been, his prophecy fulfilled in the ugliest way imaginable. Killed on the spot, his body dropped to its knees and pitched forward onto the aisle. As a terrified passenger looked on, Theodore's blood spread unnaturally across the floor, arranging itself into Shadow's final message to his enemies. Fallen leaves must return to their roots. Outside, the plane flew on smoothly through the dark undisturbed. Mission done, Shadow used his dark abilities to phase up through the roof into the cold night air. Standing easily atop the speeding aircraft, a blue ghostly aura wrapping his boots, he remarked on how handy they were, having just carried him through solid steel with their formless effect. Then, without a pause, he leaped backward into empty space, free fell, and dropped precisely onto the back of his skeletal dragon. Together, they dived away from the jet and vanished into the night. As the plane approached the glowing skyline of Country M, it began its final descent. The passengers had no idea a massive military operation was waiting for them. A commander ran the ambush from a control room, ordering every unit into position. The airport was locked down tight, magical barriers and anti-stealth fields humming, devastating spells primed to fire the instant the aircraft came down. The moment the landing gear kissed the tarmac, the ground forces were ready. An army of cloaked assassins, snipers, and shielded knights waited in the dark, under strict orders to annihilate Shadow at any cost. Inside the cabin, the ordinary passengers remained oblivious. A young man with headphones peered out the window, naively wondering if Country M always rolled out this intense a welcome. Once the plane docked, the doors opened and an agent stepped inside. He and his partner looked down the aisle, and their hard-ready expressions collapsed into shock. Theodore's body lay on the floor. They frantically reported back that he was dead and described the horrifying message written in his own blood. The leader of the ambush force, a dark-haired man with glowing red eyes, read the bloody words with mounting fury. Anyone who offends Great Zaya will be hunted down. He realized at once this was Shadow's work, and that he'd already struck. Desperate to pin their target, a masked ninja agent asked a nearby witch whether the anti-stealth barriers had caught any trace. Assuming Shadow was still aboard, she checked her magic and confirmed it. No invisible entities detected. The leader grasped the grim truth. Their anti-stealth barrier ran at level 20, which meant Shadow's stealth had to sit at an even higher tier, high enough to walk right through their trap. Innocent civilians or not, a white-haired mage commander declared the threat had hit S-class and ordered every unit to open fire. A masked subordinate hesitated, pointing out that passengers were still inside, but the commander slammed his staff down in a rage and demanded absolute obedience. Shadow was in there, he insisted, and he wanted a full-power assault. Now. In an instant, a massive barrage of magical projectiles and lasers erupted from the terminal. Inside the plane, the young man with the headphones and another passenger stared out the window in terror, understanding far too late that they were under attack. The devastating strike streaked across the tarmac toward the defenseless airliner. Then a colossal sun-like spell was called down, and a huge fiery explosion swallowed the plane whole and obliterated it. As the flames roared, a scout reported that the life detection barrier read no living beings left in the smoking wreck. The red-eyed leader stood in silence watching the inferno, as a bald, muscular man and another official approached. The bald man rounded on him furiously, warning that Great Zaya would never overlook the open murder of their civilians, and that flights between the two countries would now be suspended. Throwing his arms up, he complained that his whole long-term scheme, using civilian flights to smuggle spies into Great Zaya, was ruined, leaving them no way to stop their enemy. The leader turned and glared, calling him a coward, cold and flat. How could they ever hope to stand against a nation that had Shadow on its side, he asked, if they lacked the stomach for ruthless resolve? His red eye burning, he hammered the point home. Death is permanent. Facing that wall of fire, he justified himself. If Shadow had truly been on that plane, this was the perfect shot at killing him. Even a sliver of a chance to erase Shadow, he believed, was worth the plane and everyone on it. The tension boiled over. The bald man glared and told him straight that he had never trusted him, then ordered him to shut his mouth, spitting an insult, calling him a half-breed with Great Zaya blood. Before the bald man could react, the red-eyed leader struck with blinding speed, a brutal punch to the face that hurled the huge man backward through the air. Wreathed in crackling golden energy, the leader laid his dark motives bare. He hated his Great Zaya bloodline with everything he had, called it a curse that fed him constant despair, and yet swore his loyalty to Country M was absolute. The scene shifted to the retrieval of their fallen man. Two agents, the white-haired mage commander among them, carried Theodore's lifeless, mutilated body over and dropped it, without ceremony, onto the floor. The red-eyed leader knelt beside it, a strange purple and gold aura gathering around him. He told the dead man to rest in peace, honored him as a hero of Country M, and promised to return him home for burial. Then he stood, and his terrifying power revealed itself. 3 glowing blue cards manifested from his hands, unveiling his hidden class, the Corpse Collector, an ability that let him harvest power from the dead. Looking at the cards, he coldly praised Theodore's contributions and the vast spy network he'd woven. A system notification explained the rest. Touching a corpse granted him that person's professional skills, and acquiring duplicate skills leveled them up. Holding one of the blue cards, his single red eye glowing with malice, the system confirmed it. He had successfully claimed Theodore's core abilities, the divinatory omen of the star god and the spatial dark star boundary among them. Empowered by his dead comrade's skills, the red-eyed leader made a chilling vow to personally see Great Zaya utterly, absolutely destroyed. He raised his arm, the card glowing, light spilling around him, and used his new divination to seek a way to defeat Shadow. A cosmic vision answered, a mother desperately reaching for her child as it fell into a starry abyss, and the leader turned it over, wondering how to twist that maternal bond against his enemy. Meanwhile, two of his subordinates, the white-haired mage among them, went over the intelligence Theodore had left behind. They pieced it together. A guild in Great Zaya called Fika Heavy Industries, its leader Hungen and her son Huang Ziking all matched the clues from the prophecy. The red-eyed leader confirmed it. One of Theodore's informants sat inside that guild and carried a special card. A holographic map lit up, laying out his plan: use the Dark Star boundary to instantly swap places with the informant and slip into Great Zaya undetected. He summoned another glowing blue card, handed both to the white-haired mage and his partner, and ordered them to keep the cards safe and not use them. He'd go into Great Zaya alone first, he announced, and told his subordinates to wait for his signal. When the time came, he'd use his power to mass teleport Country M's elite forces straight into enemy territory. Staring at the card, red scars glowing across his abdomen, the leader vowed to prove that Country M would conquer this entire apocalyptic game. Then he triggered the spatial skill, and a massive pillar of blue light erupted around him as he vanished. In his place, a man suddenly appeared, squatting awkwardly with a roll of toilet paper. He stammered that he'd been in the bathroom. An agent told him, perfectly calm, not to be nervous, addressed him as Theodore's friend, and welcomed him to Country M, leaving the poor young man reeling from being yanked across the world mid-business. Inside the Nightmare Hellflower boss area, the surviving team members waited it out after the fight. A digital blue light gathered, and Shadow logged back into the game. The players spotted him at once, and one of them excitedly announced his return. The Knights Templar guild leader smiled warmly and told Shadow that everyone had followed his orders, no one had touched a scrap of loot, so he could collect it himself. Shadow extended his hand, crackling with yellow energy, and thanked the team for their hard work, telling them to use the loot to build up their combat power. Then he unleashed a skill, summoning a gigantic glowing golden fist called the Greedy Hand that smashed into the ground and swept up the spoils. Two team members watched in awe, noting it would massively boost their rewards. After sorting the haul, Shadow handed a glowing spatial ring to Lin Qingyu, explaining that he only kept the lifespan rewards and his assassin-class items, and left the rest for her team to split. She blushed, stunned by the sheer amount of treasure packed into the ring. Then she asked him about Theodore and his companions. Shadow glanced back at the sealed cave mouth, his eye glowing cold yellow, and told her flatly, they were all dead. Lin Qingyu gasped, and before she could even process it, Shadow leaped into the air and turned into a dark blur. He flew toward the red-lit cavern, where two players were still struggling to break down the massive stone wall. They were frustrated, griping that they'd barely chipped 10% off its health. Then the axe-wielding one glanced back in shock as blue energy streaked past. Shadow landed, and a flurry of blue slashes shattered the wall in a single beat. Without a word, he strolled into the newly opened red tunnel, casually waving the stunned players off. They stood frozen, recognizing the legend and marveling at his power. Atop his dragon, Shadow reviewed his loot. 3 treasures, 2 of them legendary grade, an ultimate skill book, a weapon, and a bracer. Pleased, he decided to spend his evolution points on the skill book right away. The system displayed his newly evolved ancient grade ultimate, Endless Nightmare. The description spelled out a terrifying area of effectability that trapped enemies in a nightmare descent state, stacking a nightmare gauge on them with every hit, while a passive boosted his damage against anyone already afflicted. Shadow studied it and understood immediately how overpowered the nightmare attribute was against other players, because it locked them out of logging off. With a blooming curse, he could permanently kill players from inside the game. He pictured the effect, a terrified player writhing as glowing red spider lilies burst from their chest. He noted the one catch, though. The nightmare status could be cleared with purification skills, or the right items. Moving on, Shadow summoned his new weapon, a menacing red and black sword that materialized in his hand. The system tagged it as an assassin-class blade, the Starkiller blade. The weapon threw off massive stat boosts, heavy backstab damage, and a unique effect where killing other players granted stacks that pumped up his physical attack. On top of that, it carried a devastating bonus, nearly 5 times more damage against enemy shields. Holding the glowing red blade, Shadow smirked and called it a true murder weapon. He ran the numbers, max stacks, plus the backstab and shield-breaking bonuses, and the thing became terrifying. He also spotted a special stripping effect that nullified an enemy's attribute effects once its gauge filled. Thinking back to the fight he'd just clawed through, he realized that if he'd had this sword then, he could have stripped the boss's nightmare attributes clean off and gutted its threat. Then he found a second, far pettier feature. Any player killed by this blade got a permanent, unremovable title floating above their head. Amused, Shadow remarked that the sword's nickname, the Grandson Maker, was well earned. He turned to his last piece of loot, a diamond-grade bracer. The moment he equipped it, a geometric shield of golden energy snapped into place around his body. He noted the passive with approval. It auto-generated a magic-blocking shield every 30 seconds. Thoroughly pleased with the haul, Shadow climbed onto Osiris and rose into the orange-lit sky. He calculated that Fika Heavy Industries still owed him the remaining 800 years of lifespan and set his next course for the magical Leaning Tower hideout to collect his debt. Soaring over the ruined cityscape, he planned to grind up to level 25 so he could take on a new trial using a summoning bell item. A few days earlier, in a desolate, wrecked, corrupted village, a group of players was ambushed. 2 of them were violently run through the chest by sharp, bloody tentacles and screamed in agony. The source was a floating monstrosity with glowing orange eyes, a level 18 emerald-grade boss. The survivors panicked and over their heads and yelled for everyone to run. Then a hand wreathed in fierce purple flame stepped in and halted the monster like it was nothing. A commanding voice ordered the terrified players to hold their formation and stop panicking. It was Huang Ziking, shrouded in a black cloak, swirling purple abyssal energy at his fingertips. He declared all confidence that he'd control the boss himself while the team attacked, and he promised them victory. The party wasn't buying it. They screamed at him to run, reminded him it was an emerald-grade boss, and mocked him for thinking he was anywhere near Shadow's level. Unbothered, Ziking smirked, his eyes glowing a sinister purple, and told them to watch and witness the true power of the abyss. His dark aura detonated. He loosed a massive wave of purple magic that corrupted the ground into an abyssal mire, arrogantly declaring that where Shadow merely hid in the dark, he embodied the overwhelming darkness of the abyss itself. Arms raised, he erupted more crackling purple energy from the earth, and the mire swallowed the multi-eyed monster whole, crippling its movement. Seeing it pinned, Ziking snapped at the party to quit hesitating and start dealing damage. Huang Hian took command, staff in hand, ordering everyone to focus fire on the trapped boss. The party unleashed a coordinated barrage of colorful spells and projectiles. The hits landed hard, carving off significant chunks of health, and 2 members celebrated the damage. Their relief died fast. One of them noticed something shifting. The boss broke free of the mire, floated upward, and gathered intense blue energy as it entered its second phase, winding up a devastating ultimate. Panic seized the team. A hooded player frantically ordered defensive barriers up, while an armored player just bolted, screaming that barriers were useless. Right as the boss let loose, a hand radiating dark energy appeared and summoned glowing purple chains that bound the monster instantly, cutting off its ultimate. Huang Hian and the hooded player stared dumbfounded that the attack had been shut down so effortlessly. Ziking's voice echoed out, cold, calling the party a bunch of useless trash. His eyes blazing purple malice, he pointed an accusing finger at his mother and mocked her for hauling in cowards who only knew how to run, ignoring the plain fact that, with him there, their victory was already sealed. Laughing like a madman, his aura flaring, he declared he would forcibly awaken their true potential and show them the terrifying reality of Fika Heavy Industries. He thrust his hand high, drowned in swirling purple energy, and ominous red flames bloomed around the confused party, catching Hanjin and the others completely off guard. The skill, revealed as Abyssal Sacrifice, conjured a terrifying demonic visage as the corrupted magic seized the party. They screamed in agony, eyes flaring red, as the curse drained their lifespans to spike their attributes by 99%, driving them into a frenzied berserk state and hurling them at the boss. Empowered, the team held its ground and launched into a rhythmic incantation. In one flash of coordinated power, they poured torrents of elemental energy onto the chained monster, and the combined assault erupted into a massive fiery explosion that rocked the battlefield and leveled the surrounding structures. As the smoke cleared, the boss disintegrated into golden particles, and a system notification confirmed Fika Heavy Industries had felled its first emerald-grade boss. The survivors erupted into wild cheers, treating Ziking as their undisputed hero. They chanted his name and tossed him into the air, while his mother watched in silence from a distance. Once things settled, Huang Qian told the rest to divide the loot. Then she sternly ordered Ziking to come with her, his cousin at his side. He obeyed, following his mother and cousin away from the group and into the secluded ruins of an abandoned building. Alone, she turned on him, eyes sharp with suspicious purple light, and demanded the truth about where he'd gotten such unusual skills. Annoyed, Ziking complained she was treating him like he'd done something wrong right after he'd handed them a massive win. She didn't budge and demanded an answer. He clicked his tongue, defensive, avoiding her eyes, and coldly claimed he'd earned the dark abilities as a reward for beating a powerful boss. She stared him down and flatly called him a liar. Ziking looked away in guilty silence. Her eyes narrowed further. He was a mage, she pointed out. These dark skills were nothing like mage abilities. Then she laid out the damage. They'd beaten the boss, yes, but his spell had instantly drained 300 years of the guild's collective lifespan. That lost lifespan, she pressed, was meant to repay their enormous debt to Shadow. The cost was far too steep. and she wanted a full explanation. Overwhelmed and irritated, Ziking covered his face and snapped at her to stop. Then his temper broke loose. He'd secured a huge victory, he raged, and she was interrogating him like a criminal. He spat out his resentment over her obsession with Shadow, declared he'd never be a subservient dog the way she was, and said he was sick of her cowardice and done being controlled. Turning his back, he arrogantly vowed to kill Shadow himself and lead Fika Heavy Industries to the top of Great Zaya. Desperate, Hangen yelled at him to stop, warning he was too young to grasp the harsh rules of surviving this apocalyptic world. His cousin stepped forward, tears streaming, and gently laid a hand on his shoulder, pleading with him to calm down, insisting his mother only wanted what was best for him. Ziking slowly turned his head, his single eye glowing with purple malice. He softly repeated the phrase, "For my own good." His glare hardened into pure murderous intent. Then, in a burst of violent rage, he spun and drove a brutal punch into the girl's face, sickeningly twisting her neck. He screamed, demanding to know why his mother forced him together with such an ugly woman if she truly wanted what was best. The girl crumpled lifelessly to the dirt. Hangen watched in absolute horror, reaching out helplessly, screaming at her son to tell her what he'd done. Standing over the body, Ziking watched, cold as his cousin dissolved into glowing golden particles. The system confirmed the kill, and he let out a chilling sigh of satisfaction. Sweating faintly but resolute, abyssal energy still glowing in his eyes, he muttered that they'd forced his hand and walked off into the wasteland without a backward glance. As the girl's light faded, Hangen reached out desperately, crying for him to stop, to come back. He ignored every word. Far away, the red-eyed leader from Country M stood over the lifeless bodies of Chu Kunshin and Zuma, his scarred hand crackling with dark red lightning as he reached toward them. Using his Grim class ability, he extracted the lingering skills from their corpses, coldly praising the powers he'd taken and telling his fallen subordinates to rest in peace. 3 days later, at the Fika Heavy Industries base inside the magical Leaning Tower hideout, an armored guard with a buzz cut stood watch, yawning out of sheer boredom. His bored expression flipped to shock as a massive shadow swept over the area. Osiris descended fast from the sky in a swirl of purple energy. The guard screamed in panic, mistaking it for a giant dragon boss. Chaos broke out among the guild. One shouted to prepare for battle while a cloaked member frantically screamed for everyone to drop their weapons and run. Standing calm amid his dark aura, eyes glowing yellow, Shadow told the panicked crowd to relax. He named himself and demanded they bring out their guild leader, Hangen, announcing he'd come to collect his debt of 800 years of lifespan. Realizing the legendary Shadow himself was on that dragon, the terrified cloaked member dropped to his knees in submission. He nervously apologized, saying Shadow had come at a bad time because the guild leader was absent, which confused Shadow since they'd had an appointment. Still kneeling and trembling, the member explained. 2 days ago, Hangen and her son had a severe argument, and since then neither had logged back in, leaving the whole guild in the dark. Shadow considered that quietly. Hangen usually kept her word. Something serious and unavoidable in the real world must have kept her from their meeting. Then a system notification pinged, a contact flagging an urgent high-reward bounty. Remnants of the hunted Black Dragon Guild had fled to the southern region of Nanu. Players in Nanu, the message said, were generally laid back and preferred a slower pace. But the fleeing remnants had merged with their main headquarters there and unleashed an overwhelming amount of power. The violence had turned the whole Nanu region upside down, and local officials had sent out a distress signal begging for Shadow's help against the purple dragon magic tearing their city apart. Shadow waited and accepted. He'd never set foot in Nanu before, and relying on memories from his past life, he knew Hangen would go on to lead Fika Heavy Industries to the very top, so he judged she wasn't in any immediate fatal danger. He instructed the guard to notify him the instant she logged back in, then mounted Osiris and took to the sky. He messaged his contact that he'd arrive in Nanu within the hour, which left the contact stunned, because that time frame meant the dragon was flying at supersonic speed. Meanwhile, in the real world, a heavy downpour blanketed the gloomy skyline of the magic capital. A somber Hangen walked alone through a stormy night, searching a muddy riverbank beneath a large highway bridge. She found her son huddled on the ground in the rain, pressed against the concrete support. As she approached, Ziking looked down, one of his eyes glowing faintly with an unnatural corruptive blue light. She gently asked him to come home. She'd looked into his dark powers, she said, and found they came from an abyssal item. She warned him plainly. The skills granted incredible strength, but they'd erode his sanity and turn him into a mindless slave of the abyss. Then, tearfully, she admitted she'd been ignoring his feelings. Her neglect, she realized, had driven him to chase dangerous shortcuts just to prove himself, and she owned that she'd been wrong. Standing over him in the rain, she said she understood his hunger to make the guild strong, but rushing toward success was impossible, and reminded him of the harsh rule that everything comes with a price. She reached out her hand and promised to respect his choices from now on, vowing never to treat him like a child again, or force him into relationships he didn't want. Come back, she asked, and they'd build the guild together, as partners. Touched, Ziking looked up, tears streaming from his glowing purple eyes, and softly called out to his mother. Then a glowing green portal opened on the wall behind them, and the red-eyed leader stepped out. He cut the moment apart, warning Ziking that going home with his mother meant repeating the past and staying under her control. In an intangible soulwalker state, immune to harm, he asked Ziking what he'd choose if he were offered the power to make his dreams real. Confused and alarmed, Hangen demanded to know who the intruder was. He ignored her entirely. He tempted Ziking, promising to make the guild the strongest in the magic capital, to make Ziking its top mage, to help him kill Shadow and dominate the leaderboards. Smiling with malice, he assured the boy he could deliver all of it, easily. Protective, Hangen shouted that she wouldn't let a stranger deceive her son. She summoned glowing purple chains and ordered the intruder to freeze, hurling them to bind him. The red-eyed leader only stared, cold, as the chains passed harmlessly through his intangible body. She watched in shock as her attack failed to connect. He dropped the intangibility, lunged with blinding speed, and seized Hangen by the head. Using an epic tier warrior skill, likely ripped from some corpse, he performed a devastating heroic throw, slamming her head into the ground hard enough to shatter the concrete. Standing over her, he taunted her, disappointed by the strength of a top Great Zaya Guild leader, mocking her ambitions, telling her that pathetic power would never make her dreams come true. Then he turned to Ziking. He admitted Hangen was right that the abyssal vase gradually corrupted the minds of its users. But she'd left out a crucial detail, he revealed. The abyssal corruption could be purified. Ziking froze. Manipulating the boy, the leader claimed Hangen had buried that secret only to keep her hold over him, and warned that he'd never find true freedom or respect while he lived in his mother's shadow. Bleeding on the ground, Hangen begged Ziking not to listen. A purification method existed, she admitted, but it required a rare hidden class called Exorcist, and the only known exorcist was dead. Suddenly, glowing red star-shaped scars bloomed across the red-eyed leader's arm, igniting his hand with fiery energy. He glared down and asked who had told her he was dead. Then he channeled that red energy into Ziking, activating the exorcism skill, an ability that halved the accumulation of negative status effects, abyssal corruption included. Checking his interface, Ziking watched his abyss gauge drop, stunned that the purification was real. Hangen was paralyzed with disbelief. It shouldn't be possible, she stammered. The exorcist had died. She demanded to know the man's true identity. He ignored her, and an ecstatic Ziking clenched his fists, thrilled that purification meant he could safely pull even more power from the abyssal item. Desperate, Hangen warned him the real exorcist was a woman, which made this man a fake. The red-eyed leader simply told Ziking to use his own judgment about what was real. Then he activated a skill called yin-yang harmony to manipulate Ziking's emotions, whispering that his mother used love only to chain him and deny his worth. He urged Ziking to kill her, promising that once she was gone, no one would ever control him again. Succumbing, Ziking stared blankly, his eyes glowing a sinister red. The leader promised him everything he desired, and tossed a knife to the ground, commanding him to take the final step, promising absolute freedom in his mother's death. Wrapped in a corruptive red aura, Ziking picked up the knife. From the ground, Hangen begged him to see that he was being controlled by magic. Gripping the glowing blade, he stood over his helpless mother as she pleaded with him to wake up and break free of the stranger's grasp. Deaf to every cry, Ziking raised the knife and chose to embrace the darkness as Hangen weakly called his name one last time. He brought the weapon down. One brutal slash. Holding the bloody knife, Ziking turned to the red-eyed leader and, showing not a trace of remorse, demanded to know if the man would truly give him everything he wanted. The leader calmly agreed. Consumed by the dark magic, a deeply unsettling maniacal smile twisted across Ziking's face. Thrilled by his new path, he told the leader to begin and asked what came next. He laughed, standing over his mother's lifeless body with the bloody knife, and asked about the plan. The red-eyed leader activated one of his cards, summoning a new ability. Using his stolen divination, he projected a glowing red portal into the sky as Ziking watched in shock. The vision showed a catastrophic prophecy, a massive fiery meteor tearing through a crimson sky. The abyss would devour the heavens, it warned, and a red, ominous star would destroy all darkness. Ziking stared at the apocalyptic scene, confused about its meaning. The leader explained this power would blanket all of Great Zaya, so no one could escape, not even Shadow. And the darkness to be destroyed, he noted, might be Shadow, or it might be Ziking himself. Sweating, Ziking grasped the terrifying implication that he could die in the coming cataclysm. The leader assured him the event was inevitable, but survival came down to human effort. He advised Ziking to build up his guild's strength with his abyssal powers for the clash with Shadow, then manifested another glowing red card and handed it over. His pawn set in motion, the red-eyed leader walked off into the misty night, promising to find Ziking again when the time was right. Alone in the dark, Ziking fully embraced his corruption. Eyes glowing red, he accepted his new mission. He channeled his dark magic, extending a hand over his mother's corpse, and enveloped her body in swirling red energy, starting the abyssal puppet spell. The magic invaded her, and she screamed as her eyes ignited with a red glow. The skill resurrected her as an undead puppet, bound to his will, yet keeping every ability she'd had in life. Standing behind his reanimated mother, Ziking watched her ask for her master's instructions. Consumed by madness, he declared they'd build their guild together now. Elsewhere in the southern region of Nanu, a massive tower rose over the ruined streets. True to their laid-back nature, the local players put leisure first. Over a spread of hot dim sum and tea, one announced it was time to knock off for a break. A group lounged on a riverbank fishing, reminding each other to enjoy their tea first. Their peaceful afternoon shattered when a massive level 18 two-headed bull boss spawned behind them with a deafening roar. Instead of fear, an annoyed fisherman yelled at the giant beast to shut up, complaining its roaring was scaring off the fish. Frustrated that the monster had ruined their break, the players set down their drinks, channeled their auras, and charged. They fought like a well-oiled crew. One fired a freezing beam at a bullhead to lock its crowd control and stop the monster from sinking spells. An armored warrior and a mage led the assault, telling the armor-breaking team to hit the weak points while the damage dealers followed up, urging everyone to wrap it up fast. They melted the boss's health bar in a hurry. The monster's eyes flared with fiery rage. Pushed to the brink, it went berserk and unleashed a shockwave that shattered the ground and sent a fisherman flying. Realizing it was too dangerous now, the frontliners panicked and ran yelling for their guild leader to handle the beast. Answering the call, a tan-skinned, white-haired young woman dropped her boba tea. She stepped forward with a focused glare, a fishing rod for a weapon, plain sandals on her feet, and leapt powerfully into the air toward the monster. Cursing the beast for ruining their break, she expertly cast her glowing green fishing line at the giant bull. The magical line extended and spiraled around it, wrapping it up and immobilizing it completely. With a confident smirk, she braced for the finish and yanked the rod back, triggering her ultimate. The line sliced clean into the monster, a fatal blow that drained the last of its health. As she landed, the system announced she'd slain the bull, her ability trapping targets before dealing damage scaled to their missing health. The boss dissolved into golden loot orbs, and the players erupted, praising Sister High for her perfect damage calculation and chanting their fishing-themed guild catchphrase. Sister High laughed and declared it her duty to protect the Nanu region. As it turned out, she carried a unique fishing master hidden class, an assassin role that used a fishing rod for ranged attacks, built right around their lifestyle. A guild member called out that the tea was ready. The whole group happily bolted for their tables, leaving the loot on the grass to grab later, unwilling to miss tea time. Smiling, Sister High waved and followed them back to their break, leaving the spoils behind for now. As the Nanu players enjoyed their tea, the glowing orbs sat untouched, and unbeknownst to them, a sound stirred in the nearby bushes. A bald, scarred man with blue eyes, a remnant of the Black Dragon Guild, peeked out. He scoffed at the Nanu Guild for abandoning valuable loot for a tea break, and signaled his men to move in. The Black Dragon members used a level 15 group stealth skill, Shadow Veil, creating a camouflage dome as they greedily scooped up the orbs. While the Nanu players chatted about fishing, the hidden thieves snickered, calling this the perfect moment to strike with their target's guard down. Then they dropped the stealth, and the Black Dragon leader, Zentiel, activated a buff called Boiling Blood Domain. Wrapped in a fiery aura, he boosted his allies' attributes and ordered them to slaughter the fishermen. The Black Dragon members lunged from the tall grass with weapons drawn, ambushing the relaxed Nanu players, who were caught completely flat-footed. Zentiel raised his blade to strike down a shocked Sister High and her terrified guildmate. Chaos erupted as the attackers swung and laughed and screamed for blood. The peaceful tea break overturned in a storm of flying debris. Standing triumphant among the loot, Zentiel clenched his fists and declared this brutal ambush was exactly how the pigs of Great Zaya ought to be hunted. The celebration cut short when a subordinate warned him of something approaching from the sky at high speed. Zentiel looked up and panicked, recognizing the threat. Shadow. The intel from the Magic Capital survivors had been true. He ordered his men to recast their stealth veil and retreat. High above, Osiris plummeted and crashed heavily into the ruined city. Standing on his dragon, eyes glowing yellow, Shadow scanned the deserted battlefield and wondered if he'd arrived too late. Seeing the uncollected orbs on the ground, he deduced the enemy had fled in a panic after some early warning of his arrival, and it puzzled him how they detected him at all when he traveled in absolute stealth. The Nanu players poured back in, furious. One cursed the foreign war god guild for their dirty tactics, enraged that their brothers had been attacked and their hard-earned boss loot stolen. Sister High was every bit as livid. Gripping her weapon, she called the attackers animals, too cowardly to fight head-on, relying on sneak attacks that made retaliation impossible. Hope returned when a member announced that official forces had sent the legendary Shadow to help them. Confident in his strength, he assured the group they could finally run the foreign culprits down. Moments later, he rushed in with news. Shadow and the officials had already arrived at the riverbank where they usually drank tea. The excited Nanu players raced through the ruined streets toward the river, eager to meet the famous player they'd only dreamed of seeing. Osiris descended, and Sister High and a female official looked up in awe, both terrified and impressed by his epic great mount. The official, a long dark-haired woman who went by a wisp of smoke, greeted Shadow alongside Sister High, who introduced their Kiwi alliance. The official flagged a strange detail. The attackers had fled in such a panic they hadn't even collected the lifespan on the ground. Shadow confirmed her read. The enemy had retreated so decisively precisely because they knew he was coming. His stealthy approach had been compromised. From atop his dragon, he reasoned the leak meant one of two things, either a mole in the official ranks or an enemy with a hidden class that could track him. He asked the official to brief him on the situation in Nanu. A wisp of smoke laid out the local balance of power. The officials in Sister Hai's guild were the strongest forces here. The attackers were the War God Guild, a small faction of mostly foreigners. Their assassin carried a high-level group stealth skill, which was why officials had struggled to catch them. Historically, she noted, they were a weak bunch that only dabbled in petty theft. Everything changed when remnants of the Magic Capital's Black Dragon Guild arrived and joined them. Since that alliance, the War God Guild had gone on a killing spree, and Sister Hai's group was their 7th target that day. Shadow turned it over. The Black Dragon members were too weak to cause trouble like this on their own, he remarked. So there had to be an underlying reason for the War God Guild's sudden rampage. The official agreed and shared her investigation. The attackers' motives were abnormal. They slaughtered everyone, even low-level players, and often abandoned valuable lifespan just to guarantee a clean getaway. This reckless behavior had skyrocketed their kill value, a penalty that locked their ability to level up and made them drop all lifespan if killed. She suspected this self-destructive strategy tied back to the requirements of some hidden class, which lined up exactly with Shadow's theory. As he listened, Shadow reflected on the game's punishment for murder. A high kill value halted a player's progression, forced them to drop all lifespan on death, and triggered escalating system penalties. Worse and worse the higher the kill level climbed. Most concerning of all, he recalled that reaching such a high kill value risked summoning the Executioner, a terrifying multi-armed demonic entity that, once called, relentlessly hunted the player until permanent erasure. Shadow silently wondered whether the War God Guild's goal was to summon that Executioner, though he couldn't see what they'd gain from it, and he was unsettled by how the enemy had predicted his movements and pulled off a flawless retreat before he even arrived. Searching his memories, he landed on it. Only the diver class could foresee the future, and the only known diver was Theodore, whom Shadow had personally assassinated during the airplane ambush. Then a chilling realization struck. He hadn't used his weapon's special curse to inflict permanent death on Theodore, which meant someone from Country M had a rare item or hidden class that could exploit the dead, letting them steal Theodore's divination powers. Determined to trace the leak, Shadow looked down from his dragon and asked a wisp of smoke in Sister Hai for the War God Guild's hideout. A wisp of smoke said their base was an underground factory called the Blood Slaughterhouse. She warned him against infiltrating it, explaining her forces had raided the place before and found it fortified with high-level traps that stalled them while the enemy slipped away clean. Unfazed, Shadow told her to lead the way. To uncover the enemy's motives and their foresight, he said they only needed to breach the base and capture a single member for interrogation. Inside the Blood Slaughterhouse, a sinister red-lit industrial facility was actively patrolled by guards. Deep within, a dark-skinned man with a tribal tattoo and glowing red eyes approached Zentiel and asked whether the intelligence he provided had been useful. Zentiel confirmed it was dead accurate, admitting Shadow had appeared from the sky exactly as predicted, and that without the tattooed man's early warning, his group would have been slaughtered. Smirking, red eyes glowing, the tattooed man recited Theodore's original prophecy. He spoke of the pitch-black dragon knight arriving quietly, of the lucky ones retreating, and of an ominous red star that would descend to obliterate all darkness. He told Zentiel eagerly that the first part, given by a mysterious lord, had just been fulfilled by Shadow's arrival. Accumulate enough kill value, he insisted, and they could summon that ominous star to annihilate Shadow. Standing on a bandaged stump where his leg used to be, the man declared Shadow's death was inevitable. Once Great Zaya lost its strongest player, he believed, the other forces would fall defenseless, letting his lord march Country M's elites in to wipe them out. Fueled by resentment, he recounted how Shadow and the Magic Capital officials had driven their guild all the way to the Nanu border and killed Theodore, and how Shadow had since cornered them here with no way out. His face twisted with rage as he swore to take revenge for everything he'd suffered. Then he listed his targets. Once Shadow was dead, his first victim would be the young pink-haired witch from the Sky Guild. Blaming Shadow's allies for the loss of his arm and leg, he pictured Lin Qingyu and promised to violently tear the hair out of the Magic Capital officials. Finally, his thoughts landed on Captain Anu, the Zhanghai official, and he described in graphic detail what he planned to do to her once they won. Zentiel and his men chuckled darkly at the man's gruesome fantasies. Zentiel admitted the passionate, violent speech had gotten them worked up. But then his expression hardened into suspicion, and he pointed out a logical flaw. Since Theodore the Diver had been killed by Shadow, they shouldn't have any new prophecies at all. He restated his distrust and demanded proof the prophecy was real, and not just a trick to use them as pawns while the foreigner escaped home. The tattooed man smirked and said he understood the doubts, because he'd had the very same ones before he met their lord. To prove his point, he pulled out a magical card that ignited with red flames. Telling the cautious Zentiel to watch, and declaring his immediate return to Country M, he activated the card, and a red spatial portal materialized above him. A bald guild member recognized the spell as one of Theodore's abilities, and to everyone's surprise, a figure wreathed in dark, fiery energy stepped out. The tattooed man stood there stunned, recognizing the figure as the very lord he'd been talking about. The new arrival, the red-eyed leader, addressed Zentiel as a glowing blue holographic screen flickered to life in front of the Black Dragon leader. Zentiel stared at it in shock. It showed a live feed of the tattooed man standing at the Statue of Liberty, with a message confirming he'd returned to Country M. Watching the broadcast, Zentiel was moved to tears, understanding at last that continent-spanning teleportation magic was real. The red-eyed leader had used the skill to trade places with the tattooed man. Convinced by that godlike power, Zentiel and his subordinates dropped to their knees. Zentiel pledged his absolute loyalty and begged the mysterious man to take them home. The leader agreed, with one condition. First, they had to summon the ominous star and kill Shadow. Then quietly he activated his yin-yang harmony skill. It took hold instantly. Zentiel and his men's eyes flared with fanatic red light, and consumed by a manufactured bloodlust, they roared their intent to kill. Perfect pawns now, exactly as the leader needed them. Back on the surface, under a cloudy reddish sky, Shadow arrived at his destination with Sister Hai and another Nanu player. They looked down into a sunken area choked with ominous red mist. The player pointed toward a massive concrete bunker and told Shadow this was the War God Guild's hideout, the Blood Slaughterhouse. He warned Shadow to be careful. The place was dangerous and hard to navigate. The War God Guild kept their outer barrier switched off to lure enemies inside, he explained. And once you were in, the maze was packed with deadly traps. He mentioned a past raid against the Black Dragon leader, Zentiel, that had cost their forces heavily thanks to those hidden traps. Shadow corrected him. The hideout had no outer barrier at all. It relied entirely on its internal traps for defense. Acknowledging the danger, Shadow asked for the player's name. He introduced himself as Unlucky Awang, though he insisted the sad nickname was misleading and his luck was actually good. Aside from a weird curse that followed him around, his teams often died. Bosses went berserk. Teammates always tripped the traps. He said the official, a wisp of smoke, had sent him along as a guide for a good reward. Sister Hai added, irritated that the War God Guild was genuinely weak, but their sturdy bunker and cowardly hit-and-run tactics made it impossible for the authorities to wipe them out in a fair fight. The base's internal alarms were live, too. Any break-in would alert Zentiel and give the Black Dragon leader time to slip away before they ever reached him. Shadow brushed the worries off. These hideouts, he revealed, ran on a central crystal. Take the crystal and the base became his, leaving the enemy homeless and easy pickings. He told Sister Hai and Awang to stay safe outside on the cliff, while he went in alone. He stepped forward but Awang stopped him. Sister Hai volunteered to guide him instead, warning that facing the hidden traps solo was a bad idea. Awang backed her up, arguing that her experience from the failed mission would help. Shadow accepted her offer to lead, then told Awang flatly that he didn't want his bad luck ruining the mission. Embarrassed, Awang defended himself, claiming the nickname was just a joke. Surviving this apocalyptic game at all, he argued, proved he actually had good luck. Ignoring the excuses, Shadow let them come, but warned they had to protect themselves in an emergency. They agreed eagerly, and the trio leapt off the cliff toward the bunker's red-lit entrance. A loud system alarm rang through the halls of the Blood Slaughterhouse, warning of intruders. Zentiel looked up, his face hardening. The red-eyed leader asked what was happening. His subordinate assumed it was just the local officials coming back to die. But Zentiel guessed it was Shadow, and wondered whether his base's traps could actually stop the famous player. Wanting to be sure, he asked the red-eyed leader to use his foresight to see the outcome so he could decide whether to run or fight. The leader agreed. Drawing on his stolen powers, he summoned a glowing red card and activated the omen of the star god. A vision rose above them, the very same prophecy. A black dragon knight arriving, a lucky one escaping, a red star destroying the darkness. Confused, Zentiel pointed out this was the same prophecy the tattooed man had recited earlier. The leader worked him smoothly, explaining that visions only ever showed the big turning points, and wouldn't change until they came to pass. Seeing the same prophecy, he said, simply meant their fates were intertwined. Zentiel fell for it and smiled. He confidently concluded that the intruder tripping the alarm had to be Shadow. Glowing with a red aura, his ego swelling, he proudly declared that since his powers were red, he himself must be the ominous red star. Certain he was destined to win, he boasted that Shadow would die a painful death in his endless traps. Watching his pawn stroll into a death trap, the red-eyed leader told Zentiel he could read the prophecy however he liked. He'd return at the right moment, he said, and prepared his exit. With a spatial skill, he vanished, swapping places with the tattooed man once more. The crippled man tumbled out of the red portal, and a clueless Zentiel happily welcomed him back. But the tattooed man understood at once that his hopes of escape were gone. He'd been used as nothing more than a tool to send his lord home. Blind to his terror, an excited Zentiel asked him to help kill Shadow, fully believing himself to be the ominous red star. The tattooed man stared at him in horror. He knew Shadow's unstoppable power firsthand, and it hit him that his leader was insane to think they could actually kill him. The trio landed inside the vast industrial blood slaughterhouse, wrapped in thick red mist. Sister Hai halted the group, warning Shadow this was a deadly trap room where her forces had once taken heavy losses. Holding up a map, she pointed to a path of glowing blue tiles and told them to stick to that route exactly, and never step anywhere else. Shadow walked the blue path confidently, crossing without issue. A nervous Awang followed close under Sister Hai's guidance. Once they were across, Awang asked what happened if someone stepped on the wrong tiles. Sister Hai explained that hidden spikes would shoot out and stab anyone who missed. To prove it, she hurled a heavy rock onto a dark, incorrect tile. The rock struck with a loud crack. Then, silence. They stared at it. Nothing happened. The trap hadn't gone off. Shadow asked if she was sure there were traps at all. Frustrated, she insisted there were. She'd been killed 6 times in this exact room. To prove she wasn't lying, she stubbornly stomped on the dark tiles, baffled that nothing triggered. Awang apologized for her strange behavior and suggested they move on, since the traps were clearly broken. Thinking it was safe, Awang stepped forward onto a normal tile. Instantly, a loud click echoed and the floor lit up with a red warning glow. And thanks to his bad luck curse, the deadly black spikes erupted from the floor, bypassed Awang completely, and skewered Sister Hai where she stood stomping nearby. Awang stared, screaming in confusion, demanding to know why his misstep had triggered a trap under his teammate instead of him. Sister Hai died on the spot and dissolved into golden orbs. While a guilty Awang apologized to his guide, Shadow stayed calm, saying they'd just wait for her to respawn and come back. Studying the trap, he saw Sister Hai hadn't been lying at all. The enemy must have altered the trap settings, he explained, turning the safe path into the lethal one. Old knowledge was useless in a maze that kept changing. He told Awang to grab Sister Hai's orbs and leave the bunker right away. Zentiel and his men were watching from a hidden room above. Confirming his target was Shadow, Zentiel grinned and mocked the idea that they could just turn around and walk out of his trap. Without pausing, he slammed his fist onto a large red button. A mechanical groan rolled through the base. Shadow and Awang barely had time to react before the floor beneath them dropped away, a huge trapdoor swinging open and sending both plunging into the depths. As they fell down the dark shaft, Awang screamed in terror. Shadow stayed completely composed, adjusting his posture midair to prepare for the landing. They hit bottom. Awang crashed painfully onto his back, but Shadow touched down perfectly on his feet. They were trapped in a dark room with bloody walls. As Awang sat up groaning, nose bleeding, static crackled through the space. Shadow turned toward it. A large screen on the bloody wall flickered on, and a distorted voice oozed out of a hidden speaker, feigning surprise as it welcomed Shadow into their home. The static cleared to show a live video of Zentiel wearing a creepy mask. The Black Dragon leader announced he wanted to play a game. He pointed to large circular saws mounted on the walls, which sent Awang into a fresh panic, and told them to stand in the circles marked on the floor. Shadow calmly stepped into his, near a pedestal with a red button, a saw spinning close by. Zentiel laid out the rules. They'd take turns pressing their buttons. Each press carried a 1 in 6 chance to trigger the opponent's saw, and that chance rose with every turn, guaranteeing a kill by the 6th press. The survivor would claim the loser's lifespan and walk away safely. Awang scoffed and pointed out a flaw. If he died, he'd just respawn, and the survivor could hand the lost lifespan back later anyway. He confidently declared Shadow was invincible and doubted a saw could even scratch him. Shadow stayed silent. Zentiel called them fools. Inside his emerald-grade hideout, he revealed the rules were absolute. The saw would guarantee a kill regardless of the target's strength. And, as the hideout's master, he added, he held a small privilege to bend the game. To sweeten the danger, Zentiel released a swarm of gross spiders into the room. Awang drew his knife to fight them off, but Shadow stopped him, identifying them as nightmare-exploding bugs. Damage 1, and it burst, chaining a deadly toxic reaction. Relieved, Awang dodged a flying bug to avoid touching it, but of course, as he pulled his arm back, his knife grazed the creature anyway. The wounded bug exploded in a burst of purple energy, catching Awang in the blast and setting off exactly the chain reaction Shadow had warned about. A massive explosion swallowed the room, slapping both players with nightmare status and shoving their gauges to 80%. While Awang panicked, Shadow calmly noted that the man was truly, spectacularly unlucky. Zentiel explained that in the nightmare state, players couldn't resurrect or log out. If killed, their minds would be trapped in a nightmare for 3 days, leaving their real bodies helpless and open to looting. Furious, Awang refused to play. If they didn't press the button, no one died, he reasoned. So why not just wait it out? Zentiel only chuckled, his eye glowing red through the screen. The room rumbled. He taunted them, asking whether they'd rather gamble with the saws or be crushed flat. Awang watched in horror as the spiked walls began closing in. Pressing the buttons Zentiel reminded them slowed the walls down. Then he officially started the game, laughing at having Shadow cornered. Panicking, Awang cried out that he was out of ideas. Left with no choice, he hovered over his button, but hesitated. Terrified his bad luck would kill Shadow instead. He figured Shadow should press first, since he needed him alive. Then he overthought the math. If Shadow survived his turn, the odds only climbed for Awang's own. Paralyzed, he babbled, sweating, unable to decide. Shadow calmly said his name. He told Awang firmly to stay still and do nothing. Awang was baffled, pointing out the walls were about to crush them. Shadow just repeated the order as the spikes crept closer. Watching the screen, Zentiel mocked him, wondering aloud if the legendary player had given up without a fight. The walls were dangerously close now. A tearful Awang shoved against them, begging Shadow to act. Zentiel laughed and told them to enjoy being crushed, promising to loot their helpless bodies once they were dead and trapped in the nightmare. As the walls closed in, Awang called out to Shadow one last time. Certain this was the end, he wept over his rotten luck, complained about dying crushed flat, shut his eyes and braced for the impact as the walls touched him. A moment later, he opened his eyes in confusion. The trap had stopped. Walls and saws had frozen just inches away. An angry Zentiel cursed over the speaker, demanding to know why his traps had broke him. System notifications bloomed in the air, announcing that the hideout had been breached and its core stolen. Zentiel was stunned, and before he could react, Shadow's small dragon attacked him in the control room right there on the live broadcast. The system transferred ownership of the base to Shadow. Pinned by the wall, Awang gaped, amazed that Shadow had captured the enemy base without moving a muscle. Shadow's eyes glowed as he telepathically asked his mount why the plan had run a full minute behind schedule. His strategy came clear. While Zentiel was busy gloating, Shadow had quietly summoned 12 spectral wyverns. The small dragons had bypassed the traps and ambushed the guild in the control room. Outside, the giant skeletal Osiris apologized, explaining that the maze was complex and heavily guarded, which had slowed the wyverns down. But despite the delay, he reported the plan a success. Inside, one wyvern carried off the stolen core crystal, having captured Zentiel alive without tripping a single alarm. Shadow ordered his wyvern to disable the traps and open the path. The small dragon obeyed, leaving Awang stunned by the sight of it. As it guided them out, Awang realized Shadow had planned the whole infiltration before they ever entered the bunker. The deadly game had just been a distraction. They'd been bait while the dragons slipped in. Shadow confirmed it, then pointed out the operation would have gone smoother if Awang's bad luck hadn't set off the bugs. Awang smiled sheepish. Then Shadow turned to their nightmare status, since dying now would be risky. He ordered a wyvern to fly Awang out, telling him to hide far away so his bad luck couldn't cause any more disasters. As the wyvern carried a protesting Awang off, Osiris contacted Shadow with bad news. Shadow sighed and asked what had gone wrong. Zentiel's group, Osiris explained, had used a self-destruct skill to dodge capture and respawn safely. Their mass suicide had left hundreds of years of lifespan scattered on the floor as loot. Shadow realized his perfect plan had unraveled at the last second, and concluded that Awang's bad luck was, truly, a terrifying force. After respawning, Sister Hai found Shadow outside the bunker. Amazed and confused, she asked how the blood slaughterhouse had suddenly become his property during her brief absence. Then she asked about unlucky Awang. Shadow quickly cut her off, warning her not to even say his name, lest it summon more misfortune. He tossed a golden key to an ecstatic Sister Hai, explaining he'd hit his hideout limit, so he was handing this one to her and the Nanu officials. Overjoyed, she promised to treat him to tea. Shadow deflated her instantly, clarifying it wasn't free. He expected 1,500 years of lifespan once they'd collected it. Sister Hai cried comedic tears over the price, but thanked him all the same. The female official, a wisp of smoke, came running over. She thanked Shadow for his help and handed him a glowing blue skill book as a reward. Nanu's finest assassin skill, which she'd brought herself. She'd also exiled Awang to the border, she added, knowing Shadow disliked him. The system displayed the gold-tier skill, Shield of Shadow Dance. On entering stealth, it granted damage immunity shields equal to the user's stealth level, with a 5-minute cooldown. Shadow was pleased. Damage immunity was essentially temporary invincibility, and it would be crucial against bosses whose attacks bypassed his huge lifesteal shields. He spent evolution points to upgrade the book from gold to epic tier, dropping the cooldown to just over 20 seconds. When he activated it, a blue aura wrapped around him, and his level 21 stealth granted him 21 layers of damage immunity. Perfect against heavy hitters. A wisp of smoke pointed out that Zentiel and the War God Guild had escaped, worrying this would only make them more careful and deadly. She complained that the peace-loving Nanu players despised stressful conflict, and painted a bleak future. Laid-back players dragged into an endless grind, fighting monsters 6 days a week just to survive. The vision panicked Sister Hai, who screamed she'd rather die than lose her 3 p.m. tea time. While the two cried over their threatened peace, Shadow recalled a secret from his past life. Nanu players could afford to relax in the apocalypse precisely because they held the most powerful hidden classes. If they weren't so lazy, they'd be the strongest region there was. He calmed them down, promising to stay in Nanu until he caught Zentiel, and to help boost their combat strength while he was here. Sister Hai and a wisp of smoke celebrated in silence. The official smugly thought that even Shadow couldn't withstand crying women. Sure, their fake sadness had worked to land his help. The two cheered and thanked him, then asked about teaming up for bosses while shamelessly setting their lazy hours, 9 to 6 with a tea break, weekends and holidays off. Speechless at the laziness, Shadow just told them to form a party so he could level them up, and ordered their subordinates to scout for bosses ranked Emerald tier or higher. The girls celebrated, thrilled that a top-tier player would do all the hard work while they enjoyed an easy game. Shadow summoned Osiris, who scooped the women up as he took flight. A wisp of smoke reported an Emerald tier boss, the highly toxic Black Fish King, which hid under a coat of black water slime that made it immune to ranged attacks. Shadow told them to guide him there and keep him posted on Zentiel's movements. They arrived at a calm riverbank near a ruined city, deep in dense forest. There, Shadow was baffled to find Sister Hai casually fishing. He asked what she was doing instead of prepping for the fight. She shushed him and explained the boss had to be lured out by fishing, warning that once its health dropped below 30%, it dived back in to heal fast, which made it very hard to kill. A wisp of smoke suggested Shadow clear some low-level monsters first to build energy for his big attacks. Shadow was surprised she knew about his energy-gathering mechanics. Blushing, the official admitted she was a huge fan and showed him her phone, revealing a secret photo of Shadow as her lock screen, confessing she'd watched his boss fights hundreds of times. Shadow stared at the screen, speechless at the obsessive behavior. Large frog monsters interrupted the moment. A wisp of smoke asked if he wanted to use them to stack combo energy, and Shadow agreed. He launched shadow blades that sliced into the frogs and killed them instantly. A wisp of smoke noted his damage was simply too high for combos. Shadow sighed, realizing his slow, powerful strikes killed enemies before he could build enough energy. Seeing him struggle, the official offered help. She summoned a glowing golden figure and asked if Shadow wanted to try her special buff to fix the energy problem. Confused, he asked what kind of weird technique she meant. Glowing purple, she revealed her hidden class, a succubus witch specializing in curses. Her ultimate slashed a target's stats by 80% with no combo energy required, but she tacked on a suspicious condition. They had to be completely alone, in private, for the long casting time. Blushing and leaning in, she boldly told Shadow she only wanted to use this intimate technique on him, and asked if he agreed. Uninterested, Shadow flatly rejected her and walked off, leaving her deflated. He had his own way to gather energy, he declared, and commanded Osiris to herd all the remaining monsters together. The dragon took flight and spun up a dark magic vortex, sweeping the frogs into the air and packing them into a dense sphere of purple energy. A wisp of smoke stared, awestruck. With the targets bunched together, Shadow leapt into the sky, and from above them, unleashed Dark Knight Ringblade, a massive circular wave of red energy that sliced through the whole trapped mass. The official was stunned by the damage numbers, screaming that there were too many zeros to count. When Shadow landed, combo energy maxed, he announced he was ready and asked Sister Hai if the boss had taken the bait. Right on cue, her fishing rod bent hard. Wrestling the pole, she yelled that the fish was hooked. With a mighty pole, she hauled a giant dark-scaled fish out of the water, shouting her guild's catchphrase. The level 20 emerald-grade highly toxic Black Fish King loomed over them, red eyes glowing. Sister Hai quickly backed away and left the fight to Shadow. Shadow locked on and struck with his Crimson Blade ultimate. A huge red slash hit the fish for 40,000 damage, but something was wrong. Analyzing the combat data, he realized the ultimate had been gutted because the monster's thick slime armor gave it a 90% damage reduction. If his attack couldn't one-shot the boss, he couldn't stop it from fleeing back into the river the instant its health hit 30%. The giant beast roared and reared its head back, spitting a dark poisonous liquid, its rotten mud attack, a wave of toxic sludge rolling toward the bank. Sister Hai and the official fled in panic, knowing the poison was lethal. Ignoring it, Shadow summoned golden orbs around himself, each cradling a shadow clone, ready to strike. In a flash of blue light, Shadow and his clones fired instant shadow slash straight into the beast's throat for heavy damage. Landing on the muddy bank, Shadow had meant to end it in one hit, but decided this was a good chance to test something else. His eye glowed purple, dark energy gathering around him. The perfect moment to try his new finisher. He activated Endless Nightmare, drowning the fish in purple flames. The skill built a nightmare gauge every second, with each of his attacks pouring more into the meter, and granted an 80% damage boost besides. Once that gauge hit 100, the enemy fell into the nightmare state, a deep sleep, and there lay the real power, the eye-breaking strike. The next attack that woke them dealt triple damage. With the boss asleep, Shadow drove another instant shadow slash into its throat. The critical hit erupted in an icy blue explosion, and he dashed back to clear the blast. The system confirmed the Emerald-grade boss was dead, and Shadow collected experience, evolution points, extra lifespan, and more nightmare resistance. Sister Hai and the official cheered, amazed he'd killed it without letting it escape. Checking his loot, Shadow found evolution points and equipment, but one drop caught his eye, a glowing blue treasure map. It showed a star-marked chest revealing the location of a legendary secret treasure hidden in the forest near Jianhai City. Jianhai was far too distant for him to visit himself. Rather than give it up, he forwarded the map to a trusted ally back home, whose natural good luck was perfect for a treasure hunt. He handed the rest of the loot to his companions. Sister Hai cheered, then noted it was almost time to head home. Ignoring her, Shadow insisted they still had 30 minutes and 2 more bosses to hunt. Meanwhile, in the forest near Jianhai City, a horned demon monster slept on a thick branch. Below, a small group of riders moved through the woods, their quiet broken by loud crunching. Wang Mang checked the map Shadow had sent, confirming they were close to the treasure. Captain Inu advised caution since they had no idea what monsters lurked out here. The crunching kept up, and it started grating on both Wang Mang and Inu. They turned to find the source. Little Black and her alpaca mount happily munching crackers. A frustrated Wang Mang scolded her, warning that her loud eating would draw monsters and complaining she was treating a dangerous trip like a picnic. High above, the noise stirred the sleeping demon. Oblivious, Little Black explained to Wang Mang that her good luck had been failing lately, so she was trying to fix it. These weren't ordinary snacks, she claimed, holding them up. She'd bought them from a mysterious merchant in a cleared dungeon who'd sworn they were rare treasures from another world that brought good fortune. And she eagerly offered them around. Captain Inu chuckled, finding the belief adorable. Wang Mang, already eating one himself, told Inu not to laugh, admitting they were delicious. Annoyed her friends doubted her. A pouting Little Black stuffed another cracker in her mouth and kept crunching. That final crunch did it. The massive creature above leapt off the branch with an angry roar and dropped straight down toward the group. Its fists slammed into the ground, and the group barely scattered clear in time. As the dust settled, the system revealed a level 18 emerald-grade boss, the ferocious ape. Wang Mang panicked, certain they were dead. The ape roared, red eyes locking onto the source of the noise. Ignoring everyone else, it reached for Little Black, snatched her and her alpaca before she could react, and hurled them deep into the forest. Wang Mang and Captain Inu watched in shock as their friend sailed off into the night sky. Then, to their surprise, instead of turning on the rest of the party, the ape simply swung away into the trees. A stunned Wang Mang asked why the boss had spared them. The answer, of course, was simple. It had only woken from the noise, chucked Little Black away, and lost all interest. While Little Black and her alpaca flew through the air, her friends finally snapped out of it and hurried after her. The pair fell into a dark pit hidden in the forest, crashing through thick vines on the way down. The alpaca got tangled overhead, but Little Black kept falling and landed on the hard dirt floor. Sitting up, she was relieved the vines had broken her fall, though she still grumbled about her bad luck and doubted whether the magical snacks worked at all. Then a bright light caught her eye. She turned to see a glowing purple treasure chest marked with a star emblem. Ecstatic, she realized the chest matched their map perfectly and shouted with joy, certain she'd found the legendary treasure. Cheering, she ran to open it, ignoring her alpaca struggling in the vines above. Just as she reached it, the alpaca's thrashing snapped its cracker necklace. The crackers rained down, bouncing off Little Black and scattering over the chest. The instant the snacks hit it, the star emblem flashed, eyes opened across the wood, and it began to growl. The chest snapped open, revealing sharp teeth and a huge tongue. A system alert named it a level 20 emerald-grade boss, the greedy devourer. Screaming in terror, Little Black scrambled back, realizing the legendary treasure was a monster. Paralyzed on the ground, it dawned on her that if the snacks hadn't set it off early, she'd have been eaten the moment she opened it. Watching the thing happily gobble up the fallen crackers, she felt a wave of relief and decided the merchant hadn't lied after all. The snacks really did bring good luck. They just saved her life. Her relief faded fast as she realized she had no chance against the boss alone. Wasting no time, she moved to summon Shadow for backup. On the riverbank, Shadow closed out his own battle with a devastating blue slash. From a cliff above, Sister Hai and a wisp of smoke cheered his power as he stood victorious among the glowing loot. He told them to gather it up so they could hunt the next boss, and the women marveled at the treasures. Then a timer showed 8 p.m. Exhausted, the official and Sister Hai protested that it was time to clock out, and flatly refused overtime. True to their relaxed Nanu style, the two cheerfully bid Shadow goodbye until 9 a.m., leaving him standing there alone. His solitude broke with an urgent message from Little Black. She'd found a legendary treasure, but it turned out to be a powerful mimic monster she couldn't beat, and she was begging for rescue. Shadow asked for her coordinates and flew to her aid on Osiris. Deep in the dark forest, a nervous Little Black sat eating a cracker while warily eyeing the glowing purple greedy devourer chest. Shadow arrived, descending with a massive strike, and cleaved through the monster with his crimson blade. The system confirmed the kill, granting him a heap of XP and tradable lifespan, and pushing him to level 25. As loot orbs drifted around them, Little Black praised him for finding her and one-shotting the boss. Shadow ignored the flattery and asked how she'd found the mimic without falling for its trap. She explained she'd tumbled into the pit and nearly touched the chest, but a cracker she dropped had hit it first and woken the monster. When Shadow asked about the cracker, she said she'd bought the snack from a mysterious merchant who claimed it turned bad luck into good fortune. Holding the snack, Shadow was deeply skeptical. For all his knowledge from a past life, he'd never once heard of a luck-altering item. Little Black watched eagerly, secretly hoping he'd take off his mask to eat it so she could finally see his face. Anticipating exactly that, Shadow used his stealth skill to vanish in dark blue flames, leaving a confused Little Black behind, then reappeared a moment later, mask still on, gave a thumbs up, and said the snack tasted good. Little Black pouted, playfully accusing him of being too shy. Turning to the real blue chest, Shadow explained the mimic's true danger. A captured player would be stuck in its stomach, unable to log out, at risk of real-world starvation. Beat the mimic safely though, and the actual treasure was revealed. He opened the chest and found evolution points and equipment, and among the loot, 2 significant items, the map and key to the City of Unjust Death. His eyes widened. He recognized the key as an incredibly rare artifact. Stunned, he wondered if Little Black's cracker had genuinely boosted her luck. He recalled the City of Unjust Death, a forbidden zone for the living that only one person had ever entered. The details were a mystery, but the city was said to hold world-shattering treasures. The one survivor had emerged with unimaginable power, triggered a bloodbath, and rocketed to number 1 on the leaderboards in a single month. He also remembered, though, that the player had been level 50. Realizing his own level 25 was far too low to survive, he shelved the trip for now. He claimed the map and key, told Little Black to split the rest of the loot, summoned Osiris, and flew out of the forest. With a legendary dungeon waiting, he decided his priority was to complete his level 25 class trial and max out his strength. Later, Shadow traveled to a massive cathedral on the 2nd underground level of the Evil Spirit Academy hideout. Inside, he approached the glowing spirit, Asathus, and presented a golden bell to begin his level 25 trial. Asathus solemnly asked if he was ready, and a system interface appeared for the judge challenge. Unwavering, Shadow confirmed he was. A brilliant golden magic circle engulfed them both. As the trial spell activated, they were swept into a surreal starry dimension. Shadow arrived on a platform overlooking a colossal labyrinth that floated in the void, and the system welcomed him to his exclusive trial ground as he silently studied the massive structure. Then pillars of blue light struck the maze. The system announced that other players were being loaded in, including his acquaintance, a wisp of smoke. More familiar names scrolled through the notifications. Players like Wang Mang and the perpetually cursed Unlucky Awang. Down inside the maze, Awang and the others materialized, looking around in confusion. Shadow's sister, Xiao Yu, was teleported in too, landing in the blue light of the transfer spell. Disoriented and sweating, she wondered where she'd been dragged, since she'd just been at her faction's hideout. She spotted her friend and called out, but grew uneasy when the woman only stared blankly ahead, ignoring her like a lifeless phantom. High above, the system laid out the rules for the fair judgment trial. Among 100 targets in the maze, only one was guilty. Shadow had to find and execute that person. Kill an innocent, and he failed instantly. Shadow asked how he was supposed to tell who was guilty. Asathus answered cryptically, telling him to use his eyes to see the truth. Shadow's eye glowed golden as he stated with confidence that the guilty party couldn't hide from his gaze. Asathus formally began the trial. The stone platform vanished beneath him, dropping Shadow through the starry void toward the labyrinth. As he fell, the system restored his stats and started a 30-minute countdown, with failure waiting for anyone who killed the wrong person or ran out of time. Shadow smirked, ready to hunt the sinner. The system announced the start of the fair judgment trial, declaring the judge had entered the maze and was hunting the sinner. Captain Anu, Wang Mang, and Zhang Yaoying looked up in surprise as the words echoed. It spelled out the objectives. Surviving 30 minutes earned a rich reward. Killing the judge earned a god level 1. Elsewhere in the maze, Xiao Yu cowered against a wall, panicking, wondering why she'd been randomly teleported into this confusing place and turned into prey in a deadly hunt. As she crept along a tall blue wall, she muttered aloud, wondering who this mysterious judge could be. Peeking around a corner, she thought about that god-level reward and dared to hope it might heal her legs. Motivated, she decided to try her best to survive. That brief resolve curdled into terror when she spotted Shadow calmly walking down the corridor, dark aura pouring off him, glowing eyes scanning for his target. Realizing the terrifying judge was Shadow, Xiao Yu screamed. Convinced she'd die if he found her, she turned and bolted for a hiding spot. Meanwhile, Shadow approached a female participant with the glowing blue word woman floating above her head. He wondered what these labels meant. Then he noticed another woman running past who had no floating word at all, which only deepened his confusion. Taking advantage of the distraction, a blonde assassin slid out of stealth right behind him, dagger ready. She loosed a glowing green slash and screamed for Shadow to die, but he blurred with an evasion skill, and the strike passed harmlessly through him. The assassin was stunned, cursing that her surprise attack had failed. Shadow narrowed his eyes. Above her floated blue text, woman and 19 years old. These words described her traits, he realized, and he coldly studied the identical labels drifting around the other figures. He recognized her from his past life as one of Song Fei's fanatic followers, which made no sense, since she should already be dead. Then a large, furious mob of familiar faces came charging down the corridor screaming for his death. Leading them was Song Fei himself, vowing to kill Shadow. His followers unleashed a magical barrage, a massive fiery explosion that engulfed the whole corridor. Shadow walked out of the smoke unharmed, and the puzzle clicked. None of these attackers were real. They were illusions spun up by the trial's magic. And the glowing words, woman, 19 years old, brainless fan, cleric class were scattered clues pointing to the true identity of the sinner he had to execute. He put the hints together, and a chilling realization settled over him. Only one person fit every single description. His sister, Xiao Yu, was crawling along the ground, struggling just to survive. Annoyed by the sheer size of the labyrinth and deciding it was too tedious to hunt fleeing phantoms, one by one, Shadow chose the destructive route. Dark purple flames erupted from his body as he unleashed endless nightmare. The fire exploded outward and flooded the pathways of the maze. The illusions, fake Song Fei among them, were caught instantly, their forms warping and dissolving as the nightmare spell erased them. To speed up the search, Shadow summoned several clones and sent them fanning out through the maze. The fast duplicates streaked through the corridors like lightning, cutting down any phantoms still lingering in their path. The ruthless method worked. Shadow tracked his target down, finding Xiao Yu on the ground, ringed by his purple magic. Above her head floated the glowing blue title, Sinner. He glared coldly at his sister, steeling his resolve to finish the trial's objective. Without hesitation, he threw a poison dart. The system announced the sinner had been killed and congratulated Shadow for clearing the maze. As he stood victorious beneath a beam of light, the system notified him that a tracking mark, the Shadow 3 Lives mark, had been placed on Xiao Yu upon her death. He looked down, surprised by what she'd left behind. The system displayed her resurrection coordinates confirming she was reviving in the real world, at Jianghai City. Seeing the dropped lifespan orbs on the ground, the truth landed. Xiao Yu had been physically pulled into the trial. Unlike the illusions, she was the only real person here, and he couldn't fathom why. The dark maze faded, and the glowing spirit of Asathus appeared. She congratulated Shadow, calling him the inheritor for flawlessly passing the trial, and told him to claim his reward from a primordial-grade chest. A massive white chest materialized over the maze's ruins and burst open, glowing with a bright star-flecked light. Shadow watched in awe as the divine reward descended from the starry sky. The system revealed the prize, the Blade of Judgment, a rare primordial-grade weapon. The white and gold sword carried enormous base stats and modifiers. Gripping it, Shadow checked its unique skills. The blade ran on divine nature points and held a pocket dimension called the Land of Judgment, where the user could teleport slain targets to be judged. Successfully judging a sinner permanently boosted the weapon's stats and its limit. Shadow was amazed by the infinite scaling. In his past life, he'd reached the global top 100 with nothing but a mythic-grade weapon that granted damage immunity. His old gear was nothing next to this primordial blade. Judging sinners, he deduced would let him upgrade the weapon endlessly, turning the real world itself into an extension of the trial. Asathus confirmed it, explaining that the game's strict rules made this trial the only legal way to grant him the blade, functioning as a kind of tutorial. With his new power secured, Shadow demanded to know why the trial had required his sister's real body instead of a safe illusion. Asathus's third eye glowed, and she said simply that Xiao Yu was a blasphemer. She showed him a dark vision, an older, corrupted Xiao Yu from the previous timeline. In Shadow's past life, she explained his sister had touched the Eye of Judgment to steal its power. For that crime, Xiao Yu was a sinner who had to face judgment. Shadow asked why Asathus had spared her during the trial then. She explained that the authority of judgment spanned all time and every dimension. If Shadow judged Xiao Yu, every version of her across the multiverse would suffer the consequences. But this Xiao Yu hadn't committed the sin yet, and remembered nothing of it. Judging her now would violate the core fairness of the rules. Shadow understood then. The Labyrinth trial had been a custom tutorial built to teach him his new authority. Asathus confirmed it. Then she revealed something more. The trial had also awakened the mark of sin within Xiao Yu. She would gradually reclaim her past memories, and with them her sin of blasphemy. Judging her would boost the Blade of Judgment's divine limit by over 1,000 points. Holding the glowing sword, Shadow asked what would happen once the weapon unlocked its blessed judgment ability. Asathus explained that his rebirth and infinite evolution talents were themselves forms of blessed judgment. The blade was merely a key. To truly control his authority, Shadow had to learn the ancient divine language, the foundational code of the universe. Mastering it would let him grant himself blessings and rewrite the very rules of his existence. She had erased Xiao Yu's memories of the trial, she added, so the girl could reclaim her past naturally, until she became a blasphemer once more. Bidding him farewell, Asathus told Shadow to continue his journey, for his path to mastery had only just begun. Shadow teleported back to his hideout's grand hall. The system announced he'd received the Book of Divine Granting, a complete explanation of the ancient divine language. Its description noted that it contained 247,000 volumes on the language, and that reading them all would grant mastery. Overwhelmed by the sheer mountain of study ahead, Shadow slumped into depression, lamenting that it would take an eternity. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu respawned at the city ruins, dropping face first with her tracking title still floating above her. Sitting up, she looked around, baffled at how she died while guarding her base. Then a rainbow light struck her forehead. Her mind flooded with vivid images from her previous timeline, Jin Fang fighting and shielding her. Screaming in agony, she was overwhelmed by the flood of visions. Through her tears, she realized these were her actual past life memories. Collapsing, she understood at last that her recent strange dreams had been true memory fragments. She warmly recalled how Jin Fang had constantly protected her, given her gear, helped her grow stronger. Crying, she asked herself why he treated her so ruthlessly now. Her memories, she noticed, cut off abruptly at level 20. Connecting the dreams to her restored past, she realized it beyond doubt. Jin Fang and Shadow were the same person. Something terrible must have happened in their last life to make him abandon her. Then her expression sharpened. Jin Fang must carry his past memories too. That was how he'd used future knowledge to become the mighty Shadow so quickly. She stood, resolve hardening, and vowed to use her own restored memories to grow strong. She'd surpass everyone and hunt Jin Fang down to settle their score. Acting fast, Xiao Yu contacted the Knights Templar Guild leader about a rare bloodline monster, perfect for clerics. Thrilled, he asked for the coordinates and promised a massive 10-year lifespan reward. Later at the beach, the guild leader arrived with his men, joking that she'd better not be tricking him. She calmly explained that the hidden creature needed a specific trigger to appear. Smiling with confidence, she detailed that this platinum-grade monster had complex mechanics and a strict 2-hour limit, insisted she knew exactly how to beat it, and asked for the bloodline skill drop as her reward. The guild leader laughed, amused by her prepared strategy, and agreed, promising the skill and the cleric equipment too, since healer gear was worthless to his people anyway. Zhao Yu thanked him and walked through her plan. Inside, she gloated, knowing from her past memories that this boss dropped the witch doctor's healing skill and a powerful staff. She explained the mechanics. The boss used bone prison to trap the main defender, so a backup had to take over immediately. She warned the damage dealers to focus only on the boss. The guild leader asked why they shouldn't just free their trapped teammate. Because breaking the prison, she clarified, triggered a deadly explosion. They simply had to rotate defenders. Realizing this called for a team stacked almost entirely with tanks, the guild leader started sweating, worried they wouldn't have the damage. Xiao Yu assured him the boss had low health and would fall fast. Finding the whole strategy bizarre but trusting her confidence, he agreed, ordered more defenders, and asked how to summon it. She pointed out 3 hidden marks nearby. 3 people had to touch them at the same instant to trigger the spawn. Following her lead, the men found the glowing marks and pressed them together. Dark purple energy erupted as the hidden monster emerged. The system named it the level 20 platinum boss, Bone Witch Dr. Lond. A 2-hour countdown appeared before it would despawn. Seeing the creature, the guild leader ordered his men to charge. Watching the battle open, Xiao Yu smiled wickedly. She reveled in using her past knowledge to farm loot with ease, convinced this made her a chosen one alongside Shadow. She vowed to wash away her old humiliations and farm aggressively, aiming to become the second strongest player right behind Shadow. The boss immediately cast Bone Prison. Glowing bone spikes erupted and trapped a frontline defender, exactly as she'd predicted. But the Knights Templar's fight against the Bone Witch Doctor was falling apart fast. With a 6th bone prison spawning in under 30 minutes on the clock, the boss still sat at half health. Furious, the guild leader demanded Xiao Yu explain her supposedly foolproof strategy. Panicking, she insisted her method was flawless, that it had worked perfectly in her past life, and tried to pin the blame on the guild's low damage. Her excuses died mid-sentence when a shocked guild member warned the leader of something terrible. The 6 separate bone prisons suddenly linked together, forming a massive glowing purple barrier that sealed the entire raid inside. Giant purple bone spikes erupted inward from the walls, impaling the trapped guild members. The attack mercilessly skewered the guild leader and his subordinates, wiping the whole team in an instant as the prison shattered into dust. Moments later, the dead group respawned nearby. Livid, the guild leader grabbed a terrified Xiao Yu by the collar and demanded to know why the boss had a full team wipe skill she'd never once mentioned. Crying, she repeated that she'd never seen that ability before, stubbornly blaming their low damage. That pushed him over the edge. He slapped her to the ground and furiously reminded her that she was the one who'd told them to bring 7 tanks, which made the lack of damage entirely her fault. A subordinate nervously reported that the boss had recovered its health and would despawn in 20 minutes. Out of options, the guild leader declared their only choice was to swallow their pride and beg the legendary Shadow for help. Shadow received the pleading request about a disappearing platinum-grade bloodline monster, and replied with mild disbelief, wondering how a large guild could possibly fail against a mere platinum-tier enemy. Then he took off on Osiris, heading straight for their coordinates. The guild leader and his men watched anxiously as the Bone Witch Doctor pulsed with dark magic. With only 10 minutes left, the leader tried to reassure his nervous subordinates that Shadow was on the way. Then, a blinding explosion of blue energy obliterated the boss in a single strike. As the light cleared, Shadow stood amid a shower of golden loot orbs. The kill confirmed. The guild leader broke into a cold sweat, floored by the sheer speed of it, and noted that a top-tier player truly delivered an overwhelming shock to anyone foolish enough to doubt him. Plastering on a respectful, ingratiating smile, he hurried over to greet Shadow. Shadow immediately pointed out that the Bone Witch Doctor was a hidden boss with incredibly obscure spawn conditions, and sternly demanded to know how the guild had located it. Flattering Shadow's insight, the guild leader admitted a new member named Xiao Yu had discovered it. He turned to gesture toward where she'd been waiting, only to find the spot completely empty. Hearing her name, Shadow recalled a memory from his past life, helping a joyful Xiao Yu defeat this exact boss. He'd gifted her the bloodline skill and weapon back then, which meant her past life memories were indeed recovering. Meanwhile, a battered Xiao Yu stomped off, clutching the boss's bone staff. Furious over the guild leader's incompetence and her ignored messages, she haughtily threatened to have him kicked out of the guild for the disastrous wipe. Her mood darkened with resentment as she remembered that the Knights Templar were infamous for scamming players in her past life, and she boasted internally about her old top-tier guild, cursing the Templars and swearing never to be fooled by them again. Then a system prompt informed her she'd been kicked from the guild. Shocked, she tripped over her own staff and fell flat on her face. Hitting the dirt, she bitterly cursed Shadow and swore revenge for her endless humiliation. Unbeknownst to her, a group of cloaked figures had been quietly watching the whole embarrassing tumble. Crying in frustration, she'd easily drawn their attention. One cloaked man pointed at the glowing tracking mark above her head, misread the title, and burst out laughing, mockingly calling her Shadow's grandson. Another chuckled, joking that plenty of players would gladly be Shadow's grandson just for the protection. His companion agreed, then felt a sudden twinge of jealousy, wondering how she'd earned such a title. High above the clouds, Shadow considered his next move to build up his new blade of judgment. He needed to judge sinners. He expected a massive boost from Xiao Yu once she finally awakened as a blasphemer, but he needed power now. Turning an artifact over in his hand, he reflected on how the game's merger with reality had sent crime rates soaring, completely overwhelming the authorities. Deciding to feed his weapon with real-world criminals, he reached out through official channels to hunt for leads. Shortly after, Captain Inu sent a shaken message about a string of serial murders involving abducted women. The officials were at a dead end because the killer's class ability completely destroyed the corpses, leaving no physical evidence at all. Desperate, she asked if Shadow would step in. He confirmed he would. Overjoyed, Inu transmitted the classified files at once. Reviewing the holographic documents, Shadow recognized the gruesome details instantly. In his past life, this exact string of bodiless murders had terrorized Zhanghai City, eventually becoming one of the apocalyptic game's 10 great unsolved cases. This time the killer had begun the spree much earlier. Since the enemy erased every trace of physical evidence, Shadow decided he needed Ghost Spirit's unique abilities to track them down. Under the dark night sky of Zhanghai City, Shadow stood on a rooftop near the site of the latest disappearance and asked Ghost Spirit beside him whether she could still sense the killer's residual murderous aura. She confirmed, confident, that she could. Glowing with intense purple light, she activated her tracking skill, extending a hand and projecting a vivid beam that sought out the unseen traces of the killer's lingering malice. The beam stabilized fast, pointing straight toward one specific sector of the city. Shadow told her to lead, and the two bounded swiftly across the rooftops. The trail led them to the grimy basement entrance of the San France Club. From the darkness below came the sickening sounds of something being violently devoured. Inside the dim room, a monstrous figure was actively consuming a victim with dark writhing tendrils. Slumped nearby was another kidnapped woman, young, bound and gagged, watching in paralyzing terror as she witnessed the fate waiting for her. Her name was Xiaoya, and she sat there frozen with horror as the shadowy killer, Hookbin, ate the remains of his latest victim. Surrounded by bones and blood, she whimpered, knowing she was next. The killer, his face a sickening mess of scarred flesh and blood, turned to face her and spoke with an eerie familiarity, teasingly asking if she was shaking because she'd missed him. Hookbin slowly walked up to the terrified woman, mocking her, asking what her final words would be, then ripped the cloth from her mouth. Finally able to speak, Xiaoya screamed his name and called him a monster. Tears streaming, she accused him of eating their friend. Glowing with a dark red aura, Hookbin explained that his hidden class, the gluttonous ghoul, cursed him with a never-ending hunger that normal food couldn't touch. The only way to quiet the starving feeling and grow more powerful at the same time was to eat other players and steal their stats. With an evil smile, he grabbed her ankle and lifted her upside down, declaring her body would make the perfect meal, filling his empty stomach while handing him all her abilities. As he brought his face close to her foot, she pleaded with him to spare her, reminding him of the feelings he'd once claimed to have. Hookbin stopped, still holding her aloft, and bitterly complained that even though he loved her so much, she'd never cared about him at all. He exploded, shouting that she'd never given him a chance because she was always busy staring at that damned Jin Fang. He dropped her roughly to the floor. Zhao Ya fired back, calling him a gross, greasy creep. Trying to defend himself, Hook Bin argued that a few drinks, some dirty jokes, and touching female co-workers at the office didn't make him a bad guy. Furious that she still rejected him, he threatened to make her suffer terrible pain. Standing her ground, she shot back that she'd rather die. That answer pushed him over the edge. Blind with rage that she'd choose death over him, he screamed in her face and spat out cruel threats. Just as he reached to undo his pants, a door creaked open in the dark. Caught off guard, he called out and demanded to know who was there. Seizing the distraction, Xiaoya screamed for help. Furious at the interruption, Hook Bin kicked her hard to silence her. Standing in the doorway, Ghost Spirit pointed at Hook Bin and told Shadow he was the killer, nodding toward the half-eaten body nearby. She thought about handing the murderer over to the police, but Shadow said there was no need. They'd kill him right here. Hearing them whisper, Hook Bin panicked and demanded the intruders show themselves. Ghost Spirit obliged in a blur, appearing right in front of him and slashing his chest with a blade of glowing pink energy. Enraged by the sneak attack, he fought back, gathering his dark red energy into a heavy crushing punch aimed straight at her. She cried out as the blow landed. While Hook Bin was busy with her, Shadow appeared quietly behind him. Noticing the killer's unusually high stats, he realized the monster must have already eaten many people to get this strong. Hook Bin spun around, eyes going wide with shock at the sight of the famous player, and stammered, demanding to know how Shadow had figured out his real identity. He got no answer. Raising the blade of judgment, Shadow took the killer's head off in one smooth, silent swing. The system announced that anyone slain by the blade of judgment could have their soul sent to a special pocket dimension to face trial. Shadow chose to capture Hook Bin's soul. Glowing ropes shot from the sword and wrapped tight around the killer's ghost, and the system confirmed the catch. As the soul was dragged into the blade's dimension, Shadow reflected on how insane this whole encounter was. He'd never expected this gross serial killer to be his old boss. He remembered how Hook Bin used to be his awful manager in the real world, a petty bully who was always yelling and dumping blame on his team, and he recalled the man threatening him on the phone right after the game world turned real. He'd always assumed a loser like that would have died ages ago. Hook Bin must have been incredibly lucky to draw the rare gluttonous ghoul class, and if Shadow hadn't stepped in tonight, the monster would have kept killing and gotten away with it, exactly as he had in the past timeline. Back in the real world, Ghost Spirit apologized for taking a hit during the fight. Shadow told her not to worry, explaining that the ghoul class leveled up brutally fast, so the killer's heavy punch was to be expected. He'd already disposed of the body, he said, and asked her to untie Xiaoya. Finally free of the ropes, Xiaoya sat on the cold floor, shaking and dazed as it slowly sank in that the nightmare was over. Ghost Spirit gently helped her up and promised she was safe now. Xiaoya cried as she thanked them for saving her. Meanwhile, Shadow called the police, gave them the address, and explained that the killer was dead, leaving one body and one survivor behind. The officer on the line, Inu, was amazed and praised him for cracking the terrible case so fast. Xiaoya turned back to Shadow, thanking him again and again. He brushed off the praise and told Ghost Spirit to wait with her until the police arrived, saying he had somewhere else to be. Without another word, he vanished into the night in a flash of dark blue light. As she watched him go, Xiaoya realized his simple wave goodbye looked exactly like Jin Fang's. With a small knowing smile, she whispered one last thank you, calling him by his real name. Then she turned to Ghost Spirit and softly said that her master seemed like a truly kind person, hiding behind a scary mask. Surprised, Ghost Spirit looked at her, amazed that this ordinary woman could see the warmth buried inside him. At the same time, Hook Bin's soul flickered awake inside the Blade of Judgment's pocket dimension. Confused at first, he soon realized he was still aware of his surroundings. He hadn't actually died. An evil smile spread across his ghostly face as he vowed to eat enough souls in this new place to grow strong enough to kill Shadow. Then a loud, powerful voice rang out from above. Hook Bin looked up to see Shadow standing tall on a high platform, coldly announcing that the trial was about to begin. A giant stone pillar rose from the empty space, and glowing chains shot out to wrap around Hook Bin's soul and lock him in place. The system began ripping the memories from his mind. Clear images of his terrible past flashed across the stone pillar, laying out the proof of his many crimes. As Shadow watched the sick memories play, his eyes suddenly went wide. Right in the middle of all the violence, he spotted something completely unexpected buried deep in the killer's past. He saw a horrific scene, a short-haired blonde woman violently murdered. Right after she died, a mysterious cloaked figure walked up to Hook Bin and proposed a dark deal. The stranger told the killer to preserve his future victims' bodies and contact him first. Just for the chance to touch the corpses, the man promised to pay Hook Bin 10 years of lifespan per body. After that, Hook Bin could throw them away. A greedy smile spread across the killer's bloody face as he eagerly accepted. Then the stranger offered a massive bonus. He warned Hook Bin to stay alive, and promised an extra 100 years of lifespan if the killer raised his kill level to 10. With the deal struck, the cloaked figure used a spatial skill to teleport away in a flash of light. wishing the confident killer good luck. Watching from the starry void, Shadow thought hard about the stranger's identity and locked onto one key detail. When the man touched the dead body, a star-shaped mark lit up on his arm. A hidden class tied to corpses, Shadow guessed. Then the pieces clicked, and his eyes widened. He recognized the teleportation magic instantly. It was the Soul Walker skill, an ability that used to belong to a player named Zuma, and Zuma, Shadow remembered clearly, was already dead. Since Soul Walker was a strictly unique class, the horrifying truth came into focus. This mysterious figure could steal other players' unique skills just by touching their corpses. Then he recalled the stranger's demand that Hukbin reach kill level 10, and connected it straight to the recent chaos in Nanu. The War God Guild's random slaughter had the exact same goal. Everything was linked. The dead Zuma, the War God Guild's leader, Zentiel, the leftover members of the Black Dragon Guild. One mastermind was pulling every string. A chilling thought struck him. The puppeteer behind this grand scheme, stealing skills and steering guilds from the shadows, was Theodore, the diver he thought he'd killed for good. He'd made a mistake. He hadn't used his permanent death curse on Theodore. The corpse had respawned in Country M, and the mastermind must have touched the body, stolen the diver class, and then traveled to Great Zaya. The man was quietly uniting different groups to target Great Zaya and Shadow specifically. But Shadow wasn't worried. With his overwhelming power, these united enemies couldn't beat him in a straight fight. He just wondered what their actual trap was. Remembering their obsession with raising kill levels, he suspected the true goal was to summon a terrifying monster, the Slaughter Executioner. From his past life, he knew this creature was a game rule built to punish mass murderers. Once summoned, the Executioner would instantly kill its target and wipe out anyone nearby with a kill value over 100. Checking his own stats, Shadow saw his kill value sat at 0. As long as he kept it under 100, the Executioner couldn't touch him. His enemies probably knew that, and might try to throw bodies at him to force his count up. Knowing their play, he decided to keep a close watch. He shifted his focus back to the trial as the system announced the memory extraction was complete. With ample proof of his crimes, Hukbin was officially declared guilty, and the verdict instantly boosted the Blade of Judgment's stats. Gripping the glowing sword, Shadow got a final prompt, asking whether he wanted to execute the sinner. Terrified, Hukbin begged for his life, crying that they had no personal grudge and offering up all his lifespan and gear for mercy. Unmoved, Shadow coldly ordered the execution. The space around them shifted instantly. The starry void vanished, and Hukbin found himself tied to a metal chair inside his own filthy basement hideout. A knock echoed at the door. It slowly opened to reveal 3 young women who cheerfully greeted him as if everything were perfectly normal. Absolute terror washed over Hukbin's face. Trembling and sweating, he called out their names, asking how his victims could be standing there when he'd already eaten them. The girls smiled sadistically, cheeks flushing as they happily confirmed that he still remembered them. Then their faces twisted into terrifying demons with glowing red eyes, declaring it was their turn to feast. The vengeful spirits leapt onto Hukbin and tore him apart, while he screamed.